He is an undead who is devoid of all humanity. He is the one and only supreme overlord. He is a man who has severe misophobia. There are many people who try to act cool in front of him. Whatever soldier king, assassin, system user, transmigrator, reincarnator, the strong returning, the strong coming down from the mountain, person coming back from the immortal world, reincarnation of the devil king, immortal emperor possessing someone's body, and so on, all of them do not know what will happen. Next. Chapter 1, Cold and detached Manlongan City was located at the south of China and was a free and flourishing second-tier city. It was currently summer. The leaves and branches of trees swayed around. Young males and females who were dressed trendily walked around in the city, instilling fresh blood into the steel city. When night fell, the entire city blossomed out a gorgeous color which made others to not be able to help but become infatuated with it and thought to themselves that it was really great to live in this Longan city. There was a very special leisure bar. The bar was opened at a remote small alley, where there was basically no stream of people. But what was strange was that, at the bar's door, there was a long queue, and looking at the gender of the people that were in the queue, females occupied 80% of the queue. When you raise your head, a signboard could be seen: a leisure bar. Within the queue, many young females were discussing in a low voice, "Sigh, I don't know if the boss will come or not today. I really want to take a look at him. And I'm even willing to die just to take a look at him. Whether the boss comes or not, it all depends on his mood. If his mood is good, he would even mix a glass of liquor." Last time, someone was fortunate enough to be able to drink the liquor that the boss mixed and the person fainted on the spot due to being too happy. Seems like you all are new here. The boss of this bar is not only a formidable bartender, he is also a magician. With my own eyes, I saw how the blue color flame fluttered around like a fairy on his palm. That's right, I won't forget that day for my entire life. Under the illumination of the blue flame, the boss's face was simply too sorry. I can't think of any words that could describe how good the boss looked. It would be great if I can have a relationship that is more than friendship with the boss once. My saliva is about to drip out by just thinking about it. Beautiful woman, I advise that you better not think about it anymore. I heard that the boss have severe misophobia. Only clean females would be accepted by him. F***K, how am I not clean? I reckon that you are the one who is F***King not clean. Outside of the bar, a quarrel was immediately started, and soon after, the quarrel turned into a one-on-one fight where one scratched towards the other and one pulled the other's hair. However, the males who were queuing up at the side were having a feast with their eyes. The reason the males came here was not to see the boss, they came because this place had the most females, which means that they would have much more chances. However, inside the bar, a beautiful light music was being played, and famous oil paintings were hanged on the surrounding walls. Under the illumination of the yellow wall lamps, the oil paintings seemed very unique. Most people would feel that those famous oil paintings were definitely all fake. After all, who would place a real famous oil painting within a bar? However, the main point was not whether the oil paintings were real or not. The main point was that all of the females that were inside the bar were absent-minded and their gazes would look towards the staircase, anticipating for the sound of the steps of leather shoes to ring out. However, after waiting until early morning in time for the bar to close, they still did not see the boss appear. Thus, they could only leave with disappointment. The boss truly could only be discovered but not be sought. Call your boss to come out. I have waited here for 3 nights already, and I have not even seen the boss once. Isn't it just a man? I will take you as my sugar baby for 5 million RMB. A gorgeously dressed woman couldn't help but step out and shouted out angrily. The woman was indeed somewhat pretty, just that the cosmetic on her face was a bit thick. After shouting, a little cosmetic fell from her face. Lady, please do not make a racket. A security guard ran over in large strides and said politely. The gorgeous woman snorted and said, I am just going to make a racket. What are you going to do about it? Isn't it just money? I do not lack money. Call your boss to come out, if not I am going to tear this place apart. At this moment, the sound of steady footsteps rang out at the staircase, and all of the females looked towards the staircase. Just the image of a black leather shoes was enough to make the females within the bar to screech. When the entire person appeared, it became entirely quiet within the leisure bar, and only the sounds of the swallowing of saliva could be heard. Those sound did not belong to the males, and was the females. The male wore a black color western suit, with a white shirt inside. His collar was opened, giving others an unrestrained feeling. A silver ring was worn on the index finger of his right hand. On the silver ring, strange symbols were carved on it. The pitch-black eyes of the male were able to captivate the females even more, and his entire face was incomparably distinct. Everything of this male was just so incredibly perfect, not having a single blemish at all. Just to look at that male and one would be deeply absorbed under his charm. Right now, everyone finally believed that there was really such a perfect male in this world. If this boss was an unconstrained male, it would be the most fortunate thing for every woman. However, this male's temperament was cold and detached. Very rarely was the male ever seen smiling, and furthermore, he did not care about beautiful women at all. The gorgeous woman swallowed her saliva with all her strength. It was indeed the same as the rumor, the boss was handsome to the max. Incorrect, handsome shouldn't be used, the boss was already outside the extent of handsome. I heard that you were looking for me. Yihua slowly walked to the front of the female. The latter only felt as if a big mountain was pressing down on her and did not dare to look straight at the pair of pitch-black eyes. The gorgeous woman did not have the overweening attitude that she had just before. Stretching out her right hand trembling, the gorgeous woman said mumbling, "This is 5 million. I want to, what do you want?" Yihua asked lightly. His tone seemed as if it possessed a devilish nature which was able to make others felt intimidated. The gorgeous woman exerted all of her strength and said, "I want to take you in as my sugar baby." After hearing that, Yihua did not have any bit of emotion fluctuation at all. After sizing up the woman with a quick look, he said indifferently, "Your nose and canthus have undergone surgery, your chin was done quite well, and those breasts, well, those breasts are real. Look at your body, which part of it would be able to make me feel excited?" The gorgeous woman's eyes were opened wide, as if she had just seen a ghost, retreating backward step by step. The check that was within her hand fell onto the ground powerlessly, just like her body. While she was retreating back, she accidentally tripped and fell onto the ground with her butt. Finally, she was not able to bear the psychological blow in her heart and cried out like a child. No one had ever questioned her beauty and allure, but right now, how many does this count? The number is too much to count already. In any case, every time when the boss appears, there would always be a woman who was looking for stimulation. As for someone like me who understand my own situation, just looking at the boss is enough for me. It is the same for me, this kind of man is definitely not someone that we can handle. Yihua did not even take a look at the gorgeous woman and said towards the security guard, "Drag her out, it is very irksome." Alright boss, the security guard said with a somewhat incoherent speech. Every time when he saw the boss, he would feel very nervous. Don't think wrongly, this kind of nervousness was purely because of being afraid. Only after a good while, all of the customers that were in the leisure bar left. Yihua walked into the bar counter and blended a glass of strange-looking drink for himself. The drink was dark green color, and within the dark green, there was a line of scarlet, seemingly like a strand of hair revolving around within the wineglass. The female employees who were cleaning up the bar looked at Yihua foolishly. However, one of the beautiful female employees seemed to have made a firm resolution as she took out a letter from her pocket. On the letter, there was a heart on it. "Tangwei, don't go." A female employee at the side immediately spoke out to stop her. However, this female who was called Tangwei still advanced forward bravely. When she came to the front of Yihua, she held the love letter forward with both of her hands, and her beautiful face hung down slightly, not daring to look straight at Yihua. Yihua took a look at her indifferently, then placed his gaze back onto the wineglass. "Boss," the girl's voice was very pleasant to hear, and her looks was also not bad. White skin and exquisite facial features, if it was in a school, she would be a character who was at the level of school belle. In actual fact, she was indeed a school belle and was currently only working at the bar as a part-time job newcomer? Yihua asked indifferently. Tangwei slightly went into a daze, then lowered her head and said, "Go and get your wages, you don't have to come anymore from tomorrow onwards." Yihua said indifferently. Even this kind of fresh and pure school belle also could not attract any billows from his heart, and instead, he fired the girl because of the girl's confession. Chapter 2, fresh as Tangwei's hands were trembling and tears slipped past her cheeks. At school, within every male's heart, I am their goddess, but at here, the boss doesn't even properly look at me. Am I that ugly? Boss, Tangwei wasn't intentional, please forgive her this time, she really needs this job. The female who spoke out to stop Tangwei just a while ago ran up and pleaded. Seems like the two of them were good friends, there are many people who need a job. Yihua said indifferently, not moving his gaze away as before, Boss, Tangwei's family financial situation is poor, and because her appearance is very outstanding, every workplace that she went to, she would always get harassed. I was the one who introduced her to come here to work, boss. I'm begging you, don't chase Tang Wei away. Yi Hua's gaze finally moved. Looking at the female who was pleading for Tang Wei, he said, "Do you take this place of mine as a shelter?" The female did not dare to reply as she lowered her head unwaveringly. If this situation was placed at yesterday, Yi Hua would fire Tang Wei without any mercy, but not sure why. His mood was pretty good today. Don't let this happen again, Yi Hua said lightly, showing mercy unprecedentedly. Tang Wei quickly thanked the boss. "Thank you, boss," Tang Wei shouted out while sobbing. She was crying to the point where she wasn't able to speak properly. "Go back and continue working then." "Wait a moment," Yi Hua suddenly called out to Tang Wei, who turned her body around and was about to leave. Tang Wei even thought that the boss had a change of mind. "Take your thing away, it is an eyesore." Tang Wei's tears, which stopped just a moment ago, immediately started falling again. Picking up the love letter that was on the table, she held it in her embrace and went back to cleaning, while sobbing at the same time. This time, a middle-aged security came to the front of Tang Wei. The security was called Wei Chang. He was the security head of this place. His appearance was extremely resolute, belonging to the category of handsome uncles. Wei Chang handed over a napkin and comforted, "Xiao Tang, don't do this kind of silly things anymore in the future. You have also seen the situation of that woman just now too." The name Xiao Tang here refers to Tang Wei. Others sometimes add Xiao/ to someone's name to address the person. Xiao/ also means small. "Uncle Wei, what kind of woman does the boss likes?" Tang Wei asked while sobbing. "Xiao Wei, I have been working here for quite a few years already, and I have only seen the boss brought a woman upstairs 3 years ago, and that woman, it is not that Uncle Wei I have not seen before. Beautiful woman, but that woman was really very beautiful. No matter was it temperament or figure, it was one of the best that I have seen." "Have that woman come back before?" "Never." Uncle Wei smiled and shook his head. "Why?" "According to what you said, the boss should really like the woman, right?" Tang Wei asked naively. Boss's demands towards a woman are at the peak, and the boss's misophobia was even more fatal. He likes women that are clean, but he has never touched the same woman twice, Uncle Wei said in a low voice. Actually, this also wasn't any big secret. Most of the old employees more or less know about this. The female immediately knew where her mistake was. Nodding her head disappointingly, she secretly took a look at the boss. "He is really so charming," Wei Chang sighed lightly, speaking up to this point. Whether if Tang Wei would be able to keep this high-paying job depends on her. Yi Hua swayed the wine glass. He heard everything that the two talked about, but he didn't really mind it, because what Wei Chang said was right. He was a very picky man, just that. Wei Chang seems to have a lot to talk about recently. Yi Hua had arrived at this world for 5 years already. Recalling back to the things in the past, he was not really filled with that much hatred anymore. As an undead, he went from a small figure who feel apprehensive to becoming a murdering god who swept everything before his eyes, and in the end, he became enemy with the entire human race, leading to all the human who was in the Overlord realm to gather together and unleashing every kind of forbidden magic, which in turn finally wiped out he himself and his underlings. What was funny was that he actually did not die and arrived at this world, and what was even funnier was that not only did he not die, he even possessed the abilities of all those overlords and became a supreme overlord. Constructing out flesh from his original human skeleton body, with his current strength, he was totally able to return and seek revenge. However, he had already lost interest in that. All those overlords were but a bunch of salted fish. Perhaps, saying that they were a bunch of salted fish was also overvaluing them. After living that many years of bloody life, it was also time to take a few years of vacation and understand the complicated thing that was called humanity. It was a pity that the humans of this world were too weak. Just a blow of breath was enough to annihilate all of them. As for why he chose to take a vacation at this place, it was because this place was idle and quiet. Occasionally, he was able to come upon a good quality woman. Just 3 years ago, he was able to come upon one. Back when he was a human skeleton, he was not able to experience sexual intercourse, but now that he had flesh, he was finally able to experience it himself. The feeling was not bad, but it was a pity that after having sexual intercourse with a woman once, he would lose interest. Actually, if he wanted to find a woman that was of his taste, he could do it so long as he set out to look, but that way, it would be not interesting. Something that could be controlled couldn't compare to the fresh feeling that arises abruptly. Counting the time, it has been quite a while since I taste something fresh, not sure how many years I still have to wait for. If I become impatient from waiting, I will just burn this place with a fire and change a plane to rest it, I guess. Yi Hua was this kind of person. As an undead, his humanity had already been annihilated very long ago. If not for staying at this place for 5 years and nurturing out a bit of humanity, just that woman who offended him a while ago should have long become a residue in the air. Lady, you can't enter, we are closed already. While Wen Yihua was contemplating, the voice of a security guard rang out at the door. Closed? Why did I not see it? Quickly move aside. The corner of Yihua's eyes twitched slightly. Although this woman's voice was cold, her tone was like a jade-bearing ball. It can be considered as having reached my criterion. Lady, we are really closed already. The sound of the high-heeled shoes tapping on the floor was extremely rhythmic. This was something that a normal woman would not be able to do. Summing up the 2 points above, this woman is quite fitting for my taste. Not sure how the other aspects of this woman are like, but seeing the security actually didn't stop her and even let her in. Seems like the security doesn't dare to touch this woman. This woman has a bit of imposing manner. Not bad. The sound was getting closer and closer. Yihua raised his head and looked over. Truly not bad. Every aspect of her has reached my requirements: clean, temperament, imposing manner, and of course background. As for how to make out someone's background, all you have to do was to just look at how she was dressed. If I did not saw incorrectly, what this woman is wearing right now is a black diamond dress that was designed by Debbie Wingham. With the reputation of the designer, the price of the dress was $5.6 million. So it was bought by her. This is a bit interesting. The watch that she is wearing on her wrist should be Piaget SA Unordinary Luxurious Series, 18K Platinum, set with 429 round beautiful diamonds and 80 square beautiful diamonds. Under the illumination of the light, the watch was dazzling. The price of the watch should be around 10 million RMB. I have never seen before the black high-heeled shoes that she is wearing. I reckon that it is custom-made. The top of the high-heeled shoes is fully embedded with quiet diamonds. The price of it should be around 1 million USD. The main point is that necklace. That necklace is the most valuable. I remember seeing the necklace before on a magazine last year. The name of it is Christie's Diamond Necklace, and the diamonds that were used were all high-grade white diamonds. A total of 52 high-grade white diamonds were used, and the total weight was 104.84 carat. I remember that the sale price at that time was 8.14 million USD. Also, those 2 earrings, although it seems nothing about the ordinary, it should have some commemoration value to it. Chapter 3, a different stereotypical plot. Just this outfit alone, if changed into RMB, it would be more or less be close to 100 million RMB. This woman was practically a huge sum of money walking on the street. Seems like this woman's guts was quite big. Just this point alone was admired quite a bit by Yihua. He remembered that the woman he met 3 years ago, her outfit was worth more than 100 million RMB. That's right. That woman had a ring that she wore on her index finger, and this woman is not wearing one currently. If this woman wore a ring too, her outfit would also surpass 100 million RMB. Seems like I can taste something fresh tonight. Let her in. Yihua shouted lightly. The security guard took a few steps backward, and the woman snorted and walked towards the bar counter. This woman's appearance absolutely complied with Yihua's standards. Eyes that were clear as water, skin that was white to the point that it seems transparent, just like that expensive white diamond, and the curve of her body was considerably perfect. The woman's temperament was cold and beautiful at the same time. Yihua couldn't help but compare this woman with the woman he met 3 years ago. Their difference was not really big, but if he had to find a flaw in the 2 women, it would be that the other one had already been touched by him, and this one was still clean. However, seeing this woman's outfit, it was most likely that she had attended a banquet or something. Her cheeks were still a little scarlet, most likely due to her having drunk a bit of wine. Qingya looked at the man that was at the bar counter and slightly wrinkled her brows. So there is really a perfect-looking boss in this bar, and I thought that those group of people that I met just now were just boasting. Qingya gracefully sat down on the tall chair, placed the bag that was within her hand at one side, and coldly looked at the strange man that was in front of her. Qingya discovered that from the man first saw her up till now, his facial expression did not change at all. This is a little unimaginable. However, I have seen before too many of this kind of man. They are but only trying to play hard to get. Point 2 people who had the same attribute looked at each other, seemingly trying to compare who was colder. This kind of situation was truly rarely seen. Xiao Wei, don't look already, concentrate on working. I finally understand where I was lacking it. Tang Wei seemed to feel very inferior. Compared with this woman, I am just like an ugly duckling. Finally, Qingya couldn't help but speak first. Do you have wine? Yihua lightly pushed out the wine that he made and said faintly, please. Xingye moved her gaze to the wineglass and was attracted by the bright red strand that was within the drink. Originally, she thought that it was a small disgusting worm, but upon taking a closer look, the bright red strand was actually liquid. This wine is called death. When you drink it, you will be able to feel the taste of death. Yihua said lightly. Xingye sneered. What death? It is only a gimmick to make the drink seems mysterious. Death? I do indeed have this thought. This glass of wine will be able to satisfy your needs then. Xingye stretched out her tender arm, picked up the wine glass and immediately drank it in one gulp. Immediately, everything stopped, and her body became lighter and lighter. Xingye saw that she herself was sitting on the chair, and opposite her stood the strange boss. Gradually, she passed through the roof and ascended to midair, overlooking the entire city. Incorrect, I was drinking the wine. How did I come here? Abruptly, Xingye opened her eyes and looked towards Yihua. Death is not scary. What is scary is the solitary after death. Yihua said lightly as he took out a cigarette and lighted it. You spiked the drink. Yihua took a puff and said lightly, if I really spiked the drink, you would have already been brought to the bed by me. Be at ease, this glass of wine does not even have alcohol in it. Xingye's forehead was full of suspicious. However, I indeed do not feel giddy. You are a strange person. Xingye said with a low voice. However, Yihua's tone was the same as her. You are a woman who wants to die. What makes you say that? Walking in a dark small alley while wearing like this, aren't you courting death? Xingye remains silent. After a while, she said, give me a glass of strong alcoholic drink. Drinking will not solve your problems, you can only vent it out by pouring everything out to someone else. Xingye shouted, why should I tell you about my problems? Because you are already prepared to do it. Xingye's heart jolted. She indeed wanted to talk about her problems as it was painful to keep everything in her heart. However, she just couldn't stand the look of this man who seemed as if he knew everything. Boss, we are leaving first. Wei Chang said respectfully at one side. Yihua fluttered his hand, and very quickly, all the workers left. The boss was definitely going to be dissolute this night. The males all envied the boss, while the females all envied this woman for being able to catch the boss's attention. There is no one here now. Yihua said lightly, then lighted up another stick of cigarette, preparing to listen to Xingye's story. Xingye took a deep breath, then said coldly, I indeed want to die. I was forced by my family to marry. According to your conditions, the male's family financial situation should be pretty good. Yihua speculated. This was the plot of every same stereotypical story. Xingye suddenly sneered, and I thought that you would be able to guess everything, so you only amount to that much. Oh? Yihua suddenly became interested. He didn't expect that it wasn't the same stereotypical plot. The guy is an ordinary person. He took a wedding contract and met with my grandfather. My grandfather arranged a plan for me today. Originally, I really thought that it was a business banquet, but who would have thought that it was a blind date that my grandfather purposely arranged? The guy's grandfather saved my grandfather's life once on the battlefield. At that time, I was still in my mother's womb and was already betrothed out by my grandfather. Even more, he asked me to arrange a job for that guy. But that guy doesn't even know how to do anything at all. Xingye did not know why she spoke everything out. Perhaps, it was as Yihua had said, finding a stranger to confide everything to would be able to release a bit of one's stress. After listening, Yihua couldn't help but laughed. Didn't expect that the plot would be a loser counterattacking him is perfect. It is truly fresh. But I am not willing. Xingye clenched her fist, her fingernails pushing into her tender flesh. Yihua said calmly, so what if you are not willing? Do you dare to go against your grandfather? Xingye's eyes revealed out a complicated expression. Do I dare? I obviously don't dare. Give me a glass of wine. Yihua did not take the wine and said indifferently, you want to get drunk and then get slept by me? Using this as the pretext to take revenge on your family? Scram! Xingye shouted, there is no need to have a guilty conscience, to walk alone in a dark small alley. Don't tell me that you didn't expect for the worst thing to happen? You definitely expected it. Even more, you want to be assaulted, so that you can conclude your life. Actually, you won't feel anything when you are slept by someone while drunk. Only by being sober, would you be able to experience the wonderfulness of it? Don't tell me that you want to get through your first time while being in a daze? The average person wouldn't talk to Xingye about this kind of things. It was too frank already. and there was a huge chance that they would be rejected afterward. Xingye suddenly laughed. From the moment I entered this bar, you already had your eyes on me, right? That's right, a woman like you is very attractive after all. Yihua said frankly, being secretive was not his personality. This method of yours is pretty good. How many women does that count for after including me? I want to correct you, I am a picky man, I don't touch just any woman, you should feel honored. As for your question, you are the second woman. Xingye immediately let out a sweet-sounding laughter. This man was really quite narcissistic. However, having this kind of look, he does indeed have the capital to be narcissistic. A night is worth 1,000 gold. You don't want to waste it, right? Yihua said indifferently, issuing out his formal invitation to Xingye. Chapter 4, A night and a bit more go where? Xingye asked faintly, filled with the joy of taking revenge. Taking a step back to speak, this man was still quite decent, and was much better than a street thug upstairs. Seems like you are prepared for every moment. Xingye said coldly as she walked to the front of Yihua. Of course, after all, a woman like you is hard to come by. Xingye turned around and asked curiously, what about the previous woman? I won't touch the same woman twice. Yihua said indifferently. Xingye slightly went into a daze. This man truly has an interesting personality. In any case, this is a one-night stand. We won't know each other after tomorrow, just that. I didn't expect that there would be a day that I would be like this. On the second floor, there were 3 rooms, one was an office, one was a bedroom and the last one was a storeroom, Yihua reminded. The left side is the bedroom. Xingye opened the door and walked into the bedroom. Actually, Xingye was feeling very nervous, but at the same time, she also felt very excited. Suddenly, Xingye let out a shriek. A large pit bull was laying down on the floor at the side of the bed. Along with the shriek, the pit bull opened one of its eyes, immediately emitting out a thought of greed. Its huge body suddenly stood up and stared fixedly at Xingye. Ligu, go back. Yihua calmly yelled. Ligu, who was prestigious just a moment ago, immediately became terrified. After whimpering, it walked out of the bedroom. You are a strange person, even the dog that you raise is weird too. Xingye sat on the bed and said faintly. Sizing up the bedroom, it was very clean and there was also no weird smell. On the wall, 3 paintings were hanged. When Xingye saw the paintings, she slightly went into a daze. Garçon à la pipe, wasn't this Picasso's work? This Le Rêve, it is also Picasso's work. There is actually the card players too. Those few paintings of yours are fake, right? Xingye sneered. Seems like this man likes to act, bluffing woman to his room and showing off those paintings, and if the woman was not sure about those paintings, she could really get duped by this man. Yihua took a look at the paintings. You will have to ask my subordinate, he has a strange hobby of collecting things. Collecting counterfeits, it is truly a strange hobby. Yihua did not reply. Taking off his outerwear, he walked towards Xingye, and Xingye also mustered up her courage and gazed at Yihua. Comparing stares, Xingye have never been afraid of anyone. Yihua could be seen pressing Xingye under his body, and the latter was still not showing any fear. What are you doing? Are you preparing to give up your life for righteousness? We are only mutually pleasing each other, try to loosen up a bit. Yihua's tone was very calm, but his hands were not idle as he took off the expensive gown that Xingye was wearing. This woman's skin sure is good, add points. Oh, those undergarments are not ordinary goods too, add money, relax, relax. Yihua said tenderly and kissed towards that alluring cherry lips, and Xingye also gradually became relaxed. My first kiss is gone, my first night is also going to be gone soon. Half an hour later, Yihua lay down on Xingye's body. He discovered that this woman's body was too weak. This is not good. I finally met such a good perfect woman after waiting for such a long time. This must go on for an entire night. Who knows how many years I will have to wait for the next one. Spirit recovery. Cure. After using 2 lower magic on Xingye, who was in low spirit just a moment ago, immediately became vigorous and lively again. Yihua sighed lightly. I remember that the previous one lasted for an hour before I had to use magic all the way until the sun raised. Then did Yihua came to a stop. Embracing Xingye, who had a face full of tear stains, he propped his waist and said, seems like this corporeal body of mine still requires training. Just this degree and my waist is already feeling a bit sore. Xingye finally knew the taste of being a woman. It is just like sitting on a roller coaster. I was obviously already tired to death, but suddenly, I became energized again, and this cycle just keeps on going. However, speaking the truth, this man has brought me happiness. My gloomy mood from yesterday has been vented out by quite a lot." The two of them lay on the bed and slept until afternoon 6 p.m. before waking up. Xingye slightly opened her beautiful eyes, and firstly discovered that she was laying within a man's embrace. Upon realizing that, her heart jolted. However, after recalling what happened yesterday night, she became relaxed. "Woke up?" Yihua asked indifferently. "Yan. Now you know the difference between being drunk and not being drunk, right?" Yihua caressed Xingye's shoulder and asked lightly. This kind of woman, placed in this era, she is something that normal people could not imagine. Grandeur, cold and strong. Only this kind of woman is interesting. Of course, there is also that alluring body too. If it happened under the influence of alcohol, it was reckoned that Xingye would have the thought to want to kill someone now, but since this outcome happened due to Xingye's willingness, she did not regret it. "What is your name?" Xingye asked. She ought to at least know the name of the man who took her first time, right? Xingye patted Xingye's shoulder, then got out of the bed and wore his clothes. "Is this very important?" Xingye nodded her head and did not continue asking about it. Afterward, she got out of the bed too and wore her gown. "Why don't I feel any pain?" The two of them did not say anything else and went downstairs. However, Yihua walked into the bar counter and Xingye walked out of the bar. With that, the one-night stand came to an end. This time, Wei Chang and Xingye walked past each other. Right now, Xingye had already turned back into an eminent and unapproachable woman. Every footsteps of hers were filled with the confidence of a woman. That cold manner of Xingye made Wei Chang sigh. "Where do the ignorant humans get their confidence from, boss?" Wei Chang shouted respectfully. Wei Yihua squinted his eyes, his right hand propping his chin. "The paintings that you collected were called counterfeits by a second woman." "Boss, should I burn those paintings then?" "Forget it, after such a long time, I'm already used to seeing those paintings. We are about to be open for business soon, go and start preparing." "Alright, boss." Yihua, who was yawning, walked upstairs. "Seems like the boss is truly tired from yesterday night." Wei Chang laughed bitterly. "The boss is truly becoming more and more human-like." Lai Gu, catch. Not sure when, a ham sausage appeared in Wei Chang's hand and he tossed it over to Lai Gu. Lai Gu totally did not have the intention to catch it at all. After taking a look at Wei Chang with his eyes slanted, he raised his chest high and walked upstairs with a proud and arrogant look. Asai, Lai Gu was still the same as usual, not having the nature of a dog. Wei Chan laughed bitterly. Uncle Wei Tangwei walked into the bar and greeted with a smile. Seems like her mood had gotten a lot better. "Xiao Tang has arrived, let's begin to work then, we are going to be open for business soon." Wei Chang clapped his hands and shouted loudly. If those ordinary people knew Wei Chang's identity, they would definitely pee their pants from fear. As an undead, Yihua still at the least had the form of a skeleton, and Wei Chang was totally not a human at all. To be precise, Wei Chang was a strange monster. Even up till now, Yihua still does not know what Wei Chang was, but just like that, Wei Chang joined into Yihua's group and became one of the 7 sins. During the last battle, he arrived here along with Yihua, and of course, the dog too. Actually, Lai Gu was not a dog, and was a skeletal dragon. Lai Gu was also one of the 7 sins, and was also Yihua's mount. As for why he turned into a dog, Yihua said that he did not feed a dog before and wanted to try it. He was already sick of raising a dragon. Lai Gu's name literally translates to cracked bones, by the way. At the start, Lai Gu refused, but gradually, he discovered that being a dog was also not bad. Sleep after eating, after finish sleeping, eat, and there was also rewards time to time. Just thinking about the rewards was enough to make Lai Gu's saliva drip out of his mouth. Chapter 5, A Grandpa. Besides those two, the whereabouts of the other 5 of the 7 sins was unknown. Their aura could not be sensed, or perhaps, they concealed their aura. After following with me for that many years, do they have some other thoughts now? Taking this opportunity, I will slowly see how things go. Those that I should kill, I will kill. Those that I should keep, I will keep. Everything will all depend on their luck. Leisure Bar's business was extremely good every night. There were countless beautiful women, and also many men who were there to chase women. Unfortunately, all the beautiful women came to the bar for the boss, thus, those men were destined to have to leave the bar with disappointment. During the time when the bar was closing, 3 Cadillac Escalade SUVs slowly drove to the bar. The huge body of the SUV gave people a kind of intense pressure, and with 3 SUV, the pressure was even bigger. The 3 cars steadily came to a stop at the doorway of Leisure Bar, blocking up the alley which was narrow. Quite a few youngsters began to point at the cars. However, when they saw the people who came down from the cars, they immediately turned their head around and left. Only 3 cars were left at the doorway, which was filled with people just a while ago. Men who wore black suits came down from the car that was in front and the car that was behind. One of the men went to open the door of the car that was in the middle. A man who was in his 50s could be seen coming down from the car. Although the man was in his 50s, his hair was already white. However, his body was tall and filled with might. His eyes emitted out radiance, and at the bottom of the corner of his eye, a mole was grown there, adding a gloomy and cold aura to that man. Has everything been arranged? The man said with a deep voice, and in his voice, there was prestige within it. The man was called Gong Wei, and everyone who knew him all obediently called him Jiu Yi. At this Longan city, he was also a well-known entrepreneur. However, everyone all knew what kind of business he did, just that they were afraid to say it. Jiu Yi literally means 9/9th grandpa. Jiu Yi, everything has been arranged, they are already on their way. One of the henchmen said carefully. Gong Wei nodded his head. Looking at the door, he took a deep breath in, then walked into the bar in large strides. The group of henchmen that was behind him all immediately followed after him. Don't come in. All of you, stand outside. Gong Wei shouted angrily. The person inside does not like this kind of behavior. Jiu Yi. A henchman who did not understand the situation shouted worriedly. Who knows if he was truly worried or just feigning it? Gong Wei took a glare at the latter, then pushed the door and walked into the bar. Within the bar, there were only the figures of beautiful waitresses, and some young security guards taking the opportunity to hit on them. When Jiu Yi entered into the bar, everyone's gaze all moved to him. A young security guard walked up and said politely with a smile, "Sorry, we are closed for the day." If it was some other time, wasn't this security guard giving an excuse for Jiu Yi to flip out? However, today was different. Jiu Yi could be seen saying with a smile, "I came here to look for your boss. The boss is currently resting." The security guard smiled. He had seen this kind of thing happen quite a lot of times, but it was still the first time for him to come upon a man that was looking for the boss. "Little brother, I have an urgent matter here, can you make an exception?" Jiu Yi was still maintaining his smile. Just that, he was already exploding within his heart. "I was actually stopped by a mere security guard, I'm sorry." The security guard does not care that much. From the first day that he started working at the bar, Wei Chang had already told him that, at the bar, he did not need to be afraid of anyone. Jiu Yi's smile froze, and the aura of a person who was in higher position erupted out. How could a small security guard be able to hold his ground? Met with the aura, the security guard took a step backward because of fear. What's the matter? Wei Chang walked over in large strides with a cold face. "Captain, this person wants to look for the boss." When the young security guard saw Wei Chang came, he became relaxed. Wei Chang gazed coldly at Jiu Yi. "There is actually someone who dares to cause trouble here. Does he want to die?" Jiu Yi slightly froze. He had heard of this person before. He immediately took out an envelope from his pocket and passed it over to Wei Chang. Wei Chang took the envelope with suspicion. After opening the letter and taking a look, he said indifferently, "Follow me." "Many thanks," Jiu Yi said with a deep and low voice and followed behind Wei Chang with a respectful expression. In Jiu Yi's heart, he was even feeling a bit nervous. After Jiu Yi left, the security guards and waitresses all began discussing with a low voice, "My God, you really have huge guts. That person is the well-known Jiu Yi, and you even dare to block his path." That's right, didn't you see that we all pretended that we didn't saw him?" Hearing that, Tang Wei asked curiously, "Is Jiu Yi very strong?" All the security guards laughed, and one of them said, "At Longan City here, there is nothing that Jiu Yi is not able to do." "But I saw that he had a very respectful look on his face just a while ago though?" Tang Wei pursed her lips. "That man isn't as magical as they say he is. That is because our boss is more formidable." "Correct." Wei Chang brought Jiu Yi to the office that was at the second floor and knocked the door first. Jiu Yi, who was standing behind Wei Chang, was sweating cold sweat profusely, and he could be seen continuously using a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. Within the office, an ordinary sound was let out. At this time, then did Wei Chang open the door and entered into the office. Just that, when the door opened, the word "grandpa" suddenly came out of the room. This caused Wei Chang to be frightened to death, but listening closely, the sound seems to have come out from a television. "Bewitching spirit, quickly let go of my grandpa." Yi Hua could be seen propping his head with one hand, and his gaze placed on the huge liquid crystal screen. Within the liquid crystal screen, it was currently playing Calabash Brothers, "Don't disturb the boss from watching the show." Wei Chang ordered softly. Zhou Yi, who was behind, swallowed his saliva. This kind of atmosphere, it is just like back then when I went to meet the boss. Incorrect. The atmosphere right now is much stranger. There is even a huge door lying down at one side. 20 minutes later, an episode finally came to an end. Yihua picked up the remote control and pressed the stop button, then said indifferently, "Humanity is truly such a strange thing." Zhou Yi did not react over in a moment and said confusedly. Why Yihua did not pay attention to him and asked lightly, "Wei Chang, what's the matter?" Wei Chang passed the envelope over. Yihua took a look and said indifferently, "You are a people of that Xiao Wu from back then?" Zhou Yi hurriedly nodded his head and replied, "Young Master Yi, I am Wu Yi's people. Thanks to Wu Yi thinking highly of me, I am able to be at where I am today. Don't call me Young Master Yi, it will make me seem very low, call me boss. Seeing that it is your first time, I will forget about it." Yihua took a look at Zhou Yi, and the latter felt as if he fell into an ice cave, and his lips began trembling. Yes, boss." Yihua threw the envelope at one side and said coldly, "Xiao Wu helped me, did a small favor back then, and I promised that I would return a favor to him. Tell me the purpose you came here for." While wiping his cold sweat incessantly, Zhou Yi said respectfully, "Recently, I have a competitor." Without waiting for Zhou Yi to finish speaking, Yihua stopped him. "I do not need the course of events." Zhou Yi went into a daze, and quickly took out the information of his competitor. Wei Chang took it over and Yihua took the controller and pressed the continue button, seemingly as if the animated film was more important than anything else. "You can leave now." Wei Chang said in a low voice. Zhou Yi still had not tried before this kind of meeting. Wasn't it too frank and straightforward? However, winning favor by fawning should still be done when it should be done. "Boss, before coming here, I had prepared some small gifts for you." Zhou Yi revealed out a humble smile. If outsiders were to see this, they would definitely thought that their eyes were blind. Why Yihua seemed to be a little irritated, and Yi Chang shouted coldly, "Quickly leave." "Boss, those gifts are all meticulously picked for you, they are all item of the highest quality." It must be said that Zhou Yi's guts were very big, to dare to insist on giving gifts in this kind of situation. Why Yihua pressed the stop button and looked towards Zhou Yi. "Do you know what the consequence of bluffing me is?" Chapter 6, She is here again. At this moment, Zhou Yi was regretting to the point that his intestines were turning green. The matter had already obviously been settled, and everything would be fine if I had just left. But I stubbornly still tried to give gifts. Great, if I can't meet his requirements, I don't even dare to think about the consequences. All I can do now is brace myself and give the gifts to him. "Boss, you can be at ease." Yihua fluttered his hand. "I hope that I can taste something fresh again today, though the hope is not really big." Zhou Yi hurriedly made a phone call to contact his henchman, then personally went downstairs to bring the people upstairs. 10 top-quality beautiful women walked into the office one by one, immediately filling the air with a fragrance. Why Yihua took a glance at the 10 women. It was indeed as I had expected. They are all women who cannot bring up my excitement. "Boss, this beautiful woman is Longan City University's #1 school belle. Look at this height, look at this curve. Furthermore, her family circumstances are out of the ordinary too. This one is formidable, Longan City's youngest CEO, her assets exceeds over 10 million. This one, and also this one." It must be said that all those women were all top quality. Placed outside, they were all goddess level, no matter was it appearance or figure, they were all indeed top quality. Zhou Yi indeed did not lie. However, Yihua only took a look at the 10 women and went back to continue watching Calabash Brothers, seemingly as if the bewitching spirit within the show was much better looking than those bewitching spirits here. The 10 women all had a look of disappointment. In actuality, they all came here willingly, no one forced them to come here. All of them wished to be able to have a beautiful night with this boss, but the result was that this boss actually chose to watch Calabash Brothers and didn't even take a second look at them. Ligu, who was lying down on the floor, was completely lazy, totally not able to bring up any interest at all. Seems like his appetite was also raised fussy by Yihua. Why Yihua began sweating cold sweat again. He called the 10 beautiful women to go outside, then brought another woman into the office. Yihua took a look at the woman. "This woman is decent, however, I still don't feel interested. Boss, this woman is the renowned young lady Iran. Right now, she can definitely break into the ranks of A-list female celebrities." This was Zhou Yi's trump card. In order to fawn Yihua, he did not hesitate on spending huge money to invite Iran over, and even promised that he would definitely help make her more famous in the future. It must be said that young lady Iran's looks were indeed very good. Different from those women, this Iran had a faint air of arrogance. Her aura was not bad, her figure was flaming hot, S-shaped curve, pure white skin, and that exquisite small face of hers also did not undergo surgery before. However, Yihua just couldn't feel excited. Xingye from yesterday, only women of that level could make Yihua feel excited. Seeing that Yihua was still indifferent, Joya's heart sunk to the valley floor. Just how high are his requirements? This kind of woman is still not okay for you? Are you able to call Chun Yutong over? Yihua asked faintly. Hearing that, Joyi started feeling dizzy. Xing Yutong is an international superstar. Furthermore, she got Oscar Best Actress award this year, and her fame increased even more. How am I able to call over this kind of woman? Ran snorted coldly in disdain, seemingly ridiculing at Yihua's childishness. Wei Chang's expression immediately changed. The entirety of Wei Chang seemingly seemed to become very twisted, and Lai Gu, who was lying down on the floor, opened his eyes, his dog eyes emitting a thought of greed. Pa. Joyi stretched out his hand and slapped Iran. As a woman, how was Iran able to withstand a slap from Joyi, who was enraged? Iran flew to the wall and was stupefied. Boss, this woman is not sensible, please forgive her. Yihua said faintly, those presents of yours are not much. Woof, woof, woof. Lai Gu came to Yihua's side and pushed against Yihua's leg, seemingly as if begging for something. Why? Yihua let out a breath and said calmly, go to the storeroom. Woof, woof, woof. Lai Gu let out a bunch of excited barks and walked to the front of Iran. After biting onto Iran's collar, he dragged Iran out of the office. As for Iran, she let out a bunch of miserable shrieks, but no matter how she resisted, it was futile, because Lai Gu was a skeletal dragon. Joyi saw, stupefied by what he saw. Just what kind of bar is this? The boss is strange, the subordinate is strange, and the dog is also strange too. Wu Yi did not say anything about this situation to me before he died. Alright, the boss has taken your gift, you can leave now. Wei Chan said indifferently. He had regained back his calmness. Just a while ago, Wei Chang had the thought of eating that woman. Joyi wished that he could run away from here. This place was just too terrifying already. I am not going to come back here again. As for that Iran, all she can do is wish for the best. I will satisfy her request, but of course, the preconditions is that she is not dead. After Joyi left, Yihua went and watched a few more episodes of Calabash Brothers before closing the television. Wei Chang, I will hand this matter over to you. Yes, boss. Yihua took a yawn and went back to his room to rest, leaving Wei Chang alone in the office. Wei Chang lightly shouted, evil spirit, death mage. A black vortex suddenly formed on the floor, and a figure who wore a black gown and carried a sickle gradually appeared from the black vortex. The figure had an aura of death, master. The death mage placed the sickle on the floor, kneeled down with both of his legs, and placed both of his hands on the floor. Just that. There was no flesh on both of the hands. Wei Chang said calmly, I do not want this person to be able to see tomorrow's sun. I will solemnly obey master's order. The death mage picked up the information of the person and disappeared from the office. Seems like the death mage was already used to this. Wei Chang let out a breath and spoke to himself, the little bit of humanity that I nurtured out with great difficulty almost ceased to exist a while ago. During the second day, a huge matter happened at Long'an City. Famous entrepreneur Song Anping suddenly died in his lover's house, immediately giving rise to controversy and all kinds of guesses. When Joyi learned of the news, he shivered. Isn't this too mystical already? Song Anping actually dead that fast? It can't be that Song Anping's death was really just an incident, right? As for Yihua, he was still the same as usual. When there was nothing to do, he would try to cultivate out a bit of humanity by either reading magazines, looking at Xing Yutong's works, or watching Calabash Brothers. However, Yihua discovered that, like this fellow had been a bit strange lately, leaving early and coming back late. However, it was only for a week, and afterward, Lai Gu went back to normal. It was reckoned that it was because Lai Gu was bored with whatever he was doing. On the contrary, that female star's taste was a bit hardcore. Thinking about it, it does make sense. After all, Lai Gu was a skeletal dragon. Life continued on as usual. A month passed by in a blink of an eye, and everything went back to normal. However, on this night, Yihua's peaceful life was totally smashed apart. She is still here? Yihua was currently enjoying watching the Calabash Brothers saving their grandpa. Actually, he had already watched it countless of times, but he still does not get it. What good is there in saving the grandpa? Wei Chang nodded his head. She is still here. Do you need me to go and chase her out? Yihua closed the television, stood up and said indifferently, "Forget about it, she has waited for 3 days, I will go and meet her." "Congratulations boss, you are becoming more and more human-like." Wei Chang was somewhat astonished first, then immediately yelled and congratulated. Why Yihua took in a breath, humanity, this kind of thing is hard to cultivate but very easy to lose. I hope that she won't make me lose the humanity that I cultivated out with difficulty. It was currently 2 a.m. and leisure bar was quiet. Only the lights around the bar counter were still lighted up. It was still that same tall chair and the same woman. However, there was indeed something different today. The expensive gown was no more, and what replaced the expensive gown was a short-sleeved shirt, jeans, and sneakers. Chapter 7. The smell of blood vessels. That face was still cold as usual, even if her clothes changed, the aura that she had on her was still there. Right now, she was drinking one glass of wine after another glass, not caring in the slightest as to what would happen after she became drunk. Why Yihua walked into the bar counter and looked at Qingya quietly. He also did not stop her from continue drinking. "When she is drunk, I will just throw her outside and let her perish on her own. Don't you have anything to say?" Qingya heavily placed the wine glass on the bar counter and looked coldly at the man that was in front of her. Why Yihua said indifferently, "I have said before, I do not have any interest in a woman that I have touched. I am not that lowly, I came here to ask for your help." Qingya rubbed her head, which was in pain. Her head felt as if it was going to split apart. "Why are there so many vexing things recently? I really want to just die and forget about everything." Why Yihua took out a cigarette and lighted it up. "I think you looked for the wrong person." Hearing Yihua's answer, Qingya became a bit crazy and shouted, "Why are you all a bunch of cold-hearted creatures? What did I do wrong? Letting me marry a man that I do not like?" Yihua looked at Qingya calmly, not having a bit of billow at all. Even more, looking at this state of Qingya's, he wondered if there was something wrong with his eyes, for him to actually bring Qingya upstairs a month ago. "Do you know why I came to look for you?" "Because of this." Qingya took out an examination result from her bag and suddenly threw it on the bar counter. Why Yihua was originally tranquil and calm, but when he saw that examination result, his entire person froze, and the expressions on his face were abundant. There was astonishment, there was nervousness, there was surprise, there was joy, all kind of emotions intertwined together. At this time, Yihua finally seemed like a human. Yihua's black eyes stared at Qingya's abdomen as he said silently in his heart, "Eye of truth. This is the smell of blood vessel. She did not bluff me, I really have a child. I never would have thought that there would be this day. As an undead, my entire body is but a skeleton, how could I possibly have a child? By injecting my bone marrow into someone else? I never would have thought that this corporeal body that I constructed out would actually have this kind of capability. In the past, I was quite envious of those humans being able to have a child. After killing the old one, a small one would come, and after killing the small one, a much smaller would come. But what about myself? After I die, there won't be anyone else. However, it is different now, there is a small life within this woman's stomach, haha. The heaven has not let me down. If you are even indifferent about this, your child will recognize someone else as their father in the future. Or perhaps, I will die together with your child." Qingya's mood became more and more agitated. Seems like the marriage had already forced her to be at her wits' end. To Qingya, this week was the darkest moment in her life. Grandpa, Grandma, Father, and Mother are all urging me to marry, seemingly wishing to immediately throw me out. Just because that man treated the illness that you all had, you all are pushing your daughter outside. Are you all still the people that I once knew? Adding on with during those few days, because I began retching and my period didn't come as normal, I went to the hospital to check. Who knew, after checking, it was discovered that I was pregnant. Qingya's first thought was to abort the baby, but she couldn't bear to do it, and thus immediately came to find this strange man. Her woman's institution tells her that only this man would be able to help her. You dare. When Yihua, who was feeling happy, heard that Qingya wanted to destroy his child, his ruthless aura immediately emitted out, wanting to kill this woman right now. But if it was placed in normal times, Qingya would definitely be scared by this ruthless aura, but right now she was drunk and downhearted at the same time. Whatever threats towards her were useless. Why do I not dare? If you don't help me, I dare to do it. Qingya did not fear the man that was in front of her in the slightest bit. Rage burned within Yihua's chest. How many years has it been? I have never been this angry before. This woman actually dares to use my child to threaten me, Xingye sneered. What? Want to kill me? Come on then, kill me along with the child. Yi Hua went into a daze. He covered his forehead with his right hand and gradually started laughing. The more he started laughing, the crazier he became. And Changya, who was drunk, also followed along and laughed crazily. This scene was just as if two crazy people were comparing their laughter. After a good while, Yi Hua kept his smile and said coldly, I can help you. But you must give birth to the child. I can give birth to the child, but during this period of time, you must listen to my arrangements, and help me get rid of this damned engagement. Right now, Xingye also became calm. She can give birth to the child, but she would definitely not marry that opinionated man. Deal. Yi Hua didn't think about it at all and accepted the deal. As long as she gives birth to the child, I can do whatever, even if it is to burn the entire planet. Deal. Xingye suddenly laughed, and tears of grievance slowly flowed down from her eyes. Following which, she couldn't bear the pain in her heart anymore and lay on the bar counter and cried out loudly, seemingly wanting to cry out all the grievance in her heart. Why Yi Hua did not do anything. There was only one word that was filled in his brain right now: child. Perhaps Xingye was too tired already. As she cried and cried, she gradually fell asleep. On the exquisite pretty face, there were still tear stains on it, making her seem very pitiful. Congratulations, Your Honor, for getting an heir. Wei Chang kneeled on the floor with one leg with a face full of happiness. Wei Chang's congratulation was heartfelt. Even Lai Gu was also prostrating on the floor and barking incessantly. Wai Yi Hua took a deep breath and said solemnly, both of you, stand up. Everything will be shifted to this woman next. Guarantee that the child will be able to be born without mishap. Yi Hua shouted solemnly, there is nothing more important than the child. I will solemnly obey Your Honor's order. Bark, bark, bark. Imperial translation, I will solemnly obey Your Honor's order. Looking at Xingye, who had already fallen asleep, Yi Hua fluttered his hand, and Xingye actually gradually floated and followed along Yi Hua to upstairs. After placing Xingye on the bed, Yi Hua spread out both of his hands and mumbled, high-level cure. A gold light sprayed on Xingye's body, and with the naked eye, it could be seen that Xingye's skin was slowly becoming better. It was becoming more and more white, and more tender. After the light scattered, Xingye's entire looks underwent a change. If Xingye was a fairy who came to the mundane world previously, right now, even a fairy who came to the mundane world would also feel inferior when compared to Xingye. After finishing those, Yi Hua sat on the chair that was at the side and looked at the woman on the bed. It was as if that he was already able to hear the sound of his child playing around. So this is how the happiness that humans speak of feels like. It is a bit interesting. When morning approached, Yi Hua was still sitting on the chair. At this time, he seemed a lot calmer, and was not that excited like during the beginning. However, his gaze was still staring at Xingye's abdomen. Xingye turned her body over and let out an alluring faint breath. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw the familiar ceiling, and her thoughts immediately returned to yesterday. It seemed that I was drunk. Immediately, she lifted over the quilt. After discovering that her clothes were neat and tidy, she immediately let out a breath of relief when she saw Yi Hua, who was sitting at the side. Xingye covered her body again with the quilt and her eyes gradually turned cold. Why was I lying here? I have said in the past that I will not touch a woman that I had touched once for the second time. You should be glad that you were not thrown out on the streets by me, because your stomach has my child. Yi Hua said calmly, seemingly to not have been aroused by this beautiful woman in the slightest. He was seemingly at the state where the freshness period had already expired. Chapter 8, Getting the Marriage Certificate. Xingye had never met such an egotistical man before in her life. This man was even more egotistical than that finance of hers. Taking in a deep breath, Xingye calmed down and said, do the deal that we made yesterday still count? Of course. Yi Hua lighted up a cigarette and said faintly. Xingye's brows wrinkled, seemingly not fond of cigarettes, but she did not say anything about it. All right, let's go settle the marriage certificate first then. Xingye already had her own plans. All she needs was for Yi Hua to cooperate with her. No matter what, he is also the child's father, all right? Yi Hua said faintly. Towards that marriage certificate, Yi Hua did not mind it at all. In this world, there was nothing that could constrain him. Xingye didn't expect that Yi Hua would be this easygoing. Seems like the child is very important to him. If this is the case, my plan should be easy. Standing up, Xingye discovered that her body was especially comfortable today and couldn't resist but look towards the mirror that was at the side. When she looked at the mirror, she was astonished. So beautiful, what happened today? How did I become this beautiful? Even I myself can't help but take a few more looks. Sigh, to look so beautiful, it is truly vexing. Why Yihua said faintly, don't look already. What? Do you have a problem with me looking at myself? Xingye's mood, which gotten a bit better, was choked by what Yihua said. This damned man, did he not know how to speak properly? Yihua exhaled out a mouth of smoke. Even if you continue looking, you also won't turn into a bewitching spirit. You. Bring along your identity card. Xingye calmed down that pretty face of hers and said coldly. Why Yihua did not say anything. What he had to do right now was to wait for the descending of his child. When his child descends, his child will become the world's dominator and all living things will acknowledge allegiance to him. When the two of them appeared on the street, it immediately gave rise to a commotion. The male was perfect and the woman was outrageously beautiful. This kind of combination was simply even more matching than the couples that were on television. Just that, the expression of the two was a bit strange. Both of their expression were cold, especially the woman, seemingly just like a human-shaped ice. Who knows how beautiful she would be if she smiled? Xingye suddenly stopped her footsteps and asked faintly, "Did you bring money?" Yihua checked for a bit and said lightly, 2 RMB. A few strands of black lines immediately appeared on Xingye's forehead. She came out urgently yesterday and forgot to bring her purse and phone and only brought her bag, and this man actually doesn't bring his wallet when he goes out, and even said that he only has 2 RMB. I have never seen such a stingy person before. Do you not bring your wallet when you go out? Xingye asked. Just seeing him makes me feel angry, always displaying out an expression that he doesn't care about anything. Money? It is but a bunch of papers only. Yihua said faintly. Xingye sneered, I really regret that I gave my first time to an egotistical man like you. Regretting something that has already happened, you sure are childish. You. I cannot be brought along to his tempo. Calm down. Take a deep breath. I'm not familiar with this city. Where is the Bureau of Civil Affairs located at? Xingye asked coldly. I don't normally go out. Xingye went into a daze and almost spat out blood from being too angry. That finance of mine is not even as egotistical as this guy. Endure. Endure. No matter what, he is also the child's father. I can't let the child not have a father when he is born, right? Yihua walked like a sovereign king, while Xingye went to inquire a passerby about how to go to the Bureau of Civil Affairs. In the end, the two of them took the public transport vehicle, which was packed with people, and the 2 RMB finally brought forth its biggest use. Xingye remembered that she had taken the public transport vehicle once when she was in university and did not take the public transport vehicle anymore after that. The surrounding emitted out a pungent body odor smell and also the greedy gazes of some men. Suddenly, a big hand held onto Xingye's waist and Xingye's face immediately turned cold. Who is it that actually dares to eat my tofu? Does he not know how to write the word death? Don't misunderstand, I am only worried about the child. Yihua's right hand held onto the pole and his left hand held onto Xingye's slim waist. Xingye coldly took a glare at Yihua but did not say anything. During the whole journey, Xingye felt very steady. That big hand seemed as if it possessed boundless strength and held onto her waist. This kind of feeling is really nice. Half an hour later, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the Bureau of Civil Affairs. Xingye struggled free from Yihua's embrace and walked proudly towards the Bureau of Civil Affairs. Why, Yihua mumbled, this perfume brand is not bad. When doing the marriage certificate, the male and female had to take a photograph together, right? Yihua and Xingye were no exception, but it was a very tough job for the photographer. Can you two move closer a bit? The photographer felt that the two of did not come here to do the marriage certificate, but came here to divorce. Why, Yihua said faintly, the photographer is asking you to move closer a bit. Why don't you move closer instead? Xingye said, women had always been the one to come to me. Humph, men had always been the one to come to me. The photographer swallowed his saliva and said, how about the two of you discuss it first? Don't need. Xingye said coldly and took the initiative to move. The photographer said in satisfaction, all right, good, this is the posture, smile a bit. The air seemed as if it froze. Smile? It was truly an Arabian Night Tales. Xingye was a smart woman. The marriage certificate was going to be brought back home to show her parents, so if the photograph was not shot well, it would be easily seen through. Thus, the photograph must show that she was very happy. A trace of curve gradually appeared on the corner of Qingya's mouth and the photographer was stupefied. He dares to swear that this woman was the most beautiful woman he had seen in his life. She was beautiful to the point that it could suffocate him, mister? The photographer reminded. Why Yihua's expression still remained tranquil. Qingya was itching to give Yihua a few slaps. She said to Yihua in a low voice, "Smile." "I can't smile." Yihua said faintly. The photographer was drunk. "You have such a beautiful wife and you actually can't smile?" "If it was me, I would even be able to laugh in my sleep," a cold murderous aura quietly emitted out. However, it was very quickly kept back by Yihua. The corner of Yihua's mouth gradually raised, but it seemed to be twitching a bit. "All right, maintain this state." Along with the click sound, the smile of the two of them immediately disappeared. After spending half an hour queuing up, they finally got the marriage certificate. Everything was that precise. Xingya looked absent-mindedly at the marriage certificate that was within her hand. "So his name is Yihua, it sure is laughable. Only now then did I know what the name of the child's father is." Why Yihua took a look at the marriage certificate that was within his hand and placed it in his pants pocket, seemingly as if nothing had happened. "Follow me back to High Ocean City." Xingya kept the marriage certificate and said faintly, "Not going." Xingya's face turned cold. "Didn't we set it yesterday? I give birth to the children and you listen to me." "That's right, but I like this city, it is peaceful." Yihua said faintly. "For this child, I have actually let go of my face as a supreme overlord." Xingya let out a breath. "Fine. My grandpa lives at Longyan City, and furthermore, the native home of that finance of mine is also at Longyan City. It is fine to stay here for the time being. Let's go buy a villa first. Live at my place." Yihua said. He was already used to living at the bar. Chapter 9. Quietly watch. Qingya snorted. "That place of yours is filled with smoke, it is harmful to the fetus." Since the matter had been brought to the child, Yihua did not continue talking about it anymore. "Do you have money to buy it?" "Ha, I'm poor to the point that I only have money left." "Good, you go and call for a taxi." Yihua leaned on a tree and said faintly. Qingya clenched her small fist and really wanted to hit towards that face. Is he even a man? To not even have a bit of the demeanor of a gentleman. However, I still have to go to the hotel to get my wallet. Without choice, Xingya could only force herself to go and call for a taxi. Sitting in the taxi, Yihua took out a cigarette and Xingya finally couldn't bear it anymore. "Do you want to smoke my child to death?" Yihua went into a daze, then put out the cigarette and said, "The child is mine. The child is mine. The child is mine." The old taxi driver listened to the quarreling at the back and had a speechless face. Sigh, the youngsters nowadays, fighting so fiercely over the child, it seems like they have just gotten over with the divorce procedure a while ago. However, the attractiveness level of those two is really a bit high, especially this woman. Her looks is even causing me to not have the mood to drive anymore. Arriving at the front of the hotel, Yihua said lightly, "You go ahead, I will just stay in the taxi." You are really an arrogant idler." Xingya was angered to the point that her face turned red. Slamming the taxi door, she walked into the hotel. The old taxi driver had an awkward face and said with a smile, "Little fellow, isn't it a pity to divorce such a beautiful wife?" Yihua took out a cigarette and lighted it. "Just married." "Ah, sorry." The old taxi driver was speechless. It was the first time that he had seen this kind of newly married couple. If it was changed to the past, the old taxi driver's head would have already fallen to the ground. Luckily, Calabash Brothers saved the old taxi driver's life. After that, the old taxi driver did not dare to start a conversation anymore. Although the man sitting at the back has very good looks, he gives me a very strange feeling, as if he is a devil wearing the skin of a human. After waiting for half an hour, Xingya finally appeared. It seems that it was not on purpose that she took half an hour, because she took a shower at the hotel, and also changed into a different outfit. A floral skirt and adding on with a simple white striped shirt, it beautiful yet dashing at the same time. The old taxi driver was even stupefied when he saw Xingya. "I would even be willing to die if I have a wife like this." After entering into the taxi, Xingya said faintly, "Go to the best real estate." Oh, alright, the old taxi driver was even stuttering now. This man is too blessed already, to have a woman like this to give birth to a child for him. Yihua was preparing to take out a cigarette, but after thinking about it, he placed the cigarette back and said faintly, "You did it on purpose, right?" "What are you talking about?" Xingye looked outside the window and said faintly that why Yihua did not say anything and was quiet during the whole journey. After a while, the old taxi driver brought the two of them to a golden real estate that was at the urban district, but Yihua said lightly, "It is too noisy here, go to a real estate that is at the suburban district." The old taxi driver took a look at Xingye. He felt that between the two, the female's words had more weight. Xingye snorted, giving face to Yihua. However, she herself also felt that it was better living at the suburban district as the air at the suburban district was better, and also quiet at the same time. It was beneficial for nurturing the fetus. It was another hour of car ride, and after an hour, they arrived at their destination, Longhu Estate. Xingye felt that the name of the real estate was very familiar, and she seemed to have seen it before. That's right. My subsidiary company seems to have corporate before with this Longhu, and I have even evaluated the business plan looking at the real estate which is packed with people. It seems that my decision was correct. What you are standing here foolishly for? Yihua lighted up a cigarette and reminded. Xingye's brows wrinkled. You are the foolish one. Why are you smoking again? Will you die if you don't smile? And I will die. Xingye was lazy to bother with him. This man is already hopeless. When Xingye walked into the real estate sales lounge, the gazes of all of the men looked over. The sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard, and when the women that were preparing to punish their own man, Yihua also walked in, and all of the women forgot to punish their man, and just like the men, they swallowed their saliva. A young real estate agent quickly ran over. Young lady, are you looking for a house? Bring me to go look at the villas. Xingye said faintly. Her entire aura was very strong, which made some of the men not dare to look directly at her. This here is our villa district. Young lady, your luck is very good. We are only left with one villa, the rest of the villas had already been sold. Xingye took a look at the mold of the villa and said, I will buy it then. Ah, the young real estate agent had not seen such a straightforward buyer before. Beautiful woman, I'm sorry, I have already bought this villa. The fat male could be seen rushing over. A gold chain that was as thick as a finger was hanged on his neck, his skin was oily, and when he smiled, his yellow teeth could be seen. CEO Shin. The young real estate agent shouted respectfully while smoking the cigarette. Yihua stood at one side and watched the show. A displeased expression appeared on Xingye's pretty face. Didn't you said a while ago that the villa was not sold? The young real estate agent did not know what to say. Beautiful woman, how about this? Let's have a meal together and we can have a proper discussion about the villa during the meal. How about it? Shin Shui grinned, and his yellow teeth immediately showed. Disgusting to death. Xingye took out her phone and asked, What is your name? Shin Shui thought that the beautiful woman wanted his phone number and said excitedly, My name is Shin Shui. Xingye made a call with her phone and pointed to Yihua who was at the side and asked, Do you think that he is handsome? Shin Shui looked towards Yihua and was startled at first, then pouted his mouth, Not as handsome as me. I think so too. Xingye said faintly. Shin Shui felt very good. This shows that our two hearts beat as one. Yihua exhaled out a mouth of smoke. This woman's gut sure is big, however, she is very fitting to my liking. CEO Ching, is there anything? Without waiting for Xingye to speak, a respectful inquiring could be heard coming out from the phone. Xingye said in a solemn voice, Did we have a cooperation with Long'an City's Longhu Estate? Yes, we are the majority shareholder. Is their boss called Shin Shui? Xingye asked, and Shin Shui who was at the side was confused. No, their boss is called Shin Tao. Shin Shui seems to be his little brother. Call their boss to come to the real estate sales center. After finished speaking, Xingye hanged up the phone. I was just worried about having no place to vent this stomach of anger at. You can only blame your luck, because Xingye's voice was a bit big. A lot of people heard what she said and felt that there was a show to watch. Meanwhile, Shin Shui had a face full of disdain. Nowadays, there are a bunch of people that like to act cool. Those that act cool well are called cool, and those that aren't able to act cool well, they are called idiots. Beautiful woman, why did you do that? Just think how bad it would be when you are awkward later on. Shin Shui did not think much of it and still wanted to have a meal with this woman. Just when he finished speaking, his phone started ringing. The phone call is actually from my brother. Just what kind of freaking good thing did you just did? Shin Tao's shouting voice rang out from the phone. Shin Shui went into a daze. Brother, I didn't do anything. You stay right there and don't move. I will reach there in 10 minutes. Shin Shui lowered his phone from his ear in a daze, then looked at Xingye and pointed to his phone. Do you still want to go have a meal? Xingye said coldly. Shen Shui swallowed his saliva and a drop of cold sweat flowed down from his forehead. Could it be that what this woman said just now was true? If what she said was true, what have I done? Yihua did not have the intention to get involved in the matter and quietly watched this woman act cool. Chapter 10. Watching you act cool is also a kind of enjoyment. 10 minutes later, a Mercedes-Benz S600 quickly came to a stop at the entrance, and a middle-aged man could be seen coming out from the car and running over quickly. The middle-aged man first saw Xingye, then saw his little brother standing right there. Without thinking much, he also knew just what happened. Pa! A slap ruthlessly landed onto Shen Shui's fat face, and a 125 kilograms fatty was actually slapped to the ground. The latter held onto his face and had a face full of hesitation. He totally did not know just how big of trouble he had caused. CEO Qing. Shen Tao came to the front of Xingye and shouted respectfully with his head lowered, "I want this villa, I will take it at whatever price it was sold at." Xingye said faintly. Shen Tao said hurriedly, "CEO Qing, please take this villa as a gift from me to you. Don't need, and also, we will have to thoroughly re-investigate Longhu Estate, because you guys' moral quality is just too bad." Xingye took a look at Shen Shui who was on the floor. Shen Tao's face immediately turned. "I was only able to hold on to this big leg after great difficulty. I cannot just let it go south like this. CEO Qing, please give us another chance. I guarantee that this kind of situation will never ever happen again." Shen Tao could not care about his face at this point. With a plop sound, he kneeled on the floor and everyone who was present all felt a chill ran down their spine. Shen Tao was a well-known businessman in Longan City, and yet right now, he was actually kneeling in front of a woman. Just what kind of background does this woman have? Everyone all immediately started discussing spiritedly. "I seem to have seen this woman somewhere before. That's right, I saw her on television before. She seems to be the nation's top 10 youths and is also High Ocean City's well-known queen. Her entire net worth altogether is tens of billions. The top 50 strongest in the nation. That can't be right, it is too exaggerating. Is she not too young already?" "It's not exaggerating at all. I heard that this woman started her business before she even finished her university. Her family's background is strong and has numerous resources, and her business was successful after only a short while. However, I feel that she is much more beautiful today." Looking at the man who was kneeling in front of her, Xingye was extremely disdain towards him. "This kneel of yours has made my impression of yours become more worst. There is nothing to talk about. Xingchen International will not be cooperating with you anymore. As for this villa, I still want to buy it." Shen Tao's face was ashen, and Shen Shui was already scared stupefied. Looking at his little brother's stupefied face, Shen Tao picked up the broom that was at one side and beat Shen Shui with it. "You this scoundrel thing, unable to do anything right and only able to spoil things, I will beat you to death today." Xingye beckoned the young real estate agent over and the latter ran over with fear. "Count how much the villa cost, I'm paying by credit card." "Al, all right." The young man was also scared by Xingye. This woman is too strong. The boss had already kneeled down in front of her and apologized, and she still didn't give him a chance. Such a cold woman. 10 million was gone in a flash, and yet Xingye was not heart pain about it at all, and even arranged a renovation team to quickly renovate the villa because she was going to stay at the villa. Yihua watched from beginning to end and did not have to do anything at all because Xingye handled everything clear and orderly, and he totally did not need to get involved at all. Xingye was truly an able woman. After settling everything, it was already afternoon 1 p.m. The two of them walked out of the real estate sales lounge, and because it was currently the time where the sun was very bright, Xingye couldn't help but wrinkled her brows. Watching you act cool is also a kind of enjoyment. Yihua, who did not speak during the entire time, suddenly spoke. Xingye looked coldly at this man. An entire morning and this guy did not do anything at all. Everything was all done by me and he still dares to say that I was acting cool. Bastard, instead of just watching show at one side, why didn't you help me then? Xingye said with disdain, "This guy is really not a man. If I helped you, they would all be dead." Xingye went into a daze, then after a while, she suddenly laughed. "You are acting cool quite well." Yihua did not mind Xingye's jeer at all and quietly lighted up a cigarette, acting profound again. Xingye sneered. The Mercedes-Benz S6000 from just now suddenly drove over. Shen Tao immediately came down from the car and came to the front of Xingye and fawned. "CEO Cheng, it is not easy to get a taxi here, you can just use my car instead." Yihua flicked off the cigarette but and took the lead to enter into the car, angering Xingye to the point that she wants to kill someone. This bastard. Without choice, she entered into the car. Shintao happily wanted to sit in the front passenger seat. Seems like there is still hope regarding the cooperation matter. Go out. Yihua said faintly. Shintao's foot, which was about to enter into the car, immediately retracted back, but after thinking for a bit, why do I have to listen to this man? Who does he think he is? CEO Shin, you don't have to follow us. Shinya said calmly. The two of them were definitely a perfect match, ice adding on ice. Even the air conditioner also didn't have to be turned on. Alright, CEO Ching. Xiao Wang, drive the car steadily. Shin Tao entrusted the task to the chauffeur. Alright, CEO Shin. The chauffeur said die in the car. It was quiet again, and in the end, it was still Chinya who broke the impasse. I will go stay at the hotel during those few days. After the renovation of the villa is complete, we will move into the villa, hotel? Stay at my place. Yihua said with a deep voice, seemingly feeling not happy. That place of yours is too small already and have too many people. It is not convenient for me. Shinya said displeasedly, there is no discussion for this matter. Yihua said with a very affirmative tone. Shinya snorted and turned her face around from Yihua. I have to go buy some clothes later on then. Shinya spoke again, seemingly trying to find a topic to talk about. Alright. You pay for it. I don't have money. Stingy. This was Chinya's motive. After coming one whole round, she just wanted to mock at Yihua's stinginess. The atmosphere became quiet again. Xiao Wang, who was driving the car, also finally understood their relationship. So they are a couple. This is major news. The boss will definitely tip me. Why did you enter into the car just now? Shinya asked lightly. Her tone became much calmer. She did not believe that Yihua would act recklessly. Why? Yihua held onto his chin with his left hand and said, a rubbish also has its use, let alone such a big boss. Just give him a lesson for a bit and it will do. Shinya pouted her mouth and unprecedentedly did not retort. Whereas Xiao Wang, who was driving the car, was astonished. This man actually said that the boss is rubbish, and this woman actually didn't retort, after squeezing him to his last worth. Then at that time, he can scram. Yihua added on, you sure are cold-blooded. Shinya said faintly. Why? Yihua suddenly laughed lightly. You are also the same. Even if I did not enter into the car, you would also find an excuse to get into the car. If not, who were you waiting for when you stood at the entrance? Shinya laughed lovably, just like a flower blooming, incomparably beautiful. I didn't expect that this man would actually be able to see through my intentions. Not bad. Xiao Wang, who was driving the car, his mind was in a mess. Can you two please take my feelings into consideration? If you two want to scheme the boss, please at the least talk about it secretly. To actually talk about it that openly, I must definitely tell the boss. Those two are too bad already. After laughing, Shinya's face turned cold again. Say, do you think this fellow here would tell his boss about our conversation? Yihua said indifferently, he doesn't have the guts. I think so too. Xiao Wang's hands were trembling. You too. You, this pair of shameless man and women, to actually even say it out like that. But what they are saying is true too. Right now, I really don't dare to tell the boss about it anymore. After arriving at a pedestrian street, Yihua said lightly, stop here. What are we stopping here for? Eat? Without waiting for Chinya to agree or disagree, Yihua just straightforwardly got off the car, and the latter snorted and also got off the car. Chapter 11. You were no good during that night. Xiao Wang immediately opened the window and asked, do you two need me to wait for you too? Just that, this voice became smaller and smaller, seemingly as if he was just saying that as a show of respect to his work. Seeing them walked away, he stepped onto the pedal. I don't want to see those two anymore, they are too hurtful. Sizing up the surrounding food stalls, Shinya pursed her lip. Do you normally eat those? I normally order takeout. In any case, you are also a boss. Why do I feel that you are especially poor? Shinya had wanted to ask this question for quite a while, but she was afraid of hurting Yihua's pride. Why? Yihua walked towards a skewer shop and said leisurely, I donated the money that I earned, and the rest is used to pay the workers' wage. You actually know how to donate money? Shinya seemed as if she had just discovered a new mainland. The impression that Yihua gave her was that of a cold and detached playboy. Incorrect. The impression that Yihua gave her was only that of a playboy that has serious eccentricity. But right now, in her view, she felt that he still at least had a bit of heart. I heard that one could nurture compassion by doing this. You do indeed lack compassion. Xingye immediately found a loophole and mocked at Yihua at why Yihua's footsteps suddenly came to a stop, causing Xingye, who was immeasurably self-satisfied, to knock into him. If Yihua did not even finish speaking, and Xingye cut him off and said, "If it was in the past, you would have already killed me. I know, but the question is, do you dare to kill me now? Aim and stab right at my stomach, remember to aim properly." Yihua took a few huge deep breaths. Staying together with this woman, I will sooner or later turn back to that state in the past. However, as the child's mother, it is not bad that she has this kind of courage. She has a chance to become the supreme overlord's madam. Seeing that Yihua was unhappy, as if he just ate a housefly, Xingye felt really happy, just that she kept that happiness in her heart and her expression was still that cold as usual, seemingly as if everyone around her owed her money or something. The two of them casually found a table and sat down on the table. The waitress brought a menu and ran over. The waitress was an adorable young lady. She did not dare to look at the two people and had her head lowered. Yihua took the menu and tossed it over to Xingye, seemingly lazy to even order dishes. Lazy thing. Xingye mumbled. However, she was indeed feeling hungry right now. After all, she did not eat breakfast when she woke up in the morning. Yihua did not bother with her. If not for the child, I wouldn't even sit with her and have a meal together. I really want to use magic on that mouth of hers and seal it. Xingye also did not take the initiative to chat anymore. The two of them quietly waited for the dishes to be served. After all the dishes were served, Yihua said calmly, "Prepare for me." Prepare what? Xingye went into a daze. Yihua indicated by looking at those skewers, then looking at his own bowl. Xingye was angered to the point that she laughed. "Do you really think that you are a big shot? To actually want me to help you prepare? Do you want me to also feed it into your mouth? Prepare it yourself?" Xingye said coldly, "You are my wife now, you have the authority to serve me." Yihua said with a deep voice, seemingly feeling in a bit of a bad mood already. Xingye almost spat out the tofu that was in her mouth. "I have the authority to serve you. Sorry, I give up on this kind of authority." If it was during normal times, Yihua would still prepare it himself. After all, there was only him alone. But right now, this woman was considered nominally as his wife already. If he was to still have to prepare it himself, if words of that were to spread out, he would be losing face. Seeing that Yihua remained seated and did not eat anything, Xingye pouted her mouth and said, "Your temper is quite big, huh?" Yihua did not pay attention to her. "I should not come out with her to eat anymore in the future." After 10+ minutes had passed, Xingye was amazed by Yihua. Finally, she stretched out her hand, prepared a skewer for Yihua and placed it in his bowl. "Eat it. Seems like you have already realized your own mistake." Yihua said coldly, then picked up his chopsticks and picked up the meatball. Xingye felt that her lung was going to explode already. Why is this fellow this annoying? "I only prepared a skewer for you after seeing that you were so pitiful. Prepare another skewer for me." "Are your hands broken?" Xingye was not going to pity Yihua anymore, and her tone was even colder. "Prepare another skewer for me. I won't repeat it the second time." Yihua felt that this woman really needed to be taught a lesson. Xingye snorted coldly, "You already said it the second time." Yihua slammed the chopsticks heavily onto the table. The surrounding customers were all shocked by that and wondered just what this super good-looking man and women were doing. Xingye was also shocked by that, and she felt really grievance in her heart. Resisting her tears, she said, "Come on, hit me then." Looking at the eyes that were gradually turning red, Yihua's anger calmed down by a bit. He leaned on the chair once again and did not say anything. However, the surrounding customers were all discussing spiritedly, "Holy shit, that handsome guy was going to hit that beautiful woman. Tisk, tsk, to even be able to bear to lay his hands on a woman like this handsome guy is truly, the handsome guy is so handsome. Sicko." The atmosphere between the two immediately became calm, all the way until Xingye's phone rang. Looking at the caller, Xingye wrinkled her brows. However, she still picked up the phone. "Xingye, I heard that you went to Long'an City. Why didn't you inform me? I could have accompanied you to go to Long'an City." Xingye said indifferently, "I'm accompanying my husband, I'm going to hang up first." "Xingye, can you not be mature a bit and not play this kind of routine anymore? I know that your impression towards me is not good, but feelings can be nurtured." The man on the phone seemed to be very persistent, and at the same time, had blind confidence of himself. "I'm accompanying my husband, I will not repeat this sentence a second time." Yihua said indifferently, "This is the second time already." Xingye ruthlessly took a glare at Yihua. Just whose side are you on? Alright, you are accompanying your husband. Grandpa wants us to go back to have a meal. Just nice you are at Longan City right now. I will come to Longan City this afternoon. How about we have dinner together tonight? I'm not free. I'm accompanying my husband. Yihua said indifferently. This is the third time already. Xingye couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, will you die if you don't speak? What are you talking about, Xingye? The person on the site was confused. He felt that Xingye's anger was very big today. I want you to die. After finished speaking, Xingye hanged up the phone and began gorging on the food. All the customers that were present were shocked. This woman is really hard to suppress. She has such a strong aura, wanting someone to die at the drop of a hat. Yihua took out a cigarette and smoked silently. I'm full already. Xingye stroked her flat belly and felt that she had eaten up all her gloominess into her stomach, and after a while, all of it would be digested. Why Yihua did not say anything and stood up and walked out of the stall. Hey, are you really not going to eat? I'm asking you a question. Seeing that Yihua really walked out of the store, Xingye paid the bill and hurriedly followed after him. This fellow sure is stubborn. After catching up to Yihua, Xingye was a bit gasping for breath. Can you walk a bit slower? Yihua turned his head over and took a look at Xingye. Your body is no good. During that night, you almost fainted after only half an hour. Yihua's words immediately made Xingye recall what happened during that night. You are precisely a bastard. Xingye shouted coquettishly and walked towards another direction while panting and raged. Why Yihua originally did not want to chase after her, but after thinking that his child was still in her stomach, he had no choice but to chase after her. This woman is really a woman that makes one feel vexed. Chapter 12, Comparing Figure? I'm not afraid of you. Xingye, who was panting with rage, walked straight forward all the way, and unconsciously, there was actually no more path to walk. Without choice, she turned around and immediately saw Yihua, who was catching up with her. At this moment, half of her anger had already disappeared, but she still did not pay attention to Yihua and walked towards the shopping center. The two of them arrived at the shopping center. Every time when Xingye entered into a shop, she would discover that Yihua was standing outside of the shop while smoking. I will count it that he still has a bit of conscience. However, when she walked out of the last shop, Xingye discovered that Yihua suddenly disappeared. This damned bastard, where did he run off to? It can't be that he saw some beautiful woman and eagerly followed after the beautiful woman, right? You finished buying everything? Yihua walked out unhurriedly from the other side. Xingye's brows wrinkled. Where did you run off to just now? I went to the toilet. Yihua said indifferently. Why Yihua snorted. I will count it that you are tactful. Carry it. I'm not carrying it. Yihua took a look at those small and big bags. As a supreme overlord, how can I help a woman carry things? If words were to spread out, where would my status be and how would others view me? Xingye was simply angered half to death. She felt that living together with this man, she would definitely have to live half a lifetime lesser. Taking out her phone, she called Lu Hang's phone. CEO Qing, is there anything that I can help serve you? Send a car over to first-rate shopping center. Xingye said indifferently, alright CEO Qing, please wait a moment. After hanging up the phone, Xingye looked at the hateful figure and mumbled, forget it if you are not willing to help me carry things, but you still even walk that fast. Do you not know that I am pregnant? That's right. Why did I forget about this? I am a pregnant woman. I am the biggest. Xingye cried out in alarm and feigned falling down onto the floor and held onto her stomach with a face full of pain. Why Yihua's figure came to a stop, red light radiated within his pitch-black eyes, and when he saw that the small life was safe and sound, he let out a huge breath of relief. But this woman almost caused my child to be gone. Anger, rage. The entire shopping center suddenly trembled lightly. It caused everyone to be shocked. They thought that it was an earthquake. Luckily, the tremble disappeared very quickly. Just now, if not for Yihua controlling it well, everyone in the shopping center would have most likely been dead. What's the matter with you? Don't you know how to talk? Yihua shouted towards Changya. Everyone in the shopping center heard that and couldn't help but looked over. Changya was stupefied by Yihua's shout at her. I am pregnant with your child. What's wrong with me telling you to help me carry some things? Although I feigned the fall, can't you at least be concerned about me for a bit? Tears of grievance immediately started falling out as she thought about the helplessness during this period of time. I thought that I found a person who could help me, but in the end, I found a much more cold-blooded fellow. That's right. I don't know how to walk. You leave. The child and I don't need you to care. I don't want to see you anymore. Xingye cried, and she cried out very broken-heartedly. Not a single man is a good thing at all. Why is my life this bitter? The men that I meet are all scumbags. The people at the shopping center leaned forward on the guardrail and looked at Xingye and Yihua and sighed incessantly. Such a beautiful woman is actually pregnant, and the man seems to be very cold-blooded. The woman had already fallen down on the floor and the man did not even show a bit of concern at all, and instead even questioned her if she knew how to walk or not. TSK. It was the first time for Xingye to lose her self-control like this and weep endlessly in a public place where there were numerous people. Suddenly, Xingye, who was crying bitterly, felt something strength carrying her up. When she opened her eyes, she saw that face which seemed as if it was carved. It must be said that Yihua was indeed really very attractive. Even if you don't find it embarrassing, I also find it embarrassing. Yihua said indifferently. Xingye took a look at the surroundings and discovered that there were a lot of people looking at her. I must have definitely been very embarrassing just now. I hope no one took a video of me just now. This is but precisely my black history. All of this is to be blamed on that damned bastard, to actually shout at me like that, but I am carried in his embrace right now. What does this count as? Does he know that he is in the wrong already? Incorrect. He said that I am embarrassing. How am I embarrassing? Which woman is able to grow up as beautiful as me, have such a good figure like me, and also have that much money at the same time? And he even dares to say that I am embarrassing. He is too much of a bastard. Let me down. Xingye said calmly. Her small face was a bit faced out. Why? Yihua took a look at her. Are you able to walk properly? You are the one that is not able to walk properly. Xingye snorted and walked forwards in huge strides. Lu Hang personally drove the car to first-rate shopping center to wait for Xingye. When he saw Yihua, this unfamiliar man, he was puzzled. Who is this guy? Could it be that he is that guy that the corporation had been crazily spreading and talking about? CEO Qing, careful of your head. Lu Hang opened the door and smiled respectfully, while Xingye had a cold face. Yihua stood at the side and said indifferently, move inside. Do you not know how to enter through the other side? Xingye was puzzled. Must this fellow make me get in a bad mood? Finding a problem when there is no problem, Yihua took a look and said lightly, it is not safe. Xingye, if I can reverse time back to that night, even if I got beaten to death, I also wouldn't go to that bar, and would never want to get acquainted with this man. What are you being in a daze for? Without choice, Xingye moved inside and Yihua finally entered into the car. Lu Hang witnessed everything with his own eyes and he seemed as if he had just seen a ghost. CEO Chang actually moved. How could it be? Is this man really this formidable that even a woman like CEO Chang must do what she was told? CEO Chang, are we going to the company or? Lu Hang started the Audi A8, then turned his head around and asked. Xingye looked outside the window and said indifferently, ask him. Leisure bar. Yihua also looked outside the window and said coldly. Lu Hang felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange and did not dare to say anything. However, he felt that CEO Chang and this fiancée of hers was still quite matching. At the least, when comparing both of their looks, both of them could be placed on the same level. It is only the afternoon right now. Going to a bar at this timing isn't too appropriate, right? However, wherever the CEO says she wants to go, I will just drive to that place. After a quiet journey, they arrived at the front of the bar and Xingye said lightly, leave the car here, I will be using it. Alright, CEO Chang. Lu Hang clasped the key with both of his hands. Yihua silently took a look and totally did not have the intention to stretch out his hand to take the key. Opening the door, he walked into the bar by himself. Xingye felt angry, but she also could not show that she was angry in front of her subordinate and could only swallow her anger and take the key, and also the huge bunch of daily products and clothes to wash and change into. CEO Qing, let me help you. Because Xingye was not in a good mood, her tone was a bit strong. No need. Lu Hang felt that it was better for him to not involve himself in this matter and going back home to eat his wife's cooking was the right path. Xingye carried everything to the bedroom. Right now, it just so happens that Yihua was changing his clothes. Those muscles are strong like rock, and also that line, just how perfect is it? Incorrect. This fellow is definitely doing it on purpose and showing off his body in front of me. TSK. Showing off one's body, who don't know how to do that, right in front of Yihua. Xingye actually took off her shirt and skirt, and leaving herself only with her undergarments. That curvaceous figure, that perfect curve, that delicate skin, every part of it was that perfect. Any man who saw this body would definitely go crazy for it. Little guy, to actually try to show off your body in front of me. If I don't bewitch you to death, I will write the word Ching horizontally. Right now, I reckon that he is closely staring at my back and fantasizing. Don't know if his saliva is dripping or not. Calabash Brothers, 7 flowers on a rattan. Windswept and battered by the rain, it is also not afraid. La. Chinya's body froze, and her delicate hands clenched tightly. Bewitching spirit. Where do you think you are running? This fellow not only do not have humanity, there is also a problem with his IQ. Instead of looking at me, he is actually watching a cartoon, and even more, he is watching Calabash Brothers. Humiliation. Where is the bathroom? Xinya asked angrily. It is right beside you. Yihua revealed out an expression as if he was looking at a fool, almost angering Xinya to the point that she fainted. Chapter 13. Bang. Xinya closed the bathroom's door ruthlessly, and the sounds of pitter-patter suddenly rang out from within the bathroom. If you spoil anything, you will have to pay for it. Yihua rested his head on his hand and shouted out. The sounds within the bathroom came to a stop for a moment, then in the next moment, the sounds became much louder. The sounds were like as if someone was tearing down the house. After half an hour, Xinya walked out from the bathroom while being covered by a bath towel. Call someone over to fix the tap is bent. Not free, you call instead. You can do as you please, in any case, this is also not my house. Xinya spread out her hands and sat on the bed, then used the quilt to cover her own beautiful body that even she herself was about to salivate over for. Yihua breathed in and out, then picked up the phone at the side and sent a text over to Wei Chang. As a supreme overlord, if everything had to be done by myself, what do I even need subordinates for? However, where did Lai Gu ran off to again today? Could it be that he went to meet that female celebrity again? He truly does not even have a bit of aspiration at all. Where is your dog? Xinya leaned on the bedhead and watched the cartoon along with Yihua. He went out to mate. Yihua replied calmly at Xinya's brows wrinkled. Can't you talk properly? He went out to reproduce offspring. You. Yihua, is this how you have always been in the past? Xinya said in a deep voice. I feel that this man should be sick, and now that I think of that, I do feel a bit afraid. Will my child be infected by him? Yihua said indifferently. No, then how were you like in the past? Yihua turned his head over, looked at the gorgeous Xinya who was on the bed and said indifferently, in the past, I was someone who made others feel frightened. Yihua, when you are not acting cool, you are quite handsome. Xinya shook her head helplessly. She felt that Yihua was just like a Chinibya youth. Yihua laughed lightly. Act cool? In the past, there were many people who acted cool in front of me, but none of them were able to succeed. Ha, Xinya was amused by Yihua. This man is always able to talk nonsense with a serious face, but at the same time, he is also able to anger me and make me cry in an instant. Towards Xinya's laughter, Yihua chose to ignore it. No matter what, she is also the mother of my child, just that she is a bit stupid only. I'm really worried that my child's IQ would get pulled down by this woman. After a while, Xinya said, go to my home to eat tomorrow. All right. So easygoing? This fellow is not thinking of teasing me again, right? When you are at my home, you have to completely listen to me. All right. The more Yihua acted like this, the more worried Xinya was. She felt that Yihua was not reliable and was sloppy. While thinking about it, Xinya gradually closed her beautiful eyes, and she actually dreamt of that night. Xinya. Xinya. A familiar voice rang out beside her ears and Xinya replied muddle-headedly, don't mess around, I can't take it anymore, prepare to eat already. Yihua said in a deep voice. This woman is really stupid to the heavens, she is actually still recalling about what happened during that night. Eat? Xinya, who was within her beautiful dream, immediately woke up and pointed at Yihua. Just now, you had an erotic dream. Yihua said indifferently, impossible. Yihua revealed out an expression of disdain. I will record it down for you next time. Go and die. Xinya bit on her lips and stretched out her hands to feel. Immediately, her face changed and turned completely red. Looking at Xinya, who rushed into the bathroom, Yihua let out a sigh. Opening Meituan, he began ordering food. Chicken mushroom stew seems quite good. Also, let's get a few catty of fried crayfishes. Meituan is a food delivery app. When Xinya came out of the bathroom, a fragrance was filled within the entire room. The bright red crayfishes emitted steam, making others to not be able to help but swallow their saliva. Pulling over a small low stool, Qinya began tucking in unrestrainedly. Looking at Qinya, Yi Hua's brows wrinkled. This woman really does not have any manners. I thought you don't have any money? Where did you get the money to order food? Qinya peeled a piece of crayfish, placed it into the broth and stirred it around, then ate it with a face of content. It is really delicious, my subordinate's money. Yi Hua said indifferently. Qinya almost spat out the crayfish meat. You actually used other people's money to order food. Even if you want to donate, there is also no need to donate all of your money, right? I found it troublesome, so I just straightforwardly donated my entire card. Formidable. After pausing for a bit, Yi Hua continued speaking. Using my subordinate's money is indeed not really good. Give me a card later on. The corner of Qinya's mouth twitched. So there is no problem if you are using your wife's money? Not sure who is the one who said that money is but a bunch of papers only. Remember to give me a card with a big overdraft. Yi Hua totally did not pay attention to what Qinya just said. Qinya said with discontent, why should I? Because you are my wife. Yi Hua's temper also came. Using your money is because I show respect for you, and also because you are the child's mother. If not, I wouldn't even bother to pay attention to you. Qinya was actually left speechless. I will just treat it as giving him labor fee. Picking up the bag at the side, Qinya casually took out a black diamond card and placed it on the table. Yi Hua accepted the card unrestrainedly, and immediately bind the card to his WeChat. What is the PIN number? 123456. Yi Hua slightly went into a daze. This woman sure has a personality. After finished binding the card to his WeChat, he finally did not have to use Wei Chang's money anymore. Because of this matter, Wei Chang had often complained to me about it. He is truly a stingy monster. Yi Hua, who was in quite a good mood, said indifferently, help me peel the crayfish. The crayfish that was within Qinya's hands immediately fell onto the table as she looked at Yi Hua in disbelief. Why should I? Because you are my wife. Yi Hua said indifferently. Qinya slammed onto the table and stood up. Am I your wife or your maid? There are a lot of rules for being my wife, you can slowly learn. Yi Hua said calmly. Qinya snorted. Whoever wants to be your wife can go ahead and be my guest. In any case, after my child is born, we will divorce. After Qinya finished speaking, the atmosphere within the room immediately froze. Yi Hua's gaze was fixed on Qinya, and the latter was looked at by Yi Hua to the point that she withdrew back. Qinya did not feel that she was in the wrong at all. Giving him money, and also giving birth to a child for him, I have more or less give everything to him, and yet he still wants this and that, totally not considering about my feelings at all. For me to not slam the door and leave, I am already giving him a lot of face. Sitting on the small stool, Qinya continued eating. Better eaten than wasted. You can just continue and foolishly watch me eat. In the past, since Yi Hua ate alone, he had no other choice but to peel it himself, but it was different now. He has a wife now. Since I have a wife now, I don't have to peel it myself anymore. If I were to peel it myself, and words of it were to spread out, where would my face be? This fellow is really not eating. He did not eat in the afternoon, and during the night, he also wants to be obstinate with me. Forget it. Seeing that you are so pitiful, I will peel a piece of crayfish for you, then reward you with a chicken. But too, seeing Qinya taking the initiative to pass the food over to him, Yi Hua's mood became a little better. He felt that he was a bit agitated today, and his humanity which he had cultivated for a few years almost came close to collapsing today. Seeing Yi Hua eat the crayfish meat that she peeled for him, Qinya had a kind of strange feeling in her heart, and unconsciously, she peeled another crayfish for Yi Hua. Afterward, the two did not talk anymore. Qinya ate one crayfish, then peeled another one for Yi Hua, and in a flash, a few catty of crayfish was eaten. I'm so full. My fingers hurt from peeling all the crayfishes. Qinya pouted her mouth and looked at her tender fingers, feeling heart pain incessantly for her fingers. Yi Hua turned around and said indifferently, tidy up the table. You. This Yi Hua must be sent by the heavens to punish me. I must persevere. Persevere for 9 more months. Chapter 14, Acting Cool After Smoking Syndrome. At this moment, Lai Gu walked into the room with jolting buttocks. When Lai Gu walked into the room, Qinya was shocked, and Lai Gu trembled for a bit. What a beautiful woman. Woof, woof, woof. Lai Gu raised his head and barked a few times. Imperial translation. Your Honor, didn't you say that you wouldn't touch the same woman twice? She is my wife. Yihua said indifferently. Li Gu suddenly jumped backward and looked at Qingye in disbelief, then afterward, he kneeled down on the floor and barked with his head raised, "Woof, woof, woof." Imperial translation: Honorable Madam, please receive this humble one's kowtow. Qingye snorted, the master is strange, and so is the dog too. Although Qingye was grumbling with her mouth, her hands were focused on cleaning the table. She exerted all her strength to wipe off the oil stain on the table, seemingly not being to stand to look at this kind of thing. Seems like she was also a woman who has misophobia. As for Yihua, he lied down on the sofa and watched the Calabash brothers fight with the vixen together with Li Gu. After throwing away the rubbish, Qingye walked into the room, and when she saw that Yihua was still watching the cartoon, she shouted, "I'm here tired like a dog, and you are here watching television. Do you not know how to try helping me for a bit?" Yihua did not turn his head back at all. While stroking Li Gu's head, he said indifferently, "You think too much, a dog isn't as tired as you." Yihua! Do you want to fight? Qingye's eyes immediately turned red. This is my first time cleaning things up, forget about you not helping me at all, but you actually mock at me after I clean things up. How could there be a man like this in this world? Woof, woof, woof. Imperial translation: Your Honor, the madam is crying. Yihua shook his head. This woman's mental strength sure is weak, just one sentence only and it is able to make her cry. I really don't know how she managed to earn all that money. In the past, Qingye was not like this. Perhaps it was because she was pregnant now and her mood fluctuation was comparatively bigger now. Adding on with that, right now she only trusts Yihua, but the state that Yihua displayed out was different from what she had expected. This kind of feeling made her felt very perplexed and also grievance. Why Yihua closed the television and said indifferently, "Let's go out and take a walk, it will be beneficial for the fetus." Seeing that Yihua's tone softened, Qingye snorted, "Not going. It has been a very long time that someone rejected me so many times within a day, yet, I can't do anything about it at all because she is my child's mother." Li Gu barked out a few more times again. Imperial translation: Your Honor, madam sure has a personality. Yihua took a glare at Li Gu, and the latter curled up his body in fear. This woman is in lack of a lot of teaching. Grabbing onto Qingye's pure white wrist, Yihua said in a deep voice, "Let's go." Not going, not going. Yihua did not care that much and just pulled onto Qingye and walked. Be gentler a bit, it hurts. At this time, it was leisure bar's peak period. Many women waited at the bar as usual. The familiar sounds of footsteps started ringing out from the stairs, just that the sound sounded like it was in a bit of a hurry, and also, there were the sounds of another footstep when the women saw Yihua appeared, and he was pulling onto an incomparably beautiful woman. Countless sounds of glass breaking could be heard within leisure bar. Those were the sounds of heartbreaks. The boss, he is actually pulling onto another woman. And they are so intimate too. What happened to the boss? Let go of the boss, he doesn't belong to you, he belongs to the entire world. However, the men who were seated in the bar were different. When they saw Qingye's face, they were stupefied. It is not unreasonable that the boss likes a woman like this. Another woman like this cannot be found in this entire bar. That red eyes of the woman, it makes her seem so pitiful and lovely at the same time. Incorrect. Why are the beautiful woman's eyes red? Thinking about it, it could be that the boss is too vicious. When Qingye heard the painful grumbles of those women, she felt disdain in her heart. What is good about this man? You all are only confused by his outer appearance. This man is already at the point where he almost needs to be spoon-fed when eating. Being his wife is the equivalent of doing bitter work for him, and furthermore, you have to listen to him preach time to time, and even have to get ridiculed at a few times. Let go, I know how to walk. Qingye's anger had calmed down by a lot at why Yihua let go of Qingye's wrist. Don't try to make me angry in the future. Qingye's anger, which had just calmed down, was immediately ignited up again. Yihua, just who is the one that is trying to make who angry? You better explain it clearly to me today. Your tone right now is exactly trying to make me angry. Yihua said indifferently. Qingye sneered, I am just precisely trying to make you angry. What are you going to do about it? If you have the guts, you cannot want the child then. Worst come to worst, I will just raise the child on my own, then marry to someone else and let your child recognize someone else as the father. Yihua's footsteps immediately came to a stop. This woman is not only foolish, but she is also already foolish to the point that she is crazy. What is it? Angry already? Want to hit me? Come on, I will let you hit me. In any case, you only know how to bully me. Qingye shouted angrily. erupting out all the grievance in her heart. Yihua suddenly turned around and raised his hand. There was a trace of viciousness within his pale face, looking at Yihua, who was calm and scary at the same time. Xingya's beautiful eyes turned red again. He really wants to beat me. Tears started sliding down Xingya's delicate face. The slap that Xingya imagined did not land on her face, and instead, the palm of Yihua's hand rubbed gently onto Xingya's cheek. I'm not that bad to the point that I would hit a woman, Yihua said in a deep voice. After finished speaking, he continued walking forward, leaving Xingya, who was standing right there with a foolish expression. This bastard. He actually changed a new way to tease me. I definitely cannot endure it. I must think of a way to punish him, if not I will suffocate myself to death. Xingya ran for a bit to chase after Yihua, who was at the front. The two of them came to the river bank to go for a walk. The slight wind made one felt carefree and relaxed, but both Xingya and Yihua did not bother with each other. During the whole journey, Xingya was pondering over Yihua's weak points, and the conclusion that she got, in the end, was that, no matter what Yihua did, he wouldn't dare to really beat her, and would only use his mouth to talk, so as long as she takes advantage of this point, she would be able to anger him. Are you prepared for tomorrow night's family feast? Xingya asked casually and dragged her fingers at her beautiful hair that was blown messy by the wind. Too beautiful, the men that were in the surrounding all knocked into a tree. Don't talk about a family feast, even if it was a feast at Hongmen, Yihua also wouldn't look upon it seriously. Right now, aside from the child, there was no one, and nothing that could give rise to Yihua's interest. Feast at Hongmen, a feast set up to murder its guest. There is nothing to prepare. Xingya did not like this point of Yihua the most. He is acting cool too much already, and he still dares to say that I was acting cool. Your opponent is very strong. The vicious sickness that my grandpa gotten back when he was at the battlefield was cured by that fiancé of mine. My dad's periarthritis and my mom's rheumatism were both cured by him too. Yihua silently took out a cigarette and lighted it up. You are my wife right now, not someone else's fiancé. I'm discussing tactics with you. What are you bringing this up for? Xingya wrinkled her brows and said in displeased. Yihua took a puff, then unhurriedly exhaled. No tactics are needed, it is but an insignificant person only. Can you not act cool? Xingya held onto her forehead. Could it be that this man suffers from acting cool after smoking syndrome? Every time when he talks while smoking, he can brag especially well. When he is not smoking, he is a people of Longan City, but when he is smoking, the entire Longan City is his. Leaning on the protective railing, Yihua flicked the cigarette ash and said indifferently, Xingya, your scope is still too low. Here he comes again. My scope is low. How about you raise my scope for me then? Xingya also leaned on the protective railing. I want to listen to just what this man can brag about this time. Yihua flicked the cigarette but then said unhurriedly, do you feel that you are very formidable? Chapter 15, Boss's Benevolent Humph. I started my business when I was 20 years old. After going through 5 years, I started from zero up to a company that is worth tens of billions right now. Furthermore, the company is currently the top 50 companies in the whole nation. I dare to ask, in this world, who is able to accomplish this? Xingya snorted and spoke out her own glorious history. I am indeed this world's strongest woman. Yihua slanted his eyes and took a look at her. Your family helped you out quite a bit, right? Xingya's gaze was a bit swaying. They only helped a small portion. Let's not talk about this first. Let's say, if there is a sniper within that building right now, and the sniper is aiming right at you, what would you do? Yihua said calmly as he pointed towards the building at the front. Xingya went into a daze for a bit, then said casually, call the police. The police arrived, but you are lying within a pool of blood, and the glory that you had in this life vanished in a puff of smoke. Listening to those tranquil words of Yihua, Xingya seemed very serious and unprecedentedly did not retort. Sinking into contemplation, her gaze looked towards the building at the front. Yihua once again took out a cigarette and lighted it up, afterward, took a puff and lightly exhaled out. However, this time, ghastly killing intent was emitted from within his eyes. Above the sky of the river, a bullet pierced through the air and flew towards Xingya's forehead. However, all of a sudden, a weird wind caused the bullet to come to a halt. Then soon after, the bullet flew backward at its trajectory at a rapid speed. The sniper looked at the target through the 8x scope. What a beautiful woman, it is a pity, but 1 second after the sniper shot the sniper rifle, he did not see the target's head explode. Impossible. Where did the bullet run to? Bang. Following the ringing of a sound, the sniper rifle suddenly exploded, and half of the sniper's neck was swept away by the explosion. The sniper's head was falling off, and the sniper tried his utmost effort to hold his head upright, but it was useless. As the sniper lied on the wall powerlessly, he gradually lost his consciousness, all the way up till his death. Xingye was totally oblivious to how much danger she was in just a while ago, and was still thinking about the question, and in the end, she said stubbornly, "Where is there that many bad guys?" "Bad guys are everywhere, perhaps the bad guy is even at your side. From what I see, you look just like a bad guy." Xingye pouted her mouth. This man sure has a bunch of dishonest thinking in his mind. Yihua flicked off the cigarette. But again, I simply want to tell you that, rather than letting other people control your life, you are better off controlling everyone. Controlling everyone. Xingye stared fixedly at Yihua, and after a good while, she said, "Yihua, are you thinking of letting me be a bad guy?" "Bad guy? Ha ha." Yihua laughed lightly. Hey, you stand right there and explain it clearly to me. What are you laughing about? Stand right there. You this bastard. Xingye hurriedly chased after Yihua, then suddenly jumped onto Yihua's back and embraced onto Yihua's neck with both of her hands. The latter's face turned black and shouted, "Come down." "No manners. Not coming down." "Are you coming down or not?" "Not coming down." "If you have the guts, throw me into the river then." Xingye snorted. She was certain that Yihua wouldn't dare to throw her into the river. Yihua could be seen walking towards the protective railing, and Xingye began to feel a bit nervous. Seeing that Yihua was preparing to climb up onto the protective railing, Xingye shouted out loudly, "I will come down. I will come down, you win." Yihua looked coldly at Xingye. "To actually let me carry her. If words were to get out, where would my face be? As a supreme overlord, I actually carried a woman, don't be this rude next time." Yihua said coldly. Xingye said in disdain, "Do you think that you are an emperor? What about this is rude? Will you die if you carry your wife for a bit?" "That's right, I will die." "You." During the journey back to the bar, Yihua secretly informed Ligu to go check on that hitman, but not to mess up the scene, just secretly check it out will do. "I sure want to see just who has such huge guts to actually want to murder my child." Returning back to Leisure Bar, Yihua's brows wrinkled. In the past, the bar would be packed with people right now, but today, the bar was only half filled. Just what happened? Xingye understood the situation clearly with just one look. With a sweet voice, she shouted out, "Yihua, I will go upstairs and bath first, you quickly come up." Okay. Immediately, a few women left the bar in a bad mood. Seeing that, Xingye felt that her entire body was at ease, and as for Yihua, he took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. "Sooner or later, I will be driven mad by this woman, boss." Wei Chang shouted respectfully. Yihua surveyed the surroundings and said in a deep voice, "Just let it be like this for now. Boss, if this carries on, our business will have to be closed in a few months' time." Wei Chang was very helpless. Ever since the lady boss appeared, the women that came to the bar had more or less all left and stopped coming. Those women are the bar's main consumer. Yihua does not sigh normally, but right now, he also sighed. "Wait for me to move out in a few days and everything should return to normal." "Boss, you want to move out?" Wei Chang was in disbelief. His honor has not moved from here during the 5 years, why did he suddenly want to move out now? "And, in the future, you will look over this place." Yihua said indifferently. Wei Chang nodded his head and said very cautiously, "Boss, during this night, 200 plus RMB disappeared from my card." Black lines appeared on Yihua's forehead. "I won't use your card anymore in the future." "Boss is benevolent." Wei Chang was in exultation. His honor is finally not going to use my money anymore. I almost feel like crying already. Walking into the bedroom, Yihua discovered that Xingye went to shower again. Just how many times does this woman need to shower in a day? Her misophobia is even more serious than mine. After a while, Xingye walked out from the bathroom unhurriedly and said indifferently, "Everyone left already?" Yihua lied on the bed and did not reply as he looked at the latest magazine within his hand. TSK, looking at today's situation, I reckon that your bar will have to close in a few months' time. Xingye was very happy. There was nothing more pleasurable than looking at Yihua's unhappy face. Yihua closed the magazine and said indifferently, "It is okay, your card is in my hand." "Bastard, using a woman's money, gigolo." "Using my wife's money, it is fair and above board." Yihua said calmly, "Yihua, just how thick is your skin?" Xingya lied on the bed and stretched out her hand towards Yihua's face to pinch it. Yihua's brows wrinkled. What are you doing? Oh, someone is getting angry. Tisk Xingya said in disdain and straightforwardly lied at the other side of the bed. Who let you sleep on the bed? Yihua asked in a deep voice. This woman actually dares to sleep on the bed without getting my consent first. Xingya pursed her lips. If you are not happy about it, you can go sleep on the sofa then. Yihua was angered to the point that his fingers started trembling. If she, endure for another 9 months and I will be able to resume back my peaceful life. Long Outyan's mood was pretty good today. Just thinking that I have such a beautiful fiancée is enough to make me feel excited incessantly. A woman that is beautiful to that degree is really rare. Furthermore, I cured the sickness of her entire family members and won over her elders' favor. Although she rejected me on the surface, it is only because she is embarrassed in her heart only. How could I not understand about that? After all, it is always written like that in the novels, chased after a cool and elegant CEO, then chased after a super big celebrity, then chased after whatever eldest daughter of a concealed martial family. This is, Long Outyan's, true portrayal. I won't live for nothing in this life anymore, haha. Not sure what Xingya is doing at this timing. I will give her a call and say goodnight to her first. Yihua was not used to having someone sleeping by his side, even if that person was a woman who he had touched before, thus, it led to him suffering from insomnia. However, this woman is actually sleeping so soundly that her saliva is about to drip out. My God! So disgusting! Chapter 16. Do you still remember what you called me? At this moment, Xingya's phone suddenly rang, and Yihua immediately shook. Xingya, your phone is ringing. Yihua had never seen before such an irritating woman. He suddenly sort of regretted his decision on that night. Picking up the phone and taking a look at it, he saw that it was an unfamiliar number and straightforwardly hung up the call, but he didn't expect that the phone would start ringing again. Yihua took a few huge deep breaths. He felt that he was on the verge of going berserk. Immediately, he answered the phone call. Xingya, are you asleep? Long Outyan asked tenderly. Yihua coldly replied with a stiff face, she is asleep. After finished speaking, he hung the phone. Long Outyan, who was far away at High Ocean City, was stupefied. Looking at his phone, he scratched his hair. It was a man that picked up the phone just now. It is only 11 p.m. right now. It must definitely be someone that she hired to act as her boyfriend. It must definitely be, After sitting still for a while, Long Outyan rushed out hurriedly and drove towards Longan City in the late night. After waiting for a while, Yihua finally felt a bit of sleepiness, and he unhurriedly lied down on the bed. In the end, just when he was about to prepare to sleep, Xingya suddenly turned over and actually used her leg to press onto him. This woman's hands are even embracing onto me too. Furthermore, her head is actually resting on my chest, and the important point is that she is even dripping saliva too. I really want to use magic and go back to a month back, then nothing would have happened. But after thinking about it, forget about it. Stroking onto Xingya's flat belly and feeling that familiar blood vessels, Yihua's jittery mood calmed down. Xingya, who was in her dream, let out a bunch of faint breathing again. Why Yihua really wanted to shout out, your head. Are you finished or not? Why did I not see you during that night? Oh, that's right, she fainted in the end during that night. Yihua, I want to beat this pig head of yours to a pulp, Xingya, who was sleeping soundly, muttered out. Yihua's face was gloomy. I really want to kick this woman awake. Forget about her dripping saliva, but she even talks in her sleep too. Listening to countless curses, Yihua gradually fell asleep. A sun slowly raised from the east, and the golden sunshine sprinkled over the earth. Xingya was like an octopus, hugging onto Yihua without any image at all. Actually, she had the habit of hugging a doll when she sleeps, belonging to the type of people who lacks a sense of security. Ring. The phone suddenly started ringing. Yihua's brows wrinkled. My phone is normally turned off at night. The phone that is ringing right now definitely belongs to this woman. Your phone is ringing. Yihua shouted in a deep voice. Xingya muddle-headedly raised her head, stretched out her hand and picked up the phone. Who is it? Calling during the early morning. Xingya, it is me. Long Outyan drove the car and hurried over because he wants to know if it was real or fake. Yihua said in displease. Next time when you sleep, remember to turn off your phone. Got it. You sure are long-winded. Xingya said impatiently, and immediately hung up the phone, then turned off the phone, and went back to continue sleeping. Long Outyan, who was sitting in the car, was stupefied. This man's voice is the same as the voice from yesterday night. Could it be that they really slept together? This is not possible. Long Outyan, is, after all, a peerless immortal doctor. How could the woman that I have selected be slept by other men? This is not possible. Immense anger caused the steering wheel to become deformed, and Long Outyan's ordinary face became even more twisted and malevolent looking. Xingye, if you dare to do something that let me down, I will definitely make you pay for it. At the other side, Yihua was not sleepy anymore and said indifferently, until what time do you want to sleep till? Xingye wrinkled her brows, then immediately raised her head, while with a panic expression on her face. Why am I lying in his embrace? I must have definitely been pulled into his embrace by him. What did you do to me? Xingye said shyly and angrily. Yihua sneered, and pointed to his own pajamas. Look at what you did. So disgusting, your saliva actually dripped all the way to your chest. Xingye said with a face full of disdain. Yihua knew that this woman would not admit to it. Luckily, I recorded it down before I slept. When Xingye saw her sleeping posture and those alluring sounds she let out, her entire person immediately didn't felt good. After thinking about it for quite a while, she said, you pervert, you actually took a video of me secretly. Tonight when you sleep, distance yourself a bit further away from me. Yihua said in a deep voice. Xingye precisely did not like this attitude of Yihua's. The more Yihua acted like this, the more firm and upright Xingye was about it. I am just precisely going to hug you when I sleep. What about it? You are my husband. What is wrong with me leaning on you? Yihua suddenly recalled something and laughed lightly. When Xingye saw the smile of Yihua's, she immediately felt unhappy. He is definitely ridiculing at me. What are you laughing about? Don't hide about it. Xingye shouted, laughing at you. What of me are you laughing at? What is there to laugh about? Xingye sat her body upright, and her proud figure immediately displayed out. She didn't really mind it. After all, the both of them even had a much intimate thing happened between them. Furthermore, they were husband and wife right now. Although there was a bit of the feeling of impersonating in their identity as husband and wife, the corner of Yihua's mouth raised up as he looked at Xingye. Xingye's body trembled. She felt that something bad was coming. Do you remember that night? That night? Xingye muttered, then immediately remembered. You are shameless. Yihua laughed once again. Do you still remember what you called me during that night? Xingye flipped through her memory. I was muddle-headed during that night. What did I call him? What did I call him? Immediately. Xingye's face changed greatly, and her face was as red as a tomato. I forbid you to say it. You remember it already? Looking at Xingye's panic look, Yihua wants to say that he felt really great. Didn't you like to be obstinate very much? I forbid you to say it. When a certain person is excited, she called me, When Yihua was about to say it out, his mouth was immediately covered by Xingye. I'm going to fight you to the death. An hour later, the two of them sat down at a vendor's stall to eat breakfast. The corner of Yihua's mouth raised slightly, whereas the corner of Xingye's mouth was lowered, and her exquisite small face was bright red. Seems like Yihua won this early morning's contest. The youtiao was too long, tear it into 3 pieces. Yihua said lightly, youtiao, basically a long piece of deep-fried dough. Xingye was just about to retort back, but when she saw the grin on Yihua's mouth, she immediately surrendered. Picking up the youtiao with her delicate hands, she pulled onto the youtiao with both of her hands. The men that were in the surrounding all did not know what was going on. When they saw Xingye pulled the youtiao, their entire body shivered. This woman is too fierce already. You look just like a woman that is filled with grievance right now. Yihua picked up the youtiao, placed it into the porridge and stirred it around for a bit. The taste is not bad, Xingye snorted. This is all because of you. You could have not shouted it. You. Xingye's exquisite face turned red again. This bastard, clinging onto my black history and not letting go of it, he is too much of a bastard. Yihua elegantly drank a mouth of porridge, then said indifferently, as long as you are obedient, I cannot mention about it. You are precisely a bastard. Xingye scolded in a low voice, you are not obedient again. Why should I be obedient towards you? Because you called me, don't say it. Xingye immediately covered Yihua's mouth again, causing all the men in the surrounding to feel jealous of Yihua. Yihua wrinkled his brows and the latter immediately withdrew back her hands. Xingye always asked herself why she has to be afraid of Yihua, but she does not know why. She would always feel that Yihua was aloof and remote. Although she had ridiculed him about it before, her woman's institution told her that this aloof and remote of his was normal. Chapter 17, Two Subordinates. As long as you don't request anything too excessive, I will listen to you. In the end, Xingye still surrendered to Yihua. I will temporarily give in to him for now. When the time comes where I catch a black history of his, I will let him have a taste of what I am made of. Yihua was very satisfied as he nodded his head. You are making a bit of progress. Xingye snorted, itching to pick up the bowl of porridge in her hands and cover it onto that perfect face. After eating breakfast, let's go buy some gifts, then go to my house to eat during noon. Xingye pouted her mouth and said. Why Yihua did not oppose and lightly said, N. Xingye thought that Yihua would say some strange things, and didn't expect that he would agree that easily. Seems like he is also not that unreasonable, TSK. He is precisely just finding things to do because he has nothing to do. I hope that nothing will go wrong today. When you enter a village, you have to follow the local customs. Yihua understood that. When meeting the female's family, gifts had to be bought. However, in this world, there is no one that can bear to receive a gift from me, let alone eat together with me. Being able to eat with me, it is their blessing. Just like this woman, to be able to bear my child, it is the most worthy thing that she could be proud of. All the women in this world would be jealous of her. After buying some tobacco, alcohol, and health-maintained products, the two of them returned back to Leisure Bar. Xingye was at the room choosing what to wear. She definitely had to dress herself up prettily. Although she was already very beautiful, which woman would not wish that they could be even more beautiful? Whereas for Yihua, he was still wearing a Western suit as usual. No matter whenever he went out, it would be a black Western suit. This point wouldn't change, even if it was a sizzlingly hot summer. Standing at the bar counter, Yihua mixed a glass of alcohol for himself. Alcohol and tobacco in this world are indeed good things. If I have to rank them, alcohol would be number 1, tobacco would be number 2, and women would with great difficulty be at least number 3, I guess. Woof, woof. Wolf-Ligu suddenly appeared and barked a few times towards Yihua. Imperial translation, Your Honor, I have already investigated everything. The killer belongs to an international hitman organization. I questioned his soul via torture and found out that he only received the mission to assassinate Madam. If you want to investigate it furthermore, I will have to go to their general headquarters at London. Yihua lightly took a sip of the rose rain that he mixed and said indifferently, There is no need to investigate, kill all of them. Woof, woof, woof. Imperial translation, Your Honor, I still have a date tonight. How about you ask Wei Chang go instead? It has been a very long time since he has eaten well. Yihua squinted his eyes and looked at Ligu. You are still messing around with that female celebrity? Ligu immediately shook its dog head, then sat on the floor obediently and extended out his tongue. For a skeletal dragon to act like this, it was really speechless. Why Yihua sighed lightly, Wei Chang. The void suddenly became distorted and Wei Chang's figure unhurriedly walked out from it. Kneeling down with one of his knees, and his right hand placed on his chest, he shouted out respectfully, Your Honor. Ligu said that you have not had your fill for a very long time already? Yihua lighted up a cigarette. Through the smoke, his cold gaze looked at his own subordinate. Wei Chang said in a deep voice, Your Honor, you said that we have to be human-like, thus subordinate did not dare to eat too much. Ligu let you to go eat your fill. There is a hitman organization in London, you go and settle it. Yihua said coldly. At this moment, he had already sentenced those people to death. Wei Chang was a bit melancholy and did not answer back straightforwardly, What is it? Your Honor, will you reimburse the air ticket to go to London and back to Longan City? Bang! The wine cup within Yihua's hand immediately shattered. That woman was already vexing enough, and right now these two subordinates of mine actually dare to openly go against my order. Seems like you two want to rebel against me, huh? Yihua's pupils suddenly turned red, appearing seemingly bewitching. However, this was also the symptom right before Yihua gets angry. Subordinate does not dare. Woof, woof, woof. Imperial translation, subordinate does not dare. An hour later, if that hitman organization is not annihilated, I will annihilate you too. Yihua fluttered his hand. What remains unseen was deemed to be clean. Seems like my decision was wrong. Becoming human-like would cause one to rebel. In the past, there was no way that they would go against my order. It is also possible that it is because my temper had become much better than before. Li Gu and Wei Chang were flung all the way to the Pacific Ocean, and both of them were currently soaking within the ocean water. Woof, woof, woof. Imperial translation: gluttonous monster, you actually rejected such a good thing. Wei Chang said helplessly, His Honor said that we need to be more human-like. I have been reading a novel recently, and the protagonist within that novel talked like this towards his boss. Woof, 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 woof. Imperial translation: you will sooner or later be destroyed because of the novel. You even almost implicated me just now. Why did you not go? Didn't you like to do this kind of thing the most in the past? Wei Chang asked in puzzlement. Searching houses and exterminating families were Li Gu's favorites. The number of people that died within his hand was immeasurable, especially females. Woof, woof, woof. Imperial translation: the small celebrity invited me to go rock climbing today. I presume that there is definitely a cave within that mountain. Wei Chang said indifferently as his body gradually floated up. The wet security guard uniform immediately became dry. Woof, woof, woof. Imperial translation: how did you know that? Wei Chang rolled his eyes. If there is no cave there, would you even bother going there? After finished speaking, a void black hole appeared in front of Wei Chang once again. After Wei Chang stepped into the void black hole, he disappeared entirely. Woof, woof, woof. Imperial translation: gluttonous monster, you actually didn't send me off to my destination. I'm going to be late for my date. Li Gu howled in grief, then dog paddled on hurriedly forward on the ocean water. However, a huge black figure suddenly appeared below Li Gu. A huge whale opened its huge mouth and swallowed Li Gu along with other fishes entirely, then submerged into the seabed. The surface of the ocean became peaceful once again. However, the huge whale that was in the seabed was a bit peculiar, seemingly feeling very painful as bloodstains emitted out from its huge mouth incessantly, attracting over countless of great white sharks. Pop! At both sides of the huge whale, two huge bone wings suddenly stretched out. When the bone wings stretched out, each of the wings were a few hundred meters long. Then, the head of the huge whale began to become distorted. With the sound of a bang, the head of the huge whale exploded and was substituted by a huge dragon head. The tusks within the mouth of the dragon head made one's hair stand on its end, and the dragon tail pierced through the tail of the huge whale. This should be a huge whale that could fly, right? Woof, woof, woof. Imperial translation: much faster now. Li Gu suddenly realized something. He had become so used to barking that after transforming back into a dragon, he was still barking. It doesn't seem too good to still continue on barking, right? If words of it were to get out, just how embarrassing would it be for me? Roar, roar, roar. The roars of a dragon formed huge vortexes at the seabed and immediately spread towards all directions. A huge whale which had a pair of wings swam freely and happily within the ocean. However, at the seabed of another direction, a small gold dragon could be seen, and it was currently vigilantly sizing up the surroundings. Just a while, he was swallowing fishes, and all of a sudden, he heard the frightening roars of a dragon. Could it be that there is someone who has a swallowing system too? How is it possible? And his system rank is actually this high already. This place is not suitable for staying too long. I better go back to my school and eat some small fishes and earn a bit of money first. At the other side of the earth, at the outskirts of London, there was an ancient castle there. This place was the residence of a baron. Of course, this was just a false appearance. This was actually the general headquarters of Purgatory Hitmen. Internationally, it was also a well-known hitman organization, mainly because a young super hitman appeared in this organization before, and whatever mission that he had taken, he had a 100% completion rate. It was rumored that he had recently washed his hands clean of being a hitman and had already disappeared. Chapter 18. Those are all delicacies. Wearing a light blue security guard uniform, Wei Chang arrived at the castle gate and politely stretched out his hand to knock onto the gate. Knock, knock, knock. It must be said that Wei Chang's luck was quite good, as today just so happens to be the date where the Hitman organization would hold their regular meeting. Currently, they were discussing about the mission at Longan City yesterday. Deep within the castle, 10 higher-ups were currently having a solemn discussion. Their attire was appropriate to the occasion. Just a look and one would know that those people were the elites within the upper class. Coldblood is our S-rank hitman. How could he had possibly failed? I don't know. I feel that we should set this request aside for now. China is not a good place. If Kaiser was still here, he would definitely oppose this time's mission. Moreover, Coldblood is Kaiser's friend too. Kaiser has already left, there is no need to talk about him. Wei Chang stood outside the gate and knocked for a full minute, and no one actually came to open the gate. Feeling a little impatient, Wei Chang suddenly shot out a black light from his fingertip. The black light was shot up to the sky and came to a stop at 100 meters above the ground. When it came to a stop, it formed into a black umbrella and enveloped the castle within it. Bang! The sound of a gun being fired rang out, and a lustrous yellow bullet was shot towards Wei Chang's head. Just that, before the bullet was able to reach Wei Chang's head, it was stopped by an incorporeal black light and fell to the ground powerlessly. Wei Chang gazed at the sniper that was at the spire and stretched out his palm. There was no whatsoever high-end explosion, and instead, Wei Chang's arm transformed and turned into an unknown substance which had a big mouth. The sniper that was at the spire was stupefied. What fucking monster is this? In the moment of distraction, the monster which had only a mouth already appeared in front of the sniper. Followed by the opening of the mouth, the frightening rows of sharp teeth and threads of gluey liquid could be seen. Without waiting for the sniper to shriek, the malevolent big mouth already encased the sniper's head, and just like a snake, it straightforwardly swallowed the sniper. The super long arm was like a throat, and the swelling object that was moving in the super long arm was that sniper. The sniper was transported all the way to the inside of Wei Chang's body. Licking his lips, Wei Chang's eyes turned completely black and mumbled, "The taste of a human is still as enticing as ever." The alarm sound suddenly rang and all the higher-ups that were in the castle immediately became startled. What's the matter? Did the International Criminal Police came? Don't know, it should be that something happened outside. What is there to worry about? There would always be some fellows who think highly of themselves every year. Continue with the meeting. Wei Chang laughed lightly, then spread out both of his arms. Both arms transformed and formed into countless big mouth monsters. Every big mouth monster seemed to have its own target. The countless big mouth monsters bore through the castle, and the huge castle seemed as if it was bound up by a huge octopus. The scene was frightening. Furthermore, it could very clearly be seen that, within every throat, there was a swelling object moving towards the inside of Wei Chang's body. Burp, this is precisely the taste. Having not tasted it for a few years, I have finally tasted it again today. His honor is truly benevolent. The alarm sound suddenly disappeared and the higher-ups that were holding a meeting in the secret room all let out a sigh of relief. See, what did I say? It is but some small fries only. The others all laughed. Just that, within the entire castle, they were the only one remaining. Wei Chang, of course, had to place the main course at the last. Declaring their death, this was an old custom. After opening the gate and walking into the castle, various kinds of armors and oil paintings could be seen. Wei Chang casually seized all the armors and oil paintings, then walked towards the hall. When Wei Chang arrived at the center of the hall, he came to a stop, then stepped onto the ground with his right foot. Wei Chang immediately fell downwards, breaking through all kinds of mixed soil, and arriving at the lowest level's meeting room at the end, then looked at the 10 middle-aged men who were currently holding a meeting. The 10 higher-ups were discussing about the organization's direction, when all of a sudden, a person suddenly fell down from the top of the meeting room. The person who fell down was a stranger that was wearing a uniform. Those that knew Chinese all immediately saw the armband. Security guard, who are you? One of the men stood up and shouted. Wei Chang walked towards them unhurriedly, and some of the men already took out their gun. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets were all totally not able to enter Wei Chang's body, and all of the bullets landed near Wei Chang's leg. I am called Wei Chang. I am Binge, one of the 7 sins that is under his honor, the Supreme Overlord's command. To be able to die under the Supreme Overlord's order, it is you guys' blessing. Therefore, please give up on resisting. Wei Chang spread out both of his arms and had a face of pleasure on his face. It seemed as if I had returned to back in those days. All of the images where we were massacring everyone are suddenly reappearing in my mind. Also, those special lines, it has been a long time since I have read it out. My tone just now seemed like it was missing something. Should I read the lines out again? What rubbish! Wei Chang took a glance at the man who spoke, and his arm immediately transformed into a big mouth monster and swallowed the man. The remaining 9 people were all stupefied. What kind of monster is this? Is this a movie? Is this thing an alien? Wei Chang's arm could be seen transforming again and forming into 9 big mouth monsters this time. Each of the big mouth monsters suspended above the head of each of the remaining 9 people. The gluey thick liquid could be seen dripping out from the big mouth monster and dripping onto the head of the person that was below it. Kaiser will not let. Before even being able to finish what they wanted to say, the remaining 9 people were all immediately swallowed by each of the big mouth monster. Wei Chang let out a burp. Although there was not a lot, but I still had my enjoyment. Not sure how long I will have to wait for the next time. As for the Kaiser that they speak of? Burp, most probably a joke, I guess. Evil spirit, death mage. Same as that day, a skeleton who wore a black robe raised up from the ground, then afterward, kneeled down in front of Wei Chang and said, "Master, tidy up everything. I will solemnly obey Master's order." Wei Chang casually opened a void black hole and traveled back to the bar, and as for the death mage, it floated up to the sky and read silently with his mouth, then raised up his staff, hell flames. Immediately, countless fireballs appeared in the sky and bombarded the castle. After the bombardment, only a large piece of scorched earth was left. Returning back to the bar, Wei Chang did not saw Yi Hua. Wei Chang first placed the oil paintings that he took from the castle and placed them onto the bar's wall, then afterward contacted Yi Hua. Currently, Yi Hua was sitting in the car and listening to Wei Chang's report. Looking at the watch, 26 minutes. However, there is another way that this matter could have been handled. Wei Chang's way of handling things is still the same as back then. Wait, after I go back, I will have to properly educate him. When doing things, one has to use their brain. The person who was driving the car was, of course, Xingye. The cold-looking small face appeared to be fuming right now. This fellow is really lazy to a whole new realm, to not even know how to drive a car, and furthermore let a female drive the car for you. You are truly a big boss. Yi Hua, can you find a time to go get your license? Xingye couldn't help but say. Why Yi Hua opened the window and said indifferently, "You knowing how to drive the car is enough. But in the future, when my belly becomes big, it will be difficult for me to drive the car. Hire a driver then." Xingye was actually left speechless. This man was not only lazy, but he also doesn't even have ambition. Only knows how to tease me all day. That fiancé of mine is not even as arrogant as him. Xingye. Yi Hua called out lightly, "What is it? Don't hope for me to do senseless things." Yi Hua said indifferently, then took out a cigarette. But after pausing for a moment, he kept the cigarette. Xingye, who was about to get angry, upon seeing Yi Hua's action, pursed her mouth and actually did not say anything. With Xingye driving the car, the two of them headed towards the suburbs. The north of Longan City, there was a manor which occupied an enormous amount of space. Some of the big shots in Longan City of course knew who the manor belonged to, Qing family. This family, which had a long history, was rumored to be at the pinnacle during the Ming dynasty. However, this was a rumor and no one was able to prove if it was true or not. Chapter 19, I will deliver protection over to you, but what could be confirmed was that Qing family was very powerful right now. Within the country, Qing family was one of the very best big corporations. Unfortunately, there was no male in the current generation of Qing family, there were only 2 females. Although their talent was pretty good, they were still after all women, and in the future, they would also have to marry. Therefore, if one was able to marry a woman belonging to Qing family, it was equivalent to marrying with a mountain of wealth and becoming someone who other men would envy. Yi Hua was precisely a man who was able to marry a woman belonging to Qing family. Unfortunately, the reason that he married the other person was because of the child within that person's stomach, and there was completely no affection evolved at all. The air in the suburbs was much fresher. Yi Hua opened the window and slightly squinted his eyes. Your family such as rich, to even specially build a road. Yi Hua said lightly. Xingye let out a breath. Having too much money is also worrying. I can help relieve your worries by a bit. Yi Hua said faintly. Yi Hua, do you really feel no shame in using my money? You are a man, don't you know how to earn money yourself? Xingye couldn't help but reprimanded. Although I can support him for his entire life, I also don't want to see him not having the motivation to better himself. Yi Hua rubbed his temple, his tone still as calm as usual. It is not that I don't want to earn money, it is just that earning money is a boring thing. Can you not act cool, Xingye? You act much more than me. Just when the two of them was about to start quarreling, a red Ferrari F12 whistled past them, swirling up a bunch of tree leaves in its trail, and one of the tree leaves even fell onto Yi Hua's shoulder. According to Yi Hua's habits 5 years ago, Yi Hua would have already used the tree leaf that fell onto his shoulder to cut the car into half. Xingye wrinkled her brows and gazed at the Ferrari in front of her. Her beautiful eyes lighted up as she ferociously stepped onto the gas pedal. No matter was, Audi A8 was meant for commercial use after all, how would it even be a match for the Ferrari F12? In a short while, the butt of the Ferrari F12 disappeared from Qingya's sight and Qingya decreased the speed of her Audi A8 unwillingly. That fiancé of yours? Yihua asked indifferently. No, but it is someone even more annoying than that man. Yihua's interest seemed to be piqued. To be able to become someone who Qingya find annoying, the person should be quite a character, right? Tell me about that person. She is my sister, who has the same father as me but not mother, Xing Yutong. Qingya said coldly, seemingly that her relationship was not that good with this sister of her. However, Yihua's interest became much bigger. Is it that celebrity, Xing Yutong? Well, is there someone else with that name? Wait, something is not right. Don't tell me that you are interested in her? According to Qingya's understanding of Yihua, this man was indeed not interested in the typical beautiful woman. Why? Yihua nodded his head. I am of course interested in her. However, Cheng Yutong, she herself did not come to my bar, but instead, her big sister came. Thinking up to here, Yihua laughed out once. This was the good point of not controlling things. Everywhere was filled with surprises and unexpected things. A layer of cold frost immediately appeared on Qingya's face as she said with a deep voice, "You are my husband right now. For you to say that you are interested in your sister-in-law right in front of me, I don't think that it is appropriate, right? What is there that is not appropriate? Passion between a male and female is normal." Screech. The tires left a black trace on the ground, and Qingya's face became much colder. From her expression, it seemed as if she wanted to perish together with Yihua. You say it one more time. Do you want to quarrel with me again? Yihua asked coldly. It is you who want to quarrel. You are my husband right now. Yihua couldn't help but take a cigarette, then lighted it and said, It is true that I am your husband now. Then, why did you still say that you are interested in my sister? Qingya questioned angrily. I have never forced others. On that day, it was also you who was willing to do it. If it was your sister who sent herself up to my doorstep, I would not reject her. Yihua straightforwardly lay out everything bare. Xing Yutong was a woman that Yihua relatively admired. 5 years ago, she went all the way from a small extra to gradually becoming an international superstar, and Yihua witnessed the whole process. If it was changed to my own world, Xing Yutong would be in existence that would in the future become a female overlord. Hearing Yihua's promise, Xingya let out a sigh of relief. Be at ease, she won't be like me and let you eat her up. What if it happens then? I will deliver protection over to you. Shengya said ruthlessly. Ha. Yihua let out a bright laugh. Although this woman sometimes makes me angry, but sometimes, she also seemed very, what is it again? Using humans' words to say it, it should be adorable, I guess. Actually, forget it, she is just stupid only. You still dare to laugh. I am going to fight you to the death. To speak the truth, Yihua was not good at fighting like this. Facing against Qingya's pinching technique, he did not have any way to retaliate at all because he was afraid of harming his own child. When Qingya discovered that Yihua was not retaliating, Qingya started going over the line. Enough already. Yihua couldn't help but shout out. Don't go too far and stop it now. Qingya snorted and drove the car towards the manor that was in front of them. 2 security guards stood outside the black iron gate. Just that, the uniform that the 2 security guards were wearing was much more high-grade compared to Wei Chang's uniform. The uniform that the 2 security guards were wearing was at least Western suit grade. Big miss. Qingya said coldly, open the gate. The 2 security guards looked at Qingya entering into the manor foolishly. After a few minutes, they were still in a daze. The big miss seemed to have changed. One of them said foolishly, Yan, she became much more beautiful compared to the second miss. However, I feel that the second miss is still, conquering the second miss would feel much satisfying, right? After all, the second miss is an international celebrity right now. Indeed, there is no need to argue about the second miss's figure. However, who is that man? Didn't the big miss's fiancé already came? I feel that there will be a good show to watch today. The man that we saw in the car just now seems quite formidable. Yihua, who was sitting in the car, laughed out once again. He heard the conversation of the 2 security guards. The 2 security guards are comparing you to Qing Yutong. Humph. Qingya snorted. Although my sister's fame is very high, but I am not to be underestimated too. The building style of the manor was inclining towards the European style. At the house's door, there was a rock garden fountain, displaying out a grand aura, and at the side, there was a helicopter. The Ferrari F12 from just before was already parked at one side. Parked near the Ferrari F12, there were a Rolls-Royce and Bentley. Just that, right beside the Bentley, a Passat was also parked there, seemingly sort of pulling down the quality of the cars near it. When Xingye saw that Passat, her brows wrinkled. I did not expect that Long Outyen would come this early. This car is even the car allocated to him by the company. This man sure is anxious, huh? When will you get a car for me? Yi Hua closed the car's door and said. In any case, I just precisely want to see the look of Xingye when she gets angry. She seems just too stupid when she gets angry, Xingye said petulantly. Isn't the card with you? Whatever you want to buy, go and buy it yourself. Not sure how much the most expensive car would cost. Yi Hua said in a low voice, and Xingye almost sprained her leg when she heard that. This bastard, Yi Hua. Please don't mess around anymore. We are already at my house right now. You have to listen to everything I say from now. All right. Xingye sighed. I hope that everything won't be messed up later on. Xingye could be seen walking to the front of Yi Hua and using both of her hands to slightly tidy up Yi Hua's collar. Until she was satisfied with how it looked, she then held onto Yi Hua's arm and walked towards the door, and as for Yi Hua, his brows were slightly wrinkled. Just now, for a sudden split second, it felt very strange. It felt as if I was not that lonely anymore. However, this feeling went by in a flash. Looking at the building on me, it somewhat resembles that palace of mine. However, this building is lacking a bit of an austere aura, meaningless. Chapter 20. Quarreling is nothing out of the ordinary. Opening the door and entering into the house, Yi Hua couldn't help but sigh for a bit. This woman's family is not just the typical rich, however, only this kind of family would be able to teach out this kind of woman. If I did not see wrongly, this floor should be sandalwood, where a square meter is at a few thousand RMB. For such a big house, just the floor alone is already quite a big expenses, not mentioning the other furniture. If it is in the lower amount, it would be around a few 100,000 RMB, and if it is in the higher amount, it would be around a few million RMB. Your family such is rich. Yi Hua said indifferently. Xingye said lightly, we do okay, I guess. This woman is beginning to get cocky again. Seems like I cannot praise her. Big miss, you have finally come back. An old man who wore a butler outfit could be seen walking over with a smile. When he saw Yi Hua, he slightly went into a daze, but very quickly regained his composure and returned back to how he was before. Xingye revealed out a shallow smile which could be rarely seen. Uncle Fu. Second Miss and Mr. Long have already arrived. Uncle Fu said with a smile. Xingye nodded her head, took out a pair of female slippers from the shoe cabinet and gracefully took off her high heels. Uncle Fu sighed repeatedly. The big miss seems a bit different this time, and it seems like she has become much prettier at slippers. Yi Hua said indifferently. Xingye wished she could give a tight slap to Yi Hua. Is there someone who acts like that much of a boss? To even want me to help you take the slippers? However, when she saw that Yi Hua was carrying that much gifts with his hands, she reluctantly helped him to take the slippers. This time, it was Uncle Fu's turn to become astonished. The big miss actually squatted on the floor to help him change into the slippers. I am not blind, right? Just who is this man, her friend? If it was her friend, she wouldn't be that intimate with him, her boyfriend? But that shouldn't be. The big miss's fiancé is still currently sitting inside, and his identity was even confirmed by the master. It's too small. Yi Hua said indifferently. Xingye almost flipped out. Don't think that just because you are the child's father, you can act like this, Uncle Fu said with a slight smile. Mister, I will go and find a pair for you. Please wait for a moment. There is no need for that, Uncle Fu. There is still another pair here. This time, Yi Hua was finally able to wear the slippers and did not have any more reasons to make things difficult for Xingye. Big miss, mister, inside please. Xingye was a little nervous. After all, she came to lay her cards on the table today, and refused to be an obedient girl. Uncle Fu, is my mom home yet? Xingye asked. The master is together with Big Madam. The second madam is also here too. Uncle Fu said. Why? Yi Hua was a bit curious. What is the meaning of second madam? Originally, I thought that Xingye's mother had already passed away. After all, she said she and Xing Yutong had the same father but different mother. But from the looks of it, it isn't as what I had imagined. Her father actually had two women and even openly brought both of them home. This is a bit interesting. Seeing that Yi Hua was laughing, Xingye immediately knew what Yi Hua was thinking about, and immediately became angry and stepped onto Yi Hua. When Yi Hua saw the layer of slipper print that was imprinted onto his pure white sock, his misophobia mentality immediately erupted. do you want to quarrel with me here? Yi Hua said coldly. This woman is very cocky, humph. How could Yi Hua be able to tolerate the stain on his sock? Just seeing the stain on the sock makes him want to rip the sock apart. Bring me a new pair of socks. You. Qinya was also extremely angry. Isn't it just a small black stain? Is there a need to make such a big deal out of it? Quickly. Yi Hua said in a deep voice, not being able to tolerate the stain for another half a minute. Uncle Fu hurriedly walked up. Mister, please wait a moment. Uncle Fu, don't bother with him. Qinya was also angry now. If I was to get a new pair of socks for him to change now, what about in the future then? He will just become much worse in the future. Big miss. Yi Hua's gaze became colder and colder, and there was even sort of a tendency of him going into a rage. Qinya, I'm warning you for the last time. I will also warn you for the last time, I am not your maid, I am your wife. There is a limit to my patience too. Uncle Fu's eyes were opened wide as if he had just seen Thanos invading the earth. The big miss actually said that, she is his wife. What is going on? It was still the first time that Yi Hua had met with such an arrogant woman. He was practically at the edge of bursting with rage. If it was not for the child in the stomach, take off the socks for me. Yi Hua breathed in and out repeatedly, controlling his anger. His temper had become better and better in those few years. If it was placed in the past, he would have long begun massacring everyone. This man actually gave in, and I still thought that he was going to persist and quarrel with me to the end. Since you have taken a step back, I will also take a step back too then. Qinya obediently squatted down and took off Yi Hua's socks. Only then did Yi Hua's anger settle down. Uncle Fu felt that his world was changing. What is going with the big miss? For her to even squat down to help this man take off his socks, you better not contradict me in the future, my temper is not good. Yi Hua said coldly. Qinya snorted coldly. I am a pregnant woman, you better not make me angry. Pregnant woman. Uncle Fu had a feeling of wanting to faint. My God. Are they merely acting for me to see or are they being serious? But, isn't their atmosphere a bit too strange? Both of them are not willing to bother with each other, but at the same time, they also seem so intimate with each other. I hope that the big miss won't go too overboard today. Great Master and Master have been worrying a lot for this matter. The corridor was not very long. Along with Uncle Fu pushing open the double door, a few people appeared in front of Yi Hua's eyes, and those few people also looked over towards him. Long Outyan had arrived here since early morning. Of course, his purpose was very clear-cut, which was to come and win over the favor of the people of Qing family, helping them check their pulse, and talking a bit about things that are good for maintaining health. Qing's grandfather was 80 years old this year, and there were various kinds of ineradicable disease on him. However, ever since Long Outyan appeared, all of his symptoms had been gotten control over and even slowly gotten better. Also, his spouse, son, and 2 daughters-in-law have all been treated by Long Outyan too. I didn't expect that my old battle companion would have such a formidable grandson. If Qinya is to become a pair with him, it will definitely be a blessing for the Qing family. Outyan, how have you been getting along with Qinya? Xing Changren drank the tea which his big daughter-in-law Wang Qing boiled and asked with a smile. Long Outyan's appearance is pretty good. He can be counted as being able to squeeze into the category of handsome guys. He looks very clean while wearing a leisure outfit, however, he is lacking a bit of dignified aura. However, that doesn't really matter, and right now, Long Outyan was currently looking at the big celebrity, Cheng Yutong. Just now when Cheng Yutong walked in, he was even dazed. Why is the big celebrity Cheng Yutong here? So she is actually Qingya's sister, and is birthed by the second Madam, Zihan. Being able to see Cheng Yutong herself in person, I feel so happy right now. Temperament which is refined and clean, just like a fairy, white color long dress, revealing out a small part of each of her arms, beautiful hair which is smooth and soft like a waterfall, extremely clear beautiful eyes, which are like spring water, not containing the least bit of impurity at all, graceful sitting posture which reflects out her good upbringing, and the curve of her body that is revealed is incessantly alluring. Her figure makes one's heartbeat speed up, and wish that they could immediately kneel down and lick her feet. From her head all the way to her feet, not a single blemish can be found at all. This woman is simply a top quality among women. No, she is already at the category of fairies already. Furthermore, a woman like this is not in the slightest bit lacking compared to Qinya, and the main point is that she is even my sister-in-law. My God. This is the tempo of me going to be able to embrace 2 beautiful women in my embrace. I, Long Outyan, have to express that I am feeling very great right now. Although it seems that she disdains me right now, but what can be confirmed is that she is going to become my small wife in the future. This is how the plotline should expand. Chapter 21, You Won't Do, Too Ugly Already Out Yin? Xing Changren called out once again. Displeased did not appear on his face. Long Out Yin regained back his conscience and apologized. Grandpa Cheng, I apologize, I was just too astonished. Yutong is just too beautiful already. As Qing Yutong's mother, Zihan said tenderly, Out Yin is so talented, it is a pity that my Yutong won't be able to have the fortune. Long Out Yin felt extremely great. Mother-in-law, no need to be that courteous. Long Out Yin can take in both of them. Qing Yutong took a glance at this man despisingly and let out a ridiculing snort. This expression, this snort, she simply resembles a lot like Qingya. That's right, Out Yin, why didn't you come together with Qingya? Wang Muqing asked with concern. It must be said that Qingya's father, Qing Huaxian, has very good taste. Both of his wives were extremely beautiful. Even at this age, if they were to just dress up for a bit, when they go out together, they would definitely look just like sisters. Just a look and one would be able to see that Qing Huaxian was a man who knew how to enjoy his life. Long Out Yin paused for a moment and said, Qingya has been busy with work those days. She had me to come to accompany you all first, and she will come later on. Actually, I saw big sister coming together with a man. Qing Yutong said all of a sudden, and immediately, it caused Long Out Yin's expression to sink. Qing Huaxuan's gaze sunk. A man? That's right, the man looks quite good too, more handsome compared to him. Qing Yutong pointed towards Long Out Yin and said, and the latter had the feeling of wanting to kill someone. I am an immortal doctor, I can treat someone with my left hand, and kill someone with my right hand. Who actually dares to steal a woman of mine? And the man is actually more handsome than me, he must die. Wang Muqing's face immediately became cold. Seems like this point of Qingya was inherited by her mother. Out Yin, don't worry, Qingya, this child is just obstinate, the man is probably some actor which she hired. Long Out Yin thought to himself, the man better be an actor that she hired, if not. What are you all talking about? Yaya brought a grandson-in-law home over for me, where is he? A grandma could be seen shouting excitedly and looking at her left and right. This grandma was Qingya's grandma, Mei Xuanchuang. Mei Xuanchuang has severe senile dementia, and sometimes she would not even recognize her own husband Xing Changren. Her two granddaughters were the only exception where she would always be able to recognize. Grandma's words were just like a few pair of sharp swords stabbing into Long Out Yin's heart. Your grandson-in-law is sitting right in front of you, and you actually asked where is he? However, grandma's senile dementia is a bit severe. I am not able to cure it immediately and have to slowly treat her. You all are bluffing me, I did not see my grandson-in-law at all. Stab, stab, stab. Long Out Yin was about to become a hedgehog already. Mom, Qingya's fiancé is sitting right in front of you. Wang Muqing held onto her mom's arm and said, impossible, my grandson-in-law is not that ugly like him. Mei Xuanchuang pouted her mouth and said with a face full of disdain. Long Out Yin's face was already green now. Just what is wrong with today? I am the one who should be today's lead. This must be a test given to me by heaven. I cannot get angry. Smile, smile. Mei Xuanchuang couldn't stand to continue looking at Long Out Yin anymore. Just who are you, smiling that unsightly? Pfft. Qing Yutong let out a bunch of laughter. Grandma sure is powerful, killing people without spilling blood. Zihan glared at her daughter. The atmosphere is not good already and you still laugh. Xing Changren said embarrassedly, Out Yin, don't take it to mind, you also know my wife's senile dementia. With a forced smile, Long Out Yin said, Grandpa Cheng, be at ease, I will definitely cure Grandma's senile dementia. Xing Changren was very gratified to have a grandson-in-law like this. I will also be able to feel much more at ease. Qing Yutong could be seen walking to behind her grandma, then saying, Grandma, I saw big sister's man just now, he looks super handsome. Really? Mei Xuanchuang was just like a child and asked happily, of course, when has Yutong ever lied to you? Mei Xuanchuang said happily, that's great, Yutong, when will you two give birth to a great-grandson for Grandma? Everyone all suddenly became silent. That will only be possible if brother-in-law is willing first. Xing Yutong said forthrightly, once again causing everyone to become dumbstruck, especially Long Out Yin. Fuck! What kind of plot is this? Cheng Huaxian shouted out coldly. Xing Yutong, what are you even saying? Look at your behavior right now. If I had known, I wouldn't have let you enter into the entertainment industry. Xing Yutong did not approve of what her father said and spread out her hands and said, "Dad, if you can marry two people, why can't others marry two people too?" Scoundrel! You repeat that again. Cheng Huaxian became flushed with anger. Towards him having two wives, those two daughters of his both had their own prejudice. Ever since they started studying university, the number of times that either of them came home in a year could be counted with just one hand. Yutong, your dad is angry already, don't anger him anymore. Zihan reprimanded her daughter. This kind of scenario would happen at least once every time they all met up. Long Outyin felt that what Qing Yutong said was right. A man who has capability should marry more than one woman. Father-in-law, aren't you the same too? Qing Changren shouted out, behave. Asking you all to come back to eat dinner this time, it should be a happy occasion, and not listening to you all quarrel. Every family has its own problems. Qing family was the same too. Eotian, don't take it to mind. Cheng Huaxian smiled towards Long Outyin. This child is much more sensible. I understand. Long Outyin said humbly, obtaining Cheng Huaxian's favorable impression. Only a man would be able to understand another man. Not if Cheng Huaxian knew that this Long Outyin was thinking of getting both of his daughters, who knows if he would still have the same mindset. Qing Yutong mumbled softly, men are all the same. Right at this moment, the double door of the living room was pushed open, and Yi Hua's and Qing Yi's figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Dumbstruck, my grandson-in-law is here, my grandson-in-law is here. Mei Xuanchuan could be seen shouting loudly, pulling everyone back from their astonishment. Awkwardness filled within the AIR. Yi Hua looked at everyone indifferently, and when he heard the words the grandma shouted out, he wished that he could throw a magic over at her. Grandson-in-law? You are thinking too much already, grandma. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Xingye brought Yi Hua to the middle and carefully introduced, his name is Yi Hua, my husband. Hello, brother-in-law. Without waiting for everyone to regain back their composure, Qing Yutong immediately jumped out and be the first to admit Yi Hua's identity. The reason she did that was because she simply wanted to see her father getting angry, and the best would be that her father flies into a rage. Thus, she temporarily came to a mutual consensus with her big sister. Yi Hua sized up Qing Yutong for a bit. I do not feel as excited as I imagined I would. Seeing her in person, there is a very large difference compared to seeing her on the TV screen. Although her figure is not bad, her outfit is somewhat lacking in appeal. This point of Qingye is better compared to her. If she was to request, I may perhaps give her a chance, count it as a kind of recognition of me towards her. Qing Yutong saw disdain from within this man's eyes, and even more, she even saw pity appearing in his eyes. Fuck! What is this situation? This man is even more boastful than that Long Outyin. Xingye, do you know just what you are saying right now? Wang Muqing stood up and shouted. This daughter of mine is getting more and more impudent. She actually really hired an actor back home. Xing Changren saw Long Outyin, whose complexion was ashen, and said with a smile, Outyin, Xingye is just joking, don't take it to mind. Long Outyin restrained the anger in his heart. He really wanted to leave in anger, but he did not. In situations like this, the more that I have to be able to stay calm. However, why did the Qingye today become so much more beautiful? I really want to drag her to the room and seal the deal with her. Chapter 22, Childish Grandpa Qing, be at ease, I'm well aware of the situation. Long Outyin said magnanimously, seemingly as if he totally did not take it to heart at all. Qing Changren laughed heartily, as expected of old Long's grandson, outstanding. Xingye, you take a look at Outyin, look at how sensible he is, and then take a look at yourself, setting up some small cheap tricks. Wang Muqing reprimanded. Zihan also followed after and said, that's right, Xingye, Outyin, this child is really not bad, why do you not feel anything for him? As Qingye's father, Cheng Huaxian was already angered to the point that he wasn't able to speak out anything. When I meet with those two daughters of mine, my heart disease would guarantee to start acting up. Luckily my heart disease was cured by Long Outyin. Qingye seemed to be not intending to light out her trump cards. Looking at her little sister, she said with a smile, since it just so happens that little sister came home today, Grandpa, how about letting little sister marry Long Outyin instead? Xing Yutong went into a daze for a moment, and in the next moment, her pretty face immediately changed into a face of grievance. As expected of a best actress, big sister, you can't be like this, to actually want to let your little sister jump into a fire pit right after you had jumped out of it yourself. How about we exchange instead? You give me brother-in-law, and you can be together with Long Outyin. Long Outyin nearly spat out blood. You all. You all actually humiliate me like this. This is unforgivable, enough. Cheng Huaxian slammed onto the table and shouted. Family shames. Family shames. Huaxian, the two wives called out worriedly. At this moment, with the help of her crutches, Mei Xuanchuang walked over to Yi Hua's side and said with satisfaction, Young man, you sure are handsome, treat Qingya well in the future. Mei Xuanchuang pulled over Qing Yutong who was at the side and placed Qing Yutong's tender small hand onto Yi Hua's big hand. You all have to live well, Grandma is optimistic about you all. The living room was totally silent, and Long Outyan's complexion was beginning to turn white. Ever since this man entered into the living room, he did not even said a single word, and has already held onto the hand of both of my future wives. This is intolerable. Wait, incorrect. This man's existence is for me to use to act cool. The situation will definitely turn for the better later on. It will definitely be that, later on, I will expose his plot, and afterward, the both of them will look at me in a new light, and from then on, I will walk towards the peak of my life, mooching, carry mom inside to rest. Cheng Huaxian could not stand it anymore. It is getting messier and messier. Wang Muqing and Zihan immediately held onto Mei Xuanchuang's arms and leave the room, and Mei Zunchang just kept on reminding repeatedly, you all have to live well, okay, Grandma will come again later on. Xingya looked at Yi Hua and her little sister very unhappily and said in a low voice, what are you two doing? Still don't let go of each other's hand? Cheng Yutong pouted her mouth, it is Grandma who placed my hand onto his hand, not me. Yi Hua did not understand them. Humans' world sure is complicated. What is there that cannot be solved by using force? On the other hand, the sister-in-law of mine is interesting. Yi Hua asked indifferently, what were you trying to tell me when you drew circles on my palm just now? Right now, even Qingya was stupefied. Not only was Qingya stupefied, but even Cheng Yutong was also stupefied too. He actually said it out. I only wanted to tease this brother-in-law of mine for a bit and let big sister know that all man cannot withstand temptation, but in the end, this man acted out differently from what I expected and immediately betrayed me. Long Outyan's complexion turned from white to red, as he thought to himself, there will definitely be a reversal, later on. Luckily, Qing Yutong was quick-witted. She hurriedly explained, actually, what I wanted to say was that, when did you two married, and how are your preparations with the wedding rings going? Don't need you to worry about it. Qingya replied indifferently, as a little sister, how can I not worry about my big sister's big wedding? Aren't I right, brother-in-law? Qing Yutong was rather lively. Before today, Yi Hua had only seen the Qing Yutong that was on the TV screen, who was somewhat aloof. He didn't expect that the Qing Yutong, in reality, was that different compared to the Qing Yutong in the TV screen. He was very disappointed. There is indeed no need for you to worry. Yi Hua replied indifferently, fuck, this brother-in-law really doesn't even bother giving me a bit of face at all. Qingya, on the other hand, was feeling very great. Seems like Yi Hua is standing on my side. I will count that you are a man. Qing Changren coughed lightly and said, alright, don't act anymore, since you are here already, you are counted as a guest. You can leave after the meal. Qing family was a prestigious family after all. The etiquette that they should have it. Visitors or guests, as long as he doesn't do anything out of line, letting him have a meal is counted as nothing. What's more, this man could have also been forced to come here by Qingya too. Qingya did not explain anything, seemingly having a much deeper intention. This made everyone all thought that Qingya had given up on resisting. However, Cheng Yutong did not think like that. I understand this big sister of mine very well, she is indeed very obedient sometimes. But when she starts being obstinate, 10 Thanos also wouldn't be able to defeat her. Since she brought a man over, she definitely has a trick hidden in her sleeve, just that she doesn't intend to use it now. Look at everyone's reaction, they have all ease up, especially Long Outyan. I suddenly discovered that this man is really pitiful, to get played around like that by Big Sister. I reckon that later on when Big Sister reveals out her trump card, this Long Outyan would have to be carried away by the ambulance. Big Sister's ailment of loving to act cool still hasn't changed at all. Yi Hua did not want to say too much and waste the oxygen in the air. Brother-in-law, what is your astrological sign? For the purpose of testing out her big sister, Qing Yutong took the initiative to attack. Yi Hua sat on the sofa and assumed the posture of a big boss. Upon hearing Qing Yutong's question, he replied indifferently, childish. Xingya, who was sitting across Yi Hua, laughed out. This man will strike at you to the point that you feel that you have not a single good point at all. I didn't expect that the woman that I had an eye for would actually ask such a stupid question like that. She is simply even much more stupid compared to Chinya. And to think that I actually was thinking about bestowing her one night with me, seems like there is no need for that already. She is indeed quite childish. Chinya didn't forget to attack Cheng Yutong. Good job, Yihua. Cheng Yutong was angered to the point that her small face became red. With a snort, she sat at one side and did not speak anymore. And Yihua was finally able to be in peace. Long Outyan adjusted his collar. It is time for my turn. This man will become my tool for acting cool. All novels are written like this. How much did Chinya hire you for? Long Outyan asked curiously. Chinya peeled a tangerine and passed half of it over to her grandpa. Xing Changren even thought that her granddaughter had finally come around, and thus took the tangerine over and said petulantly, "It is okay to just anger Long Outyan for a bit, just don't overdo it." "Grandpa, I'm well aware of the situation." Chinya smiled. This made Xing Changren finally felt at ease. My granddaughter is finally sensible, and as for Yihua, he was very unhappy. As my woman, you actually peeled a fruit for another man to eat. It won't do even if he is your grandpa. Yihua took out a cigarette and lighted it up. This action made both Xing Changren and Cheng Huaxian frown. This man is a bit arrogant. When Long Outyan saw Yihua acting cool like this, he smiled. To actually assume the sitting posture of a big boss at Qing family's house, and even smoke, looking at grandpa's and father-in-law's complexion, I reckon that they are wishing that they could kick him out of the house right now. What did you just say? Yihua asked indifferently. Long Outyan had seen before people who act cool, but he had never seen one that actually acts cool that much. This kind of big boss sitting posture, even I also don't dare to assume that posture at Qing family's house. Xingya paid you to come and anger me, right? Long Outyan asked once again. Countless ways of eliminating Long Outyan appeared in Yihua's mind. Do you think that we are playing house together right now? Childish. Yihua blew out a mouth of smoke and said indifferently. Xingya was eating tangerine and watching Yihua act cool. When she heard what Yihua said, she laughed and said, "He is indeed childish." Yihua looked at Xingya and said coldly, "I am talking about you." "Ha, big sister, so you are also very childish too." After Cheng Yutong finished speaking, she felt that something felt wrong. It feels like I shouldn't have said it like that. It sounded very strange. Chapter 23, Needle of Speaking the Truth. Xingya's face turned cold. This fellow is trying to start a problem. I will tolerate it for now. Cheng Changren shook his head. I really cannot tolerate the way this young fellow speaks. Huashan, let's go out and have a chat. It is stuffy here. Alright, Dad. Xing Huashan said displeasedly. If this guy wasn't brought here by my daughter, I would have long kicked him out of the house. This guy is just too impudent already. In a moment, only 4 people were left in the living room. Long Outyan sneered and said, "What benefit did Juer give you, for you to actually pour out that much effort?" To speak the truth, Yihua did not want to answer such a stupid question. You ask her yourself. Cheng Yutong went into a daze. This man sure is interesting. Where did big sister found this weirdo from? Oh, I bought him for an entire lifetime. Xingya seemed very calm, just as if she had bought a dog. This arrogant woman, to even have the thought to buy me for an entire lifetime. If not for the child in your stomach, I would have Long Outyan laughed sinisterly. Since you all are not willing to speak, I will just have to make you all speak by force. Needle of Speaking the Truth. The characteristics of this needle were that it was extremely quiet, and even if it was shot towards a person's little bird, the person also wouldn't be aware of it. Furthermore, the needle was colorless and odorless too. It was an essential for Long Outyan to have when he leaves home. Long Outyan could be seen flinging his index and middle finger, and a thin silver needle was shot towards Yihua. This moment, Yihua wanted to smash open this man's head. To even dare to plot against me, but after thinking about it, I cannot kill people. If I were to kill now, my 5 years of hard work would all be wasted. However, Yihua felt somewhat unexpected that this man actually knew some small tricks. The feeling of novelty is here again. The silver needle that was in the air suddenly shot backward to Long Outyan, just like the bullet during that night. Long Outyan totally did not know what just happened, because this needle of speaking the truth could not be felt by others. Long Outyan laughed in his heart. I am going to expose this repulsive face of yours. There will be a day that I, Long Outyan, will possess all the most beautiful women in this world, including the 2 of you. When that time comes, I will set up a harem chamber, and I will pick a different woman every night. Ha ha ha, I am just too outstanding. Let me stretch my waist for a moment. Long Outyen said vehemently, acting as if he was number one under the heaven. Pervert, pervert. Shengye and Sheng Yutong said indignantly. I didn't expect that this Long Outyen would be even more arrogant than Yihua, to even want me and my sister to be a member of his harem chamber. Go to hell. Long Outyen was stupefied. What is wrong with me? My mouth is not listening to me. Let me tell you all. It is you guys' blessing that I Long Outyen have an eye for you all. I am an immortal doctor. Do you all know just what an immortal doctor is? Immortal doctor is the kind of people that can cure people with his left hand, and kill people with his right hand. Long Outyen hurriedly covered his mouth. Why did I say out my biggest secret? Could it be needle of speaking the truth? Incorrect. I had already shot out the needle just now. Why was I the one who spoke the truth? I must not speak anymore. I definitely must not speak anymore. Their impression of me is done for already. Just who is the one plotting against me in secret? Is it this guy who has a handsome appearance? But that is impossible. Could it be that there was a problem when I flung out the needle? Yeah, that must have been why. Qingye and Sheng Yutong took a look at each other. There is a problem with this guy's head. Yihua smoked silently. Long Outyen? The name is indeed resounding, just that the person is a bit stupid. Long Outyen wants to say, I am not stupid. Qingye, tangerine. Yihua said indifferently. He was still very minding about Qingye peeling the tangerine for her grandpa just now. Qingye said in disdain, don't you have hands? Brother-in-law, you want to eat tangerine? I will help you peel. Sheng Yutong swiftly picked up a tangerine as she starts slowly planning out her scheme. Qingye snorted. She seemed as if she didn't mind, but her eyes kept glancing towards Sheng Yutong. Long Outyen covered his mouth. He wanted to talk, but at the same time, he was afraid that he would speak out things that he doesn't want to speak, and thus was only able to stare at them. Brother-in-law, here, a tangerine that was personally peeled by an international celebrity. TSK, 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 it could definitely be sold for a high price. Meanwhile, Sheng Yutong looked at her big sister's expression and felt that there was definitely something fishy between Yihua and Qingye. Learn more from her. Yihua took the tangerine and said towards Qingye, big sister, did you hear that? Learn more from me. Long Outyen couldn't stand it anymore. Enough. I, Long Outyen, am the leading role. You are all mine. Mine. At this time, Sheng Changren and Sheng Huaxian walked inside and Sheng Changren asked in a deep voice, what's the matter? What thing is yours? Sheng Yutong's eyes could be seen turning red as she stood up and jumped into her grandpa's embrace and said with grief, Grandpa, this Long Outyen is not satisfied with just having big sister. He even wants me to be his woman too. Boo-boo-boo, he is just too much. Qingye laughed. This little sister of mine is still the same as when she was small, to always like to mess around with other people. Why Yihua silently look at Sheng Yutong's performance. Is a mere Long Outyen worth it for you to drop your tears? Childish, Outyen, what is going on? Seeing that her daughter was crying out like that, as a father, Sheng Huaxian immediately questioned Long Outyen. Sheng Changren also felt that the Long Outyen today was very strange and said in a deep voice, Outyen, how will you able to speak if you cover your mouth like that? What else? He is just stupid. Qingye suddenly said. Long Outyen's eyes were filled with bloodshot. Why did everything become like this? What should have happened should have been me defeating this guy who was acting cool, and getting the elders' cheers and heart of the two beautiful women afterward. Why did it all become like this? No! Long Outyen shouted out. The effect seemed to have expired. Just what is going on? Sheng Changren asked solemnly, although Long Outyen is indeed quite a decent young guy, but if there is a problem with his moral character, I will have to think over it again. Long Outyen explained hurriedly, Grandpa Cheng, it is not as you think, we were only just joking just now. I'm really sorry, I didn't expect Sheng Yutong to take the joke seriously. Qingye crossed her arms and sneered, dare to say but don't dare to admit. That's right. Sheng Yutong said in agreement. Those two women currently had the same enemy, and thus joined up together. A bright idea suddenly occurred in Long Outyen's mind and he could be seen apologizing, I'm sorry, I admit my mistake. Sheng Changren and Sheng Huaxian more or less understood the situation. Seems like it was those two girls messing around again. Alright, it is about time to eat. Sheng Changren smiled benevolently. In actual fact, he was still very fancy of this grandson-in-law of his. Qingye stood up and did not say anything, and as for Sheng Yutong, she looked at her big sister and felt that there would definitely be a show to watch later on. As for Long Outyen, he was staring at Yihua. This man is too ruthless already. Not sure just where did Qingya hire this actor from. This demon king aura that he is acting out is quite good. Just him merely sitting there in smoke. It feels that he is very cool. Perhaps I can also imitate him. Qingya held onto Yihua's arm and walked towards the dining room with the others. This action made the elders felt very unpleasant, and Long Outyan almost flung out another needle of speaking the truth again. I have not even enjoyed this kind of treatment, and that man actually shows forth such an indifferent look. This guy is too able to act. If it was not for my needle-flinging skills being not up to standard, today would have been your judgment day. Suddenly, Qing Qingren's footsteps came to a halt. Looking at a painting on the wall, he smiled. Outyan, look at this painting, I bought it a few days ago. Chapter 24, Promise me one small condition. Yihua sized up the painting indifferently. This is a bit interesting. He actually bought a fake painting. Qingya also saw the painting. The painting was the same as the one that was hung inside Yihua's bedroom. It was Pablo Picasso's work. Garçon à la pipe. Long Outyan laughed lightly. It is finally my turn. Grandpa Qing sure is a nice person. Creating an opportunity for me to cool. Long Outyan could be seen observing the painting attentively, then crying out in surprise, could it be that this is Pablo Picasso's work? Outyan sure is remarkable. Qing Changren was very satisfied. Secretly taking a look at her own granddaughter, he discovered that she did not have any reaction at all. Long Outyan continued and said, this painting was created in the year 1905. It is one of the representative work of Picasso's Rose period, and it is even praised by critics that it possesses the same mysterious feeling that Leonardo da Vinci's work, Mona Lisa, possessed. In the end, it was sold at an auction that was held in London at the sky-high price of $100 million. Qing Huaxian smiled. This son-in-law of mine is experienced and knowledgeable too. Qing Changren smiled to the point that his eyes were squinted into a line, as he praised. Seems like Outyan's understanding towards painting is very deep, huh? It is very rare for young people these days to have this kind of capability. Long Outyan was feeling super great, seemingly as if he had already seen the look of adoration those two sisters had on their face. You are flattering me. I just understand a bit about painting, that's all. However, the value of this kind of paintings are getting higher and higher. I'm not sure just how much Grandpa Cheng paid for the painting. Not much, only $150 million. Long Outyan was astonished. Isn't this Qing family just too well off already? To actually just place a painting that is worth more than $100 million like this in the corridor, doesn't this mean that, in the future, I will be basically lying within a huge pile of money? Just thinking about it is making me feel so excited. Look at that guy that has a foolish expression on his face. I reckon that he hasn't seen such an expensive painting in his life. Mr. Yi, I'm not sure if you have any wise opinions about this painting? Long Outyan asked with a smile, evidently having the intention of letting Yihua make a fool out of himself. Qingya went into a daze, as she thought to herself, Yihua wouldn't say that this painting is fake, right? It's fake. However, Yihua said what exactly Qingya thought he would say. After finished speaking, everyone all went into a daze, including Qingya and Cheng Yutong. Long Outyan felt great. Act more. Look, now you have finally overacted, huh? To actually say that the painting is fake, huh? Yihua, don't anyhow say. Qingya pulled onto Yihua's sleeve and said in a small voice. Grandpa personally likes to collect famous paintings, and yet you actually say that the painting is fake in front of him. Grandpa will definitely not feel happy about it. Grandpa being unhappy towards you is definitely not a good thing towards our future. It must be said that Qingya was already thinking very far off in the future. After all, right now, they were already husband and wife, and even have a baby too. If not, were they really going to divorce in the future and let the child grow up in a single family? Qingya could not bear with letting her child grow up in an environment like that. It would perhaps be a bit unfair for me, but it is nothing much, since in any case, I will also have to find a husband in the future. Although Yihua likes to act like a big boss, his heart is still counted as good. After all, he actually practically donated all of his money to charity and was only left with $2. Why do you say that, Mr. Yi? Long Outyan asked hurriedly because Qing Chengren's face was already black. Why Yihua really wanted to smack this insect with his palm. This guy sure is long-winded. But I cannot make a move myself. I will let Lai Gu or Wei Chang deal with him later on. The consequence of me making a move myself is too horrible to contemplate. Why Yihua was too lazy to explain. Qingya knows. Everyone all looked towards the dazed out Qingya. Qingya was having a headache. This man actually pulled me down into the water with him. I have never seen such a bad man before. Big sister, you also think that this painting is fake? Qing Yutong asked curiously. Qingya knew her little sister was going to attack her while she is down. The alliance that was formed just a while ago immediately crumbled. Yihua has the same painting hang up in his room. Since it has come to this point, I will just have to help Yihua. If not what, say that Yihua is wrong. Yihua felt somewhat unexpected. When this woman saw the painting in my room, this wasn't the expression that she had on her face. However, this expression of hers, it isn't bad. Long Outyan laughed. Qing Changren and Qing Huaxian also laughed. Shaking their head, they did not say anything and continued walking towards the dining room. Qing Yutong pouted her mouth. There is something wrong with Big Sister's condition today. Isn't she being too protective of that man? Wait a moment. Room. Big Sister went into this man's room before. My God. Qingya slowed down her footsteps and said in a low voice, Yihua, later on when we are eating, can you please not anyhow speak? You said that you will listen to me. What an ignorant woman. Promise me one condition. Yihua said indifferently, you. Qingya Eslung was about to burst with rage. This guy is actually talking about condition with me, say. Qingya, who had no other choice, decided to admit defeat for now. After listening to Yihua's request, Qingya loudly scolded Yihua for being shameless to the extreme, to actually want me to do that kind of thing, scoundrel, bastard, taking another inch when you were already given an inch. Bearing with her the pain in her chest, Qingya said coldly, all right, I promise you, if you dare to anyhow speak again, be at ease, I will keep my promise. There would be something wrong with me if I believe you. Qing family's dining room was also exceptionally big. The people who were preparing the meal were all top-notch chefs within the country, and at the side, there were even maids to attend to the members of Qing family and guests. This was practically just like the lifestyle of an emperor. Yihua lamented a little, thinking back to the past, I also lived like this. But who would have thought that right now, the more that I live, whether if my life is getting better, or becoming worse, I myself am also not sure which is it. Those utensils are all produced from Europe, and looking at the design, those utensils must be royal products. Seems like this Qing family is indeed rich to an insane point. Wang Muqing and Zihan carried Grandma Mei Xuanchuang to the dining room. When Mei Xuanchuang saw Yihua, she could be seen immediately shouting, grandson-in-law, when are you going to have a child with Yutong? Grandma is still waiting to carry a great-grandson. Yihua did not speak. If that woman wants to get my lineage, she still has to go and continue training her temperament first. Not just any woman is able to get pampered by me. Qingya being able to bear my child is just an unexpected accident. Grandma, he is my brother-in-law. Qing Yutong somewhat could not stand it anymore, let alone the others. The others could only smile awkwardly. After all, Grandma's sickness was just like this. Qing Changren sat on the main seat and laughed. Everyone, sit down and eat. In Yihua's mind, he was thinking back, just how many years has it been since I sat on the lower seats? Who would have thought that because of this foolish woman, I am sitting on the lower seats right now? If this image was to get spread out, it would be a disaster. At that time, I will have no choice but to kill all of them to prevent it from getting spread out furthermore. Without a doubt, Qingya sat beside Yihua, to prevent Yihua from babbling out nonsense. Yihua was truly a man who made other worries. As for Qing Yutong, she sat on the other side of Yihua. This brother-in-law sure is interesting. It feels like he has Big Sister tightly grasped in his hand. Long Outyan sat across Qingya and Yihua, and his face did not look very good. Why is that man able to have two beautiful women each sitting at both of his sides, and yet there is not a single beautiful woman sitting beside me? Wang Muqing was able to see that Long Outyan was feeling unhappy, and thus took a glare at her daughter and said, Qingya, sit together with Outyan. Mom, I am a woman who has a husband, how can I sit together with other men? Yihua will get angry. Qingya said calmly. Qing Huaxian shouted with a deep voice, enough. There must also be a limit to how much you are going to act. Qingya pouted her mouth, did not explain anything, and also did not stood up. In any case, she was not going to move from her seat. As for Qing Changren, he was carefully sizing up Yihua. The feeling that this man gives me is very strange. There is a trace of disdain within his calmness, and a trace of arrogant aura within his indifference. If he is an actor that Qingya hired, isn't his acting skills just too good already? Chapter 25, How could I Long Outyan get cucked? Yutong, how long do you intend to stay this time? Zihan asked with concern, for her daughter to not be at home all year round, she missed her very much. Yutong spread out her hands, since I have gotten the Oscar trophy, I don't have much to pursue anymore, so I have decided to retire and enjoy life. Qing Huaxian was very gratified. You should have long done that. Come and work at Dad's company, alright? I don't want to. If I am going to work at the company, I am going to go work at Big Sister's company at the least. What do you say, Big Sister? Qing Yutong was really intending to retire from the entertainment industry. Qing Yutong was a woman who likes challenges. During the moment when she had gotten the Academy Award for Best Actress, she had already decided to retire. Whatever you want. Xingye said indifferently. Lan Outyan felt that his chance has arrived. Qing Yutong is definitely going to be a member of my harem. Just thinking about being able to sleep with a best actress in the future is enough to give me goosebumps all over my entire body. Qing Changren suddenly thought of something and reminded, Longan City is a bit chaotic those days. Yeah, Yutong, you two be careful a bit. Grandpa, what's going on? Did something happen? Qing Yutong asked curiously. After all, she only just came back today. An international hitman died yesterday night. Qing Changren said unhurriedly. Qingye wrinkled her brows. Where did the hitman die at? I think it was at the building that is at the opposite of He River. Opposite of He River, Yihua and I were even taking a stroll there yesterday night. Qingye wrinkled her brows and took a look at Yihua. Mr. Yi, what do you work as? Qing Changren asked. Qingye hastily snatched to answer. Yihua is the owner of a bar. Qing Yutong went into a daze. The boss of a bar. This plot is not bad. Wang Muqing and Zihan were a little displeased, seemingly not having any good opinions towards a person that opens a bar. How could my daughter have mingled with a person that opens a bar? Long Outyan mocked. Opening a bar is quite good. There are prospects in opening a bar. I reckon that there should be quite a lot of beautiful women at the bar during the night, right? Yihua has decided. I will definitely swat this housefly to death. Long Outyan, don't think that I don't know about the things that you are doing in the company. What is going on with you and the Director of Human Resources? Lan Outyan was astonished. How did she know about that? The Director of Human Resources does indeed have an affair with me. But, that woman is indeed very charming. And what's more, I conquered her with my charm. Xingye, you misunderstood, there is nothing going on. Lan Outyan hurriedly explained, I must have definitely been discovered when I went to her house. Xingye sneered and said towards her family, this is the person that you guys fancied, coming to the company for not even a week, and he has already had an affair with the Director of Human Resources. You sure are formidable, to be able to swindle a director into your hands as a security guard. As expected of an immortal doctor indeed, embracing beautiful women with both hands, huh? The gazes of Qing family all gathered onto Long Outyan, seemingly wanting to confirm if this matter was really true or false. Qingye, you misunderstood. Ai Bihan is a single-parent mother. What problem is there with me helping her out for a bit? Isn't the company's slogan to be united? I didn't expect that it would create a misunderstanding like this. It doesn't really matter for a man like me, but how would others look at Ai Bihan? Aren't you forcing Ai Bihan to resign by saying that? Lan Outyan said those words vehemently, portraying himself as a super nice guy, and portraying Qingye to be the kind of person to deliberately make trouble without reason. Lan Outyan was still nonetheless someone that has brains. Qingye, how could you look upon your subordinate like that? Qing Huaxian said displeasedly. Qing Corporation and Qingye's Qing International were two separate companies, but Qing Huaxian had taught Qingye since she was small that, only by treating your subordinates well, then would they be able to repay you. Qingye was a smart woman. She knew that since she did not have any evidence to show right now, whatever that she was going to say was going to be meaningless, and would only furthermore set their mind that she was deliberately making trouble without reason. Big sister, did Long Outyan really did dirty things under your eyes? He is being too much already. Qing Yutong helped her big sister to cry for injustice, however, who knew if she meant it or not. Qing Yutong's mother, Zihan, reminded, Yutong, speak less. Qing Changren seemed a little jittery. Alright, all of you speak less and start eating, serve the dishes. Yihua, on the other hand, had a face of indifference. I am not interested in listening to this kind of small things. However, I am a little curious about the dishes that will be served. Delicious dishes were brought to the dining table in succession, and Yihua immediately had his eyes on the bowl of crayfish. Xingye immediately became startled, feeling that this fellow was going to bring forth the arrogance of a big boss. She immediately said in a low voice, I will peel it for you. And that crab over there too. Yihua said indifferently. Qingye was angered to the point that she laughed. Just you wait, there will definitely be a day where I will get my revenge on you. The scene that unfolded next made everyone present to have their jaws dropped. Xingya, this strong woman, actually didn't start eating, and instead first peeled seafood for this man to eat, and furthermore even had a smile on her face. Is this still the Xingya that I know of? Xing Changren was stupefied, Xing Huaxian went into a daze, Wang Wuqing was stunned, Zihan was stunned, Xing Yutong had a face of astonishment, and Grandma Mei Xuanchuang, on the other hand, had a face full of smile, holding onto the chopsticks. The veins on the back of Long Outyan's hands could be seen bulging a bit. Why is this man able to have Xingya peel crayfish for him, and furthermore not even have a bit of gratitude at all, seemingly as if everything is normal? Xing Changren felt that something was wrong. If my granddaughter hired an actor, she would not definitely act like this. That expression of hers when she is peeling the crayfish seems to even have the meaning of trying to curry favor with the guy. Just what is going on with my granddaughter? Wang Wuqing could not take it anymore and said in a deep voice, Xingya, peel a few crayfish for Outyan too. He is not worthy. Xingya placed the crayfish meat that she peeled into Yihua's bowl, and Yihua calmly picked up his chopsticks and picked up the crayfish meat. Everything seemed that harmonious. Long Outyan's hands there were under the table were both clenched tight into a fist. No matter where I went, others would always respect me, except for just today. This is a day of humiliation. Xing Huaxuan was not able to suppress his anger anymore as he shouted out, Xingya, you better explain to me just what you are doing today. Xingya wiped her hands, then took out a certificate from her bag and straightforwardly threw it on the table. Without waiting for everyone to react, Xing Yutong immediately went up and snatched the book over, then shouted out in astonishment, Big sister, you are really married. This isn't a fake, right? Xing Chengren's brows wrinkled and said in a deep voice, Xingya, what is the meaning of this marriage certificate? Whatever that is shown is whatever that I mean. Xingya appeared to be very calm. She had already imagined this scenario countless times in her mind. Xingya once again took out a paper from her bag and threw it on the table. This was a succession attack, an attack that the others was unprepared for. Xingya's title of cold CEO did not come from nothing. Xing Yutong snatched it away first again, and her eyes revealed out astonishment. Big sister is playing it big this time. Wnag Muqing took over the paper from Xing Yutong, and after finished looking at it, she had the same expression as Xing Yutong, as if she was struck by a lightning. After everyone finished looking at the paper, the scene became completely silent, and the air seemed as if it froze. Xingya actually gotten a marriage certificate with this man, and even has a child too. My God, Long Outyan's expression was changing every second, totally not being able to accept this kind of ending. How is it possible that Xingya has a child? Those are all fake. How could I get cocked? I am Long Outyan. Xingya, tell me, all those are all fake, right? Those are all made up by you just so that you can anger me. Long Outyan was still struggling. His ordinary face was twisted to a point that it was a little scary. Yihua took a look at Long Outyan. I have seen this kind of expression too many times already. This is the expression one has when they are not willing to accept the truth that is in front of them. Chapter 26. I Long Outyan have to not let down this name. One half, it is all real. Yihua is my husband, and we have a child already. Xingya said indifferently, alright, Yaya has a child already. Mei Xuanchuang clapped her hands and shouted, just like a child. Bang! Xing Changren slammed onto the table and left in anger. Sheng Huaxian coldly shouted, I don't have a daughter like you, get lost now. Just nice, I also don't want to have a dad like you. Xingya said, but only she herself knew just how pain her heart was. Yihua, let's go. Yihua paused for a moment. So long as Xingya wants, I can eliminate all of them and help her vent. Looking at her daughter's departing figure, Wang Wuqing hurriedly shouted. Xing Huaxian coldly said, I forbid you to call out to her, if not, you can leave the house together with her. Huaxian, Xingya must have definitely been bewitched by that man. Don't plead for her anymore, this is Qing family's misfortune. Xing Huaxian, will just take it as I have never had a daughter like her. Xing Yutong poured a small glass of wine for herself and drank it all in one gulp. Big sister is just too formidable, this move of her is really awesome. Uncle Cheng, I will leave first. Long Outyan could not continue sitting down anymore, his entire body felt as if it was going to explode. This damn Xingya, to actually cuckold me, Xing Huaxian said with pain. Outyan, uncle has let you down. Long Outyan was also a person who has his own pride. He turned around and left straightforwardly. Xing Huaxian sighed, such a promising young man is let off just like this. Let me take a look at my small daughter. Dad, don't look at me. Do you believe that I will also be like big sister and just casually find a man to have a child with? Xing Yutong did not know just what her dad was thinking about and said immediately in order to cut off his thoughts. Zihan shouted, Yutong, speak nicely to your dad. Forget it, I'm leaving too. Bye-bye. Qing Huashan was angered to the point that he held onto his chest and mumbled, family's misfortunes. Why did I give birth to daughters like this? Not one of them doesn't have to be worried about. It would be great if we had a son. Wang Muqing and Zihan took a look at each other, and was totally filled with helplessness. At the outside, Long Outyan sat inside of a Passat and smoked ferociously. This matter definitely cannot be let off like this. I will return today's humiliation in folds in the future. Yihua and Xingye, just both of you wait, I still have that engagement letter with me. Since I cannot get Xingye, there is still Chang Yutong available. Although she does not intend to continue working in the entertainment industry, her fame is still very big right now. Letting her be my big wife is not counted as throwing face, just that, I must properly show off my capabilities today. Not only do I have to let Xingye regret, I also have to let Ching Yutong fall for me. Thinking up to here, Long Outyan picked up his phone and looked for Zhou Ye's number and called the number. When the call got through, Long Outyan laughed and asked, Zhou Yi, how is the prescription that I opened for you? Zhou Ye's forthright voice rang out from the phone, oh, so it is little brother Long Outyan, you don't say. After I used the prescription that you opened for me, doing it 3 times in one night is not a problem for me. It is as if I have become the young man that I was back then. Zhou Yi, I have a better prescription here. If Zhou Yi you used the prescription, I guarantee that you will be able to do it for an entire night, and all the ladies will definitely be begging for mercy. Long Outyan grinned, oh? Little brother Long Outyan, this isn't sincere of you, to only tell Zhou Yi now. You misunderstand Zhou Yi, I had only also just recently discovered this prescription. With how smart Zhou Yi was, he immediately knew that this youngster had something to request from him. Speak, what is it? Zhou Yi, I want you to help me for a bit. Listening to Long Outyan's recount, Zhou Yi felt that what Long Outyan wanted him to help with was to simply send his people to rob someone, and afterward, Long Outyan will come out and save the person that was being robbed, a typical hero saving a beauty plot, small matter. Thank you Zhou Yi, I will send you the license plate number in a while, the position will be at the fork road of North Suburbs. Long Outyan stretched his neck around, it is time for me to use my strength later on, alright, leave it to Zhou Yi. After hanging the phone, Long Outyan looked towards Yihua and Xingye and clenched his fist tight. I, Long Outyan, have to not let down this name of mine. The day where I grow and become strong will be the day of you guys' judgment day. At the other side, Zhou Yi made a phone call to his own underling, call some people to go act out a show later on. Zhou Yi, what kind of show? Hero saving a beauty kind of show. I will send the license plate number and address to you later on. Zhou Yi said, who is the hero? We have to know so that we know who to be easier on. Zhou Yi went into a daze, a youngster that appears to be classy and also a bit handsome. Alright Zhou Yi, classy and handsome, understood. The show has to be acted out realistically, do you understand? Zhou Yi, you can be at ease, I guarantee that others will not be able to tell that we are putting on a show. After hanging up the phone, the underling immediately gathered 10 plus people and headed towards the north suburb. Chapter 26, I Long Outyan have to not let down this name. 2/2 At the villa, Yihua looked at the obstinate Xingye and his tone became a bit gentler. Are you okay? Don't need you to care. Xingye, who was currently in a fit of anger, was a bit heavy on her tone, which made Yihua felt very angry. This woman definitely cannot be given any face. Why Yihua was also too lazy to care, you just have to obediently give birth to the child. Sitting into the front passenger seat, Yihua said, drive the car, time to head back. Xingye glared fixedly at Yihua, seemingly saying, forget about it that others are bullying me, but even you are also going to bully me too? Big sister, brother-in-law, wait for me. Ching Yutong could be seen dragging her suitcase and waving her hand towards Xingye and Yihua. Xingye sighed, if I had known earlier, I would have just listened to Yihua and drove the car and left. What are you trying to do? Xingye asked in a deep voice. Ching Yutong spread out her hands. What else am I trying to do? I am of course coming to stay with my big sister. Xingye's brows wrinkled. Isn't it fine staying at grandpa's and grandpa's place? If you are not used to staying here, big sister will open a room at a hotel for you, or perhaps buy a house for you. Big sister, we have not lived together for a very long time already, can't you just do a good deed and take in your little sister? Ching Yutong shook her big sister's arm and entered into acting cute mode. Xingye wouldn't be fooled by Ching Yutong, after all, she had already been fooled countless times by Ching Yutong when she's small. I will make a call and arrange things for you. Seeing that it was useless to plead to her big sister, Ching Yutong immediately started pleading to Yihua, who was smoking at one side. Brother-in-law, speak in something good for me please. Isn't it just a matter of having one more bed? What is there to be long-winded about? Yi Hua said impatiently, for this kind of small matter, what is there to be long-winded about? For it? Qingye immediately became stupefied, just a matter of having one more bed. Do you think that it is as simple as having one more pair of chopsticks? Qing Yutong immediately threw her suitcase into the car's trunk, sat into the back passenger seat, fastened her seatbelt, and remained still obediently. Her sitting appearance was simply just like that of an obedient model student. I originally thought that it would be very boring after retiring, but in the end, I discovered that big sister actually had a child with a man, and was even married to the man too. There is nothing that is more interesting than this. Within this story, just is it the distortion of human nature or is it the depravity of morals? Both of you. Come down, both of you. This is my car. Qingye, who was flustered and exasperated, was speaking incoherently. Yi Hua said indifferently, I'm not coming down. If brother-in-law is not coming down, I am not going to come down too. Qing Yutong said with a pitiful expression. She was not a best actress for nothing. The both of you sure are good, both coming to anger me, huh? Qingye was feeling very angry. Sitting into the car, and not even fastening her seatbelt, she stepped onto the gas pedal with all her strength. This was the tempo of intending to perish with everyone that was in the car. Chapter 27. Why did you all leave? However, Yi Hua and Qing Yutong was very calm and collected, totally not afraid at all. Long Outyan, who was at the back, hurriedly drove the car and followed after them. I didn't expect that Qing Yutong would not drive her own car. Seems like there is a change to the plan. It shouldn't be too late to inform them about it now. Yi Hua, who was in the car, opened his mouth and said, remember the thing that you promised to do during tonight. Without waiting for Qingye to reply, Qing Yutong, who was at the back, asked curiously, brother-in-law, what thing did big sister promise you, to even have to do it at night? Wow, you two sure are romantic. Qingye's face was black and did not say anything. Yi Hua said lightly, you will know what it is when the time comes. My God, it can even be shown to others? You two sure all open. Both of you, enough already. Qingye couldn't help but shout. Suddenly, Qing Yutong cried out in surprise, big sister. There is someone in front. The tires left 2 tire prints on the ground. If the car was not an Audi, the fool that was in front of them would have definitely been run over by the car. My forehead. Qing Yutong rubbed her forehead. Yi Hua, on the other hand, had a cold face and shouted, don't you know how to drive properly? I just precisely don't know how to drive properly. What about it? Come bite me then. Foolish woman. Qing Yutong, who was at the back, observed her big sister and brother-in-law quarreling. This is just too interesting. 10+ men stood outside of the car. The atmosphere is a bit awkward. Could it be that the people in the car didn't discover the problem? We are blocking the path and robbing you guys. Can you guys show us some face? That's right, just a while ago, at the final moment, this underling just received the latest report that the Ferrari was changed to an Audi A8. One of the underlings knocked onto the car window, and Qing Yutong, with a jittery face, lowered the window and said, don't disturb, I am watching my big sister and brother-in-law quarrel right now. On the other hand, when the window was lowered, the quarreling sound that was within the car immediately emitted out of the car, letting Qing Yutong move in with us. Is it that you have some sort of idea towards her? So what if I have any idea towards her? Didn't you say that you would send protection over? Listening to them, Qing Yutong was dumbstruck. Big sister, brother-in-law, you all are too bad already. Quickly let me off the car. This is not the car that is headed towards a nursery school. Shut up. Qingye turned her head around and shouted angrily. Qing Yutong pouted her mouth. Big sister, you even want to send over protection for me and brother-in-law? You sure are perverted. Scram. Qingye felt that she was about to explode. The 10+ men that were outside the car were listening to them quarrel with great interest. Those people within the car sure are hardcore. Big sister, brother-in-law, and a sister-in-law, their relationship sure is messy. The life of the rich sure is hard to understand. Long Outyan was observing from far away, and discovered that those 10+ men surrounded the car, but wasn't doing anything at all, and seemed to instead be listening to something. After waiting for quite a while, he discovered that those 10+ men were getting more high-spirited to whatever they were listening to. You all are here to work, not here to listen to the daily life of a family, you brazen bunch. What are you all trying to do in broad daylight? Long Outyan could be seen appearing flashily. His vigor was vast, and his entire body emitted out a bunch of positive energy. The 10+ men took a glance at Long Outyan, then took a look at the man that was within the car. After comparing, they felt that the man within the car was classier and more handsome, and came to the conclusion that Long Outyen was just some random person meddling in other people's business. The few of you, go and settle him, don't let some random guy come over here. I have never listened to such an interesting quarrel. As the big brother and the boss, he ordered 3 people to go and settle Long Outyen. The 3 people left reluctantly. This is all that damned guy's fault. Why did he suddenly appear? Long Outyen's brows wrinkled. Why are the people in the car still not getting off the car? What meaning is there in me fighting if they don't get off the car, brothers? Just what is going on? Why are you all still not asking the people that are inside the car to get off the car? Long Outyen reminded in a low voice, get off your mom. One of the men swung his fist over to Long Outyen. Long Outyen dodged the fist effortlessly, grabbed onto the man's arm and said hurriedly, brother, I am the person that hired you guys. Boss, help, the man loudly shouted out for help. We have come across a problematic one. The boss looked at the situation, and his temper immediately came. To actually dare to spoil my plan, brothers, attack. 10+ men each picked up a club and ran ferociously towards Long Outyen. And Yihua, who was in the car, was also too lazy to quarrel with Qingye anymore and got off the car to take in a breath of fresh air and smoke a stick of cigarette. While he was at it, you all, quickly look over there. They are fighting. Xing Yutong cried out in surprise. Qingye snorted, she of course saw it too. Isn't that little brother Long Outyen? He seems quite formidable from the looks of it. Xing Yutong looked around, and at the same time, her mouth never coming to a stop. Long Outyen discovered the situation at that side. They have finally got off the car, and I have finally gotten Xing Yutong's attention. Thus, Long Outyen shouted out loudly, Yutong, leave quickly, leave this place to me. What are you saying? I can't hear, Xing Yutong shouted. I'm saying, leave those scoundrels to me, and you quickly leave this place while I'm distracting them here. Long Outyen was distracted for a moment and a fist immediately greeted him. I say, brother, we are only acting, there is no need to be that ruthless, right? The boss shouted, who is acting with you, beat him to death. You all. Don't blame me for not showing mercy then. A strong aura could be seen emitting out from Long Outyen's entire body, and each fist of his was able to knock out each person. It was just like he was a god coming down to earth. Brothers, this guy is a bit ruthless, take out the weapons. The boss said, and 3 men could be seen taking out an AK from the car and shooting chaotically towards Long Outyen. Long Outyen turned pale with fright. If my dragon god technique was cultivated to the peak, how would I even be afraid of those bullets? I wouldn't even be afraid of guided missiles, but right now, I have only just started cultivating, and still can't resist bullets yet. Thus, all I can do now is dodge. Yihua flicked the cigarette butt and did not have any interest to continue watching, thus sat back in the car. Xingye also didn't want to watch anymore. This show that they are putting on is too terrible already. Long Outyen, fight on. You can do it. Xing Yutong waved her hand, then sat into the back passenger seat, and afterward, the 3 of them left just like this. Long Outyen was in despair. Can you all help, at the least help me to call the police? Luckily I had refined 2 ground-evading talismans, if not, I am most likely going to die here. Who would have thought that I, Long Outyen, would have this day too? I have truly ruined the title of Immortal Doctor. I am an expert who can cure someone with my left hand and killed someone with my right hand, just that, I have yet to fully grow my potential. Ground-evading talisman. Long Outyen, who was dodging left and right just a moment ago, suddenly disappeared, and the bunch of men was stupefied too. Just what is going on? The plan was all ruined by this fellow. We are definitely going to get scolded by Jiu Yi when we go back later on. This damned passerby, Long Outyen, who just used the ground-evading talisman, let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the surrounding, such a big hazy fog, I couldn't have come to some mountain, right? Who are you? Hearing the sound of a tender shout, Long Outyen immediately became astonished. So it seems that this is a bathroom. Seems like Long Outyen's luck with the ladies is still normal. This humble one is Long Outyen. Not sure just what is this lady's name? The woman was stupefied. Lady, I see that your complexion is flushed red just a while ago, and right now, it is gradually turning white. This is the symptom of your body being weak. If you don't mind, this humble one can help you check your pulse. Scram! The woman let out a shout. Long Outyen fixed his fringe. The plot is always precisely the same. At the other side, the 3 people who were in the car remained silent, not a single person minding another person. Xing Yutong, who was sitting at the back, sized up the expression of her big sister and brother-in-law. They really don't seem to be acting. If they were really acting, I can practically say goodbye to my Best Actress award. Chapter 28, The Underling of an Underling's Underling 1/2. Very quickly, Xingye stopped beside the bar, and with no one bothering the other, all of them straightforwardly opened the car door and got off the car. After Yihua got off the car, before entering the bar, he lighted up a cigarette first. Xingye hurriedly shouted, "Brother-in-law, my suitcase is very heavy, can you help me for a bit?" No. Yihua took a puff and said indifferently, without turning his head at all. He walked straight into the bar, leaving alone the stupefied Qin Yutong. "This brother-in-law of mine is too formidable," responding in ways that are unexpected. Carrying the suitcase, Qin Yutong walked into the bar and saw that Yihua was mixing a drink at the bar counter. Not caring about the suitcase anymore, Qin Yutong sat on the tall chair and asked with a face full of curiosity, "Brother-in-law, I want a drink." "Get it yourself. I want to drink this glass of yours." Qin Yutong pointed to the glass of wine that Yihua had mixed. Yihua pushed the glass of scarlet color wine that was in his hand towards Qin Yutong. "This glass of wine had been spiked by me. If you are not afraid, you can drink it." "Tisk, as if I would believe that." Qin Yutong said in disdain and picked up the glass of wine, intending to drink it in one gulp. However, her movement came to a stop. Taking a look at Yihua, "This fellow didn't really spike the drink right. I am a pure maiden after all." No, both of them are definitely cooperating together. No wonder Big Sister even said that she would deliver protection over. "Forget it, I don't want to drink it anymore." Qin Yutong said with a smile. Yihua laughed lightly. "This Qin Yutong's guts is too small. Xingye's guts is bigger than hers." Picking up the glass of wine, Yihua drank it in one gulp. "Comfortable. My mood is much better now." Qin Yutong discovered that she was duped and a feeling of defeat raised in her. "Thinking about it, I am an international celebrity, and nevertheless, a best actress. For me to actually be duped by a handsome guy, this is a disgrace." The paintings you have here sure are nice." Qin Yutong immediately changed the subject to prevent herself from getting mocked at. "Ever since I met brother-in-law, I have already been mocked countless times. You want it? You can take any of them if you want." Yihua said indifferently. Qin Yutong scared and said, "I don't want it, they are all fake." Yihua remained silent. Women are precisely childish, and also foolish. Placing down the glass, Yihua walked upstairs, because there was a matter that he needed either Lai Gu or Wei Chang to settle. "Brother-in-law, where do I sleep at?" Chang Yutong shouted anxiously, "Anywhere you want." Qin Yutong scratched her head. "This brother-in-law sure is tough. To be able to be that calm and collected when facing against my enticement, I have to go ask Big Sister just how did she meet with this weird brother-in-law." Chapter 28. The underling of an underling's underling 2/2. Arriving at the office, Yihua did not open the television, and instead contacted Lai Gu and Wei Chang. A dog and a human immediately appeared within the office, just that Lai Gu was currently gasping for breath. Seemingly that he was doing something right before he appeared in the office. Yihua couldn't stand looking at Lai Gu anymore. Is this dragon in heat? Brandishing his hand, Lai Gu disappeared. What remains unseen was deemed to be clean. "Your Honor, Lai Gu is becoming more and more like a dog." Wei Chang smiled respectfully. Yihua waved his hand. "Don't mention about him first. I met someone that made me felt unhappy today. You go and settle the matter for me first." Wei Chang was very confused. To be able to make His Honor angry, it seems that only the madam is able to do it. Could it be that His Honor's humanity is gone? "This is a big matter. I have to properly persuade His Honor about this matter. Your Honor, since the madam still does not know your identity, the way she speaks to you may be a little impudent, but you should understand her, Your Honor. This way, you would be able to show your humanity." Wei Chang persuaded with a low voice. "What are you talking about?" Yihua asked coldly. Wei Chang went into a daze. "Isn't Your Honor asking me to go and settle off the madam?" Yihua was angered to the point that he was laughing. Holding onto his forehead, he said, "Wei Chang, oh Wei Chang, after so many years have passed, why do you still not have any brain? Although I let you go eliminate the Hitman organization, but don't you know that there is another way of settling it? Control them, so that they can be of use to us. Every time when I let you go settle things, you would always kill until there is not a single person left. Don't you know how to leave at least one person alive to use as a puppet?" With a frightened face, Wei Chang immediately kneeled down. "Your Honor, this subordinate is slow-witted. It is like this every time." Yihua was speechless. "If they were all smarter a bit, we wouldn't have gotten so far as to get ganged up and eliminated by those people." Wei Chang lowered his head and remained silent. "Using the old method, as long as I don't speak, His Honor's anger will disappear. This person is Qingya's fiancé, his name is Long Outyan, his strength is puny, and he calls himself some whatever immortal doctor." Yihua said helplessly, to prevent the scenario where Wei Chang was actually foolish to the point that he went to eliminate Qingya. "Congratulations, Your Honor. Congratulations, Your Honor." Wei Chang suddenly had a face full of joy and shouted out, "This made Yi Hua to be confused. What are you congratulating me for?" "Congratulations, Your Honor, to have gotten another kind of human attribute." "Oh? What human attribute?" Yi Hua asked curiously, jealousy. After Yi Hua heard what Wei Chang said, he went into a daze, then afterward, his face became black. "Scram, you fool. All of you are a bunch of fools." Wei Chang did not have the slight bit of frightened expression at all. His honor's reaction right now is just like the black-bellied male lead in a TV show, flying into a rage after having his little thoughts discovered. With a smile, Wei Chang disappeared within the black void. It is a good thing that his honor has humanity. Yi Hua, who had calmed down, opened the TV. Only the Calabash brothers saving their grandpa would be able to let me calm down. Fuck sake. Why are the people around me all a bunch of fools? Forget about it that my subordinates are foolish, but even my woman is also foolish like them. If it was not for, forget it. Tolerate. Wei Chang, who disappeared from the office, appeared in his own rented apartment. There was no luxurious furniture, and on the contrary, the furniture was very ordinary. At a second-tier city like Longan City, an apartment like this cost only 1k RMB, 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, and the decorations were also ordinary too. As one of the 7 sins, Ligu seems to be very low profile. Wei Chang let out a breath and summoned evil spirit, Death Mage, over a master. Death Mage kneeled down on the floor respectfully, awaiting for Wei Chang's order. Wei Chang poured a glass of water, drank it, and couldn't help but burped. "Go kill a person that is called Long Out Yen." "I will solemnly obey master's order." Death Mage accepted the order respectfully, and his body immediately disappeared from the apartment, seemingly as if he has never appeared in the apartment before. However, when the Death Mage appeared once again, the place that he appeared at was shining to the point that it could blind a person's eyes. This was a small villa, the decorations were luxurious, and expensive furniture could be seen everywhere. With just a look, one would be able to know that this was the house of a rich person. Death Mage placed his sickle at one side and took a few cans of beer from the fridge. Looking at his movements, it seems that he was used to doing this action. Taking the few cans of beer, Death Mage sat on the sofa and opened the television. Calabash Brothers was not playing on the television, and instead, score 3-2. Real Madrid soccer team is pulling a comeback. Listening to the emotion-stirring commentating, Death Mage let out a bunch GGG weird laughter that would make one's hair stand on its end when listened to it. GGG. Suddenly, he remembered that he still had a proper business that he had to attend to. Death Mage stretched out his hand and shouted faintly, "Death Assassin." A person with a concealed face walked out from the void. His face could not be seen, making it seems very weird. "Master, go kill a man that is called Long Out Yen. There is no information about him, find it yourself." Death Mage said as he opened a can of beer and drank it with his head raised. Just that, the beer could be seen passing through the human skeleton body of his and dripping onto the sofa. However, Death Mage felt very great and even burped. Death Assassin said respectfully, "Understood." After Death Assassin disappeared, Death Mage let out a sigh. It is finally time to work again. Chapter 29. Do you still remember the thing you promised me? That's right. Every time when there was work to do, Wei Chang would summon Death Mage, and Death Mage would discover that the target was too weak already, and would simply summon his underling to go kill the target. Every time when killing someone, his honor doesn't want the wealth that the target has, thus I would also not be courteous about it and had kept all the money. Right now, I am even living at a villa. Every time when there is work to do, I would sit here and watch soccer and let my underling to go do the work. Just that, watching soccer is also a very vexing thing. If the soccer team that I like loses, it would make me wish that I could burn them all with a fire magic. Just that, the target this time isn't an ordinary person, and is an immortal doctor, Long Out Yen. He is the kind of people that can cure people with his left hand and kill people with his right hand. Not sure if Death Assassin will be able to handle him, but if you want to ask that, if Death Assassin doesn't even have any information of Long Out Yen, how will Death Assassin be able to find him? Then you were looking down too much on Death Assassin. There was quite a number of times where there was no information about the target at all, and Death Assassin was still able to find the target and let the target die from an accident or from other sorts of reason. In any case, he was able to make it seems like the target was not murdered or assassinated, he was simply formidable. Wei Chang also wouldn't have imagined that the underling that he summoned over would actually also summon his own underling to help him do the work. Yi Hua himself also wouldn't have imagined that the underling of his underling would summon another underling to do the work. Can you all not be so lazy? Who did you all learn this bad shortcoming from? Unconsciously, the sun gradually set. Yi Hua took out his handphone and ordered delivery. At the same time, he was thinking to himself, as my woman, this Chinya actually doesn't know such a simple thing like preparing a meal. Doesn't the women of the human race all know how to prepare a meal for men to eat? This Chinya has to be properly taught. I'm just afraid that during the process of teaching her, I would be unable to bear. After ordering delivery, Yi Hua was a bit confused. Why is this woman suddenly so quiet for the entire afternoon? Not being able to bear the curiosity in his heart, Yi Hua walked to the bedroom door and opened the door. Qingya and Qing Yutong could be seen sitting on the bed and watching a movie, and on the bed, all kinds of snacks were scattered around and crumbs could be seen dropped on the quilt. Yi Hua, who had severe mysophobia, his anger straightforwardly raced to the top, and the veins that were bulging out from his forehead was horrifying. Qingya, I give you a minute to clean up. And you too. Yi Hua pointed to the two foolish women and shouted. Actually, if it was changed to another man, they would definitely not scold the two women, because right now, the appearance of the two women was very alluring. They were both wearing nightclothes. Qingya pouted her mouth. What are you being fierce for? Qing Yutong pouted her mouth. This brother-in-law really likes to start quarreling the moment when something doesn't go his way. Truly a big weirdo. The two women tidied up the bed well-behavedly because they themselves also didn't like being messy. They only wanted to disgust Yi Hua for a bit by making a mess, and evidently, they have achieved their objective. Yi Hua walked into the bedroom and took a look. There is actually oil stain on the quilt. I definitely cannot tolerate it. Change the quilt, and the bedsheet too. Also, the pillow too. Yi Hua shouted with a deep voice, they are foolish to the point that my heart feels like it is in pain. Qingya said displeasedly, Yi Hua, enough already, isn't it just a bit of stain? Are you changing it or not? Yi Hua shouted angrily. Qing Yutong was shocked. Those two are actually quarreling for real. I thought that we were just joking around. This is just too freaking frightening. Brother-in-law, don't be angry, I will change it. Qing Yutong was quite sensible, whereas Qingya crossed her arms and snorted, look at your little sister, which point of yours is comparable to her? Yi Hua couldn't help but shout. Qingya went into a daze for a while, then shouted, go find her to give birth to a child for you then. Find me for what? After finished speaking, Qingya covered her face with her hands and ran out. Brother-in-law, you are really… Qing Yutong was speechless. Who even's personal attack someone else like that? Although I am indeed a little bit more capable compared to my big sister, you also didn't have to say it that straightforwardly. Yi Hua, who has a stomach full of anger, wished that he could explode this earth to vent his anger. I only speak a few sentences to her and she ran away in anger. Why are women so troublesome? The helpless Yi Hua had no choice but to chase after Qingya. What will I do if this foolish woman is not able to think straight and suicide together with my child? Pulling on to Qingya, who was about to run out of the bar, Yi Hua said in a deep voice, are you done with causing a scene? Let go of me, I don't know you anymore from today onwards. Qingya had a stern look on her face and her tone was close to below 0 degrees. Qing Yutong hid at one side and observed, those two people are too interesting. Perhaps I can go and write a novel myself about them. Even if you don't want to know me anymore, you also have to give birth to the child for me. Yi Hua's tone was the same as Qingya. In the past, all those women who dared to be that arrogant in front of me had all turned into skeletons. This woman in front of me is the only exception. Qingya sneered, I'm going back on my words, I learned it from you. Qingya. Speak properly. Yi Hua looked at the woman in front of him coldly. He discovered that he was at the edge of going berserk. The demon that was in his heart was consuming the humanity within him. Qingya's eyes could be seen immediately becoming red as she sobbed and shouted, I don't have anything to speak properly with you, it is all your fault. You are the most scoundrel man that I have ever seen, even much more scoundrel than that Long Out Yin. Brother-in-law, big sister, you both fought all the way from the bedroom until here, haven't you both quarreled enough already? My ears are going to become deaf soon already. Qing Yutong came out to adjust the atmosphere. I have the most experience in adjusting the atmosphere. Shut up. Shut up. Qing Yutong pursed her sexy lips and immediately hid at one side. Looking at Qingya's obstinate expression, Yi Hua's heart softened. But as a supreme overlord, how can I lower my head to a woman? That is definitely not possible. I ordered delivery. Yi Hua said in a light voice. His tone was much calmer than before. Qing Yutong thought that her brother-in-law was going to quarrel with her big sister to the end, and didn't expect that her brother-in-law would actually admit defeat. Ha ha. This is a bit interesting. Qingya of course also knew that Yi Hua admitted defeat. Finally acknowledged your mistake? Where did that capability of shouting at people of yours go to? Seeing that Qingya was not speaking, Yi Hua spoke beside Qingya's ear. Did you forget the thing that you promised me? You! Xingye struck her small fist angrily onto Yihua's chest, and Yihua held onto Qingye's waist and walked upstairs, leaving alone Qing Yutong, who had a stupefied expression. They are done quarreling? Isn't big sister's resistance a bit too low? To actually get pampered after just a few sentences, those two are weird. Looking at the 10 kilograms crayfishes in front of her, Xingye was a little absent-minded. This shameless scoundrel, to actually want me to help him peel 10 kilograms of crayfishes, and I actually promised him, look at my tender and delicate hands. After peeling the 10 kilograms of crayfishes, those hands of mine are going to be gone. Yihua sat like a big boss, and looking at the helpless expression on Qingye's face, he felt very happy in his heart. I suddenly discovered that this woman is actually to affect my emotion. This is just too strange. Qing Yutong wore the gloves and took a sip of juice first, then looked at the two weirdos in front of her and asked, "Are you both not going to start eating?" "Don't mind me then." Towards this sister-in-law, Yihua was okay with her doing anything she wants, but Xingye was different, as my woman, the child's mother. In the future, Xingye will be the biggest woman in the future. If I don't properly educate her now, how will I be able to bring her out to see the world? With how she is right now, it would be a relief if she doesn't throw away all my face. Big sister, what are you being in a daze for? Those crayfishes are not bad, they taste pretty good. I discovered that, after having brother-in-law, my relationship with big sister seems to have become good. It sure is strange. Xingye let out a breath. In any case, I am also a CEO, a woman who honors her own words, unlike Yihua who doesn't keep honor his own words. Chapter 30, just like twin sisters 1/2, seeing that her big sister herself was not eating and was instead peeling the crayfishes for Yihua to eat, Qing Yutong was dumbfounded. Weren't they quarreling just a moment ago? It was undoubtedly brother-in-law who admitted defeat at first, but why does the situation now seem like big sister admitted defeat instead? Towards the Qingye tonight, Yihua was very satisfied. It feels a bit more like she is my wife now. Gradually, half of the crayfishes were finished. Qingye wrinkled her brows and continued peeling, but right now, her fingers were starting to feel a little bit pain. After all, before today, those two hands of hers were carefully taken good care of by her, and furthermore, she did not have any skills in peeling crayfish. Xingye was just this kind of woman. Whatever that she said she would do it, no matter how hard the process would be. She must also fulfill her own promise. Alright, you can stop. Yihua shouted faintly and picked up the crayfish meat that was in his bowl and passed it over to Qingye. The obstinate Qingye did not give Yihua any face at all as she placed the crayfish meat back into Yihua's bowl and continued peeling. Qing Yutong lightly sighed. Big sister is still as obstinate as always. Why Yihua did not speak. I seem to have discovered another merit of Qingye. Perhaps she is not that foolish as I thought. Finally, all of the crayfishes were peeled finished by Qingye and Yi. Hua's bowl was filled full with crayfish meat. Looking at her fingers that had turned red, Qingye was very sad. Her fingers sort of felt like they were scorching. Eat a bit. Yihua placed his bowl to the front of Qingye and said lightly, I will count it that you still have a bit of conscience. Qingye took off the gloves, picked up a piece of crayfish meat, mixed it around in the broth, and ate it contentedly. It is really delicious. Yihua silently looked at Qingye. Just a moment ago, she still had a sad-looking expression on her face, but after eating a piece of crayfish meat, she looks as if she is intoxicated. This is truly peculiar. Qing Yutong felt that she was right to follow along with the two of them today. Those two are truly very amusing. Big sister, how about we go out and watch a movie later on? Avengers 3, you know, it's super good. Qing Yutong suggested. Qingye, who was eating the crayfish meat, said faintly, ask him. Brother-in-law, let's go. The movie is super good. When a big celebrity starts acting coquettishly, there is not a man that could resist it. Of course, Yihua was the only exception. Feeling that Qingye's performance was not bad and should be rewarded, Yihua said, okay. Yeah, big sister, let's go and prepare. I have to be fully equipped first before we leave, Qing Yutong said excitedly, totally oblivious to the fact that she had already tacitly approved Yihua as the head of the house, having to seek Yihua's approval before being able to do some things. Why Yihua took a piece of napkin and wiped his mouth, then stood up and sat on the sofa. I do not have to speak today and Qingye is already taking the initiative to clean up. I am very gratified. She is heading and developing towards a good direction. Furthermore, after she cleaned up, she also didn't complain too. Not bad, not bad. Qingye laughed in her heart. Do you feel that I am being a lot more obedient right now? Yihua, let me tell you, this is but a false appearance. Scoundrel, to actually dare to make me peel that much crayfishes, I will definitely take revenge on you for this. Chapter 30, just like twin sisters 2/2. Since Yihua's sister-in-law had to dress and groom up, Yihua let her use the bedroom and came to the office to smoke. Not sure if that long outyen had been disposed of yet. Evidently, it wasn't going to be that quick. Although Death Assassin had an excellent capability of looking for people, but he also needs time. After all, his strength was not that sickeningly powerful like Wei Chang. After continuously smoking 2 cigarettes, Yi Hua was starting to feel a bit impatient. Is there a need to dress up for such a long time? Do you all think that you all are going to participate in a beauty contest? To actually make me wait for such a long time? Standing up and leaving the office, Yi Hua straightforwardly pushed the door and walked into the bedroom. Xingye could be seen sitting at one side and carefully doing her makeup while holding a makeup mirror with one of her hand. Seeing that, Yi Hua couldn't help but said, "You are already pretty enough, is there a need to do your makeup for so long?" Xingye paused for a moment, looked at Yi Hua and said faintly, "Am I really that pretty?" Yi Hua wrinkled his brows. This woman likes to ask questions which she already knows the answer of. Don't make me answer such a foolish question. Is this question very foolish? The bathroom door could be seen being opened, and another Qingya walked out of the bathroom. Yi Hua was a bit astonished as he looked at the 2 Qingya. They are actually not distinguishable with the naked eyes. This Qing Yutong's makeup skill is really good. However, what can be confirmed is that the Qingya that walked out of the bathroom is the real one, and the one that is still doing her makeup is Qing Yutong. Qingya was using the bathroom just now and heard the conversation between Yi Hua and Qing Yutong. This fellow said that I am pretty. I will count that you are tactful. Knowing how to speak a few words that are pleasant to hear. However, just thinking that my little sister is dressing up as me again, my head is starting to hurt. Actually, the 2 sisters still had a bit of resemblance even though they have different mothers. Both of their height was at around 1.75 m, and there was also not much difference between both of their body type. Adding on with Qing Yutong's makeup skill, since she was able to deceive Yi Hua, there was no need to speak about other people. Right now, when the 2 of them stand side by side, they look just like the same person. Qing Yutong even imitated Qing's hairstyle and clothing. A simple ponytail, white colored t-shirt, slim fit jeans, pure and not too sexy, especially with the pair of super long legs that the 2 women had. It was simply shining to the point that it was able to blind one's eyes. Yi Hua discovered that this Qing Yutong's acting skills was not bad, being able to perfectly imitate Qing's expression and demeanor. If I really have to find a difference between the 2, I will have to look at the curve of their chest. Xingye belonged to being normal, and Qing Yutong belonged to being relatively plump. If I don't look at their chest, it is really difficult to differentiate who is who, unless I use my abilities. Why did you dress up as me again? Xingye shouted at the little sister. Back when I was studying, this little sister of mine would always like to dress up as me and do bad things, and in the end, it would always be me having to carry the blame. This little sister of mine is simply bad to the brim. Qing Yutong immediately smiled, and the character that she was imitating immediately collapsed. Holding onto her big sister's arm, she said sweetly, "Big sister, we are sisters, it is normal that we look alike. If not, no matter how much I do the makeup, I also wouldn't be able to look completely like you. What's more, if I don't dress up as big sister, who else can I dress up as?" Speaking up to here, Qing Yutong started acting a bit sad. Her acting skills as a best actress was being shown here again, although Qingye didn't really like this little sister of hers at all, but at the least, she was still her little sister, and they were blood related. This is the last time. Wax Qing Yutong kissed onto Qingye's cheek. Xingye felt very uncomfortable. She discovered that her little sister had changed a lot ever since she came back. Yi Hua looked indifferently at those 2 sisters messed around, not having any bits of billow in his heart at all. Even if he was faced against such an alluring scene. Let's go. Yi Hua said indifferently. He didn't like to drag things. Xingye shouted, "We are not even in a hurry. As a big man, what are you even being in a hurry for?" Yi Hua remained silent. I really don't want to quarrel with this woman. It will only just pull down my IQ. It was 7 p.m. night right now. Accordingly to the past situations, it was the time where the bar's business would gradually start getting busy. But when Yi Hua took a look at the bar today, the customers that were in the bar was at least 50% lesser than what he expected. What is going on? Could it be that I am being targeted by someone? Seeing that the boss appeared, all of the women that were at the bar began exclaiming in astonishment. The boss is handsome to the max, but when they saw 2 beautiful twin sisters walking down from upstairs, their face immediately turned black. In the past, the boss was always alone, although they didn't really hope that they would be able to be together with the boss, but at the least, there was still a bit of hope. But right now, even that little bit of hope was no more. The boss was enchanted by those 2 twin sisters, and furthermore, those 2 twin sisters were that beautiful too. Immediately, the women in the bar did not have the mood to continue staying at the bar anymore. In just a few seconds, 5 women stood up and left the bar, and even snorted as they left. Xingye felt extremely great when she saw that. The best would be that you become bankrupt and become deep in poverty. At that time, I will magnanimously provide for you, and I will see if you still dare to be that naughty. Chapter 31, The Best Actress That Run Errands 1/2. Xingye could be seen walking up, holding onto Yihua's arm and said lovingly, "Darling, let's quickly leave." Upon seeing that, Xing Yutong immediately understood her big sister's intention. Big sister is thinking of destroying the bar's business and make brother-in-law go bankrupt. This is interesting. Xing Yutong also walked up, held onto Yihua's other arm and said in a low voice, "Brother-in-law, let's quickly leave, the movie is about to start already." In just those few moments, 10+ women could be seen standing up and leaving the bar, and in the end, there were only 3 customers remaining. Looking at the expression of those customers, it seems that they only came here with the intention to get drunk. Wei Chang sighed, "If this continues on, we are really going to go bankrupt." The workers and security guards of the bar were also helpless. Ever since the boss openly brought the woman back home, the business had not been going well. Right now, he even brought 2 women back home, and they are even twin sisters. How could the customers not feel angry? After all, the women who came here to drink all mainly came for the purpose of looking at the boss. Tang Wei looked at the boss and the twin sisters. Her heart was already a lot calmer right now, seemingly not being infatuated with the boss anymore. Turning her head around and taking a look at Wei Chang, she thought to herself, Uncle Wei is much more amiable compared to the boss. Not only is he considerate and knows how to care for others, he is also the type of uncle that is handsome, satisfied? Yihua said in a deep voice. Xingye and Xing Yutong immediately let go of Yihua's arm, seemingly as if nothing had happened, and walked out of the bar in large strides. In the past, just one Xingye was already annoying enough, and right now, there is a sister-in-law too, and from the looks of it, the sister-in-law is not any good thing too. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have allowed her to come to stay with us. Xingye was right this time. Adding one more bed is not as simple as adding a pair of chopsticks. Coming out of the bar, Yihua took a look around. In the past, at this timing, it would be packed with people, but right now, the situation is actually miserable to this point. Xingye secretly took a look at Yihua and felt incredibly great from her feet to her head. Anger you, this scoundrel, to death. Do you really think that I am that easy to provoke? To actually make me peel crayfishes? I will make you go bankrupt. Drive the car? Xingye said towards her little sister, and Xing Yutong spread out her hands. The sisters sat at the front and Yihua sat the back alone like a big boss. It is too difficult to educate this Xingye. My head really hurts just from thinking about it. I didn't expect that there would come a day where I would be worried for a woman. Chapter 31, The Best Actress That Run Errands 2/2. After 10+ minutes, they arrived at All Things Shopping Center. Services like drinking, eating, and entertainment were all available at this shopping center. All Things Cinema was a high-grade cinema. One ticket alone cost close to 100 RMB. Towards ordinary consumers, this was a really high price. However, because Avengers 3 was screening, for the purpose of seeking after high-grade enjoyment, a lot of people came here to watch Avengers 3. If not for Xing Yutong having booked the tickets online in advance, it was reckoned that there wouldn't be any tickets available for the 3 of them today. When Yihua brought along Xingye and Xing Yutong and appeared at the shopping center, everyone stopped in their footsteps and their face revealed out an astonished expression, because those 2 twin sisters looked too identical, seemingly just like they are the same person, and the important point was that they were very beautiful too. A model with a 1.75 m height was bound to have a pair of super long beautiful legs. Although their clothes were ordinary, but their entirety temperament was extremely great. It must be said that those 2 sisters were too bright for the eyes. The other person that was much brighter for the eyes was that man. His temperament was a bit aloof, although there were 2 women that were as beautiful as fairies at his sides, but there was not a trace of complacent that could be seen from his eyes, seemingly like everything was normal and how it should be, as if those 2 women should instead be honored that they were able to walk by his sides. An attractiveness index combination like this, it was really formidable. The men would look at the 2 beautiful women, and the women would look at the handsome man, not interfering with each other at all. Of the 3 of them straightforwardly came to All Things Cinema, and there was actually quite a huge amount of people that were waiting to enter the cinema. Xingye said towards her little sister, "Get the tickets and buy snacks." Xing Yutong pursed her lips. "Big sister, when did you become this lazy? I learned from your brother-in-law. When you were not here, all those work were all done by me, and since you are here now, those work will be done by you. Of course, you can also choose to go and stay at a hotel too." Xingye spread out her hands and said helplessly. Why Yihua did not speak? This Chinya is thinking of driving away this Qing Yutong. However, it is also good to drive this Qing Yutong away. This Qing Yutong is not someone easy to deal with too, and adding on with the fact that she is Qingya's little sister, there is no way that I would actually seriously deal with her. Wait, wrong. Why would I care about the relationship of humans? After listening, Qing Yutong opened her sexy small mouth and pointed to the two of them. Big sister, brother-in-law, you two, how can you two bully a young lady like this? There is a lot of people queuing up, go quickly and come back quickly, I want Sprite and popcorn. Yihua said indifferently, I want Coke and popcorn. Xingye imitated Yihua's tone and said. Qing Yutong had an expression of feeling unbelievable. After restraining herself for a bit, she said, you two sure are big bosses. Yihua and Xingye did not pay attention to Qing Yutong and found a seat to sit down and wait. Without choice, the helpless Qing Yutong came to the front of Yihua and stretched out her hand towards him. What are you doing? Yihua asked. Buying things cost money, give me money. Qing Yutong said angrily, I don't have any, find your big sister. Don't look at me, I didn't bring any money, find your brother-in-law. Xingye immediately dispelled her little sister's thought of asking her for money. She is not flying into a rage after all this? When did my little sister's temper become this good? Yihua's brows wrinkled. As a woman, do you not bring any money with you when you leave the house? As a man, do you not bring any money with you when you leave the house? Xingye replied coldly, seeing that the two people were about to start quarreling again. Qing Yutong surrendered. You two don't quarrel, I will go and buy. Okay. Yihua and Xingye snorted, both of them not bothering with one another at all. Qing Yutong, who was queuing up to buy things, felt very gloomy. I am a famous best actress. During the afternoon, I was even chased after by a group of fans, and right now, I actually became a person that run errands. This contrast is indeed a bit big, but at the same time, it is very interesting. Brother-in-law is a man who doesn't walk the normal path, and big sister's change is extraordinarily big, as if she had become a different person. Could the saying of being foolish for 3 years when you get pregnant be true? After waiting for 10 plus minutes, Qing Yutong finally accomplished her task without any mishap. My two boss, here are the things you two wanted. Yihua took a look at Xingye, and the latter immediately understood what he was trying to say. Even a straw, you also want me to help you insert it? Do you have to be this lazy? Do you even want to continue living on cheerfully? Qing Yutong didn't understand. I had already bought the things that you two wanted. Why are you two still having this kind of expression? Are you two enemies in your past life? Looking at Yihua's threatening expression, Xingye felt very irritated. However, since there are a lot of people here, I will give him a bit of face. When we go back, I will properly give him a lesson. After Xingye stretched out her hand and inserted the straw into the Sprite, Yihua's face finally became better. Upon seeing that, Qing Yutong, who was at the side, almost spat out her drink. There is even this kind of operation? Do brother-in-law have something on big sister? If not, why is big sister that obedient? People with the ticket of the screening of Avengers 3 at 8:10 p.m. can enter the cinema now. People with the ticket of the screening of Avengers 3 at 8:10 p.m. can enter the cinema now. People with the ticket of the screening of Avengers 3 at 8:10 p.m. can enter the cinema now. The broadcast rang out 3 times, they were finally able to enter into the cinema. Qing Yutong was exhilarated, whereas Yihua and Xingye on the other hand were very calm and collected, seemingly not very interested in the movie, especially Yihua. Don't need to say, Yihua sat in the middle like a big boss, and Xingye and Qing Yutong sat at his sides. The entire movie was about 2 hours. Yihua expresses that he was only interested in Thanos. Chapter 32, the trio 1/2 especially towards Thanos' glove. Were those gems combination really able to achieve that kind of effect? To actually be able to destroy half of the population of the entire universe, to speak the truth, without using any items, Yihua was also not able to do that. The most he was able to do was eliminate Earth's entire population with the snap of his finger, stroking onto the ring that was on his finger. There are quite a few pair of gloves within the ring, and also a few boxes of various kinds of gems. Not sure if I followed the arrangement in the movie, would I be able to achieve the same effect? Yihua expresses that he was very curious, and if he feels bored, he could try making the glove and see how it goes. My god, Thanos is actually winning, he is too formidable. Qing Yutong, who was at the side, cried out in surprise and hurriedly drank a mouth of beverage to calm herself down. Why, Yihua said indifferently, so? If you don't act cool, we are still husband and wife. Xingye discovered that the thing that she likes to do the most right now was to verbally attack Ehua. Why Yihua seemingly was a bit immune to Xingye right now, and wouldn't get angry that quickly. Hearing that, Yihua said indifferently, ignorant. The way you act cool does seem a bit genuine. If one didn't know, they would even think that you were a demon king. Xingye pouted her mouth and said with a face full of disdain. Why Yihua turned his head around, looked towards Xingye and said evilly, you actually guessed right. Move your face away, your face is too big, it's blocking the entire screen. Xingye pushed onto Yihua and the latter smiled and continued watching the movie. After finished watching the movie, Yihua suddenly really wanted to meet with this Thanos. At the least, there was no problem with Thanos' IQ. It is a pity for my subordinates, all of them are extremely abnormal. Wei Chang and Lai Gu were counted as being still fine, but the other 5 were already at the stage of being twisted. However, there was no need to question about their strength. I'm really curious as to just what they are doing right now. However, what can be confirmed is that they are definitely not doing anything that is good right now. The movie was so good, I'm so excited for Avengers 4. Xing Yutong seemed to be Marvel fan. The anticipating expression was really unbearable for one to look straight at. Both Yihua and Xingye did not express their opinion of the movie and each of them walked their own path. If one looked at them, they would think that those two did not know each other. This made Yihua felt very unhappy as he questioned, what are you walking that far away from me for? I like it, don't need you to care. Xingye was doing it on purpose. She gradually discovered that Yihua's controlling desire was pretty strong, and as long as she tackles at this aspect, she would definitely be able to see Yihua's looks when he was being angry. So handsome, come over. Yihua shouted in a deep voice, Xing, it's scared. If I come over just because you asked me to, I will be losing a lot of face. A few black lines immediately appeared on Yihua's forehead. Just who was making who lose face? If you add another word in front, I will perhaps consider it for a bit. A smart woman would always leave a bit of room for the man, won't overdo it, and would definitely not add oil to fire. After all, their relationship right now was established on the child that was still not born yet. No one would like to have their child to not have either a father or a mother when they come into this world. As for the divorce, the both of them well aware of it, but if you don't, and I don't say, when the time comes, we could choose not to divorce then, but at the end, who would know how things would end up in the end? Listening to Qingya's words, Yihua was angered to the point that he laughed. This woman is really daring. Wife, come over. Although he added one more word in front, but his tone was still as arrogant as ever. Qingya also didn't place it in her heart. He is my husband after all, I can slowly educate him. Just that, who knows just who would be educating who in the end. Slowly approaching Yihua, Qingya suddenly felt that her waist was tightened. This fellow is actually holding onto me and eating my tofu, let go. Qingya shouted with her face red. Why Yihua tightly held onto Qingya's waist. I have to prevent this foolish woman from doing some other thing that I dislike. Xing Yutong followed behind them and carefully pondered. These two people, if I'm not guessing wrongly, there must be a problem with both of their brain. I am the only that is counted as a normal person. Chapter 32, the trio 2 out of 2-inch brother-in-law. Let's go to the arcade and play. Xing Yutong shouted. Why Yihua took a glance at her, childish. 5 minutes later, the three of them arrived at the shopping center's arcade, and Yihua took out his WeChat to pay the bill and received Xing Yutong's thumbs up. The money that he is using is mine. Qingya said out of nowhere. Why Yihua was very unhappy. Will you die if you don't speak? Will you die if you don't hold on to my waist? Qingya immediately attacked back, while Chang Yutong, who was at the side, shook her head. Two low IQ beings, coming to the front of the dancing machine, Xing Yutong walked up to it. Her graceful and enchanting figure immediately attracted the cheers of a group of wolves. Let go of me. Qingya said coldly, what do you intend to do? Nonsense, I am of course going to go play. Qingya revealed out a look as if she was looking at an idiot, coming to an arcade and not playing? I still remember that I played the dancing machine together with my little sister when I was young, just that, because of a matter, we quarreled. Why Yihua said faintly, not aloud. I'm afraid that you would dance to the point that my baby is met with an accident. Yihua said in a deep voice, why is this woman this foolish? Qingya herself was startled. Luckily Yihua reminded me, if I were to dance and cause my baby to meet with an accident, I would even have the heart to die. I almost forgot that I am currently a pregnant woman. Seeing that Qingya did not resist, Yihua let go of his hand and took out a cigarette from his pocket. Can you not smoke in front of me? It is not good for the children. If you want to smoke, go outside. Qingya said displeasedly, don't you know that it is not good for a pregnant woman to breathe in secondhand smoke? Yihua paused for a moment, then placed the cigarette back into his pocket and said calmly, all right. The two of them stood together and watched Chang Yutong danced crazily on the dancing machine. As expected of an actress, her dance posture and movement were incredible and incomparably sexy. Those coquettish glances of hers were thrown around randomly, attracting the group of wolves to shout out endlessly. Xingya's face was cold. Little sister's action right now is practically slandering me. What if some reporters saw this and anyhow reported it? Xing Yutong, who was sweating profusely, seems to still not have danced enough, and Xingya couldn't help but shouted, "Enough, it's about time to go back." Xing Yutong pouted her small mouth. Seems like big sister is angry already, and I was finally able to let go of myself after such a long time. Forget about it, forget about it. I will dress up as big sister again next time and come here to play. Hey, beautiful woman, why are you not dancing anymore? How about dancing one more song? A few youngsters who each had a cigarette held with their mouth walked out from the crowd. They had their head hang high and chest puffed out and walked in large strides. This kind of expression and demeanor, they were practically begging to be beaten up. There were even people talking about within the crowd. I had a friend like this, in the past. He also walked and acted like this. Right now, the grass at his burial mound is already 2 meters high. What a coincidence, I had a friend like this too. He was in jail for such a long time that he was still in jail even after his wife remarried. Yihua missed this kind of feeling very much. I remember that in the past, there was a genius great expert from the human race who also acted and walked up to me like this, intending to eliminate me. However, there seemed to be a problem with his brain, and in the end, he ended up in Wei Chang's stomach. Thinking back to that scene right now, it was actually really funny. The scene from the past is more or less the same as the scene that is happening right now. What are you smiling about? Xingya asked curiously, although Yihua always kept on making me angry, but when he smiles, he truly looks very good and very charming. Not sure just who my child will resemble after when he or she comes into this world. I guess I will know after 9 months. Yihua kept his smile and said indifferently, thinking about something from the past. Xingya snorted, acting so mysterious, trying to keep me in suspense. I feel that Yihua has a stomach full of secrets, but he is just not telling me about those secrets. Chapter 33, Fiery Sister-in-Law 1/2. What thing? Tell me. Xingya couldn't help but asked curiously, if you change your bad habits, I will tell you about it. Just who is the one that has a lot of bad habits? You better be clear about it. Xingya felt that her 8 characters definitely did not match with Yihua's 8 characters. Both of them definitely have to start quarrel when they talk to each other. Xing Yutong was also drunk. Some hooligans came up to take liberties of me, and the both of you are actually engrossed in quarreling with each other and not caring about it. Is that the way to act as a big sister? Is that the way to act as a brother-in-law? There are people bullying me. Xing Yutong couldn't help but said, if not they would definitely neglect about me. Yihua took a glance at Xing Yutong. If you are bullied, fight back then. For a problem like this, do you even need me to teach you how to deal with it? That's right, didn't you learn martial arts before? A few hooligans shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Xingya said indifferently. When we were small, my little sister was basically a little overlord. Don't be bewitched by her gender. If she was to start fighting, she would be even much more ruthless than a man. You too. Xing Yutong was angered to the point that she did not know just what to say anymore. Those two are definitely a matching pair. The coordination of those two when they verbally attack someone is definitely able to anger a person to death. Turning her head and looking at the 3 hooligans, Xing Yutong was angry. Forget about it that the both of them are bullying me, but you 3 actually dare to come to try bully me too. A bunch of small fries. Do you all really take me as a weak woman? Xing Yutong's aura could be seen changing suddenly and killing intent started emitting out from her entire body. As expected of a best actress, to even be able to imitate out killing intent, Yihua had to give her a thumbs up. The hooligan's mind was a bit absent-minded as he said hurriedly, young lady, calm down. Calm your sister. Xing Yutong erupted, her small fist straightforwardly struck onto the hooligan's abdomen, and the latter fell to the ground like a cooked shrimp. Upon seeing that, the 2 hooligans at the back did not know what to do. It was obviously the boss who went to took liberty of the woman. How did it turn into the boss getting beat up by the woman? This does not make sense. Xing Yutong totally did not have the intention of stopping. After settling the other 2 hooligans, then did she stop? The crowd who were watching the show couldn't help but gasp. This beautiful woman who looks delicate is actually that ruthless when she fights. The 3 men were totally not her match at all. Looking at her, it seems that did not even use all of her strength. Truly formidable, Yihua said. Not bad. She became even stronger. Xingya also praised. Xing Yutong really wanted to give each of them a fist. It's easy to talk when you both don't have to do anything. Who is causing trouble here? A 2-meter-tall man with a fierce and tough appearance could be seen walking out from the crowd. His arm alone was much more thick and solid compared to Xingya's thigh, and when he stood up straight, he was just like a small mountain. Upon seeing the man, the crowd couldn't help but took a step back. Yi Hua let out a breath and walked out. The two sisters both went into a daze for a bit. With those small arms and small legs of yours, there is no need for you to step out. If any part of your body was to be fractured or broken, it would still be us who have to take care of you. However, Yi Hua also thought like that. If Qing Yutong was to suffer a fracture or break her bone, Xingye and I would be responsible for it. When that time comes and she has to stay in hospital or whatever, it would be troublesome. Thus, I must as well just step out and settle it instead of walking to the front of the man that was just like a small mountain. Yi Hua let out a breath. It has been 5 years since I hit someone. I must control my strength properly this time and try to not kill this man with my punch. Brother-in-law, quickly come back. Your arm is not even as thick as the man's leg. Qing Yutong placed both her hands at her mouth and shouted, seemingly as if she was afraid that others didn't know about that. Along with Qing Yutong's shout, everyone all knew that this man was the beautiful woman's brother-in-law, so, the other woman should be the wife then. This man's luck with woman is not shallow. However, meeting with such a huge creature, it feels like he is going to be beaten up. Don't try to show off, quickly come back. Xingye couldn't help but shout. Yi Hua's heart was bleeding. Those two ignorant women actually dare to take me that lightly. Young fellow, your wife is calling you to back home and eat. Bang! Yi Hua placed both his hand into his pocket. What are you two looking at? Let's go back home. The two sisters did not clearly see what happened at all. Before the man was even able to finish speaking, he was concaved into a machine. The hack! What did that man do just now? I don't know, I only saw that man flying into the machine. Qing Yutong was dumbfounded, not expecting that her brother-in-law was also an expert that was concealed among the people. Qing Yutong hurriedly shouted, brother-in-law, wait for me. It was also the first time that Xingye has seen Yi Hua's martial strength. My God, if he was to hit at my body, I will have to prepare to go to the hospital. Within the second floor office, the manager that was on duty witnessed the entire process and hurriedly made a phone call. Master, I discovered a strange man. He defeated Deshawn with just a punch. There was no gasp of surprise from the phone. Instead, a voice could be heard saying indifferently, investigate him then. Yes, master. Chapter 33, Fiery Sister-in-Law 2/2. The three of them sat onto the Audi A8 and Qing Yutong chattered continuously and asked various kinds of questions, making Yi Hua feel very irritated. That punch of mine just now was not bad. I controlled my strength extremely well, and only used 0.01% of my strength to achieve to the effect of awing everyone, and at the same time not resulting in any death. Comfortable. In the future, I will just use this amount of strength. Brother-in-law, how did you do it? Teach me please. Xingye, who was driving the car, said, your brother-in-law likes to act cool, especially in front of a beautiful woman. Yi Hua took a glare at Xingye, then looked at Qing Yutong and said, not free. Brother-in-law. Qing Yutong let out an extremely coquettish voice. Xingye immediately felt unhappy when she heard Qing Yutong's coquettish voice. You are basically seducing your brother-in-law right now, speak properly. Xingye reprimanded coldly. Qing Yutong said, crazy protective wife. Qing Yutong faced towards the window and sulked angrily. The two of them are basically cooperating together to bully me. Looking at the midnight snack stall outside, Qing Yutong said, I want to eat supper. You ate so much just now and you are still able to eat now? Xingye, who was driving the car, was speechless. I want supper, I want supper, I want supper. Qing Yutong actually started behaving shamelessly. This made Yi Hua to start questioning his own judgment. This is basically just a child that has not grown up and totally not a mature woman. Xingye is much better compared to this Qing Yutong. Facing against Qing Yutong's shameless behavior, Xingye didn't have any way to deal with her and had no choice but to stop the car at the roadside. The three of them sat at the roadside midnight snack stall, and at the front, there was even an old television placed there, and news was currently being played on it. So comfortable, Qing Yutong said comfortably. The breeze of the summer river bank was very comfortable. Being blown by the breeze feels just like a person giving you a massage. Yi Hua remained silent, compared to look at their beautiful appearance. Yi Hua was more interested in watching the news report. Brother-in-law, what you staring at me like that for? Big sister will misunderstand, although it is said that half of a sister-in-law's but belongs to the brother-in-law. But brother-in-law, you are being too open and straightforward, Qing Yutong said shyly, beginning to act again. She even shyly stroked her cheeks. Yi Hua said indifferently, move a bit to the side, don't block me from watching the news. Xingye couldn't help but laugh, and half of Qing Yutong's face turned black. Brother-in-law, this scoundrel. According to the report, a fire happened at a castle that is located in the suburb of London, leading to the collapse of the castle. Luckily, there were no casualties. Xing Yutong sighed endlessly, such a big castle collapsed and no one actually died, this is too mystical. Xingye turned her head around and took a look, most likely that no one stayed in the castle. Only Yihua knew why there were no casualties, because those people were all in Wei Chang's stomach. At this moment. At one corner, a youngster that was dressed plainly and simply was seated there, his gazes were gazing firmly at the television, looking at the familiar castle that had turned into ruins. Chapter 34, Deal with you in front of your big sister 1/2. Very quickly, the roasted fish and roasted meat were all served. Yihua crossed his arms and looked at the two women in front of him. Yutong, as your brother-in-law, I have the obligation to educate you on how to be a woman. Yihua said in a deep voice with a solemn face. Since she is my sister-in-law, I will be magnanimous for a bit and educate her. Xingye rolled her eyes, this fellow was acting up again. Brother-in-law, what are you going to educate me about? Xing Yutong asked curiously, totally oblivious that the content of the education was mind-shattering to a person. Why Yihua felt that his sister-in-law was much easier to educate. Firstly, you have to obey the man's orders, something like removing meat from skewers is one of the things that you have to do. For this point, you will have to learn from your big sister. Xingye indeed removed a skewer of meat and placed it into Yihua's bowl, to prevent him from finding a reason to fly into a rage again. Xing Yutong paused for a moment and said earnestly, brother-in-law, can we speak properly? Come, try it and you will know. Your big sister was also very conflicting about it at first, but right now, she is used to it already. Xing Yutong pulled hardly onto Xingye and said, big sister, there is a problem with brother-in-law's thinking, he wants to cultivate me into the second madam. Xingye originally thought that Yihua was joking around, but after listening to what her little sister, her beautiful eyes immediately emitted out killing intent, what I am doing is just educating her. Yihua said displeasedly, what kind of expression is this, to dare suspect me? However, what do I need to explain for? Don't use that weird theory of yours on my little sister and eat your food. Xingye shouted, it is already enough for you to harm me, don't think of trying to harm my sister too. That's right, brother-in-law is truly bad. He has the same thought as that long out yin, big sister, you have to be careful. Yihua felt that he was stabbed in the back, forget about it if she doesn't feel grateful when I tried to educate her kind-heartedly, but she even framed me too. And even compared me to that long out yin. My lungs are going to burst with rage looking at brother-in-law's face that was turning red from anger. Xing Yutong removed a skewer of pork chop and fawned upon him. Brother-in-law, don't be angry, your sister-in-law was only just joking just now. Seeing that the sister-in-law's attitude when admitting to her mistake was not bad, Yihua didn't pursue on about it. You have to properly learn. Yes, I will properly learn, Xing Yutong said helplessly. Brother-in-law such as a weirdo. This time, another news report rang out from the television. According to news, a tsunami appeared this afternoon at the Southeast Asia area and had already caused one person to die, 56 people to go missing, and 300 plus people to be injured. This time's tsunami appeared very suddenly, and the local weather bureau expresses that they totally had no idea about the tsunami at all. The three of them paused for a moment, not really taking the news to mind. However, all of them did not know that this was the result of Ligu's roaring out unintentionally. Yihua slowly placed his chopsticks down, arranged the chopsticks up straight, then took a piece of paper napkin and wiped his mouth. These set of movements were linked up adeptly by Yihua, making the two sisters that were looking at him to feel extremely puzzled. Eating a simple barbecue and this guy is even able to act that gracefully, and even have to place his chopsticks up straight after he finished his meal. This person must have OCD. If you two had your fill, then let's leave. Yihua said lightly. The two sisters were filled, thus, the three of them sat onto the car and went back to the bar. And as for the youngster at the barbecue stand, he still did not left yet. He took out his phone and made a call, but the call wasn't able to go through. Chapter 34, Deal with you in front of your big sister 2/2. When they returned to the bar, it was already 11 p.m., and yet, the bar was completely empty. Yihua's face immediately sunk, while both Xingye and Xing Yutong felt incredibly great and held onto each other's arm and walked upstairs. Xingye even shouted out complacently, Yihua, quickly come upstairs. Okay, brother-in-law, quickly. Okay. Xing Yutong suddenly said out of nowhere, and immediately received a knock on the head from Xingye. To even dare to tease your brother-in-law, the workers and security guards of the bar were all stupefied. The boss is really flying up high to the heavens, to actually embrace two beautiful women in his embrace. And the important was that the two beautiful women were twins too. The boss is too formidable. Too formidable, just that. the price of it seems to be a bit big. If this situation continues, the bar will most likely go bankrupt sooner or later. Yihua also really didn't feel that angry about the business, just that, he felt that, for Qingye to go against him like that, it was not acceptable. I have to get her to be obedient, and also that sister-in-law. I have to quickly drive her out from my place. After mixing a glass of wine and drank it, Yihua went upstairs unhurriedly. Just that, the bedroom was actually occupied by the two women. How could Yihua be able to tolerate that? The sister-in-law is too outrageous. Brother-in-law, there is nowhere for me to sleep at. Seeing that Yihua was about to fly into a rage, Xing Yutong straightforwardly hugged onto her big sister and begged Yihua, "You can go and sleep at the office." Yihua said in a deep voice. Xing Yutong said pitifully, "I don't want to." Yihua looked toward Qingye, seemingly saying that if you don't persuade her, don't blame me for being vicious and merciless. Qingye pouted her mouth and did not say anything. In any case, if Yihua is angry, I am happy, and I reckon that, if I am angry, he would be happy. I will go take a shower first. If you are still on my bed when I come out, you can wait for your big sister to deliver protection over to you. Yihua said coldly, "If you press me too much, I will deal with you in front of your big sister." Showing off his figure off a bit in front of the two women, Yihua walked into the bathroom. "Tsk, who are you trying to scare?" Xing Yutong said in disdain, just that she was actually feeling a bit scared in her heart. Qingye leaned against the bedhead and watched the finance and economics news and said faintly, "If you don't leave, your brother-in-law will really dare to do it." "I don't believe it. If worst comes to worst, big sister, you can help me go buy protection." Xing Yutong's mouth was rather resolute, having a look of as if she was not afraid of anything. Qingye turned her head around and said, "We don't use protection." Xing Yutong felt that she was about to go crazy. Ah. You two sickening perverts, I'm leaving." Xing Yutong, who was flustered and exasperated, immediately left the room and ran to the office to sleep. Those two people are just bad to the core. 5 minutes later, Yihua walked out of the bathroom while wiping his hair, revealing the sexy muscles of his. The muscles were not too much, but the feeling it gave to one was that the muscles were very strong. Exhibitionist Qingye took a glance and said in disdain, "When did your little sister left?" Qingye sneered, "Didn't you say that it was just a matter of adding one more bed? What's the matter, regretting it now?" Yihua remained silent and squeezed into the blanket. Meanwhile, Qingye moved away from Yihua, seemingly like she despises Yihua. "There is a bed in the office, you can also go there and sleep." Upon seeing this Qingye's action, Yihua felt very unhappy. "I didn't even despise you, and you dare to despise me. I'm not going to go sleep there." Qingye snorted. Yihua could be seen turning over and pressing Qingye under his body, and the latter was shocked to the point that her soul almost left her. "Are you wanting to experience the happiness that you experienced during that night?" Yihua stared at Qingye's beautiful eyes and asked, thinking back to that night. Qingye's expression started swaying. "What are you doing? Are you going to let me sleep or not? You kept on staying on my bed and not leaving. Wasn't it because you wanted to experience it again? Go to hell, why are your thoughts that dirty?" At this moment, the bedroom door was opened, and Qingye looked at the two people that were on the bed with a face full of astonishment. "I just left a moment ago and they are already thirsty to the point that they cannot bear it anymore. About that, I came to look for a quilt." Xing Yutong said, stammering, then immediately closed the door as her heart beats rapidly. "Those two sure are passionate." Yihua said in a deep voice, "She did that on purpose. Who told you allowed her to come and stay with us? Don't press onto me, don't you know that you are very heavy?" Qingye said blushingly. Yihua turned over his body and lied down on one side. "You better not hug onto me and drip saliva on me tonight, if not, you can prepare to go sleep on the sofa tomorrow." Chapter 35, an acting cool tool that delivers itself to one's doorstep. Who is willing to hug you, narcissist? Qingye hugged onto the quilt tightly and had her back face towards Yihua. "No matter what, I won't roll over to him tonight. Remember to off your phone." "I offed it already." "Remember to wake up earlier to buy breakfast." "I know." "Don't pant when you are sleeping." "Yihua. Are you looking to start a fight with me? Don't think that I'm afraid of you." "Off the light, sleep." Yihua said calmly and had already lied down and closed his eyes, not intending to reply to Qingye, causing Qingye to be angered to the point that she wanted to choke Yihua to death. After turning off the bedroom light, Qingye let out a breath and stroked her stomach with both of her hands. "My baby, in order to give birth to you, your mommy has truly suffered a great deal of suffering. Your daddy doesn't care in the least bit for your mommy. not even allowing mommy hug him for a bit. Mommy is used to having to hug something when she sleeps. The scoundrel, within Yangshan City, which was located at the perimeters of Longan City, a BMW M6 sped on the driveway of a suburb. The person that was driving the car was a young and beautiful woman. Her appearance was extremely beautiful, and her figure was also extremely curvy. This woman was a beautiful woman that was hard to come by. Sitting at her side was the Long Outyin who used ground evading talisman to escape a while back. It must be said that what happened afterward was a perfect chance encounter. Long Outyin had to give his thanks to those gangsters. If not for them, he wouldn't be able to meet with such a chance encounter. Also, this Gu Tiantian's background is not small too, belonging to Yangshan City's well-known Gu family. Although Gu family is not that strong like Qing family, but Gu family is nonetheless still an outstanding company in the southern part. Her criteria are enough to be a member of Long Outyan's harem. Tian, you should believe me now, right? Long Outyan said complacently. I had just taken a trip to Gu Tiantian's home and casually showed off my skills for a bit. My medical expertise had shocked them to the point that they were all dumbfounded, and that quack was also kicked out of Gu family. Seems like I am still very strong. The situation at Qing family today was just an accident. Only furthermore, the expression of Gu Tiantian's parents when they looked at me was just like they were looking at their future son-in-law. This feels so great. A man who is capable will get discovered no matter where he goes. It can only be blamed on Long Outyin being just too outstanding. Don't see that Gu Tiantian is having an aloof expression, but in actual fact, her heart had already fallen for me. She is only just maintaining a woman's reserve for now, and in just a few days, I will be able to take her down and make her a member of my harem. Tian, what do you think of me? I am quite decent, right? Long Outyin smiled lightly, looking very gentlemanlike, but in actual fact, he had a bunch of bad thoughts in his mind. Gu Tian snorted. Don't think that just because you cured my father, I will let bygones be bygones. I also didn't mean to do it. It was just an accident. How about I let you take a look at my body and we will both be equals? Shameless, Gu Tian scolded bashfully. Take a look, and she still says that she has not fallen for me. Her face has already gotten red. Sigh, women. They are always saying things that don't truly mean. Shinya, you will definitely regret it. You are not the only woman in this world, there is a bunch of women lining up waiting for me. Long Outyin, Tian, uncle told us to properly interact with each other just now. You see, since I don't have a place to go to, and your house is that big, how about you bestow me a room? Gu Tian feigned anger coquettishly. Long Outyin, can you not be that shameless? Because of you, my dad thought that I have something going on with you? We both indeed have something going on. I have seen your body. If placed in ancient times, I would have to marry you. I'm going to fight you to the death, ha. Long Outyin felt incredibly great. That's right, this is the tempo. If this continues, perhaps I will even be able to settle her tonight. Tsk. It is always like this for an excellent man. Chasing after girls are but a matter of me gesturing at them with my finger. However, right when Long Outyin was being immeasurably pleased with himself, his entire body suddenly leaned forward, and the sound of the tires rubbing against the floor rang out in his ears. Luckily he had his seatbelt on, if not, his entire body would have flew out rubbing his head. Long Outyin asked, Tian, why did you stop the car so suddenly? I know that you dislike me, but isn't this too exaggerating already? Gu Tiantian's eyes revealed panic as she pointed towards the front of the car and wasn't able to speak. Long Outyin looked towards the direction that she was pointing at. A person could be seen standing in front of the car. The person's entire body was completely covered up by black cloth, and there was a dagger at the person's waist, evidently someone that has no good intentions. Tian, is that your enemy coming to look for you? Long Outyin asked curiously, totally not taking the matter to mind. Gu Tian shook her head. Where do I even have any enemy? I also didn't provoke anyone or cause any trouble. Perhaps it is your family's enemy then. However, this doesn't matter at all. What can I do about the fact that I am a good guy? Not only did I help cure your father's sickness, I even have to help your family chase their enemy away. Tian, how are you going to repay me? How about you give your heart to me? Long Outyin laughed, appearing very relaxed. Upon seeing how calm Long Outyin was, Gu Tian also let out a breath of relief, and didn't felt that scared anymore. Can you be a bit more serious? Gu Tian feigned anger coquettishly. This man is indeed very mystical, but he is too flirtatious already and doesn't feel reliable. Long Outyin fiddled with his hairstyle for a bit. The me right now is definitely serious. Watch how I help you chase your family's enemy away. You be careful a bit, Gu Tiantian warned, having the concern of a beautiful woman. No matter how hard the matter is, Long Outyin would still accomplish the matter no matter what, all just for getting you to smile. Stupid, what time is it already and you are still speaking? Gu Tiantian was drunk already, however, her heart was feeling quite warm. Death Assassin stared at the man within the car. I finally found the target. Master said that this man is a bit formidable, but why am I not able to sense that at all? And right now, this man is still in the car flirting with the woman. Bang! Death Assassin smashed his fist onto the car hood, then gestured with his finger towards Long Outyin. The huge sound gave Gu Tiantian a shock. Looking at the concave car hood, her body couldn't help but trembled as she said, trembling, "This person is looking for you, you quickly get off the car." Long Outyin was immediately dazed. The person that this person came for is actually me? The power of that fist is not bad, however, that fist is but nothing to me. Just like that quack, this person is just here for me to act cool, then afterward, I will be able to conquer the beautiful woman. This feels great. A golden opportunity bestowed by heaven. Tiantian, don't be afraid, stay carefully in the car, I will settle everything. Long Outyin kept his smile and said solemnly. This steadiness of the tone made Gu Tiantian believed in him. Right now, I will rely everything on Long Outyin. Opening the door, Long Outyin took out a stick of cigarette. Although this move was learned from someone else, but this move feels very good, it seems to be raising my coolness level. Gu Tiantian, who was within the car, she must definitely be looking at me with sparkling eyes and worshipping me right now. Who are you? Long Outyin let out a puff of smoke and asked arrogantly. A Death Assassin was only able to think but not able to speak, and thus stood and remained silent. Fuck, a mute? Forget it. Dealing with you is not a hard thing at all, but it is better to not let a lady witness a bloody scene. Let us move a bit further from here. Long Outyin flicked the cigarette. But this movement of mine is truly handsome. Death Assassin silently followed after Long Outyin, appearing a bit endearingly silly. Long Outyin also had this kind of feeling. Could this guy be a fool? Arriving at a place that was not too far from the car, Long Outyin took a look at the car. After feeling that at this distance, Gu Tiantian would still be able to see him, then did he felt at ease. I cannot let her see the ruthless scene that will unfold soon, but I have to show her how strong I am. This distance is just nice. Even if I beat the guy and blood spattered around, she also wouldn't be able to clearly see it. Chapter 36. Long Outyin, am just temporarily retreating only one half. Hey, you should be a hitman, right? Say, instead of doing a sneak attack, you openly stood at the middle of the road like that. Are you stupid? Death Assassin was starting to feel a bit impatient. It is the first time that I met with an enemy that has so many words to say. From the beginning where I saw him, all the way up till now, his mouth had never once stopped. Who sent you here? Forget it, in any case, you also wouldn't say it. Wait, later on after I beat you to the point that you kneel down, you will naturally tell me everything. Today, I will let you experience and witness the power of Long Outyin's Dragon God technique. There is no harm in telling you, but when I hit out this fist of mine, even I myself am afraid of it. Do you believe that? In front of my fist, even steel-reinforced bar would break into little pieces. Long Outyin could be seen shouting out loudly, and his aura started increasing as he took a horse stance and clenched both of his fists firmly. The muscles on both his arms gradually increased, and the ground that was under his feet was starting to rupture. Gu Tiantian, who was in the car, felt happy upon seeing that. Looking at Long Outyin's aura, he is definitely able to defeat that black-clothed person. Death Assassin looked at the small fry in front of him and slightly went into a daze. This aura is a bit interesting. He is indeed much stronger than an ordinary person, but he is only much stronger than an ordinary person in front of me. He is still a small fry in the end. Dragon God technique's first style. Dragon God Fist. Long Outyin's right fist could be seen emitting out a faint golden light, and within the surrounding 1 meter of Long Outyin, a violent gust actually appeared, causing Gu Tiantian, who was watching the scene, to become dumbfounded. Long Outyin sneered within his heart, this foolish hitman is actually scared silly by me, he is not even preparing to dodge my fist at all. Alright then, watch as I burst your body open with my fist. Long Outyin's right leg suddenly stepped forward, and a few cracks actually appeared on the ground. Then, he shot out his fist towards Death Assassin with an imposing aura. Death Assassin was very disappointed. I don't even want to move anymore. If I move even the slightest bit at all, that would be a disgrace for me. The fist went through Death Assassin's body, and Long Outyin said in disdain, you are nothing much, and I even thought that you would be a bit powerful. GGG, this strange laughter sound made Long Outyin to swallow his saliva unconsciously. Feeling his arm for a bit, He felt that his fist seemed to have landed on the air, but this isn't right, my fist obviously went through his abdomen. Fall. Why aren't you falling? Shouldn't you be falling now? I'm begging you, can you quickly fall? There is a woman watching me right now. Death Assassin did not have a corporeal body, he only had a body of skeleton, and Long Outyen's fist only went through Death Assassin's clothes, and did not even touch till Death Assassin's bone. Being unlucky to the utmost, Death Assassin could be seen raising his hand, giving Long Outyen a shock. Is he going to surrender now? But it is too late now, and what's more, you have to raise both of your hands when you are surrendering. Bang. Long Outyen felt that his face was twisting, his body was floating within the air, and his consciousness was a bit fuzzy. Death Assassin used his palm and slapped Long Outyen away. After rolling a few times on the lawn, then did Long Outyen came to a stop. Long Outyen crawled up from the ground with great difficulty and, with fear leaking out from his gaze, he looked at the Death Assassin who was approaching towards him step by step. Just who was this person? Although my Dragon God Fist was currently only cultivated to the first realm, it is still able to at least destroy rocks and break bones, but when my Dragon God Fist landed on his body, it actually did nothing to him, and instead, I was sent flying from a slap of his. Could it be that this person is actually a S-grade expert? But, why is he trying to kill a small character like me? I haven't even fully grown my potential, that's right. He must be afraid of me becoming stronger, thus he made the first move to prevent me from even having the chance to get stronger. This person is so malevolent. A mouth of blood was spat out. Long Outyen felt that his chi and blood were surging, and thus felt even more afraid of the black-clothed person. In front of this person, I am just like a child. Pew. Long Outyen did not even know what happened, and an acute pain suddenly transmitted over to him from his arm. Blood was gushing out ferociously. Lowering his head to take a look, he saw that his arm's bone could be seen. A fear spread within Long Outyen's heart. I am totally not his match at all. I can't even catch onto his movement at all, let alone strike back. Gu Tiantian sat in the car and watched nervously. She could only see two figures being next to each other, and was not sure about just what was happening. Long Outyen had attained his goal of not letting Gu Tiantian look at the scene where blood would splatter everywhere. Just that, his goal of wanting to show off to Gu Tiantian had failed. Everything changed, just like what happened at Qing family. It was happening again right now. I have no choice. I still have one more ground evading talisman. If I don't use it now, I will really die. Ground evading talisman. Death Assassin slashed out his blade. Just that, this slash of his hit nothing. Looking at the place that he was slashing at, where is the person? Could it be that he has the ability to teleport? I was truly a bit careless this time. And I even wanted to torture him to death. However, looking at the situation, it is better that I report about this first. Gu Tiantian rubbed her eyes. There were still two black figures there just now. Why did the two black figures suddenly disappeared? Mustering up her courage, she got off the car and shouted lightly, Long Outyen? Long Outyen? Coming to the place where the two people disappeared at, Gu Tiantian took a look around and was filled with confusion, and could only leave with disappointment. This Long Outyen actually ran away. Luckily the hitman's target wasn't me. This Long Outyen is truly not a man. Long Outyen was shouting out for grievance. I am only temporarily retreating because of my injuries. At a remote mountain village, Long Outyen opened his eyes and high-spirited noises ranged out at his ears. Exerting all his strength, he opened his eyes and took a look, and immediately, he had the urge of wanting to faint. Why is it not a bathroom? Why is it a pigsty? My God! Why am I that unlucky? Who are you? A pretty young lady could be seen standing outside the pigsty and asking curiously. Long Outyen smiled miserably. Who would have thought that Long Outyen's luck with the ladies is still the same as usual, continuously having encounters with beautiful ladies. The tempo is still within my hand. Wait, after I properly cultivated my Dragon God technique, I will go back and get my revenge. During this period of time, I will stay here and properly nurture my relationship with this young lady first. Let me faint for a bit and let this young lady take care of me. Chapter 36. I, Long Outyen, am just temporarily retreating. Only 2/2 at the first of daybreak. Yihua slowly opened his eyes, and his brows immediately frowned as he felt the moist feeling that was coming from his chest. Lowering his head to take a look, this woman is actually tangling around me like an octopus. This is simply outrageous. She isn't well behaved even when she is sleeping, and also, this puddle of saliva on my chest, she is wanting my life. Wake up. Don't cause a nuisance. Today is Sunday, let me sleep for a bit more. Xingya's tone right was sort of coquettish. It was particularly pleasant to listen to, at the least. It was better than listening to her speaking with a cold tone. Why Yihua didn't care about that. Look at what you had done. Xingya frowned her eyes while feeling annoyed, and opened her beautiful eyes to take a look. Discovering that she was hugging onto him again, and even left a puddle of saliva on his chest, she felt that it was too shameful and braced herself and said, "What about it? What is wrong with hugging my husband to sleep?" Yihua had never seen before a woman that was able to speak nonsense with such a serious look. Leaving a puddle of saliva on my chest and you are still able to be that bold and confident. It is already 7 a.m, quickly get up and go buy breakfast. Yihua's tone loosened a bit. I am not going to lower myself to her level. Xingya totally did not have the intention to get up. I am a pregnant woman, you have to take care of me. That wasn't what you said yesterday. Women are fickle, you should properly experience it for a bit. Xingya hugged onto the quilt and rolled up to one side, angering Yihua to the point that his lips were trembling. Why did I hook up with a woman like this? Getting up and washing up. After finishing, he took a look at the bed. She is still lying on the bed. It won't do if I don't educate her. What are you doing? Quickly let go of me. Xingya cried out in alarm as she was carried up by Yihua. Chapter 37, Subordinate used his brain. One half placing Xingya at the washroom, Yihua said coldly, brush your teeth, wash your face, then go and buy breakfast. The latter's beautiful eyes were at the point of erupting fire. Yihua, I am going to fight you to the death. 10 minutes later, Yihua brought along Xingya, who had a miserable face, and walked out of the room. Porridge with extra sugar. Xingya snorted, then walked towards the office, seemingly wanting to drag someone along with her. As expected, Xing Yutong's yelling and helpless grumbles rang out from the office. Big sister, my fame still has not died down yet, and you actually want me to accompany you to buy breakfast? Do you want me to get surrounded by my fans? Xing Yutong walked out of the office while yawning. Her eyes were still not fully opened, appearing very cute. If you don't want to go, you can go stay at a hotel. Are you even my kin sister? No. I admit defeat. Fine, I will go. Looking at those two women leave the house, Yihua was finally able to have a peace of mind for a while. In the past, it was always quiet during the morning, but ever since this woman came into my life, everything has changed. My life can no longer become peaceful anymore. While smoking, Yihua sat at the bar counter and waited for his breakfast. Actually, having a woman is not bad too. At the least, I don't have to personally handle most of the small matters anymore. Xingya is just lacking discipline only, and do not have the basics of being a wife. A black whirlpool could be seen appearing in the air, and within the black whirlpool, Wei Chang walked out from it and spoke in a respectful manner. Your Honor, Long Outyan has ran away. Yihua paused for a moment, then said in a deep voice, Long Outyan is able to escape from you? That is not the case. This Long Outyan seems to possess the ability of teleportation, and thus was able to escape. Wei Chang explained. He heard all of those from Death Mage, and Death Mage heard all of those from Death Assassin. Yihua remained silent as he tapped on the bar counter with his index finger rhythmically while looking at Wei Chang. After a while, he said, How do you think this matter should be handled? Wei Chang's heart sunk. This is His Honor's test to me. If my answer is not able to make His Honor satisfied, I will definitely be reprimanded severely. Wei Chang's mind began to revolve around rapidly. His Honor's emphasis is towards humanity and definitely not towards killing people. Adding on with the previous matter at the castle, I more or less have the answer already. His Honor, this person's capability is counted as small, but speaking from this world's perspective, he is the first person that we have met that possesses an ability, even though it is small. Thus, I feel that we should monitor him and see if he has any companion or not, and also find out where he got his ability from. Wei Chang's performance made Yihua have a whole new look towards Wei Chang. In the past, this fellow was basically one-track minded. Whatever thing that I asked him to do, he would always be able to do it very nimbly, but some people who were obviously able to be used, he would also always nimbly eat them up too. Right now, he finally knows how to use his brain. Not bad. I am very happy that you are able to have this kind of thinking. It is your subordinate's utmost honor to be able to make your honor happy. Not sure just when did Wei Chang also learned how to bootlick. It was reckoned that it was because of the serialized dramas that Wei Chang watched. I will leave this Long Outyan to you to handle. I hope that you will be able to give me a satisfying answer. I will not let down on your honor's expectation. Wei Chang shouted with a deep voice, then stood up and walked into the black whirlpool, disappearing from Yihua's sight. A slight arc appeared at the corner of Yihua's mouth. If even Wei Chang could be taught well by me, I don't believe that I wouldn't be able to handle a single woman. Chapter 37, Subordinate used his brain 2/2 looking at the clock that was on the wall. It has been half an hour and the two women have still not yet returned. Yihua took out a cigarette as he squinted his eyes and looked at the direction towards the door. 8 m, 9 m, 10 m, 11 m, 12 m. Cigarette butts were filled on the floor that was below the bar counter, and on the bar counter, there were countless empty wine bottles. Right now, Yihua's face was gloomy and seemingly on the verge of erupting. This woman is truly too arrogant. Does she not know that I am still waiting for breakfast? It is already time to eat lunch now. Outside of the bar, Xingye and Chang Yutong got off the car and carried a bunch of small and big bags. After eating breakfast, both of them passed by a shopping mall, and by accident, they overshopped. Right now, the porridge was already cold, and the few crispy udios also became soft. Big sister, just by standing outside, I am able to feel brother-in-law's grievance floating out from the bar. Xing Yutong, who was wearing a peaked cap and sunglasses, said in a low voice. To speak the truth, she was a bit afraid right now. Xingye snorted, feeling unsure. That fool isn't really actually still waiting for the breakfast, right? However, with my understanding of him, he is definitely still waiting for the breakfast, and furthermore, the moment I walk in, I will be able to see him flying into a rage. Forget about it, it is counted as my fault this time. At the most, later on when he is scolding, I will not retort, counted as letting him win this round. Xing Yutong pulled onto her big sister. I think we better run and let brother-in-law cool down first. That is not called cool down, that is called adding oil on fire. Right now, Xingye was able to more or less grasp Yihua's temper. The more you rebel against him, the angrier Yihua would become, but as long as you follow against his thoughts, everything would be fine. What do we do then? You still have the cheek to speak? If not for you wanting to go buy some undergarments, leading to us shopping through the entire shopping mall, this matter wouldn't exist. Xingye felt that her little sister did it on purpose. Xing Yutong said in grievance, Big sister, the steering wheel was in your hands, and I was also not able to control it. Furthermore, didn't you also buy a bunch of things? You. Alright, I will help plead for forgiveness to brother-in-law later on and strive for him to deal with you more leniently. Alright, you this Xing Yutong, selling me away just like this. Even when sitting inside the bar, Yihua was able to hear their voice, and his anger became bigger and bigger. When he saw them walked into the bar while carrying a bunch of small and big bags, he almost went berserk. They actually went shopping and completely forgot about me. When the two sisters walked into the bar, they were still quarreling with one another, but when they saw the gloomy Yihua who was sitting at the bar counter, their hearts sunk and didn't dare to even gasp. Adding on with the bar's dusky atmosphere, it was almost enough to scare them to death. Where did you two went? Yihua asked coldly. One of them is my wife, and the other is my sister-in-law. There is no way I can really kill them, the humanity in my heart is rejecting it. But because it was like that, it made Yihua felt even angrier. How many years has it been? Other than the two of them, no one would dare to make me wait for so long. Xingye and Xing Yutong took a look at each other and thought to themselves, we sister must definitely work as one, only then would we be able to get through this crisis. Brother-in-law, the matter is like this. In order to let brother-in-law be able to eat the best yotio and porridge, big sister specially drove all the way to Qingdong. Xing Yutong did not mess around anymore. She felt that her brother-in-law was really angry. Why Yihua's cold gaze shifted to Xingye, and the latter was startled and lowered her head and groaned. In actuality, going to whatever Qingdong was basically nonsense, but what to do? She was in the wrong and wasn't in the position to retort. Seeing Xingye admit it, Yihua's heart felt a little bit better. However, when he saw those big and small bags, he immediately felt angry again. Even if you went to Qingdong, it only takes 40 minutes to come back and forth. The both of you went out at 7:30 a.m. Look at what time it is now, it is already 12:30 p.m. Don't say that there was a traffic jam. Longan City is not like a first-tier city. Brother-in-law, Xing Yutong didn't even finish speaking and Yihua cut her off. Let your big sister speak. Oh, Xing Yutong pouted her mouth. Big sister, all the best to you. Xingye wished she could bite this fellow to death. What's the matter? It's not like I went to find a gigolo. What are you being that angry for? Chapter 38, Educating Wife. 1/2 Yutong did not bring any extra undergarments, thus we went to shop at the shopping center. Xingye changed her usual strong-willed tone and explained softly. This made Yihua felt very comfortable. Xing Yutong, who was at the side, went to in a daze. My sister actually sold me out in an instant. Back then, after I had bought what I needed to buy, it was obviously you who wanted to stay at the shopping center and continue shopping, evidently wanting to anger brother-in-law by doing that afterwards? Although my anger has disappeared, I still must properly reprimand her. Xingya's face was a bit blushing as she mumbled, afterwards, Yutong wanted to buy a few pajamas. Xing Yutong's face immediately became ugly. This big sister of mine is clearly framing me. This won't do. I definitely have to expose big sister's true face. However, big sister is actually secretly pulling onto my clothing. This made Xing Yutong felt a bit shocked. She never expected that her big sister would actually value brother-in-law's feeling by this much. However, I am being unjustly framed, Yutong? Yihua asked with a deep voice. Xing Yutong swore that she would definitely not go shopping with her big sister anymore. Brother-in-law, it is all Yutong's fault, don't blame big sister anymore. Bang! Yihua slammed hardly onto the bar counter, which made the two sisters felt scared and fidget. Why did you not pick up the phone? Xingya, don't you know that you are pregnant? Being unable to be contacted for a few hours, do you not know just how worried I was? Xing Yutong, you also don't have to shoulder the blame for your big sister. Did she think that I do not know what little thoughts she has in her mind? After venting out his anger, Yihua let out a breath. In the end, whether if I was worried about the child, or if I was worried about Xingya, I am not very clear about it, but what can be confirmed is that I actually felt one of the emotions that humans experience, worry. Yihua did not know if it was a good thing or not, because he had never felt this kind of emotion before in his life. Xing Yutong really wants to praise her brother-in-law's wisdom, to be able to see through her big sister's trick within such a short time, and as for Xingya, she was very surprised. This fellow actually said that he was worried about me. Is that true or fake? However, looking at his expression, it seems to be true. Xingya felt elated in her heart and suddenly felt that Yihua was quite adorable, especially that angry expression of Yihua's, which was just like that of a kid's. Both of us did not bring along our phone with us because we did not expect that it would take this long. Xingya explained, do you two not know how to lend or buy one then? To not even have this bit of common sense, where did you two's brain go to? The sisters lowered their head and remained silent. If we had known this would happen, we would have come back and passed you the breakfast first, then go shopping afterward, like that. You would definitely have nothing to say. Brother-in-law, big sister bought something for you. Xing Yutong suddenly thought of something and said hurriedly. Yihua went into a daze and looked towards Xingya. Xingya walked forward and passed a small bag over to Yihua, then took a few steps backward and stood together with her sister. Her action was truly too comical. This was probably how a primary school student who had made a mistake would act. Taking out the items that were within the small bag, Yihua saw that it was two men's underpants. At this moment, Yihua felt that his heart was feeling a bit unusual. The frequency that his heart was beating it was a little fast, and also felt very hot. I am not at the state of going berserk, right? Without looking back, Yihua went upstairs to check on what was going on with his body. Both sisters let out a breath of relief at the same time. We managed to pass the ordeal. Big sister, you owe me one. Alright, I owe you one. Xingya said helplessly. This morning, not only did I get lectured by Yihua, I even tried to make my sister to carry the blame. If it was not for the two men's underpants that I prepared, I reckon that this matter wouldn't have been over this quickly. However, big sister, brother-in-law seems to care a lot for you, eh? Xing Yutong threw the big and small bags on the floor and sat on the high chair. Xingya snorted, he would care about me? He is only caring about the child in my stomach. Big sister, you cannot say it like that. There are many cases of people getting together in the end because of the child. I even acted for a drama with this kind of plot. It was very popular back then too. What's more, the way you acted today, and the way brother-in-law acted today, TSK, TSK, TSK. Could it be that you two have really fallen for each other? Go and die. Xingya stiffed her face and said. Her heart was beating a little fast. After looking at the cold youtiao and porridge, Xingya walked upstairs. Xing Yutong pouted, still don't want to admit it. Chapter 38, Educating Wife 2/2. Yihua sat at the office table. Just a while ago, he checked his body and found that there was no problem with his body. This is really strange. This Xingya is actually able to control my emotion? How is this possible? Bang, bang, bang. The sound of door knocks rang out, and Yihua responded. Xingya could be seen walking in while holding onto the porridge that she heated up. Just that, the youtiao's crispy texture was unable to be maintained. I added sugar. Xingye placed the porridge which was emitting out steam and the cold yocho onto the office table. Yihua looked at the porridge in a daze. He felt that it was very strange. This was not like Xingye's style. Seeing that Yihua was not moving, Xingye braved her heart and scooped a spoon of porridge, lightly blew on it, then placed it to Yihua's mouth. Here, open your mouth. The corner of Yihua's mouth was twitching a little. I am a man, I'm not so bad to the point that I need to be spoon-fed. I have hands. Yihua said displeasedly. Xingye's temper came. I have already given in so much, and yet you still do not appreciate it. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? I say, this is more or less enough. I have already been reprimanded by you for so long. Xingye's attitude returned to how it was before, causing the affection that was escalating just a while ago to immediately die back down again. Do you not deserve to be reprimanded? Ask you to buy breakfast and you take a few hours just to buy it. Eat it or not, it's up to you. Xingye said indignantly, then left while slamming the door. Yihua picked up the bowl of porridge and wanted to throw it towards the door. However, this action of his stopped midway, and after pausing for a moment, he drank a mouthful of porridge. It was very sweet. Forget it. It's good that she has the heart to at least heat up the porridge. Things cannot be rushed. Opening the door and walking out of the office, Yihua just happened to saw that Xingye was preparing to go out. Black western suit and hair tied to the back, Xingye's entire temperament seemed very capable and experienced, seemingly just like an aloof and remote queen. Where are you going? Yihua asked. Xingye snorted, to the company. It's Sunday today. What are you going to the company for? To earn money, of course. If not, are you going to support me? Xingye rolled her eyes at Yihua, evidently that her anger has still yet to dissipate. Yihua shouted out with a deep voice, you are not allowed to go. Forget about it that you are bullying me. Don't tell me that you are even going to care about where I am going to. Xingye retorted angrily. This man is simply overbearing to the extreme. In the next 9 months, you can only stay right by my side. Ha, I am not going to. Towards this kind of unreasonable troublemaking, Yihua only had one method. Immediately, Yihua pulled onto Xingye's arm, then pulled her into his embrace. Ah, save me. Yuton, quickly come out and save your big sister. Help me call 110. Xingye knew that she was not Yihua's match and thus hurriedly called for her sister for help. Xing Yuton was currently tidying up the storage room, opening the room and sticking her head out. Big sister, brother-in-law, can you two not bring me in when you two are fighting with each other? Seeing that her sister was intending to stand aside and not help her, Xingye said indignantly, Xing Yuton, you are ruthless. Yihua laughed lightly. Alright, my attitude was indeed not right just now, but it is already afternoon now. Even if you are not going to eat, our child also has to eat right. Upon hearing that Yihua had acknowledged his mistake, Xingye did not struggle anymore. To even bring in the child into this matter, do you only have this bit of capability, Yuton? Let's go eat lunch. Alright, brother-in-law. Xingye's forehead immediately became black. Just now when I called for her for help, she wouldn't come out, but now when Yihua called for her, she immediately ran out. Just where is her integrity even at? Chapter 39, World Harmony 1-2. The speed that you two quarrel at is not directly proportional to the speed that you two reconcile at. Xing Yuton didn't forget to tease them. This is the first pair that I have seen that quarrels the most fiercely with each other and at the same time, reconciles with each other the fastest too. Look at them, they are even hugging with each other now. Yihua said indifferently, your big sister only has this bit of capability. Yihua, if you want a quarrel, just say so, I will accompany you to the end. You are a pregnant woman right now, your emotion has to be stable, if not it would not be good for the child. Yihua reminded. Lately, he has been reading books about this aspect. You even know that a pregnant woman cannot be agitated? Yihua took a glare at Yihua. Yihua said indifferently, as long as you are obedient, we can still be together. Who cares about that? Brother-in-law, big sister, can you two not hug with each other when you two are quarreling? Xing Yutong really couldn't stand it anymore. How is this even considered as quarreling? They are practically showing off their love. Shut up. Shut up. Xing Yutong let out a deep sigh. You two are only capable of bullying a little girl like me that has no temper. Let me go change first. 10+ minutes later, Xing Yutong once again turned into Xingya. Furthermore, she even wore a sexy attire this time, a skin-tight black color dress and there's nothing else after that. Brother-in-law, how is it? Do I look sexy? Xing Yutong stood in front of Yi Hua and spun one round. Xingye snorted, wishing that she could give her sister a kick. However, after thinking that her sister helped her this afternoon, she decided to give in to her for once. Yi Hua's gaze revealed out praise. Not bad, it is possible for you to get onto my bed. Not bad, much better than before. Xing Yutong said craftily, so it seems that brother-in-law likes this kind of style. Big sister, did you hear it? Smack, Xingye raised her hand and smacked onto Xing Yutong's butt, and the latter rubbed onto her but and said with a face of grievance, brother-in-law, big sister smacked my butt. Alright, let's go. Yi Hua said indifferently. Xing Yutong stuck her tongue out at her big sister, then held onto Yi Hua's arm, causing Xingye to almost go berserk. The three of them did not drive the car and instead walked out of the alley and arrived at the street. When they arrived at the street, Xingye couldn't stand it anymore. Take a look at you guys' appearance. What's the matter? I also didn't touch brother-in-law's, but I am just being courteous by holding onto brother-in-law's arm. Xing Yutong retorted. She just simply wants to look at her big sister having to act like she doesn't care when she actually cares. Yi Hua nodded his head, reasonable. Brother-in-law is wise. Watching the two agree with each other, Xingye was angered to the point that her hands were trembling. This person is obviously my husband, but my sister is actually holding onto his arm. Ah! There is still an empty space here. Yi Hua reminded, are you giving a handout to me? I am not going to hold onto your arm, brother-in-law. Other people all think that I am your wife, and big sister is your sister-in-law. Xing Yutong laughed and tightly hugged onto Yi Hua's arm. This kind of peculiar excitement could only be experienced by Yi Hua, being hugged by the sister-in-law in front of the wife. It truly feels great. Xingye couldn't stand it anymore and held onto Yi Hua's arm while showing off an expression that says, I am the one who was the wife. Yi Hua laughed lightly, then held onto Xingye's willow waist, but did not want to held onto Xing Yutong's waist. This made Xingye felt much better, while totally oblivious to the fact that her tofu was being eaten by Yi Hua. Chapter 39, World Harmony 2 of 2-inch brother-in-law, let's eat fish. That shop over there seems quite decent. Xing Yutong pointed to a shop that was not far away. The shop's name was World Harmony. The decoration of the outside of the shop was not bad, making the shop seem very impressive. Yi Hua asked Xingye, fish? Anything. Eating fish was quite beneficial for a pregnant woman. Yi Hua brought along the two sisters and walked towards the shop. While walking towards the shop, the men that were on the street wished that they could kill Yi Hua. Beautiful women are already a sparse species, let alone two beautiful twin sisters, which are definitely within the sparse of sparse, and yet, this man actually has two beautiful twin sisters, with one of the women having an imposing aura, and the other seemingly sexy and beautiful at the same time. These two women, what are they if they are not goddesses that fell from heaven? Walking into the shop, the shop's business was indeed quite good, and the decoration was also very nice. Near the shop's doorway, fishes that were pleasurable to look at were placed there. Of course, the fishes were not meant to only be looked at and can be ordered, just that the price of those fishes were expensive. Is there a private room available? Xingye asked indifferently. The attendant was still astonished by Xingye's appearance and still had not snapped out of it. Actually, all of the men that were in the shop were all looking towards this direction. Are you guys looking at the beautiful twin sisters? And as for the women, they were all looking at Yi Hua, and their saliva was almost about to drip into their bowl. I'm sorry, the private rooms are all full, only the table that is at the corner is left right now. The female attendant was evidently not very confident. It was mainly because Xingye's aura was too strong. The aura that Xingye was emitting out made it seem as if she was trying to negotiate a deal. Looking towards the table that was at the corner, it was actually really right by the corner. When has Yi Hua and Xingye ever sat on this kind of seat? Thus, both of them came into a consensus at the same time. Leave the shop, however. Xing Yutong already walked to the table. Thus, what else could Yi Hua and Xingye do? Leave Xing Yutong alone? Doing that seems a bit undue. Yutong, let's change a place to eat at. Xingye sat down and said indifferently. Xing Yutong looked at the menu and said, for what? Sitting in the corner is good, it can prevent others from recognizing who I am. What's more, since this place is packed with people, the fish must be good. Take a look, for the food to actually be so excessively expensive, the food must definitely taste delicious. Your so-called delicious means expensive? Xingye said with a black face. You get what you pay for after all. Right, if the food doesn't taste delicious, we can just complain and make a scene later on. Brother-in-law, am I correct? Xing Yutong seemed to be wanting to find trouble. Yi Hua did not really care and said calmly, you two can do whatever you two pleases. Wow, there is actually caviar chocolate pudding here, big sister, quickly take a look at it. Xing Yutong seemed to be very excited, and Xingya's interest also got piqued as she took over the menu and looked at it. This shop, which seems nothing out of the ordinary, actually has this many high-quality food. The making of this high-quality caviar chocolate pudding is extremely difficult, and the ingredients used are of course all of the best quality, but this price is indeed not something that an ordinary people would be able to afford. Just one of this caviar chocolate pudding alone already cost close to 200k RMB. Brother-in-law, take a look at this, bluefin tuna. It has been a very long time since I last ate it. They even have gooseneck barnacles and 2-head abalones. Big sister, just who is the person who opened this shop to actually have this many formidable dishes? Xing Yutong was already counted as an international celebrity, and the amount of exotic delicacies that she had eaten was a lot, but right now, even she herself was surprised. Just take this bluefin tuna for example. A 100 kg plus bluefin tuna was worth around 4 million RMB. On the other hand, gooseneck barnacles have the name of seafood gold, with 500g of it costing up to 10k plus RMB. And in actuality, the most expensive menu item was that caviar chocolate pudding. The caviar that was used for the caviar chocolate pudding was the almas caviar, which was extremely rare. The selling price of a kg of almas caviar was 200k RMB. Bro-in-law, what are you being in a daze for? Quickly start ordering the dishes. Xing Yutong said. Yihua has finally first-hand experienced the meaning of the word rich. Just this meal alone, it would most likely cost a few million RMB. This shop is very interesting. Are you too sure that you two want to order such expensive dishes? Yihua asked while feeling a bit heart pain. It must be known that Yihua normally orders food delivery, which usually costs 10 plus RMB only, and when he ordered impulsively, the most it would cost was also only 100 plus RMB. Just this meal alone at this shop was going to cost up to a million RMB, and it was only just one meal. Just thinking about it made Yihua feel heart pain. Seems like Yihua had really changed during these 5 years. He had become to know how to housekeep and save money. In the end, it was all just due to habits. In the past, Yihua totally did not have to care about money at all. However, when he came to this world, then did he know that money can come in fast, but it must be legal. Yihua felt that this kind of lifestyle was interesting, and thus had never changed it. So, as time passes, he slowly got used to it. Chapter 40, Supreme Overlord's Helplessness. 1/2 Yihua, could it be that you have never eaten those delicacies? Xingya grabbed the chance and teased Yihua for a bit. Yihua has indeed never eaten such expensive delicacies, but it doesn't mean that he has never eaten food that was much higher quality. Xingya, have you eaten dragon meat before? Yihua asked faintly. Brother-in-law is acting cool again, I have to cover my eyes. Xing Yutong said as she covered her eyes, sexy while not losing her adorableness. Xingya was very coordinating with Xing Yutong. What are you covering your eyes for? I'm scared that my eyes would get blinded by the light that is emitted out from brother-in-law when he is acting cool. Yihua, when we have the time, I will bring you two to go try out dragon meat. The meat of a scarlet infant dragon is not bad. Xingya, you need to replenish your body with nourishment since you are pregnant right now. Speaking up to here, Yihua knew that he had to order Lai Gu to go get some ingredients. It is my fault for being careless and forgetting that Xingya needs nourishment right now. I have to prepare a bit more ingredients. Xing Yutong covered her face again. Brother-in-law, if you don't act cool, I am still your sister-in-law. Xingya did not sneer at Yihua this time and instead said faintly, it would be enough if you don't try to anger me. Seems like Xingya totally did not believe Yihua's words, but towards Yihua's concern, she still felt quite warm in her heart. Yihua laughed lightly and did not say anything. The both of them do not know anything right now. I will contact Lai Gu and get him to go on a trip. If he is still mingling around with that celebrity, I will stew him tonight and make dragon bone soup. After Lai Gu received Yihua's order, he immediately went to seek for the ingredients. If I don't go, his honor would really stew me, and even let me drink the soup myself. He is practically savage and has no humanity at all. Under the attendant's astonished gaze, they finished ordering all the dishes and began waiting for the dishes to come. While waiting, Xingya discovered that all the people that were eating in the main hall did not order the really expensive dishes, and instead most of the main dishes that the people in the main hall ordered were king crab and panulirus cygnus. Xingya immediately shouted in her heart, not good. Yihua seems to be preparing to look at the panulirus cygnus, and it is quite possible that he will want me to help him peel it later on. Peel such a big lobster. Yi Hua, look at me. Xingye held onto Yi Hua's face and turned Yi Hua's face towards her. My god, big sister, there is no need to be like this, right? Your sister is still single here. How about you split half of brother-in-law to me? Yi Hua nodded his head. Yutong's thinking is not bad. You two are basically scoundrels. Xingye said indignantly. Why? Yi Hua stretched out his hand and caressed Xingye's cheek. Be at ease, I won't order such a big lobster and let you peel it. This fellow actually saw through my thoughts and didn't say it out earlier. Causing me to make a fool out of myself, he is simply bad to the core. Chapter 40, Supreme Overlord's Helplessness 2/2. You cannot afford to offend my woman. Chapter 40, Supreme Overlord's Helplessness 2. Hello beautiful ladies, this humble one's surname is Zhang, name is Tiankai. I'm not sure if I would be able to have the honor to invite you two beautiful ladies to come over to my table and enjoy lunch with me. After all, no matter how good the seafood tastes, without the company of a beautiful lady, the seafood would still feel tasteless. A man who wore a gold-color spectacle appeared courteously in front of the three of them. The speed that he spoke out those words were pretty good. Just that, you dug all the way to the front of the Supreme Overlord. Aren't you basically lighting up a lamp in the toilet and searching for feces? You can continue on feeling tasteless then. Yi Hua said coldly. Such a weak human is totally not fit to even talk to me. I really cannot help but want to smack him away for disturbing my peace. Zhang Tiankai adjusted his spectacle and said with a serious look, this mister here, do you know that you are being very rude? I am inviting the two ladies to a meal, please do not speak while I am at it. Xingye and Xing Yutong immediately start laughing. When they looked at the expression on Yi Hua's face, they just couldn't help but want to laugh. This ignorant human actually asked me to keep my mouth shut. Just who is it that gave him such huge courage? Where did he even get his confidence from? Zhang Tiankai once again revealed out a gentlemanlike smile. Ladies, on my table, there are first-rate king crab, Panulirus cygnus, top-rate Hokkaido red hairy crab, top-rate foie gras, caviar, and also, shut up. Yi Hua shouted coldly as a strange red light radiated out from his eyes. As Zhang Tiankai felt as if he saw a frightening skeleton head quietly raised up to him, opened its pitch-black huge mouth and was going to devour him. Xingye and Xing Yutong also did not thought that Yi Hua would really become angry, thus even they themselves was shocked too when Yi Hua shouted. How could Yi Hua not be angry? How would you feel when a housefly flew in front of you and kept on buzzing, but you couldn't squash it to death because you were in the period of not going to kill? This kind of contradiction made Yi Hua felt very annoyed. Therefore, Yi Hua normally do not leave the house, mainly because he did not want to run into this kind of fool like Zhang Tiankai. Destroying his 5 years of meditation for a fool was totally just not worth it at all. Zhang Tiankai came back to his senses. What happened just now? For me to actually get scared by this man, that was embarrassing. Mister, don't think that just because you are handsome, you can bully others however you want. This kind of conduct of yours will receive criticism. Xingye knew that Yi Hua was very angry but seemed to be holding it in due to some reason, thus, she did not remain silent anymore and shouted coldly, enough, you aren't worthy to criticize my husband. That's right, you better scram back to your table and eat your seafood. Xing Yutong of course stood on Yi Hua's side, and even leaned intimately onto Yi Hua's side. Why? Yi Hua slightly let out a breath and felt that it won't do if things continue on like this. I have to think of a way to punish those humans who likes to act cool in front of me. If smacking him to death with the palm of my hand is out of the question, I will just make him feel jealous to death. Yi Hua could be seen spreading out his hands and holding onto the two sisters. The two sisters cried out in surprise when they were held onto by Yi Hua, and their face turned red, especially Xing Yutong's face. You will forever only have the opportunity to look and won't even be able to touch even a single hair of theirs. Furthermore, you are not even worthy at all to have a meal together with them. Yi Hua felt that he had become smarter and was also becoming more and more human-like. Zhang Tiankai's eyes revealed out envy as he snorted. What can you give to them, a man who can't even afford to order king crab? Mister, please move aside. Don't bother me. Zhang Tiankai shouted angrily. Mister, please move aside. This sentence was evidently a warning. This caused Xingye to wrinkle her brows. This shop is actually this formidable. Oh, Zhang Tiankai turned his head around angrily. What is it? This table's customers ordered bluefin tuna. Our chef will be making it into sashimi right in front of them, so move aside. Looking at the 100+ kg bluefin tuna, Zhang Tiankai went into a daze for a while. Not only Zhang Tiankai, even the surrounding customers also went into a daze. They have never seen before anyone ordering such an expensive fish in the main hall. and they finally have the opportunity to see it today. Zhang Tiankai quietly retreated. I actually stepped onto an iron nail, luckily I did not bleed, this is scaring me to death. I better go back and eat my king crab, this kind of fish is better to just look at. As for ordering it? It is too extravagant already, brother-in-law, you are eating my tofu, Qing Yutong shouted out lovably, seemingly afraid that her big sister wouldn't be able to hear her. As expected, Qing's face immediately turned black. To actually eat your sister-in-law's tofu in front of your wife, this time, Yihua was actually a little embarrassed for the first time ever. Misunderstanding. Humph, who misunderstood? Using us to show off how formidable you are, huh? Xingye said, with her tone being full of jealousy. Qing Yutong was about to laugh to death in her heart. And big sister still says that she does not like brother-in-law, look at just how heavy the vinegar smell she is emitting out is. Yihua felt helpless, I only did that because I did not want to anyhow kill people, I will treat you to eat something really good tonight. Who even wants it? Xingye said, with her tone evidently eased up. But Qing Yutong shook her head, this temper of big sisters, it is practically no different from acting coquettishly, she is just basically acting coquettishly in another kind of way. Chapter 41, The Mystical Youngster 1/2 You cannot afford to offend my woman. Chapter 41, The Mystical Youngster 1/2 Each and every part of a bluefin tuna has its own price, some parts were expensive, and some parts were cheap. The meat in the underside of the belly of the bluefin tuna, which was usually referred to as otoro, was the most expensive. Otoro possesses ample fat, thus, when the meat enters the mouth, not only does it melt in the mouth, it also emits out a fatty fragrance. The meat in the belly area of bluefin tuna, which was located between the akami and otoro, and was usually referred to as chutoro, was a little cheaper compared to otoro. Chutoro possesses a moderate amount of fat and was often preferred because it was fatty but not as fatty as otoro. Then, there was the cheapest part of the tuna, the akami, which was located at the top of the back and the inside of the tuna. Akami was very lean and low in fat, thus, it was the cheapest part. The three of them mainly ate the otoros and chitoros. Yihua also tasted it for a bit and felt that it was just so. Perhaps it was because I had eaten too much flying beasts and land beasts in the past, therefore right now, I am only interested in crayfishes. In the past few years, there was even a month where I even continuously ate instant noodles and spicy sticks for a whole month, it tastes so good. Qing Yutong said while revealing out a joyful expression. Although Qingye didn't express out anything, but the cheerful expression on her face says it all. Yihua placed his chopsticks down. They have never eaten before foods that are much better compared to this. Wait until tonight, I will show them the true meaning of exotic delicacies. Bang, a sharp and clear sound suddenly rang out and all the customers that were in the main dining hall all raised their head and looked towards the direction where the sound rang out. A girl could be seen standing in one place while being in a daze, and near the girl, there were a few porters. On the floor, there were the fragments of a broken glass, a bright red fish that was floundering around in disarray, and near the fish, there was a plate of food that was scattered around. After floundering a few times, the bright red fish became much calmer, seemingly about to die any time as it flapped its tail powerlessly. There was blood in the water spot that the fish was on, seems like the fish got injured when it fell onto the floor. My god, that fish is an Asian arowana. That girl is truly Carlos, an Asian arowana that looks like this is most likely worth at the very least 500k RMB. The problem was obviously with the porters, and yet you all are actually blaming the girl? On the floor, the Asian arowana flapped its tail powerlessly. The Asian arawana's bright red fish scales were just like its blood, and its head, which was slightly raised, could no longer display out its imperious aura. Yihua looked at the fish that was on the ground, and he felt as if he saw himself. Back in those years, just how glorious was I, and yet, I was attacked frantically by the humans, and in the end, all I could do was wait for death to approach me. Thus, after coming back to life, I thought up every possible method to understand humans. Only by doing that, then will history not repeat itself. Chapter 41, The Mystical Youngster 2 Halves. Yihua, that person seems to be your employee, right? Xingye spoke. Yihua looked towards the girl, and it was actually really his employee. I didn't expect that she would work here in the day, and work at my bar during the night. This girl is indeed a hard-working girl. And Yihua responded indifferently. Don't you have anything that you want to say? Xingye said displeasedly. In any case, she is after all your employee. Just look at her standing there so pitifully, as her boss, Don't you think that you should step out and say something? Yihua said indifferently. When you make a mistake, there should be an appropriate punishment that awaits you. Even if this matter was not really her fault, it is still a fact that she was implicated into the matter. If I were to step out right now, she won't even know where her mistake was. Xinya pouted her mouth. And I thought that Yihua was actually that cold-blooded, so this was the case. Not right, this fellow is lecturing me in a roundabout way. What brother-in-law said is correct, only by recognizing one's mistake, then would one be able to be more careful next time. Qing Yutong stood on her brother-in-law's side. Why Yihua expresses that he was very gratified and patted onto Qing Yutong's head. The latter squinted her eyes, seemingly to be enjoying it very much. Upon seeing that, Xinya was angered to the point that she was speechless. The relationship between this man and my sister is too intimate already. It cannot continue on like this. If not, there will come a day where I will really have to send protection over to them. As expected, a man who wore a black western suit walked hurriedly towards the fish. Looking at the Asian arowana which was at its last gasp, he was stunned. This fish was specially sent over by the boss. If this matter was to be known by the boss, I am practically finished. Who? The man's gaze revealed out an ominous glint, and a faint murdering intent emitted out from his body. Yihua felt somewhat surprised when he felt that faint murdering intent that was emitted out by the man. The few porters immediately all pointed towards the girl, Tang Wei. The man shouted, and his gaze made him seem as if he was about to kill someone. That's right, this girl here was Tang Wei. At the moment, she was dazed, and her mind was in complete shambles. Tang Wei. Do you know just how much this fish is worth? Furthermore, even if you have the money, you may not even be able to buy the fish, because the fish is about to go extinct already. Tang Wei was at a complete loss. She wanted to explain, but she was in so much of a panic that she couldn't say out what she wanted to say. At this moment, a person appeared in her mind, and she felt that only this person would be able to help her. Without minding about the manager's malicious gaze, Tang Wei took out her phone and sent a text message. Just that, right after she sent out the text message, the manager snatched over her phone and ruthlessly threw it onto the ground, then stepped onto the phone with his leather shoes and crushed the phone into pieces. My phone, Tang Wei said sobbingly. Although this phone was only 1K plus RMB, but it was also bought by using the hard-earned money that I earned myself. Holding onto the pile of phone components, Tang Wei let out a soft weep. The look of helplessness on her face was enough to make one feel heart pain for her. The manager wished he could whip this girl to death as he shouted angrily, "What are you crying for? Can this garbage phone of yours even be compared to my fish? Tang Wei, let me tell you, you can prepare to work here for your entire life." Xinya couldn't stand watching anymore as she pulled onto Yihua. It's more or less enough already. If you are not going to step out, I will step out myself. Yihua revealed out a light smile as he stood up. Of what identity do you intend to step out as? The boss's wife? Go to hell. Xinya rolled her eyes at Yihua. This fellow sure is annoying. However, there was a youngster who stepped out much faster than Yihua. Manager, from the looks of it, this fish of yours still haven't died. A youngster who was dressed ordinarily walked over. This made Yihua, who had stood up, to sit back down. Classmate Qi. Tang Wei looked at the youngster who walked over and cried out in surprise. Qi Shuwen squatted down and consoled, "Classmate Tang Wei, are you okay?" With her eyes red and swollen, Tang Wei shook her head. "Classmate Qi, you better quickly leave, this matter doesn't have anything to do with you." "Classmate Tang Wei, in any case, we are after all classmates. If I don't help you, who will help you?" Qi Shuwen smiled slightly. This made Tang Wei to become a little absent-minded. Her impression of Qi Shuwen was that he was a shy bookworm, and very rarely talked to any classmates when he was in the class. However, the Qi Shuwen today seemed to have become a completely different person. He seemed to have become very confident. The manager snorted, "You? Help? What can you even help?" Qi Shuwen stood up and said faintly, "This fish of yours is fine, it has only just merely lost its consciousness." "Nonsense, the fish isn't even moving now. If you have the capability, you can go and try to wake up the fish. If you are able to do it, I will let bygones be bygones." The manager shouted in disdain. Qi Shuwen smiled and remained silent. With incomparable confidence, he squatted right by the Asian arowana, stretched out his hand and lightly stroked onto the fish's body. While stroking on the fish, Qi Shuwen was astonished, as expected of a dragonfish that is worth 5 million RMB. This fish actually possesses dragon energy. I will absorb it first. After quite a while, under everyone's astonished gaze, Qi Shuwen threw the Asian arowana into the fish tank that was at the side, and in the next moment, the Asian arowana that seemed it was about to die anytime just a while ago could be seen swimming smoothly in the water. My god, that youngster actually really cured the fish. Wow, so mystical. The fish actually became fine. Youngster, what is your name? How are you able to do that? An elderly man walked up to Qi Shuwen to chat with him. Qi Shuwen did not act aloof and started chatting ardently with the elderly. Chapter 42, Face Slap 1/2. The manager himself was also stupefied. This fish actually really became well. Isn't that ridiculous? Classmate Qi, thank you. Tang Wei wiped her eyes and expressed her gratitude towards Qi Shuwen. Qi Shuwen revealed out a courteous smile. Classmate Tang Wei, please do not take it so seriously to heart. Helping others is my life objective. No matter what, I must still thank you. I will treat you to a meal tonight. Since classmate Tang Wei has personally requested it, I will of course not reject classmate Tang Wei's invitation. Qi Shuwen smiled modestly. This commoner school belle seems to be interested in me. I didn't expect that there would be such a good thing like this when I came here to have a meal. I have practically killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Firstly, I have absorbed the dragon energy, and secondly, I have a meal later on with classmate Tang Wei. Xingye laughed involuntarily. Yihua, seems like there is someone who's much faster than you, and much more able to act cool. Yihua remained silent. However, this youngster is the second person that I have met that possesses abilities. The first person would be Long Outyen. Suddenly, a black figure appeared at the shop's entrance. With a domineering aura, he pushed the door open. Xiao Tang? Uncle Wei, that's right. The person who Tang Wei sent a text message to was precisely Wei Chang. In Tang Wei's heart, Wei Chang was the man who truly cared about her. Right now, upon seeing Wei Chang, with a grievance expression, Tang Wei threw herself into Wei Chang's embrace and cried out bitterly. Qi Shuwen went into a daze. What is this situation right now? Who is this security guard uncle? Is he Tang Wei's uncle? From the looks of it, it must be. When one's niece is being bullied, the uncle, of course, had to come and help. Yihua, isn't that person your security guard head? Wow, brother-in-law's underling sure is handsome. He is pretty much an uncle oppa. Qing Yutong said exaggeratedly. Why Yihua also didn't expect that Wei Chang would suddenly show up here, and that the reason he showed up was because of the girl. This made Yihua felt very astonished. Since when did this underling of mine become this kind-hearted? Wei Chang patted on Tang Wei, who was in his embrace, and consoled. Xiao Tang, tell me, who bullied you? Actually, the reason that Wei Chang came here was very simple. When a subordinate got bullied, as the elder brother, he should step forth and give the bully a lesson. In the past, this was how he had always done it. Uncle Wei, I'm fine already. Tang Wei's face was a bit red as she separated herself from Wei Chang's embrace. If you were fine, would you have cried like that? Wei Chang was very unhappy. When he saw the phone components that were in Tang Wei's hand, his brows immediately wrinkled. Although Tang Wei has only started working at the bar not too long ago, Wei Chang knew that Tang Wei was very frugal, and came to work every day by foot. What happened to your phone? Wei Chang questioned. Tang Wei felt that she should not cause trouble for Uncle Wei, thus said, I dropped it by accident. I say, what is going on with you, this garbage security guard? Trying to stick out for a beautiful woman, eh? The manager was practically not in a very good mood from the start. And right now, after seeing a male who wore a security guard uniform making a big fuss in his shop, he immediately became angry again. Chapter 42, Face Slap 2/2. Looking at the scene, Xingye was very worried. Yihua, you should quickly step forth already, they seem to be about to start fighting. Everything's fine, Yihua said faintly. In this age, the number of people that could win against Wei Chang in a fight was very less. It was so less to the point that it could be counted with 2 hands. You, Xingye said while panting with rage as she stood up and was prepared to go help Wei Chang. In any case, this Wei Chang is after all my husband's employee. Just that, right after she stood up, she got pulled by Yihua into his embrace. Just watch will do. Oh my god, I can't stand the both of you, showing off affection in public. Xing Yutong covered her eyes and teased. Xingye struggled a few times with her face red. This scoundrel, and he still dares to say that he won't touch the same woman twice. It is all but nonsense. Look at just how many times he had eaten by tofu already. The main reason was because of the child, which allowed two people of different worlds to miraculously get together. Without the child, Yihua would have absolutely not bothered himself with Qingya, and Qingya would never return back to the bar to look for Yihua. Fate was always just this miraculous. This was also the reason why Yihua would not go and control it, because it would be able to bring him nice surprises. However, right now, I am feeling a little troubled with this nice surprise. This woman is slowly changing me. For example, just a while ago, for that weak human to actually dare to speak conceitedly towards me, if it was placed in a few months ago, he wouldn't be able to see tomorrow's sun. Of course, I wouldn't personally eliminate him, someone else would do it for me. However, right now, I can't even be bothered to bother myself with him at all. Could it be that it is really just as what Wei Chang said? This is the love which humans experience. The love which is able to make a person become better. Yihua was not very sure about it. I have to check on it furthermore. Just only how many days has it been? No matter what, I am the almighty supreme overlord, and she is just an ordinary human. Although she is counted as outstanding within the humans, but she is still not worthy to be my partner. It should be because of the child. It should be why Yihua, who was hugging onto Qingya, silently thought to himself. However, although he was thinking to himself, his hands were gently caressing onto Qingya's abdomen, causing Qingya's face to become completely red. Qing Yutong couldn't stand looking at it anymore. If the two of you want to seek for excitement, can you two please go to the toilet instead? Tang Wei was very angry right now. Forget about it that this manager is not respectful towards me, but how could he insult Uncle Wei like that? Manager, what gives you the rights to insult someone? What's wrong with a security guard? At the least, it's much better than you. Tang Wei changed her weak demeanor and actually demanded the fierce manager for an explanation. The manager snorted in disdain. A garbage security guard and a poor woman. Both of you, get lost. Don't affect my shop business. At this moment, the surrounding customers were a little displeased with the manager. This shop was a very unique restaurant. After all, the food that they cooked were all pretty delicious. However, right now, they felt that this good restaurant was ruined by this manager. Sigh, I won't come to this restaurant again. I didn't expect that the manager would be this kind of people. He is practically ruining this shop's reputation. That's right. When he is insulting others, he is basically insulting himself. Dog eyes looking down on people. The manager himself also heard the surrounding comments, angering him to the point that his face turned red, but he couldn't say anything towards those comments. In the end, he could only vent his anger on Tang Wei and Wei Chang. It is all because of the two of them. Wei Chang saw that this man wanted to start being physical, and thus pulled Tang Wei to his back. Xiao Tang, stand still and don't move. Uncle Wei. Tang Wei shouted worriedly. She was worried that Wei Chang would get beaten up by the manager. After all, the manager's muscles, which were bulging out from his western suit, made him seem to be very strong. The amount of blood that his hand got dyed by, even Wei Chang himself was not clear about it. Following along with Yihua and campaigning in all directions, he repeatedly set glorious records. Of course, it was the record of the amount of people he had eaten. There was a time where he devoured a city which had millions of humans, causing the other members of the Seven Sins to become dumbfounded. When talking about the number of kill counts, within the Seven Sins, Wei Chang was the most ruthless, with the most kill counts. Was Xiao Tang's phone smashed broken by you? Wei Chang's one-track mindedness is starting up again. Yihua shook his head. He is still the same as usual. I smashed your mom. The manager couldn't take it anymore as he swung his fist towards Wei Chang's forehead. Qi Shuwen, who was at the side, was prepared to step out and help Wei Chang. He is after all Tang Wei's uncle. Helping him is equal to helping Tang Wei slap. The manager's fist haven't even landed, and the manager's face was already slapped by Wei Chang. The strength of the slap was just nice. It wouldn't send the head flying, and at the same time, it wouldn't send the manager flying. All the slap would do was let the manager feel humiliation. Yihua went into a daze. This slap of Wei Chang's is not bad. The strength of the slap is controlled just nicely. Not bad. You dare to hit me? Do you know just who I am? Slap. The other side of the manager's face was met with a slap too. The word unbelievable was completely written on the manager's face. I actually got slapped onto the face twice by a security guard. Was Xiao Tang's phone smashed broken by you? It's none of your goddamn business. Slap. the manager was shouting in his heart. I am not even able to clearly see this security guard's movement, and although the slaps doesn't hurt when they landed onto my face, my heart is hurting to death. Chapter 43, He hit me 1/2 slap. I dare you to hit me one more time. Do you know just how formidable my background is? Slap. My background can stab you to death with just one finger. Slap. My background, slap. My back, slap. It was me who broken the phone. The manager was actually slapped by Wei Chang to the point that he started crying. This was the life of someone who just wasn't afraid of anything, no matter how formidable your background was. In any case, he was just going to slap your face. Other than Yihua, everyone else was all astonished. This security guard had simply rewritten their world outlook. Although what the security guard did was indeed very venting of anger, he was still too impulse already. Right now, you are indeed feeling great, but have you thought of the consequences that will be coming to you later on? Ochi Shuwen was also very astonished. This uncle of Tang Wei's is not simple. The speed of his slaps were all extremely fast. They were even fast to the point that it was almost able to catch up to my own speed. From the looks of it, it seems like he is a martial artist. Right now, Tang Wei's heart was drunk with infatuation. Uncle Wei actually risked his life to danger just to stick up for me. I'm so touched by Uncle Wei. Even when the manager said that he has a very formidable background, Uncle Wei was still not afraid of him. This is what I call a real man. Yihua, this employee of yours is too ruthless. Qing Yutong helped her big sister finish the sentence. Why, Yihua said faintly, you two have not seen the much more ruthless side of him. He is only merely playing around now. Brother-in-law, can you please change this bad habit of yours of always wanting to act cool? Qing Yutong poked onto her brother-in-law and said with a smile. Actually, I just love to watch brother-in-law act cool. It is just too interesting. Xingya was currently still within Yihua's embrace, as she said calmly, your brother-in-law is even contracted with acting cool after smoking syndrome too. Every time after he finished smoking, he has to act cool. Ah, brother-in-law, you actually contracted a syndrome like this? Is there a cure for it? Xingya pouted her mouth. From the looks of it, this is an incurable disease and there is no cure for it. Slap. A slap landed steadily onto Qingya's butt, and Qingya herself was stupefied after being slapped. Qing Yutong cried out in surprise, big sister. Upon seeing this scene, I suddenly recalled back to the scene in the past where you were slapped onto the butt by father when you were small. Ha 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 ha. Yihua suddenly started laughing out loudly. This laugher of his seems to possess a kind of magnetism as everyone all looked towards the direction where Yihua was at. Qingya wished that she could seal up her sister's mouth as she immediately separated herself from Yihua's embrace and sat at one side to calm herself down. Qing Yutong was really stupefied this time. Just what did I say just now, to actually cause this aloof brother-in-law of mine to let out this kind of laughter? And this big sister of mine, being both bashful and angry at the same time, just what is going on? Chapter 43, He hit me 2/2. Wei Chang also saw Yihua who was laughing out loudly and his heart sunk. I'm not sure if his honor is satisfied with my performance earlier on or not. No, it was not enough. I have to show off my performance again, and this time, I have to make it seem like I have the brains. Tang Wei saw the boss and lady boss, and she wasn't sure just which one was the lady boss. It couldn't be that both of them are the lady boss, right? However, it doesn't matter, it is enough for me to just have Uncle Wei. My feelings towards the boss is just that of a fan towards her idol. Xiao Tang, how much did the phone cost? Wei Chang was a lot more alert right now, just like a student who was taking his exam. Tang Wei seemed to not want to create more trouble for Wei Chang as she said, Uncle Wei, forget about it, the phone didn't cost much anyway. Slap. Wei Chang bestowed another slap to the manager, and the latter said in grievance, I didn't even say anything. Your expression was speaking. Wei Chang said coldly. I feel that what I just did would definitely be able to make his honor feel satisfied. After all, I am able to accomplish discerning what someone is thinking by observing their facial expression. The manager really wanted to die. Without thinking too much, he immediately closed his eyes. This time, you won't have an excuse to hit me anymore, right? Slap. The manager was in despair. Why, Wei Chang said in a deep voice, you were speaking with your body language just now. After finished speaking, Wei Chang secretly took a glance at his honor. I am even able to discern one's body language now. It should be able to add points for me, right? The manager swore that he definitely did not move at all just now. This damn security guard is basically just looking for excuses to hit me. Slap. Tears started sliding down the manager's sturdy face as the manager held onto his face and whimpered, I closed my eyes just now and didn't move at all. Why did you? You were speaking in your heart. Wei Chang felt that he did well enough already. I am even able to discern one's thoughts now. Qingye and Cheng Yutong were both laughing hard. This handsome uncle is too amusing. You have already hit the manager to the point that he is in despair, and the reasons that you gave for hitting the manager are really formidable. A slight smile appeared on the corner of Yi Hua's mouth. Wei Cheng's performance today is pretty good. To be able to discern a human's thoughts from every aspect, he can be counted as having improved by a small bit. Xiao Tang, how much did your phone cost? Wei Chang turned around and asked lightly. Tang Wei right now was currently in the state of being infatuated. When Wei Chang hit the manager, he was so cold, but he is this gentle and kind when he speaks to me. Wei Chang wants to express that. Is this truly the expression of being gentle and kind? It doesn't seem like it, right? No matter what, within Tang Wei's eyes, Wei Chang was indeed gentle and kind, once again proving the point that women were complicated. 1888 RMB. Tang Wei said softly. Wei Chang nodded his head. Pay up for the phone. Big brother, couldn't you have said it earlier? Isn't it just merely money? If you said it earlier, I would have already paid you the money for the phone. What is going on? Why is it so noisy? Don't you know that I am receiving important guests right now? A middle-aged man could be seen unhurriedly walking down. His aura was out of the ordinary. Behind the middle-aged man, there was a young male and female. The male was handsome, wearing an unique white western suit, and the watch on his hand should be an Audemars Piguet watch. The material used for this watch was 18K rose gold, showing off grandness and richness, and the selling price of it was a shocking 8 digits price. The female was incomparably gorgeous. With a devil-like figure, an exquisite face that was filled with the brilliance of a woman of the East, that gentle expression on her face, a gown that was very unique. From the looks of it, the gown was custom-made, and on her hand, there was also a rose gold watch. It seems like the watch that both of the male and female were wearing was a couple watch. Seeing that his savior had come, the manager didn't care about the risk and crawled in a rush to the front of Zhou Yi and hugged onto Zhou Ye's leg. While hugging onto Zhou Ye's leg, he pointed to Wei Chang and said in grievance, Zhou Yi, he hit me. Half of Zhou Ye's face immediately turned black. This shop was opened together with a very mysterious person, just that the mysterious person was very low profile and did not like to open a big shop, which is why this shop is only at this scale right now. If it was up to me, I would have definitely made this shop as grand as possible. However, a subordinate of mine actually got hit to the point that he became a pig head, and the main point is that this subordinate even acted like a child, running to the front of his parent to complain. My face have all been thrown away by this subordinate. You can scram already. Zhou Yi said in a deep voice. This kind of person is not of any use at all, to not even have the courage to hit back. The manager looked at Zhou Yi with teary eyes. Why did everything become like this? Am I in the wrong for not being a match for that security guard? Am I in the wrong for bringing out my background? Am I in the wrong for asking for help when I am not a match for that security guard? Why are all of you like this? I am not playing anymore. Zhou Yi, your subordinate sure is interesting. The young man who was at the back laughed lightly. Zhou Yi sighed. Young Master Xiao, Madam Xiao, excuse me for this unsightliness. Nandong Sini smiled sweetly and did not say anything. Each and every gesture of hers revealed the demeanor of being a part of an influential family. Looking at the people that were walking down, Xingye was slightly astonished, and Yi Hua felt Xingye's slight astonishment, thus asked, What's the matter? Yi Hua looked over. This man's appearance is not bad. The woman's appearance is not bad too. However, when compared to my woman, she is inferior. Do you know why she is inferior when compared to my woman? It is because Xingye is my woman, and by being my woman, she is naturally far more superior than all women. Nothing, I am just a bit surprised that they would appear here. Xingye said lightly. Chapter 44, Boss 1/2. While eating the fresh and tender tuna meat, Xin Yutong asked curiously, Big sister, could it be that this is your ex-boyfriend? Upon hearing that, Yi Hua's face immediately turned black, and waited for Xingye to give an explanation. If the explanation doesn't satisfy me, I don't mind letting this ex-boyfriend die on the spot. Yi Hua, don't listen to Xin Yutong speak nonsense. Xingye hurriedly explained. But after finished speaking, she scolded herself in her heart. Why did I have to explain to him, and why did I even explain that quickly? It made it seem as if I minded his feeling very much. Xin Yutong pouted her mouth. it seems like big sister has indeed fallen for brother-in-law. Speak, just what's the matter? That's right, big sister, don't keep us in suspense. Xingye let out a breath, then looked towards the young male and female and said, "This man's name is Xiaoyi, a member of Zijin City's Xiao family, or to be more precise, an illegitimate child of Xiao family. I heard that he was chased out from Xiao family back then, but during a few years back, he suddenly rose up to power and even married Nangong family's big lady, and established Dragon God Corporation." He is Xiaoyi? I have also heard of him before. I heard that he has a lot of wives. Xing Yutong added. He has a lot of wives? This kind of man is also fit to have a lot of wives? Aye, the great supreme overlord only has one wife, so for what reason are you able to have that many wives? Taking a look at this sister-in-law at my side, she is at the least pleasing to the eyes. Brother-in-law, what is this expression of yours? I am a young innocent woman. Xing Yutong covered her chest with both her hands, seemingly like she was afraid of being molested. Xingye was too lazy to say anything. This sister of mine just loves to make a scene. Meanwhile, Xingye was totally oblivious to the fact that Yihua was actually indeed eyeing onto her sister this time. Big sister, why aren't you saying anything? Brother-in-law is taking a fancy for the sister-in-law, shouldn't you be concerned about it? Alright then, I don't need you to send protection anymore, I want to give birth to a monkey with brother-in-law. Seeing that her big sister had no reaction at all, she straightforwardly hugged onto Yihua's arm intimately. Xingye wished she could take off her shoes and slam it onto Xing Yutong's face. As for Yihua, he wants to express that the sister-in-law's growth was not bad, a bit much better compared to Xingye. Zhou Yi was very curious right now. Just who is it that actually dares to cause trouble in my territory? Do they not know how the word death is written? However, when he saw that familiar blue color uniform, and that familiar face, Zhou Yi was stupefied looking at the Zhou Yi who was walking towards them. Tang Wei was very afraid as she held onto Wei Chang's sleeve. I have heard from my colleagues back then that this Zhou Yi is able to cover the entire Long'an city with one hand, and is extremely formidable. I never actually thought that this shop belonged to Zhou Yi. I have caused a disastrous trouble for Uncle Wei. Tang Wei secretly looked towards her boss. I heard that only the boss himself is able to suppress Zhou Yi, but why is the boss not stepping forth? Wei Chang coldly looked at the three people who were walking up to him, totally not having a trace of fear in him at all. From the back, Xiaoyi saw Wei Chang and thought back to his own experiences, and couldn't help but reveal out a smile. Nangong Sini seemed like she knew just what her man was smiling about and poked onto Xiaoyi's waist, and the latter held onto his wife's waist. Xing Yutong clicked her tongue a few times. My gosh, how can you people be this shameless, showing off affection in public wherever you all go? You can go find yourself a man then. Xingye said. Xing Yutong blinked her beautiful eyes. I want brother-in-law. Big sister, can you split half of brother-in-law to me? You can take him, I will give him entirely to you. Really? Xingye ruthlessly rolled her eyes at her sister. Can't you be a bit more mature? You are a best actress, and yet you are still acting like a child. Chapter 44, Boss 2/2. Looking at the Wei Chang who was in front of him, Zhou Yi did not know just what to address him as. He is a subordinate of that strange boss, so should I call him Big Brother then? But, calling him Big Brother will make me seem faceless. So it is you. I still haven't thanked you for the previous matter. Zhou Yi said. Previously, it was indeed Wei Chang who let him enter into the bar and meet the boss, thus, this sentence wasn't wrong. Wei Chang slightly wrinkled his brows. It's you. Everyone who was present was all dazed. This security guard has actually come into contact with Zhou Yi before? Just what is the situation? Also, from Zhou Yi's attitude, he even seems to be fawning a bit onto the security guard. This action of Zhou Yi's made Xiaoyi and Nangong Sini, who were at the back of Zhou Yi, to become slightly astonished, because this Zhou Yi is indeed pretty formidable in this Long'an city, and since I was going to start investing at Long'an city, I naturally had to come pay this Zhou Yi a visit. However, for a big character like Zhou Yi to actually be afraid of a security guard, Xiaoyi suddenly thought about himself. I want to see if you are truly like me, or are you just acting? Xiaoyi's gaze congealed and immediately looked towards Wei Chang. However, the result made him felt disappointed. This security guard is but an ordinary person. Both Yihua and Wei Chang sensed it when Xiaoyi congealed his gaze and looked towards Wei Chang. I didn't expect that this man would be quite interesting, and also, there is a familiar smell on his body. Two people with abilities actually appeared in this small store. Yihua felt that he didn't come to this shop for nothing. This Xiaoyi's aura is even stronger than the previous guy, just that this Xiaoyi's aura makes me feel disgusted. You came at the right time, pay up for the phone. Wei Chang said faintly, totally not having the slight trace of intention of giving any face at all. Zhou Yi was feeling very awkward. Even if I offended the two people behind me, I also don't dare to afford the one that is in front of me. After laughing lightly, Zhou Yi said, everyone, my shop has some matters to deal with currently, today's bills will all be excused. Seeing that Zhou Yi had spoken, everyone who was sitting down didn't have the cheek to continue on sitting down and watch the show. After all, they still have to give Zhou Yi face. In a short while, everyone all left. Even Qi Shuwen also left. Right now, I still don't want to offend this kind of big character. I will be honest and well behaved for now and go to the ocean to swallow up small shrimps. Mr. Young ladies, our shop has some private matters to deal with right now. An attendant came to Yi Hua's table and spoke very courteously. Excusing this table's bill was a very painful thing to do. We will naturally leave after we finish eating. Xingya said faintly. Xingya was totally not able to make sense as to why an employee of Yi Hua's could be so formidable. Xing Yutong was very unhappy. The show has just started, how can I leave at this moment? Be at ease, we will pay for what we ordered. My brother-in-law has money. The attendant was a bit displeased. We have already excused such an expensive bill, and you guys are still not willing to leave? However, the attendant was not able to say anything, and could only go and report about this matter. CEO Gong, the customers of that table are not willing to leave. The attendant came to the front of Zhou Yi and said respectfully Zhou Yi was currently in a temper. Whoever who offended him would become out of luck. Whatever cats and dogs are all coming to annoy me right now, do they really take me as being that easy to provoke? Turning around and looking towards the table that the attendant was talking about, his chin almost fell to the ground. My God, I did not look at the calendar when I left home today. The true big boss is actually sitting there and watching the show. If I had actually shouted at the table just now, just how disastrous would the consequences have been? When Zhou Yi saw the women that were sitting at the big boss's sides, Zhou Yi sighed in his heart. No wonder he didn't want the women that I send over to him. Where would I even be able to find a woman like this? The Nangong Cine that is behind me is more or less at the same level as the two women at the table. Xiaoyi and Nangong Cine also saw Yi Hua's table, and both of them slightly went into a daze. They felt that those three people were a bit interesting. Zhou Yi swallowed his saliva, then walked towards the table with a respectful expression and shouted towards Yi Hua, "Boss." Everyone who was present all clearly heard the word boss coming out from Zhou Yi's mouth. Other than Wei Chang, who was not astonished, everyone else, including Xiaoyi and Nangong Cine, was all astonished. Xiaoyi and Nangong Cine guessed, could the boss that is backing up Zhou Yi be him? Looking at that respectful expression on Zhou Yi's face, it seems to be the case. The person who was the most astonished was Qingya. Within her heart, Yi Hua was just a man who opened a bar. If she had to stubbornly add a few more points to Yi Hua, it would be that Yi Hua was very handsome, has a very odd personality, and also likes to bully her. Chapter 45, Dragon God Corporation 1/2. But this middle-aged man that is in front of me actually called Yi Hua his boss with a respectful expression. This middle-aged man didn't recognize the wrong person, right? Xing Yutong did not mess around this time and sat upright at one side, appearing very cool and elegant. Adding on with the black gown that she was wearing, she was simply sexy to hell. The acting skills of a best actress was indeed something else. Towards this brother-in-law, Xing Yutong was originally only curious as to why her big sister would have a baby with him, and thus wanted to find out just what exactly happened. Just that, the accidents that brother-in-law keep bringing are too interesting already. Could it be that brother-in-law is the boss of some kind of organization and is currently concealing at Longan City? Then afterward, during a certain beautiful night, he saved Big Sister like a hero, and Big Sister gave herself to him. Yep. The plot should be something like this. It must be said that the deducing capability of this best actress was really good, to have actually blindly guessed correctly in the first half of her deducing. Just that, the latter half of her deduce was completely wrong. It was her big sister who sent herself to Yi Hua's doorstep. "Xiaojiu, the shop of yours, the food is a bit expensive," Yi Hua said lightly. Me calling him Xiaojiu was giving him face. If I don't give him face, it would be straightforwardly just one word. Scram. Zhou Yi's expression changed as he hurriedly said, "My subordinates were not sensible. They didn't know that boss you came here to eat. I will immediately criticize them. I rarely come out to have a meal, but my mood has already totally been spoiled." Yi Hua picked up the napkin and lightly wiped onto his mouth. That indifferent gaze and every gesture of his revealed out the aura of a person in a high-ranking position. At this moment, Wei Chang could not pretend to not notice Yihua anymore and hurriedly walked up and shouted, "Boss." Classmate Tang Wei followed behind Wei Chang and shouted out too, "Boss." Yihua placed the napkin onto the door. "Xiaojiu, my employee's phone had been smashed broken." "Be at ease, boss, I will compensate for the phone." After taking a look at Tang Wei, who was standing behind Wei Chang, Yihua said faintly, "That manager from just now had been chased away by you, right?" A drip of cold sweat appeared on Jiu Ye's forehead. This boss is obviously hinting something to me. If not, why would he suddenly bring up that fool? The boss must definitely be trying to hint something to me. I have to properly analyze what the boss is trying to hint to me. If I speak correctly next, it would naturally be good, but if I were to speak wrongly next, I reckon that it would be very hard for me to be able to have the chance to hug onto the boss's big leg. After remaining silent for 3 seconds, Jiu Yi immediately understood Yihua's hint. I myself also just knew about the manager today. I didn't expect that the manager's attitude would be this vile. "Xiao Tang, this girl is not bad, she is steady and calm. I feel that she would be able to hold up the position of a manager." As expected of Jiu Yi, he immediately understood Yihua's hint by using only just 3 seconds. This also says one thing about Jiu Yi: this Jiu Yi was not simple. Tang Wei sort of had the intention of rejecting it. After all, to get promoted all the way to the manager all of a sudden, it felt very unreal for her. Wei Chang was startled. His honor had stuck out for you. If you were to reject his good intention, it wouldn't be good. "Xiao Tang, quickly say thanks." Wei Chang hurriedly urged. At this place, Tang Wei only believed in Wei Chang. Thus, after hearing what Wei Chang said to her, she nodded her head and said, "Thank you, CEO Gong." "You thanked the wrong person," Wei Chang reminded. "Xiao Tang's brain is actually no better compared to mine," Tang Wei cried out in surprise and was a little flustered. After being flustered for a while, she then said to Yihua, "Thank you, boss." Yihua said indifferently, "Thank him, you don't need to thank me." Tang Wei immediately became awkward, and Wei Chang himself felt like he was getting a headache. Could it be that I have judged wrongly again? Alright, she is just thanking you, what are you still putting on a cold face for? Xingye said softly. This Yihua, obviously wanting to help the girl, and yet still acts like that was not his intention. Why? Yihua glared at Xingye. As the boss, I have to act just like a boss. If not, do you want me to be all smiles with my subordinates? I have to properly educate Xingye on this aspect. Chapter 45, Dragon God Corporation 2 have small matter, small matter. Jiu Yi said with a smile. Why Yihua was still pretty satisfied with this Jiu Yi, as he felt that this Jiu Ye's brain revolved around fast enough. Standing up, Yihua said, "Since we have eaten our fill, let's head home." "Boss and madams, I will go and prepare the car now." "Madams." Xingye's face immediately turned black, Xing Yutong's face immediately turned red, and Yihua, on the other hand, was very calm. "Sister-in-law is still under my examination. Whether if she will be able to become the second madam, it will all depend on her luck." This scoundrel is actually not explaining. He is harboring unfathomable motives. Brother-in-law is actually not explaining, and big sister is also not speaking. Could it be that they are planning on? They are so perverted. CEO Qing, long time no see. Xiaoyi and Nangong Sini, who were observing at one side from the beginning, walked up to the table, and the one who spoke was Nangong Sini. With a slight smile on her face, Nangong Sini greeted Qing Ya. Yihua slightly took a glance. This woman's temperament is not bad, and on a whole, she looks okay. It is a pity she is not clean anymore. Qing seemed to be searching for memory in her brain. I don't recall coming into contact with her before, but since she has greeted me courteously, I can't be like Yihua and disregard her right. "Hello, Madam Xiao." Qing tightly clenched her fist. At this moment, she wished she could strangle her sister to death. She is actually pretending to be me again, that's right. Xing Yutong reacted much faster than Xingye. When Nangong Sini walked up and spoke, Xing Yutong immediately stood up and shook hands with Nangong Sini. Upon seeing this, Yihua couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. This sister-in-law sure knows how to cause trouble. Look at Xingye's expression, she seems to be about to erupt at any moment. "CEO Xiao, you are still as handsome as ever," Xing Yutong said with a slight smile. As someone who was within the entertainment industry, she was very good at speaking. Even if it was someone who she didn't know, she would still be able to act as if she knew the person. Just that, what Xing Yutong said made Yihua felt very unhappy. As my sister-in-law, There is no need for you to fawn on others, all you have to do is to just wait for others' praises. Towards these two beautiful twin sisters, Xiaoyi himself was also very surprised. This man's luck is even better than me. CEO Qing is still as pretty as ever. This person is? Xiaoyi asked with a smile, very curious towards this man's identity. Although Zhou said madams, Xiaoyi himself still sort of don't believe that both of the sisters belong to this man. He is my husband, Yihua. Qing Yutong said magnanimously. I am currently pretending as big sister, thus it isn't wrong to say that brother-in-law is my husband. Qingya couldn't hold it in anymore as she stood up and said with an apologetic smile on her face, CEO Xiao, Madam Xiao, my sister is just messing around, please do not mind her. Xiaoyi and Nangong Sini were both a bit confused. So, just what is the relationship between those three people? Qing Yutong laughed, I'm sorry, my big sister is jealous already actually, he is my brother-in-law. If you continue messing around, you can prepare to return back to our parents' house. Xingya snorted. This sister of mine is becoming more and more undisciplined and out of control. Qing Yutong's face became unhappy as she pulled onto Yihua who was at the side and said pitifully, brother-in-law, big sister scolded me. Alright, Qingya, Yutong is still a child. Yihua said calmly and patted onto Qing Yutong who had a stupefied face. There were 10,000 monkeys floating by within Qing Yutong's heart. You are the one who is a child. Have you ever seen a child who has such a good figure? At this moment, Xiaoyi and Nangong Sini were still a bit blur. Currently, both of them just felt that those three people were a bit strange, and of course, that those three people did not really give them any face at all. Chapter 46, The Brave School Bell 1/2 CEO Chang, when did you get married? You didn't even notify big sister me. Nangong Sini said with a slight smile. For her to actually address herself as big sister, it seems like she wants to get into a good relationship with Qingya. Towards Nangong Sini, this action of hers was indeed very face-giving. However, Qingya had an indescribable feeling, she felt that it was like a disadvantage for her. Based on what should I call you big sister, what relationship do I even have with you? Yihua really wanted to drive away those two people, but he felt that it would be boring if he did that. He really wanted to see just how Qingya would handle this. Qingya has been with me for quite a few days already, she ought to have some changes. Furthermore, this woman actually dares to claim herself as Qingya's big sister. Did this woman eat the heart of a bear or the gall of a leopard? If it was placed in a month ago, Qingya would grab onto an opportunity like this. However, right now, she totally did not have this kind of thinking at all. Taking a look at Yihua, Qingya thought to herself, have I been brainwashed by Yihua? Madam Xiao, me and Yihua did not set up any wedding banquet. Qingya gave a courteous smile to Nangong Sini. Both Xiaoyi and Nangong Sini slightly wrinkled their brows. This woman is not particularly giving any face to us. This woman has some personality. Both Xiaoyi and Nangong Sini were used to it already. This kind of woman is nothing special, always trying to use this kind of method to attract others' attention. CEO Chang, I will be holding a banquet tomorrow night, I hope that you will show me some face and come. Nangong Sini changed her gentle tone and invited with a businesslike tone. Qingya nodded her head and did not reject. Alright. Sini, let's go, it's stuffy here. Xiaoyi said faintly, seemingly not very happy, I will see you tomorrow then. Both of them entered into the Rolls-Royce which they parked outside of the shop, and Xiaoyi held onto his wife's waist and asked in displease, that woman didn't even give us any face at all, why did you even bother inviting her to the banquet for? Nangong Sini said gently, I invited her precisely because she did not give us any face. Although it is just a small banquet, the people that will be coming to the banquet, aren't most of them coming with the intention to curry favor with you? After listening, Xiaoyi laughed out and raised his wife's chin with his finger, seems like you are more petty than me. Do you only know that now? To finally be able to come out alone with you, you have to do your utmost best tonight. Okay, I guarantee that I will accomplish the daily task and let you feel like you are in heaven. Within the restaurant, Qing Yutong burped out very unladylike, big sister, the renowned Xiao family's madam wanted to claim herself as your big sister and be sisters with you, and yet you didn't even give any face at all. Yihua stood up and said indifferently, why do Qingya need to give that woman face? Qingya did a very good job just now, Yutong, you should properly learn from your big sister. Qingya laughed out complacently after hearing Yihua's praise, but after laughing, she immediately became clear-headed. What am I laughing out for? It seemed as if I was a wife who was very happy to get praised. This scoundrel is messing around with me again, Your Honor, should I go and eliminate the two from just now? Wei Chang spoke to Yi Hua through magic. People like those two who dare to be disrespectful to his honor should all live in hell. Wei Chang, oh Wei Chang, and I originally wanted to praise you for your performance just now. Don't always be thinking about killing, you have to be more human-like. A salted fish will always be a salted fish, even if they are able to become successful, they are still a salted fish, do you understand? Subordinate was ignorant. Seems like I shouldn't have ordered you to go and eliminate that hitman organization. During this period of time, properly go and ponder over just what is the true meaning of humanity. Your honor is wise, we will only be able to see your back and have no hope of catching up. You can go back first. Yes. After the two of them finished conversing secretly, Wei Chang said respectfully, Boss, I will leave first. N. Yi Hua reacted faintly. Tang Wei seemed to have something that she wants to say, and in the end, she mustered up her courage and said, Boss, I think that the chance to take on the position of the manager should be given to someone else. Yi Hua wrinkled his brows, and Wei Chang thought to himself, this is bad, Xiao Tang, don't try to anger his honor anymore. There is still a month till my school reopens and I will have to start going to school again. So, I thought about it for a bit just now. When the school reopens, I will have to mainly focus on studying during the day, therefore, it will be enough for me to just work during the night. Your choice. Yi Hua said lightly and rejected Jiao Ye's request to send him home, then brought his wife and sister-in-law and walked out of the restaurant. In the end, the bill for this meal was excused. Counting the amount of money that was needed to pay for the bill, it is enough for me to buy a lot of crayfish within the shop. As Jiao Ye watched those big bosses leave the shop, he slightly breathed a sigh of relief. In the future, I hope I don't ever meet this boss ever again. Chapter 46, The Brave School Bell 2 has Uncle Wei, wait for me for a bit, I will go and change my clothes first. Tang Wei revealed out an adorable smile, seemingly just like a little bird that obtained freedom. Wei Chang nodded his head, and after waiting for a short while, Tang Wei, who had changed her clothes, could be seen walking over to Wei Chang. Actually, Tang Wei's appearance was pretty good. A standard classical beautiful woman, spotlessly white and faultless goose-egg face, pairing with that tall and slender figure, no matter where she walked to, she would still be a beautiful scenery to look at. As expected of a school belle. It could only be blamed that Yi Hua's standards were too high. While wearing a white dress, it added a fairy-like temperament to her. However, Wei Chang did not even have the slightest bit of reaction at all. No choice, Wei Chang had no interest in women at all and was only interested in eating humans. If it was Lai Gu who was in Wei Chang's position right now, Lai Gu would definitely seize the opportunity to get Tang Wei. Uncle Wei, you still haven't eaten, right? I will treat you to a meal. While holding onto a cheap purse, Tang Wei said with a lovable smile. Wei Chang said, there is no need for that, Xiao Tang, I have already bought ingredients back home just now, I intend to prepare the meal myself later on. Really? Uncle Wei, it's not that I am not boasting, but the food that I cook is really delicious. Alright then, thank you Xiao Tang. Wei Chang smiled. Wei Chang didn't have other intentions at all when accepting Tang Wei's offer. However, Tang Wei, on the other hand, seemed very shy and decided that she would take the chance to properly understand her Uncle Wei. When they arrived at Wei Chang's rented apartment, Tang Wei discovered that her Uncle Wei was actually living alone, and the house was very clean, with not even a speck of dust that could be seen. Once again, she expresses her admiration towards Wei Chang in her heart and decided that she will come over often to cook for her Uncle Wei. Wei Chang was totally oblivious to the fact that he was being eyed by a small beautiful woman. But, it must be said that Tang Wei's courage was very big, to even dare to try to get close to Wei Chang. It must be known that, within the 7 sins, aside from Lai Gu, the other 5 all chose to keep away from Wei Chang, mainly because Wei Chang, this fellow, was simply one-track minded to the maximum, and was very difficult to communicate with. Luckily, during those 5 years, Wei Chang had changed somewhat. Returning back to Leisure Bar, Qingya went to the bedroom to take a nap for a bit, and Yi Hua did not want to disturb Qingya, and instead came to the office to watch cartoon. Nurturing humanity was a very important thing. Qing Yutong washed her makeup off and continued on cleaning the storage room. After all, there is still going to be a month until I move out, and I need my own private space. After finally finished cleaning up with great difficulty, Qing Yutong wiped the sweat on her forehead and muttered to herself, this brother-in-law of mine truly does not know how to care for his sister-in-law, to not even bother coming to help me out. Pushing open the office door, a sound suddenly rang out from the office and caused Qing Yutong to become dazed. Rui, follow my feelings. Qing Yutong looked at the Calabash Brothers that was playing on the television in a daze, then looked towards her brother-in-law who was watching the Calabash Brothers with a serious look on his face. What Qing Yutong just witnessed had totally destroyed her three views. He is such a big person already, and he is still watching cartoon. Brother-in-law Qing Yutong shouted out lovably. If it was someone else, Yihua would have given the person a slap without any mercy. Unfortunately, the person who called out to him was his sister-in-law An. Yihua responded faintly. Qing Yutong sat onto Yihua's side, then picked up the remote control and straightforwardly changed the program. Brother-in-law, why are you still this childish? Let me introduce to you a much better show which I am currently watching every day. Yihua resisted his urge of wanting to slap the sister-in-law of his. To actually dare to change the program without my permission. Even Qing Yu wouldn't dare to do this. There, watch this program is super nice to watch. Qing Yutong changed to a new program, then crossed her long slender legs and said with a face full of expectation, happy goat, beautiful goat, lazy goat, boil goat. Chapter 47, You Dare to Touch My Spicy Sticks. 1/2 A few black lines immediately appeared on Yihua's forehead. When I am watching the Calabash Brothers save their grandpa, I am nurturing my humanity. What is the meaning of you changing the show to Peasant Goat and Big Wolf? You want to cultivate childhood, brother-in-law? Let me pause it for a while, I will go and get snacks. Wait for me, okay? Don't watch it yourself. While speaking, Qing Yutong wore her adorable slippers and ran downstairs, then came back upstairs with a bunch of snacks. Brother-in-law, do you want some fried potato chips? No. Brother-in-law, do you want some McDonald's? No. Do you want to drink milk tea? No, I do not want to drink. Do you want some spicy sticks? You dare to eat my spicy sticks? Yihua said in a deep voice. Qing Yutong's face tightened up. I'm just eating a bit only. Give it to me. Brother-in-law. Don't snatch my spicy sticks. I will share some with you, okay? Hey, brother-in-law, how can you be like this? Give it back to me. In her dreams, Qingya half-consciously heard some noise and immediately woke up from her sleep. While taking a yawn, she wore her night clothes, then walked out of the bedroom and walked to the office. When she opened the office door, she was shocked by the scene that was in front of her. What are you two doing? Qingya shouted angrily. Qing Yutong could be seen pressing down onto Yihua, and Yihua's hand was stretched far away from Qing Yutong, preventing Qing Yutong from snatching the packet of spicy sticks that was in his hand. However, this position that the two of them were in was truly an eyesore. Big sister, look at brother-in-law, he snatched my spicy sticks. Qing Yutong said angrily with her mouth pouted, complaining to Qingya about her brother-in-law's wicked conduct. When Qingya looked at the packet of spicy sticks that Yihua was holding in his hand, she immediately breathed out a sigh of relief. However, she still shouted angrily, how big are you two already? To watch Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf and snatch spicy sticks with each other. Yihua, you are about to a father already. And Qing Yutong, you are about to be an aunt already. Do you two intend to snatch my child's feeding bottle too in the future? Yihua sat his body up and continued on watching Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, while time to time eating a stick of spicy stick, totally ignoring Qingya's scolding. He felt that watching this Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf was also able to nurture humanity. Brother-in-law, give me one stick. Go downstairs and get another one yourself. There's no more, this is the last packet. Go and buy it yourself then. Brother-in-law. Qingya held onto her forehead and felt that her blood pressure was boiling. Originally, just having Yihua this weirdo alone was already a handful, and right now, there is one more weirdo. My heart feels so tired. Suddenly, an image appeared in Qingya's mind. In the future, when my child tries to fight with them over what cartoon to watch on the television, and the result is, my child isn't able to fight over them and ended up crying out loudly and throwing a tantrum. Then afterwards, my child tries to snatch over the spicy sticks with them too, but he isn't able to snatch over them. My God, I really want to die. Chapter 47, You Dare to Touch My Spicy Sticks. 2/2 Qingya couldn't bear it anymore and straightforwardly unplugged the television's power cord, then stood in front of her husband and sister with a cold face. Qingya, what are you doing? Big sister, I was enjoying watching the show. Qingya said coldly, we have to have a good talk together. Big sister, what is there to talk about? quickly plugged back the television's power cord. Xing Yutong urged, Xing Yutong, just what is it that you want to do right now? In the past, when you were shooting a movie, you don't even come back home once in a year, and right now you say you are not intending to work as a celebrity anymore? What are you going to do about the liquidated damages fee? Xing Yutong spread out her hands without a care. I already paid the liquidated damages fee. Besides from that Ferrari, I don't even have the money to even refuel the Ferrari. What do you intend to do now then? Do nothing and wait for death? Big sister, don't say it like that. I am a woman who has her own plans. Xing Yutong said mysteriously, seemingly as if she had a big plan in mind. This made Xing Ya's anger to calm down a bit. What do you intend to do? Xing Yutong stood up, slightly raised up her chin and said in a deep voice, I intend to be a female anchor. Female anchor? Xing Ya went into a daze for a while, then continued and said, You? A person who graduated from acting school is intending to be a female anchor? Did Dad help you behind the back to secure you a position of a female anchor? Big sister, the female anchor that I am talking about is not that kind of anchor. What I'm talking about is internet broadcasting, the kind where you watch on your computer. To be more precise, I am intending to work as a female streamer. Xing Ya was stupefied, and immediately afterward, her face began to twitch, evidently being very angry. Xing Yutong thought to herself, not good, this is the prelude of wanting to get into a fight, and immediately hid behind Yihua. You quitting your job when you are at your highest peak. Leaving behind your title of Best Actress and actually intend to go work as a female streamer. I will properly help Dad give you a good lesson today. Xing Ya was angered by her sister. Back then, she made a huge fuss in wanting to be a celebrity. And yet right now, when her career is at its highest peak, she actually quit it and decided to go work as a female streamer. My God! Is there something wrong with her brain? Looking around the surroundings, Xing Ya saw the broom at the corner and went to take it, then chased after her sister with the broom, seemingly as if she had a deep hatred for her sister. Brother-in-law, are you not going to care about this wife of yours? Io, it hurts, it hurts. Yihua stretched out his hands and pulled Xing Ya into his embrace, and the latter said in displease, let go of me, I must beat her to death today. Blah blah blah. Upon seeing her big sister being hugged by Yihua, Xing Yutong sat down and made stupid faces at Xing Ya to provoke her. Alright, calm down. Yihua said gently. Xing Ya helplessly threw the broom that was in her hand to one side, then turned her head around and looked towards her own man. Take a look at her, look at how she is acting right now. From small till big, she has completely been doing whatever she wants. If this goes on, sooner or later, she will get into trouble. There is nothing wrong with being a female streamer anyway, there is a master in every trade, it is okay as long as she is happy. Yihua felt that it was very mystical, that he was actually able to say out a sentence like this which makes sense. Xing Yutong was happy upon hearing that. That's right, what brother-in-law said is right, there is a master in every trade. Big sister, you actually look down on streamers, I look down on you. Yutong, you speak less too, your big sister is pregnant. Yihua warned. As expected, his warning was very effective. The two sisters immediately stopped quarreling. After a long while, Xing Yutong said calmly, I also want to accompany Dad and Mom more. During those few years, I had been busy with filming movies and shows that I had almost forgotten about this family. But if I work as a streamer, I can work at home, and I will be able to have more time to accompany them. Xing Ya went into a daze. She didn't expect that her sister would have this kind of thinking. Seems like it was me who misunderstood her. Just that, Xing Ya neglected one thing. Xing Yutong was someone who has the title of Best Actress, and she had acted out this kind of bitter scene countless times. You can go back to Zijin City tomorrow to accompany Dad and Mom then, or perhaps you can go to Longan City to accompany Grandpa and Grandma. Xing Ya said fatally. Xing Yutong immediately came to the front of Xing Ya and held onto Xing Ya's hands. That won't do. Big sister, you are pregnant now, and brother-in-law is a man, thus he would definitely not be able to take good care of you. But if I am here, I will be able to take good care of you. Wait after my little nephew comes into this world, I still have to bring him to disco. It would be fake if I said that I am not touched by my sister. It is good that my sister has this kind of thinking. When do you intend to go work as a streamer then? Xing Ya said calmly, seemingly having already approved of Xing Yutong working as a streamer. This made Xing Yutong to become super happy. As long as I got over the big obstacle, which is big sister, there is pretty much no problem with me working as a streamer. Back then, it was also because that big sister supported me and backed me up that I was able to go work as an actress. If not, right now, I would be the same as big sister, working as a businesswoman. Ching Yutong said obediently. I intend to go find a good internet broadcasting platform first, that way, I would be able to earn money. Then afterward, I will be able to buy a lot of food and a lot of toys for my nephew, and also bring him to go pick up girls. Be serious a bit. Xinya wrinkled her brows. My child cannot be brought bad by this sister of mine. Why Yihua did not speak and just listen to the two sisters talk. My child will definitely become the universe's overlord. Chapter 48, Sister-in-law's Secret 1/2. Alright, I will be serious. Qing Yutong was obedient to death. Qingya thought for a while and had a decision. I will open a company, and you can stream there. Big sister, are you serious? Even your sister's money, you also want to earn it. Qing Yutong immediately knew her big sister's intention. Qingya was a businesswoman after all. Do you think that no money is needed when you eat and stay here? Even if money is needed, the place I'm staying at and the food that I'm eating all belong to brother-in-laws. Qing Yutong retorted, whatever that belongs to your brother-in-law, in the end, it also belongs to me. Yihua was very fond of this sentence that Qingya just spoke. Very good, Qing Yutong puffed her cheek. This action of yours is that of a bandit. I am not going to work at your company. Sure, it's fine if you don't want to work at my company, but you can go back and accompany dad and mom. Afterward, you can work as a female streamer however you want. Big sister, look at what you are speaking. Instead of working for others and letting them earn from me, isn't it better for me to work for my big sister and let my big sister earn? Aren't I right? Qing Yutong immediately surrendered. Qingya said petulantly, for the money that's earned, we will split 90% and 10%. Big sister, this isn't good, right? Just 50% and 50% will do. We are sisters after all. Qingya caressed her own hair. Yutong, I 90%, you 10%. Yihua laughed, not expecting that Qingya would have this kind of side to her. Qing Yutong looked at her big sister dumbfoundedly, then after a good while, she said, I thought that I had a big sister and brother-in-law who both loves and adores me, but who would have thought that the two of them would collude together and think of every way to squeeze dry my worth? What meaning is there for me to even live on in this world anymore? I'm leaving now. The two of you, best of luck to you too. Qingya pouted her mouth and said, remember to take your undergarments that are at the balcony. I will go and buy a packet of spicy sticks to lower my blood pressure, then come back afterward. Qing Yutong waved her hand and left with a mournful back. At this time, there should be a piece of sad arrow music playing in the background. While hugging onto Qingya, Yihua said faintly, 90% to 10% is a bit too ruthless, isn't it? You don't know the speed that she spends money at. I'm intending to help her save a bit, to help her avoid having no one wanting to marry her in the future. Qingya said helplessly, looking at Qingya's gentle feelings right now. Yihua felt that Qingya was really beautiful, and his hands unconsciously stretched into Qingya's nightclothes. What are you doing? Qingya grabbed onto the two evil big hands and shouted lovably. Why Yihua regained back his consciousness. What happened to me just now? Why did I do that? Did I eat something wrong today? I'm touching to see if the child has grown or not. Yihua did not know why he did that just now, to actually want to conquer her again. Qingya knew just what this scoundrel was thinking about. I'm not sure who was the one who said in the beginning that he wouldn't touch the same woman twice. Qingya sneered. The sentence of Qingya's immediately checkmated Yihua. The gloomy Yihua let go of the beauty within his embrace and walked to the balcony to smoke. Qingya felt extremely great as she shouted out lovably, Yihua, as long as you say that you are a big liar, I will take it as you have never said that sentence before. Yihua silently smoked a stick of cigarette, then turned his head and said coldly, the words that Yihua said, even 10 Khans also wouldn't be able to pull it back. Koan, legendary giant fish that transforms into a rock later on. I will see just how long you will be able to keep those words of yours. After finished speaking, Qingya was preparing to leave. After lecturing my sister, I seem to have forgotten to lecture my husband. Forget about it, look at that gloomy look on his face, I will give him a lecture next time. With a slight smile on her face, Qingya went back to the bedroom. Seems like my charm has not declined. Chapter 48, Sister-in-law's Secret 2/2. After smoking 2 cigarettes, Yihua finally calmed down. This woman is not a spy who was sent over to assassinate me, right? However, after thinking about it, who would even send over such a foolish spy? But it is still a fact that my mental state is changing because of her. This kind of anxiousness made Yihua felt a bit jittery, and he sent out a magic transmission to Ligu. How is the matter that I asked you to do? Your Honor, I'm done with acquiring the ingredients. One green snow dragon. This kind of dragon has extremely high nutrition value and will be extremely good for the little honor. One gold delicate crane helps improve one's beauty and nourish one's skin. It will let the madam become much more beautiful than she already is. Lastly, there is one star clean sparrow, which will be able to help improve the madam's constitution. I placed all of them on an uninhabited planet. Yihua was quite satisfied. After sensing Ligu's position, Yihua immediately disappeared from the office, and Xing Yutong, who just bought a packet of spicy sticks, came back. Where did brother-in-law went to? And I even wanted to show off the spicy sticks to him. When Yihua reappeared again, in front of his eyes, it was completely white. A layer of ice was formed on all of the tall and majestic mountains, and the corpse of the three huge great desolate beasts were lying within the valley. If it was to be counted by area, the size of one beast was more or less that of 8 soccer fields. These 3 beasts were more than enough for the 2 women to eat for their entire life. All 3 of the huge great desolate beasts had one commonality, which was that there was a huge chunk of meat that was bitten off their neck, and right now, their necks were even still bleeding. The blood of a huge great desolate beast was golden color, and the nutrition value of the blood was extremely high. Woof, woof, woof. On one of the corpses, Ligu's figure could be seen standing on it, seemingly showing off his fighting strength. Upon seeing Yihua appear, Ligu joltingly ran to the front of Yihua. You can go back first. Yes. Your Honor. While Ligu was about to leave, he secretly bit a piece of meat off of the gold delicate crane, then happily went back to the celebrity's house. At the luxurious villa, 3 beautiful women could be seen playing together in the pool, causing Ligu, who was watching them, to drip saliva. If there was someone here who was able to see those 3 beautiful women, they would definitely cry out in surprise. Aren't they the currently famous 3 big actresses? Why were there 2 more women now? It was all thanks to Iran for dragging down her 2 close female friends with her, and Ligu himself was completely welcoming to the 2 women. Why? Yihua shook his head. This Ligu, he is quite generous towards his own woman. He was the same back then towards those female dragons. Unfortunately, during the final battle, all the female dragons died. Because of this, Ligu was even broken-hearted for about a year long. Could it be that he has found true love this time? Just that, Yihua himself didn't expect that Ligu would have found 3 true loves. If Yihua was to come to know that his subordinate has more women than him, where would his face be? Yihua cut out a piece of fresh meat and got a drip of blood from each of the huge great desolate beasts. Yihua only took a total of 3 drips of blood because the blood possesses an extremely strong might, and Xingye was just an ordinary human, thus she was not able to take in too much and had to take things slowly. The feathers of gold delicate crane and star clean sparrow are pretty good and quite beautiful. It is very suitable for women. The weather has been rather hot too. I will make a fan for the both of them. Returning back to Leisure Bar, Yihua placed the meat into the fridge. Freezing the meat will make it taste better. As for the feathers, I will have to work on it for a bit. If not, the force of the fan will be too strong. Brother-in-law, where did you go to just now? Xing Yutong walked out of the storage room and asked curiously, went to buy some meat for dinner. Yihua said faintly. Xing Yutong responded with an N, then ran downstairs. Afterward, Yihua heard Xing Yutong shout, brother-in-law, help me move it, I can't carry it. Yihua let out a breath. This sister-in-law sure is troublesome, to actually want me, the supreme overlord, to help you move things. After moving the big paper box to Xing Yutong's storage room, Yihua asked puzzledly, what is in it? Computer, of course. I am going to be a streamer, therefore I had to buy a computer. Xing Yutong agilely assembled the computer, seemingly very skilled in doing it. Didn't you said that you didn't have any money? That's right. When you went out just now, you didn't bring your phone along with you, so I used your phone to buy it. I didn't expect that the password would be so simple. The corner of Yihua's mouth twitched, then he walked out of the storage room helplessly, leaving alone Xing Yutong, who was assembling the computer. After half an hour of assembling, Xing Yutong let out a breath, finally settled it. Xiao Guigui, quickly come out, master. Distribute the mission. Xing Yutong sat on the chair and said tiredly. Ever since I have gotten this system, my life has changed. Within a few years, I gotten the Best Actress award and completed all kinds of missions that the system given to me. Of course, I myself also received huge benefits from completing the missions. For example, right now, I can fly high and high. Chapter 49, The Big Battle to Push Over Brother-in-Law 1/2 Master. The mission is a bit complicated and is currently still under calculation. What, wasn't it you who told me to come back and be a streamer? Xing Yutong said petulantly. Master, there is a change to the mission. What change? Xing Yutong asked curiously. The original main mission has been changed to a secondary main mission. The mission is to rely on your own capability to eat chicken once. And Xing Yutong thought it would be some big mission. Don't say one chicken, I am able to even eat 2 chickens by myself. Master, the chicken that I'm talking about is the chicken in a game. You will know about it when you search online about it. Remember, you have to eat chicken while you are streaming to be counted as accomplishing the mission. This is talking about PUBG. In English, when you win, it says winner winner chicken dinner, and in Chinese it says, which translates to great luck, great profit, eat chicken tonight, thus I translated to eat chicken instead of getting chicken dinner. Just want to point this out, after a short moment. You actually want me to be a game streamer? Don't you know that I am a female klutz? Master, the system is exactly for helping you overcome your flaws. Xing Yutong had heard of this line countless times already. Alright, so, what is the main mission about? Main mission, under the circumstances where your big sister isn't aware, seduce your brother-in-law and lose your chastity to him. Xing Yutong was completely dazed. Why is there such an absurd mission like this, a system? Are you being serious? That's right. I feel that it is so exciting as long as you are happy, Master. Happy your head. You are actually asking me to go and dig my sister's corner. See if I don't beat you to death. Xing Yutong said angrily. I have never before seen such a shameless system, Master. After you completed this mission, you can use whatever items that are in the system shop as you please. What? Xing Yutong was shocked stupid. The items that are within the system shop, up till now, I have only exchanged 8 items, and I'm already feeling like I'm close to invincible. If all items can be used as I please, and the condition is to push over brother-in-law, isn't it too simple already? Xiao Guigui, don't think that by doing this, I will do something that will be unfair to big sister. I am a woman who has her own principles. Xing Yutong snorted, appearing righteous and have a look on her that was saying that she definitely won't give in towards evil. Master, is your brother-in-law handsome? Xing Yutong pouted her mouth. Of course, my big sister's eyes are still pretty clear after all. Don't you have any slightest bit of thoughts at all? Xiao Guigui, are you questioning my moral quality? Master, do you even have any moral quality? Xing Yutong snorted. Master, 2 sisters can share the same love. Think about it, after you accomplish the mission, you would be able to travel around the universe and go to all kinds of countries. Isn't that great? You are actually using something like this to entice me. Humph, the relationship of us 2 sisters is deep, your enticement won't work. Master, your big sister said before that she would send over protection over to you. Did you forget about it? Perhaps she would be able to accept it. Are you sure? Xing Yutong said with a face full of doubt. I'm definitely sure of it. What's more, it's not like you would definitely be able to accomplish the mission. Your brother-in-law is not interested in you at all. Xing Yutong couldn't stand being provoked the most and said in disdain, TSK, he is not interested in me because I haven't brought out my true strength. Let me tell you, by tonight, I will be able to push over brother-in-law, you just watch later on. If my big sister becomes angry later on, I will just confess you out and let you carry the fault. Master, as long as you are able to push over him, you can confess me out any time you want. Alright, with this sentence of yours, I feel at ease now. The big battle to push over brother-in-law should officially start now. Brother-in-law, your sister-in-law is coming. Big sister, prepare the condom. Forget it, what do I even need the condom for? I want to give birth to a monkey for brother-in-law. The system deeply let out a sigh. I am just trying to get you to hug onto a big leg, I don't have any other intentions. Compared to the items that can be exchanged within the system shop, this man is the one who is the great big treasure. If you are able to become a woman who he approves, it would be a supreme honor for you. And as for the system, I can also go around the system world and act cool about it. Master, whether if I will be able to act cool or not, it will all depend on you. Your big sister is already 1 step ahead of you. You must definitely not let go of the position of the second madam. When that time comes, you will be below 2 people and above everyone else. Chapter 49, the big battle to push over brother-in-law 2/2. The Yihua right now still does not know that he was already being eyed by his sister-in-law. Right now, he had just walked into the bedroom. Looking at Qingya who was on the bed, he said, "Why are you sleeping on the bed all day long? I'm a pregnant woman, can't I be addicted to sleeping?" Qingya said faintly while watching the finance and economics channel. Why Yihua didn't say anything to that. Sitting onto the bed, he said faintly, "You are not allowed to go to the banquet tomorrow." "Why?" Qingya asked in a deep voice. "Why is this man so overbearing, not allowing this, and not allowing that?" Why Yihua said lightly, "There is no why. As my woman, you are not someone that anyone can be able to invite." Qingya was amused by Yihua. "You're acting cool after smoking syndrome is acting up again." Yihua remained silent and insisted on his decision. Qingya let out a sigh. "I already promised that I would go to the banquet tomorrow. If I don't go, I will offend Dragon God Corporation. I am exactly trying to get you to learn how to reject those people. If you offended them, then so be it. There is no one that I Yihua am not able to offend." Yihua said in disdain. His motive was to let Qingya learn of one thing, which was that, as his woman, she was invincible. Others being able to have the chance to invite her was already giving them a huge face, because, at the least, you still have the chance to invite, while some people don't even the chance to invite at all. Qingya suddenly became very serious as she used her hand to feel onto her own forehead, then stretched out her hand to feel onto Yihua's forehead, and said, "You don't have a fever though, we will go out and take a walk tomorrow." Yihua pushed away Qingya's hand and said coldly, "If this woman was slightly more obedient, I also wouldn't be this exhausted. Humph, I don't want to." "You don't have the choice to not want to." Yihua said, "You. Do I not even have any human rights now? I am protesting against your dictatorship. There is no need to discuss this matter anymore, I have already decided on it. You dare to try to run away and see what happens? I will run away now and show you." While speaking, Qingya started wearing her slippers. Just that, after finish wearing one slipper, she was already hugged by Yihua. "You the scoundrel, let go of me, let go of me. If I don't go to the banquet tomorrow, we can prepare to drink the northwest wind." Qingya slapped onto Yihua's arm. "If I were to offend Dragon God Corporation, my plan for expanding to the north will basically be done for. Even more, if Dragon God Corporation was to speak, a lot of suppliers will say goodbye to me, and this chain reaction will cause Qing Corporation to go bankrupt." Why Yihua didn't use much strength at all when hugging onto Qingya. "Don't move, be careful of the child." Yihua said lightly, "Just how unlucky am I, to get a husband like this? Do you know the consequences that will follow up if I don't to the banquet tomorrow? Our family will have to go beg for food by then. I will support you." Qingya's heart shook fiercely, and her eyes were gazing closely onto Yihua. "I suddenly discovered that the Yihua right now is really handsome. Wait, why did I suddenly become smitten? I have to quickly wake myself up, save your bar first and we can talk then." Qingya was much calmer now, and her body was even slightly leaning towards Yihua's embrace. "Qingya." Yihua suddenly calls out, "Yen? Now that you are with me, there is no need for you to fear anyone." Not sure why, Qingya felt that Yihua was speaking the truth when he said that. However, she just couldn't stand looking at this guy making a solemn face. He is evidently hugging onto a super beautiful woman, and yet he still has a look on his face as if he didn't like it. "What did your first woman look like?" After a long while, Qingya suddenly asked. Even she herself also did not know why she asked that question. Why Yihua said indifferently, "It's been many years, I don't remember already." Towards this answer, Qingya was pretty satisfied with it. However, she doesn't feel great. "It was obviously my first time, and yet it was not your first time. It feels like I'm at a disadvantage. Furthermore, I even have to give birth to a child for you too." Chapter 50, Infinity Ring 1/2 TSK, you don't remember? I'm afraid that the memory is unforgettable for you, right? When Qingya said this, she totally didn't know how sour her tone was. "Why doesn't this scoundrel know how to tactfully bluff me for a bit?" Yihua said faintly. "The memory with you, on the other hand, is indeed unforgettable." Scoundrel Qingya felt that Yihua would be able to talk about this matter for a lifetime. If I had known, I would have just obediently gone back home to sleep during that night. But instead, I actually came to this bar to give my body to him. I am indeed very foolish. Yihua isn't wrong about that. All as the supreme overlord, it has been a very time since I heard of this word being used on me. If Qingya was not my woman, I'm afraid I would have already given her a slap and sent her flying out. If one was to carefully listen to Qingya's tone, they would realize that Qingya was just acting coquettish towards Yihua. Unfortunately, the frank Yihua wasn't able to discern Qingya's tone. Yihua, where are your dad and mom? After a long while, Qingya asked. In any case, he has met my family, thus, I should also meet his family. I don't have a dad or mom. After hearing that, Qingya went into a daze, then apologized, I'm sorry. Yihua remained silent, and Qingya also remained silent. The atmosphere became strange once again. Looking at Qingya's tender small hand, Yihua wrinkled his brows. As the supreme overlord's woman, how can her hand be empty? If this matter was to spread out, where would my face be? Within my interspatial ring, there is a box that filled within various kinds of gems. However, Yihua felt that those gems were not worthy enough for his woman. As the supreme overlord, the things that I give my woman must be one of a kind and high graded. Suddenly, Yihua recalled of the movie that he watched last night. The combination of those gems was a bit interesting. Opening the gems box within his interspatial ring, Yihua picked out the space gem, time gem, soul gem, reality gem, power gem, and soul gem within the interspatial ring. 6 infinity gems could be seen floating within the darkness and emitting out a bright and dazzling radiance, immediately lighting up the entire interspatial ring. Within the interspatial ring, various kinds of items could be seen. If any one of the items was to be taken out to the world, it would be able to make the world go mad for it. The reason why Wei Chang has the hobby of collecting things, it was all also because of Yihua. Whatever kind of leader would have whatever kind of subordinates, the 6 infinity gems gradually drew close together. If someone was to see this scene, they would definitely be scared to death. Those gems could be embedded, but they cannot be fused together. After all, each gem has its own representative power, and who knows what the consequences would be if the fusing of the gems failed. Yihua, ignorant humans, you all will forever not know just how strong a supreme overlord is. In a moment, within the interspatial ring, a strong light burst out, causing the entire interspatial ring to vibrate. However, the frantic power was quickly suppressed by another power, and gradually calmed down. Just like a dog that got tamed, the 6 gems disappeared, and a new gem could be seen. The beauty of the gem was breathtaking, while at the same time having the energy to destroy heaven and earth. This huge contrast was enough to make one feel frightened. Why Yihua wrinkled his brows. The gem is too big. If worn on the finger, using the language of the humans to describe it, it would look coarse. Followed by Yihua clenching his hand into a fist, the gem immediately shrunk. After being shrunk, the gem's size became neither big nor small, and was just the right size. When looking at the gem from different angles, the gem would show a different color and luster, causing one to not be able to help but become engrossed with the gem. Chapter 50, Infinity Ring 2/2. I am done with the gem, now I have to find something to embed the gem on. Yihua looked towards the weapon rack at one side, and one pike immediately flew out from the weapon rack. If I remember correctly, this weapon belonged to an overlord. This pike name was 3 Worlds Clear Crystal Pike, and for the material used to make the pike, even up till today, Yihua was still not sure what the material was. Back then when I killed this overlord, I myself had to pay some price in order to kill him. If not for this pike, I wouldn't have gotten wounded by the overlord. However, right now, all of it doesn't matter anymore. This pike is but only fit to become a ring. The pike could be seen suddenly emitting out a strong might, and its original pitch black body turned into silver white, and even somewhat transparent. It seemed to be resisting Yihua's power. In actuality, for a weapon of this level, they would all have their own consciousness. Just that, this pike underestimated Yihua's power and thought that the Yihua right now was still only an overlord like back then. The pike was trembling, seemingly unwilling to resign and also feeling very afraid. Under Yihua's control, the pike gradually became thin, then soon after, changed into a circle shape, forming into a ring. On the interface of the ring, 6 silver thorn could be seen stretching out, seemingly just like a dragon's claw. the infinity gem that was floating within the air slowly landed and embedded itself into the dragon claw-like silver thorns, and an infinity ring has successfully been born into this world. Considering about the strong and powerful energy that the ring possesses, Yihua added a seal onto the ring. With Qingya's identity of that of a human, she would not be able to use the ring's energy, and the ring would just be a unique-looking ring only. After all, after wearing the ring, Yihua does not know what would happen if Qingya accidentally snapped her finger. What if the movie was real, the gems that were fused together into a new gem? It was reckoned that the new gem was much more overpowered than all the 6 gems altogether. Who knows if Yihua was intending to give a present or intending to give a time bomb? Qingya. And wear this ring. Yihua took out the infinity ring, and Qingya was immediately enchanted by the ring that was within Yihua's hand. Women, right? All of them love shiny and sparkling gems. And furthermore, Qingya had never seen a gem that has a color like this. Although the gem was not big, it was enough to take one's breath away. This fellow, trying to court my favor all of a sudden without any reason, what is he planning to do? However, the gem is really beautiful. Where did you buy it from? How much did you spend? Although Qingya was questioning Yihua, but she still felt very happy about it in her heart. Her pretty face was even blushing right now. Why Yihua said faintly, street good, not worth any money. Qingya felt that made sense. For a strange ring like this, the gem is definitely not a pure gem and should be artificially made. Qingya's guess was correct, the gem was indeed made artificially. Are you proposing to me? You are thinking too much, I just felt that your hand was pretty empty. Qingya's favorable impression towards Yihua that just appeared a moment ago immediately extinguished as she snorted and turned her head around. Why Yihua wouldn't give Qingya the chance to act willfully and make a scene as he immediately held onto Qingya's right hand and wear the ring onto her finger. Wrong. Wear the ring on my left hand. Qingya snorted and reminded. Why Yihua let out a breath and took off the ring. What are you wearing it onto my thumb for? Not the index finger too. You actually wore it on my little finger. Yihua said, a deep voice, enough I tell you. Isn't it but just a ring? No matter where you wear it, it will also be just a ring. Qingya snatched over the ring and wore it onto her ring finger. The ring sure is beautiful, I feel so happy. Wait. What am I feeling happy about this for? This fellow took my card, and still only bought a street good. However, as long as he has the thoughts, it's fine. It's the thoughts that counts after all. Looking at the ring that was on Yihua's index finger, Qingya pouted her mouth. That ring of yours, wear it on the same hand and finger that I'm wearing the ring you give me on. You are not single anymore, you are a husband now. Women are truly troublesome. Yihua said in a deep voice. However, he still listened to Qingya and wore the ring onto his ring finger. If it's troublesome, why do you even bother giving me a ring? Qingya stretched out her hand and looked at the ring. No matter how I look at it, it still looks beautiful. It was thoughtful of Yihua. Why Yihua pursed his lips and said faintly, I gave it to you because I see that you look pitiful. TSK, I am the one who sees that you look pitiful. If not for me, you can prepare to be single for your entire life. Would I, Yihua, even lack women? Can you not act cool? Remember, don't go to the banquet tomorrow. Chapter 51. 2 Folding Fans. Qingya finally understood why this guy gave her such a gift. It turned out to be a bribe. With such sincerity, she might consider peeling 20 kilograms of crayfish. Let's take a look. Qingya muttered. I'll take you out for a walk tomorrow, don't lie in bed every day. Yihua said in a deep voice. Why is this woman so disobedient? She goes east and west whenever I tell her to. Qingya broke free from Yihua's embrace. Even her pajamas couldn't hide her curvy figure. Tomorrow is Monday, and there are still many things waiting for me to deal with in the company. You're the boss, do you have to wait for such a small matter? Of course, how can they make the decision? Qingya raised her little chin and said proudly, look at me, I am rich at a young age, and I am beautiful. In short, I have everything good. You should burn incense and pray to Buddha for having a wife like me. Yihua stood up and said in an unquestionable tone, now is the internet age, you can leave everything at home and wait until the baby is born before going out. Impossible. You can try it. Change your clothes and come out for dinner. I've prepared some supplements for you. Yihua said and walked out of the bedroom, not giving Qingya a chance to resist. Qingya sat on the bed angrily, picked up a pillow and threw it around, imagining that the pillow was Yihua. How wonderful it would be! However, looking at the ring on her ring finger, she still felt a little happy in her heart. It was so beautiful. He took out the chilled meat of the prehistoric beast and cut it into 3 very even portions, just like a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder would do. He tore open a bag of spicy strips and put a few on top for embellishment. Looking at the bright red meat and spicy strips, Yihua was very satisfied with his work. Then he took out a champagne glass, filled it with boiling water, and dripped the drop of blood into each of them. The white boiled water instantly turned golden yellow, and even very thick. It was not liquid, but the taste was first-rate. Then Yihua made fans with the feathers of the golden fiber crane and the star-clean bird, using dragon bones as the fan bones and sealing them, so as not to blow the whole city away. It must be said that these 2 fans are really beautiful. The feathers of the golden crane are orange-yellow with complex stripes, which makes it look very mysterious, while the feathers of the starry bird are snow-white without any impurities, which makes it look noble and elegant, just like his own woman. Come down and eat. Yihua placed the food on the table like a waiter. After a while, the 2 sisters walked down the stairs. Yihua frowned. These 2 women really had no regard for their image at all. Fortunately, there was no one else around. They were even wearing pajamas while eating. Brother-in-law, where is your dragon meat? Qing Yutong came running over and asked jokingly. In Yihua's eyes, his sister-in-law is a child who has not grown up and needs time to be baptized. He will not touch her for the time being unless she can meet his requirements. Actually, what Yihua said was a kind of human feeling. This feeling is not right. It feels bad no matter how you look at it. It's just like when you first met Qingya, you were instantly fascinated by Qingya's noble temperament. So the first impression is very important, and Qing Yutong can also act out the nobility of an older sister, but it was ruined in the first impression, because she is still a child. Please sit down. Yihua said calmly. He sat down first like a king, and the 2 sisters sat down like concubines, but now their faces were not good. You asked me to eat raw meat. Don't you know there are bacteria in it? Qingya frowned and said unhappily. She thought Yihua would care about her, but the result was still the same. Qing Yutong also helped her sister this time and said, Brother-in-law, my sister is pregnant now, how can you let her eat raw meat? The meat is still red. 2 ignorant women, how many people want to eat it but can't, and you still despise it? Qing Yutong continued, Brother-in-law, do you have to be so elegant even when eating spicy noodles? Suddenly, Qing Yutong screamed, Sister! What are you wearing on your hand? Qingya rolled her eyes at her sister and said, Aren't you asking this even though you already know the answer? Qing Yutong immediately grabbed her sister's wrist and said, What a beautiful ring! I didn't see you wearing it this morning. Could it be a gift from your brother-in-law? Brother-in-law! How could you do this? Don't you think there's a share for me? Qing Yutong liked this kind of ring so much and thought it was more stunning than ordinary diamonds. Qingya's head was about to explode. Can this ring be given away casually? It was natural to give it to myself, but it would be a shame to give it to my sister. Qing Yutong puffed out her cheeks and held her hands out in front of Yihua. She wanted it anyway and Yihua would give it to her. Qingya on the side shook her head. Her sister was still the same. Whenever she had something good, she would rush to get it. If she didn't give it to her, she would act like a rogue. I remember that when she was a child, she rolled on the ground, but it was just for a doll. Yihua took out the fans he had made and placed the orange one in Qing Yutong's hands. The latter was stunned. She didn't expect there was really a gift. The fan was no less beautiful than the ring. It was very elegant to hold in the hands. A gentle fan made her feel refreshed. Qing Yutong was almost happy to death. When Qing Yutong's system saw this fan, its jaw dropped. No item in the system mall could compare to this fan, and the attributes of the ring on the master's sister's hand were full of question marks. This man is really strong. It is indeed right for me to let my master hold my thighs, but with my master's temper, I am afraid it will be difficult for me to do it for a while. Qing Yutong suddenly stood up and kissed Yihua on the cheek. Thank you, brother-in-law. But now Qingya is about to spit fire. Why does her sister have it but she doesn't? She is really angry with herself, right? And this Yutong, She actually kissed your brother-in-law in front of her. She treated me as if I was invisible." Seeing that her sister was a little unstable, Qing Yutong also knew that she was too excited just now, and said to her sister embarrassedly, "Sister, don't get me wrong, this is a very pure kiss. It is a gift from the sister-in-law to thank her brother-in-law." Just when Xingya was about to start scolding, a white fan appeared in front of her. Brush. When the fan was opened, Xingya seemed to see stars floating out. How could a fan be so beautiful? Xingya took it blankly, a gentle smile on her face, and her previous displeasure disappeared in an instant. It seemed that Yihua had also learned how to coax women. It wasn't that Yihua was deliberately trying to coax them, he just wanted to give them some benefits. "I finally understand the difference between my wife and my sister-in-law. Brother-in-law, you are too partial." Qing Yutong was very jealous. Her sister's white fan was more beautiful. A system crashing. Xingya happily put away the fan and glared at her sister. "Eat your meal." Humph! Qing Yutong snorted and took a sip of champagne. At least in Qing Yutong's eyes, this was champagne. However, Qing Yutong opened her beautiful eyes wide. "What is this thing? Why is it so delicious?" Although she only took a sip, the unique aroma swirled in her mouth and then entered her brain, igniting the excited nerves. "It's so delicious." She tilted her head back and took a gulp. This was what a heroine did. Qing Yutong felt like she was floating up in the air. The fragrance spread to every cell in her body. The cells were dancing and longing for another cup. "Thank you, brothers and sisters, for your support. Now I update 2 chapters every day, at 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock, and there will be more chapters in the future. Thanks again to the brothers who gave rewards. Your support is my motivation." Chapter 52, Primordial Banquet. Looking at the empty wineglass, Qing Yutong felt so angry that she should not have finished it in one gulp. She should have savored it slowly. Her eyes immediately fell on the other 2 glasses. Yihua and Xingya picked up the wine glasses at the same time, which made Qing Yutong so angry that she stomped her feet. "What 2 stingy guys?" Xingya finally understood why her sister had that expression. It was really delicious, so delicious that it was explosive. She felt her taste buds were awakened instantly. She had never tasted such a delicious drink. "Xingya, it's okay to drink this," Yihua said lightly, picked up the knife and fork and began to enjoy the fresh meat of the prehistoric beast. Xingya let out a soft "oh" and took small sips, which made Qing Yutong drool. "Brother-in-law, I want more, Qing Yutong cried tenderly, twisting her body constantly like a child, acting like a spoiled child. Yihua ate a piece of meat slowly, and the taste was still the same, not much different. "You can only drink 1 cup a week." "What? Brother-in-law, you are just stingy." "Huh, that's right." Xingya also echoed, and it seemed that she also wanted to drink it every day. "Can you drink the blood of prehistoric beasts every day? Aren't you afraid of explosion?" Qing Yutong looked at the bright red meat on the plate and her heart hardened. "Isn't it just red meat? I've eaten red steaks before." She chose one of the 3 pieces of meat, cut a small piece, squinted her eyes and put it into her mouth. After 0.1 seconds, Qing Yutong opened her beautiful eyes again. "What kind of meat is this?" It melted in her mouth. "This is the meat from Xing Jingke, which has the magical effect of melting in the mouth and can also strengthen the body. Many supreme beings want to taste this meat, but Xing Jingke is too powerful and is out of reach." Looking at her brother-in-law's calm face, Qing Yutong finally understood why the system wanted to push her brother-in-law to the top. This was the hidden super boss. "Sister, eat the meat quickly, it's super delicious." Xingya still seemed worried. "Xingya, I won't joke about children," Yihua said in a deep voice. This woman actually didn't trust him at all. Xingya let out a long sigh. She was worried because Yihua had done many unreasonable things. She elegantly cut a piece of tender meat and put it into her cherry lips. Her frown gradually relaxed. Although the meat had no saltiness, it was exceptionally sweet and delicious, and even had a unique fragrance, without the fishy smell of beef and mutton. This is a piece of golden crane meat. It is said that this meat can beautify and nourish the skin, and even keep the face forever. It also has the effect of resurrecting the dead. An ugly girl can become a beautiful woman. It is the dream of women. There are even many female supremes who are willing to do anything to get this meat. Unfortunately, no one can do it. It would be better with spicy strips, Yihua reminded, but was met with a cold stare from the 2 sisters. "Please don't spoil the fun when enjoying delicious food. In less than 5 minutes, the two sisters finished all the meat and looked at Yihua at the same time, because Yihua still had one piece left. Eating too much is bad for your health. Yihua simply ignored his wife's threatening look and his sister-in-law's pitiful look. The two sisters snorted at the same time, saying that he was too stingy. They clearly wanted to eat, but they still said that eating too much was not good. It's so hot. After a long time, Qing Yutong cried out in a tender voice, picking up her golden fan and waving it vigorously. Brother-in-law, did you drug my sister-in-law? You are so perverted. I want to go home, Qing Yutong said teasingly. Although it was hot, she didn't feel that way. Qingya also felt very hot, so she picked up the Xingjing fan and fanned herself slightly, which made her feel much more comfortable. However, she looked at Yihua with a questioning look. Did you drug anyone? It's bad enough that you drugged yourself, but you also drugged your sister. This is so shameless. Yihua picked up a white towel and wiped his mouth. This is dragon meat. You will feel a little hot after eating it, but it will be fine after a while. It's dragon meat, brother-in-law. Can we stop bragging? Yihua said calmly. The fan bones in your hands are also made of dragon bones. Okay, Yihua, I know you want to smoke, go out and smoke. Qingya couldn't stand it anymore. This bullshit was almost blowing into outer space. But Qing Yutong believed it a little bit, and she had to dig out evidence that her brother-in-law was the devil, but the system didn't say anything. Qing Yutong cried out tenderly, brother-in-law, will there be meat tomorrow? Once a week. Brother-in-law. I hate you. You made me feel happy, but you kept stopping me from doing it so often. Qingya was so disappointed. Qing Yutong, can you please speak properly? The latter made a face, ran up and hugged him, preparing his plan for the evening to take down his brother-in-law, the big devil, in one fell swoop. Don't be angry, Yutong is still a child. Yihua said softly. Qingya stood up and cleared the table. Child? Other children of this age know how to walk. Yihua was very relieved. Qingya now knew how to clean up and didn't need him to remind her. As her sister, aren't you the one who just got into trouble? Yihua, whose side are you on? Yihua smiled slightly, and the latter immediately became unwilling. What are you laughing at again? Explain it to me clearly. Boss lady. Wei Chang suddenly appeared at the door, followed by Tang Wei. Qingya breathed a sigh of relief and did not cause trouble for Yihua again. A smart woman would not be fierce to a man in front of outsiders. Yihua nodded and walked up to the hall. Uncle Wei, I'd like to take a day off tonight. Tang Wei said a little embarrassedly, having forgotten about inviting Qi Shuwen to dinner. Wei Chang nodded without asking the reason. Tang Wei thought Wei Chang was angry, and hurriedly explained, Uncle Wei, classmate Qi helped me today. I have to treat him to a meal. It will only take 2 hours, and then I will come over. Wei Chang put down the stools around him and said, it's okay. Have fun with your classmates. You've worked hard cooking today. Tang Wei's heart sank. What did Uncle Wei mean by this? He was fine just now. Why did his face suddenly change? Could it be because she wanted to treat someone else to a meal? That must be the case. Tang Wei sent a message to Qi Shuwen using her new mobile phone, asking him to treat her to lunch tomorrow at noon. After sending the message, Tang Wei helped Wei Chang put the stools in place. What's wrong? Wei Chang asked curiously. Nothing, I think work is more important, so I'll leave it for tomorrow. Wei Chang patted Tang Wei's shoulders and said, Xiao Tang, since others have helped you and you have made a promise, you should fulfill it. Uncle Wei, go now. I didn't expect that. I underestimated Uncle Wei. Uncle Wei is really different from ordinary men. Uncle Wei, I'll leave first and be back in 2 hours. Without waiting for Wei Chang to reply, Tang Wei ran out of the bar. Wei Chang shook his head helplessly. The human mindset is really hard to understand. People come up with new ideas all the time. Qi Shuwen was very disappointed when he received the first message, but he felt relieved when he received another one right away. Mr. Tang is really a nice guy. Chapter 53. At night, the bar was still quiet with only a few people here and there, which made Yihua very unhappy. However, the culprit sat on the bed, fanning the Xingjing fan in his hand elegantly. Looking at Qingya's expression, Yihua felt hot. Qingya, who was watching a drama, noticed Yihua's gaze and immediately hugged the quilt, giving a cold look, as if to say, if you dare to come over and try, I will fight you to the death. Exhaling, Yihua said calmly, go out and have a cigarette. After Yi Hua left, Xingye pursed her lips and said, "What do you mean a woman won't be touched a second time? You'll die if you don't brag." Arriving at the office, Yi Hua felt a little irritated. He was the supreme being and what he said could not be unrecorded. However, he had felt the same way twice in a row today. How could it be possible? I lit a cigarette and turned on the TV. Now only joy can calm the heat in my heart. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open. Brother-in-law Qing Yutan was seen wearing a golden cheongsam. With her tall figure, she could really carry the cheongsam, looking noble and gorgeous. With the golden fan in her hand, she slightly raised her face, revealing a pair of charming eyes, which was simply enough to slay everyone. Qing Yutan looked at her stunned brother-in-law and was secretly delighted. "Look! If I take action, even Tang Sang will have to lick my ass. Are you sick? Dress like this so late at night." Yi Hua was already in a bad mood, and his sister-in-law suddenly appeared in a dazzling golden outfit, which shocked him. "Master, I told you that this set of clothes is not good, but you didn't believe me." Qing Yutan was completely stunned. What was wrong with her? She had long legs, a perky butt, a slender waist, a big chest and a stunningly beautiful face. Yet her brother-in-law said that she was sick. I'm injured, I can't recover in this lifetime." Watching the distraught Qing Yutan leave, Yi Hua lit another cigarette. The office was filled with smoke because these two women were both worrying. Qing Yutan returned to her bedroom and kept moaning, feeling aggrieved. "I am a movie queen and I tried to seduce my brother-in-law, but I was called crazy. This is such a disgrace. Master, you can't just do this. Your brother-in-law is a man of principle." There are actually people who praise Yi Hua for being principled. Then we need to redefine the word principle. Qing Yutan took off her golden battle robe, put on shorts and cartoon short-sleeved shirt, and sat in front of the computer. If you look closely, Qing Yutan's eyes are a little red. It seems that she is really hurt and her self-esteem is hurt. "Master, your brother-in-law is here." Boom boom boom. Sure enough, there was a knock on the door. Qing Yutan shook her lower lip, walked to open the door, then threw herself directly onto the bed, covering her head with the quilt, as if she didn't want to see anyone. Yi Hua shook his head. This sister-in-law was really causing trouble one after another. Actually, Yi Hua wanted to express his apology to his sister-in-law, but after thinking about it, he realized that he was the supreme being, and if he apologized to his sister-in-law and the news got out, how would he save his face? "Are you used to living here?" Yi Hua asked softly. "Woo." Qing Yutan covered herself with the quilt and cried pitifully. Qing Yutan was using a tactic of retreating in order to advance. Her brother-in-law must have come here because he felt guilty. She threw herself on the bed with her buttocks facing her brother-in-law. If she guessed correctly, her brother-in-law must be staring at her buttocks and couldn't help it. "Then if you can't get used to living here, just go home," Yi Hua said lightly, and then walked out without looking back. Qing Yutan froze. She didn't wake up even when she heard the door close. For the first time, she began to question her appearance and figure. Was she getting old? Did her butt lose its color and elasticity? Why could her brother-in-law be so calm about her butt? How did her sister do it? She actually had a baby with her brother-in-law. "Master, after what happened just now, I have made a series of strategies for you," the system said helplessly. Qing Yutan clenched her fists. How could there be a brother-in-law in this world who didn't have feelings for his sister-in-law, let alone such a beautiful sister-in-law? "Little darling, give me the complete guide to conquering my brother-in-law." "No problem. First of all, you have to make your brother-in-law obsessed with you. The first task is to make him touch your thigh willingly." Xiaobui worked hard and found a strategy. If he completed all the tasks, his brother-in-law would be defeated. "Little darling, I didn't expect you to have such an evil heart." Qing Yutan looked at him with contempt. "Master, don't underestimate this as it's just a small task. As long as my brother-in-law is willing to help, you've already won half the battle." Qing Yutan thought about it and it really seemed to be the case. The only problem was how to seduce her brother-in-law to touch her legs. "From today on, I'm going to wear short shorts and miniskirts." "Master, you are wrong again. I suggest you learn from your sister." "I don't want to learn from her. She has a stern face all day long and has been like that since I was a child. Xing Yutong pouted. In fact, she just couldn't stand her sister's condescending attitude. But when she came back this time, she found that her sister had changed. The system knew its master's character and did not force it. Master, just stick to being yourself. How do you think my sister managed to overthrow my brother-in-law? Did she drug him? Darling, is there any medicine that's a little more powerful in the system mall? Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything. What? We are just grasshoppers in the same boat. Give me an overdraft. Otherwise, how can we pretend to be cool and fly? Master, can you please have some moral integrity? It's not the right way to flatter someone. I might as well sleep with my sister and brother-in-law. Xing Yutong thought and rushed out. Soon, Sheng Yutong's screams and Xingya's angry curses were heard from the bedroom. Xing Yutong, looking gloomy, slammed the door shut. Damn it, my sister's temper is getting worse and worse. I never saw such a big reaction when we slept together as children. Master, can we have some shame? Fuck, you're shameless for taking on such a mission, and you're asking me to be shameless. I think you're itching for a fight, and you deserve a beating. In the bedroom, Yihua leaned against the head of the bed and smiled slightly. Our bed is big enough, it's okay for Yutong to come and sleep over. Okay, go ahead and call. Xingya said in a cold voice, like a shrewish wife. Why Yihua said nothing. The jealous Xingya was still quite cute. You can come closer tonight, but don't drool. Who wants to rely on you? Xingya leaned aside with the quilt rolled up. Yihua said nothing and turned off the lights. Tick, tick, tick. The clock on the wall rang very regularly. Xingya finally couldn't stand it anymore and turned around to hug Yihua. Don't get me wrong, I'm just used to sleeping with something in my arms, otherwise I can't sleep. You said I was a thing. Yihua said in a deep voice. Xingya said nothing and rested her head in Yihua's arms. This was the real harbor, an absolutely safe harbor. I'm asking for a wave of thanks to my brothers for their rewards. Chapter 54 can't be more beautiful. On Monday, Longan City was shrouded in a dark cloud, and then it began to drizzle. Yihua opened his eyes, subconsciously touched his chest, breathed a sigh of relief, turned his head to look at Xingya who was sleeping beside him, raised the corner of his mouth, and reached out to stroke her soft hair. Oh, seeing that Xingya was about to wake up, Yihua withdrew his hand instantly. What time is it? Xingya asked softly. 6 o'clock. I'll buy you breakfast. Yihua was shocked and said slowly, Don't go, it's raining outside. Well, then I'll sleep a little longer. Wake me up at 7 o'clock. Xingya said and gradually fell asleep again. Good. But Yihua couldn't fall asleep again. If he heard correctly, she said she was going to buy breakfast. Yihua suddenly laughed, and this time the smile was particularly big'd. Is this the kind of mutual care that humans have? Is this what is called a couple? I remember that a long time ago, I killed a few couples. I still remember that the human woman died and the man became extremely crazy. Although it was all in vain, I was curious why he was so sad, but now I understand that if anyone wants to kill this woman, then Yihua, what time is it? Xingya asked vaguely in a daze. If Yihua were to choose, he hoped that Xingya would always stay in this half-asleep and half-awake state. At this moment, she was like a kitten, but when she woke up, she would become a ruthless cat who always went against her. Yihua looked at the clock. It's 10 minutes to 7. Xingya opened her beautiful eyes, the limp look just now disappeared. She sat up and stretched herself, while Yihua leaned against the head of the bed and looked at this charming figure. He had killed countless people, but he didn't expect that there would be a human being lying next to him now. Xingya paused, as if preparing to have a morning argument with Yihua. After waiting for a minute, Yihua still didn't speak. Xingya was extremely confused. Could it be that this guy adopted some new tactics today, wearing the SpongeBob version of slippers? Xingya decided to stay still, go wash up first, and then go to work. If he doesn't allow her, she will just make a fuss, just cry, just throw a tantrum. As soon as I walked into the bathroom, I heard Xingya scream, as if she saw Yihua's real body. Why Yihua thought Xingya had fallen down, and without caring about anything else, his figure suddenly appeared in the bathroom, but the imagined fall did not happen. Instead, Xingya looked at herself in the mirror and touched her cheek. She looked so surprised that I thought she was disfigured. Don't shout if there's nothing to do. Yihua said in a deep voice, opened the door and walked out. Xingya didn't even know Yihua came in. She was completely shocked by her appearance. How could she be so much more beautiful than yesterday? Her skin was truly fair and rosy. Oh my god, how could she be so beautiful? No, I can't be prettier, otherwise it would be too good for that guy. He has such a beautiful wife, but he's still complaining. Try someone else. He'd already treated me like a goddess and would hit me wherever I pointed. After washing up, Xingya found that Yihua was not in the bedroom. This was a good opportunity. She immediately changed into a small suit, picked up her bag, and walked like a thief, but the noise made by her high heels was really loud. Xingya was just trying to cover up her mistake. After walking down the stairs safely, Xingya patted her chest. However, when she thought that Yihua would worry about her and get angry like he did that day, she decided to just leave him a note. Putting the note on the bar counter, Xingya quietly left the bar and drove the Audi A8 outside the door to the branch in London City. Just after Xingya left, Yihua walked out from the side of the hall. In fact, he saw everything but did not stop her. Looking at the small note in his hand, Yihua chuckled, and the note instantly turned into dust. Yihua, I'm going to work. I have something really important to deal with. I'll work from home after I finish it. Also, I hope you can accompany me to the banquet tonight, otherwise we'll really have to eat dirt. This silly woman, how could she eat dirt when she can enjoy dragon meat anytime like me? I'm in a good mood today, so I want to change my taste and go to the street to buy a pancake. I want to add an egg and a piece of ham. But the human lady is too stingy. She charges for the extra things. I don't know if it's your honor to eat at your place. As soon as Yihua left, a earth-shattering scream was heard from Qing Yutong's bedroom. Qing Yutong held her own face in disbelief. She had been looking at this face for more than 20 years, how could it be so beautiful today? Although the change was not big, it was still beautiful. Even she wanted to lick it. My dear, did you do anything to me last night? Please stand in front of your brother-in-law with this face. I don't believe he can resist it. A strong sense of self-confidence swelled in Qing Yutong's heart. She was not bragging. She could push her brother-in-law down with just a finger. The system was also confused. Master. Little darling, there's no need to say more. Although you are a bit stingy at ordinary times, you are still very reliable at critical moments. Qing Yutong gently lifted her hair and then bit her lower lip. Oh my god, I wish I could do something to myself. Why do I look like this? I can't stand the lip-biting action I have to show off in front of my sister. Qing Yutong ran out and broke into Yihua's bedroom without knocking. I thought there would be some hot scene, but the bedroom was empty. What were these two people doing so early in the morning? When she came downstairs, she still didn't see anyone. Bored, Qing Yutong simply sat at the bar and laughed foolishly. Her brother-in-law treated her like that yesterday. She must be regretting it to death today. Before long, the target person appeared. Qing Yutong excitedly ran to Yihua, who was eating a pancake. Brother-in-law, look at my face, do you feel different? Yihua frowned. This should be the effect of the golden crane meat. Unexpectedly, the effect was quite good. The overall effect of his sister-in-law became perfect. However, his sister-in-law was still not serious. It's indeed different. There's more eye boogers. Yihua said calmly, walking around the dazed Qing Yutong and going up the stairs. I must have been hallucinating. Apart from anything else, this face would attract any child, and my brother-in-law actually said I have eye mucus. How is that possible? Master, there is indeed a small piece of eye booger in the corner of your eye. Ah! Why didn't you say so earlier? Qing Yutong felt that she had followed the wrong teammate. Wasn't this a reminder? Besides, she is so beautiful that she can't attract her brother-in-law. Is he gay? This shouldn't be the case. Even a gay would be licked by her face, not to mention her hot body. I'm asking for votes and comments every day. It'll bring you good luck. Chapter 55. Sister-in-law's scream. No. My brother-in-law must be playing hard to get. Sorry, she is my sister-in-law after all, so it is inevitable that she is a little shy. Brother-in-law Qing Yutong pushed open the office door with a smile and saw her brother-in-law smoking by the window. Why Yihua didn't look back, but just responded. Where's my sister? I'm going to work. Oh, Qing Yutong tapped her toes, trying to figure out her brother-in-law's thoughts. She couldn't attack now and had to retreat in order to advance. Brother-in-law, I'll go back to my room first, Qing Yutong said softly. The moment she turned around, she was calling out in her heart, hurry up, I know you're having a hard time holding back, don't be reserved. A minute later, Yihua put out his cigarette and looked at Qing Yutong, who was standing at the door. Aren't you going back to your room? Qing Yutong was hurt again. Her brother-in-law really didn't give her any face at all. When her sister was around, he would hug her waist, but now that her sister is gone, he doesn't even look at her. Master, your brother-in-law is not an ordinary man. Yeah, an ordinary man would have pounced on me a long time ago. Qing Yutong had no choice but to go back to her room and sort out her thoughts. The Qingqing International Building in Longan City used to be the headquarters, but for the sake of development, the headquarters has been moved to Gaohai City. After all, it is a first-class commercial city. After parking the car in the company's parking lot, Xingya picked up her bag and opened the car door. At this moment, she turned into the cold and arrogant female president again. This point was also the rush hour for work. Many employees working in the parking lot were looking at this mysterious woman. Oh my God, when did such a beautiful woman come to our company? Could it be the new director? That's impossible. I heard that the position of director has been internally appointed. I really want to hug her thighs and lick them on my knees. She's in the elevator, I have to charge forward, brother. Suddenly, many 100-meter champions appeared in the parking lot. Brother, why are you running? I don't know. I saw them running, so I ran after them. Xingya was as cold as ice as she glanced at the employees in the elevator. Could it be that they didn't even recognize her as the president, isn't it? Xingya has changed a lot in the past few days, especially today. If we didn't meet often, I wouldn't be sure, because the current Xingya cannot be described in words. It smells so good. How can this scent be so special? It must be the scent of the woman behind me. After my years of experience fighting, I know it must be body odor. Is there any other body odor like this? My boyfriend also has body odor, and it always makes me feel half dead. Xingya's face turned even colder when she heard the teasing words. How did Lu Hang manage his employees? Their quality was so poor, Xingya misunderstood this time. How could men tolerate you looking like this? You are just satisfying your desire for pleasure. As we passed the lobby, the elevator started. Mr. Lu! Mr. Lu! Mr. Lu! All the employees were stunned and shouted to the man standing at the elevator door with an extremely respectful attitude. Lu Hang was already used to it. Just as he was about to enter the elevator, he focused his eyes and hurriedly called out, Boss Ching. Mr. Cheng? The male employees in the elevator were all stunned. Who was Mr. Lu calling Mr. Ching? He bowed his head and showed such respect, I immediately thought of the woman behind him. Then, I thought about it again. There was only one person who could make Mr. Lu so respectful and whose last name was Ching. That was the cold and beautiful CEO, Xingya. Boss Ching. Boss Ching. Boss Ching. The employees in the elevator took a deep breath. Thinking about what they had just said in the elevator, they felt disappointed. They had actually flirted with the president. It was over, Xingya hummed in a calm voice, and someone quietly ran away. In an instant, the elevator that was full just now was empty, with only Xingya left. Mr. Lu, please pay attention to the quality of our employees. Xingya reminded in a cold voice. Lu Hang didn't dare to say much, and nodded quickly, walked into the elevator carefully, and pressed the top floor button. When the elevator door closed, the entire hall was in an uproar. What happened to you just now? Why did you all run out? A girl asked curiously. MD, I'm so scared. I just flirted with Mr. Ching, it's over. Forget about getting promoted in this life. I'm just preparing to run for team leader. What? President Ching is here. All sorts of gossip immediately spread in the hall. Some said that President Ching came back to prepare for marriage. After all, Long Outyan's incident had caused a lot of uproar. Unfortunately, Long Outyan was still practicing in the mountains and it would be difficult for him to come back for a while. Standing not far away was a security guard who looked quite handsome. He listened to the discussions around him and frowned slightly. This Qingzong is the last mission of the organization. I think this woman has a great relationship with the destruction of the organization. But to be honest, this woman is very beautiful, but her assets are not enough to destroy the organization. Who is she? To be able to destroy the organization in an instant, this person must be very capable, but I am not weak either. Arriving at the top floor, Lu Heng said respectfully, Boss Qing, the office is ready. No need. We'll have a video conference today. I have something to say. We'll use video conferences from now on. Qinya said calmly. Giving birth cannot be taken lightly. You have to rest well, otherwise Yihua will definitely yell. I don't know how he will react when he sees the note I left. I guess he will be furious. I won't talk back when I go back this afternoon. Lu Heng was sure that this matter had something to do with that man, but he didn't dare to say anything. Boss Qing, I know. Go call a meeting of the top leaders, yes. Qingya mainly explained the company's development route for the next few months, as well as the acquisition of a live broadcast platform for her sister. In order to achieve the goal quickly, it would be enough to acquire a small company. With her sister's fame, it would instantly become a large live broadcast platform. While Qingya was working hard, Yihua looked at Xianjiang boredly, a little absent-mindedly. He checked his body and found nothing unusual. Turning on the computer, Yihua asked Baidu what was going on. What kind of answers are these? Stupid. Yihua said unhappily, how could I be absent-minded because of a woman? It's ridiculous. It's impossible. She drools when she sleeps, pants in her dreams, and even likes to talk back to me. She has all kinds of bad habits. If she wasn't pregnant with my blood, how could I look at her differently? It must be an illusion. Taking out a cigarette, Yihua began to puff out smoke. This woman really disrupted his life. Yihua frowned. This sister-in-law liked to scream and shout for no reason and was easily startled. 10 minutes later, the corners of Yihua's mouth began to twitch slightly. Another 10 minutes passed. Yihua stood up suddenly and pushed open his sister-in-law's door, only to see his sister-in-law slumped in a chair, staring blankly at the computer screen, as if she had been frightened out of her soul. Thank you for your support. Bye. Chapter 56. The Supreme was killed 3 times. Brother-in-law Qing Yutong threw herself into Yihua's arms with tears in her eyes. Qing Yutong wasn't pretending. She was really scared. What the hell was this game? She just jumped out of the sky and picked up a small pistol. Then, as soon as she opened the door, bang bang bang, she died. There was another one, and she happily picked up a 98K. Just as she walked up the stairs, bang, bang, bang. Qing Yutong felt that this game was unplayable. There were only 100 people in such a large map, but she always felt that 99 of them were staring at her. The point is that the sudden gunshot almost scared Qing Yutong to death, because the system said that the volume of the headphones should be turned up to the maximum so that footsteps can be heard, but Qing Yutong only heard her own screams. Although she has the assistance of the system, she is a girl after all. Her mood is not that good, and she is easily frightened by unknown things. What's wrong? Seeing his sister-in-law looking so aggrieved, Yihua asked in a deep voice, who dares to bully his sister-in-law? Qing Yutong pointed at the computer and said pitifully, they bullied me. Yihua approached the computer. It was just a game, what a fuss. Brother-in-law, help me get revenge. Qing Yutong was unwilling to give up. Her brother-in-law looked very powerful and he would definitely win the game. Yihua sighed. The games developed by humans were too childish. What was the point of this kind of virtual fighting and killing? It was boring. But my sister-in-law was bullied. As a brother-in-law and the Supreme Lord, I had to get my face back. How do we play? Yihua asked calmly as he lit a cigarette. Start with a parachute, and you have to snatch all the equipment. Although Qing Yutong didn't finish many games, she figured out the secret. Yihua thought it was something and said calmly, bring me an ashtray. Okay. Qing Yutong happily went to prepare an ashtray, soda, spicy strips, and even stood behind Yihua to give him a massage. It was simply a 5-star experience. Brother-in-law, click on that game to start. Yihua clicked on it slowly and soon entered the game. Brother-in-law, you have to wear headphones to play, otherwise you won't be able to play well. Xing Yutong reminded him in a delicate voice. Yihua flicked the ash off his cigarette and said, just watch. Oh, Xing Yutong pouted. Her brother-in-law was so awesome that he didn't even want to wear headphones. As soon as the picture appeared, Yihua narrowed his eyes and pressed F instantly. Brother-in-law, why did you press F so quickly? You need to look at the map. Chang Yutong exclaimed. Yihua said in a deep voice, quiet. Oh, controlling the keyboard and mouse, Yihua finally landed on the ground safely. Brother-in-law, there is someone running towards you. Run. Xing Yutong became excited and slapped Yihua with both hands, asking him to run faster. What a joke. As the supreme being, do I need to run? I was not afraid when I faced an enemy 10 times stronger than me. How can a mere human want me to run away? How childish. Brother-in-law, he's coming over, hit him. Yihua snorted coldly, how dare a mere trash show off in front of him. Brother-in-law, move. Xing Yutong shouted hurriedly. Yihua slowly clicked the left button and threw an uppercut. The opponent suddenly jumped up and punched. The screen went black. Yihua, Xing Yutong. The other party's voice suddenly rang out from the earphones on the table. Boy, you should practice more to fight with this boxing king. Yihua stared at the screen blankly. Xing Yutong understood her brother-in-law's mood at the moment and comforted him. Brother-in-law, don't be afraid. Stand up and continue masturbating. How is this possible? He was shot in the head by a mere human. It was such a shame and humiliation. He even got comforted by his sister-in-law. Yihua lit another cigarette and re-entered the game. He realized that he was careless just now. Brother-in-law, don't be anxious, let's skydive to a place with fewer people. Although Xing Yutong is timid, she still has some brains. With her current level, she definitely can't skydive to a place with more people. Yihua opened the map. How could he possibly jump to a place with fewer people? That was a sign of cowardice. I am the supreme being and have killed countless people. When have I ever been a coward? Brother-in-law, why are you jumping in such a crowded room? I was just killed by the old bitch. Quiet. Yihua said in a deep voice. A broken game can't possibly get me, the supreme master, Xing Yutong pouted. It seemed that her brother-in-law was even less knowledgeable than her, and he looked unfathomable. Yihua observed and found that at least 10 people jumped to this place. Let me show you the consequences of angering the Supreme Lord. Brother-in-law, go into the house and pick up the gun. Yihua didn't even enter the house. He stood on the avenue and said disdainfully, guns are for children to play with. Fists are the real deal. Xing Yutong was stunned and said foolishly, brother-in-law, can you stop pretending? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound and the screen went black. Shameless human. He actually attacked from the dark. He didn't even have the courage to fight alone. What's the difference between him and the humans before? Bastard, don't think that Wei Chang's stubbornness comes for no reason. Like boss, like subordinates. Brother-in-law, why don't you let me do it? Xing Yutong said softly. Her brother-in-law's face didn't look very good. It was dark. Yihua said nothing and clicked in again. It was still the same place, but this time Yihua did not stand in the middle of the road. Despicable human, you are destined to bear the wrath of the Supreme Being. Brother-in-law, gun. Xingya pointed to a corner of the house. I'm not blind. Yihua picked up the M16 very slowly and added 60 rounds of bullets. I never thought that I, the Supreme One, would have to use a gun one day. How ironic, I just finished searching a small bedroom and turned back. Bang! A spray gun ended Yihua's roll, and the screen went dark again. The cigarette in Yihua's mouth burned out, and the ashes fell slowly like Yihua's mood. I was killed by humans 3 times. 3 times. This is a great shame. This hatred is too great. Believe it or not, I can snap my fingers and you will all die. Brother-in-law, I asked you to wear headphones. You didn't wear them. You are such a loser. I was actually looked down upon by my sister-in-law. Brother-in-law, don't be angry. I will avenge you. I even need my sister-in-law to take revenge. If this gets out, how can I save my face? Brother-in-law, why are you so shameless? I want to play too. Qing Yutong finally realized the fun of the game, while Yi Hua was driven crazy by it. Why don't you buy a high-end computer and put it here, so we can play in a duo? The one in your office definitely won't work. Yi Hua is a man who will never let go of his grudges. Apart from Qingya, this game makes Yi Hua very angry. Buy it for me. Cell phone. Qing Yutong stretched out her hand. She didn't expect that she would inadvertently end up playing games with her brother-in-law, which would not be far from pushing her brother-in-law down. Why Yi Hua handed the phone to Qing Yutong and stood on the balcony to smoke a cigarette and calm down. Cunning humans, I am experiencing human nature this time just to understand you in all aspects. Chapter 57. Brother-in-law. I'm dying. If Yi Hua's subordinates knew that their lord actually hurt himself for a game, no one would think what they would think, but they would definitely come to persuade him, Lord, it's just a game, why bother with that? And when Yi Hua got serious, even he was afraid. You know, Yi Hua started out as a small undead and walked on the road to becoming a king step by step on his own. Only he himself understood the hardships and deaths along the way, but he never said it was bitter, nor did he feel it was bitter. He even felt it was a kind of enjoyment. Before the computer arrived, Yi Hua silently watched her sister-in-law play games and learned the characteristics of the games from them, although she could not survive more than 10 minutes each time. But if Qingya is a whimpering monster, then the sister-in-law is a trembling monster. Every time she is beaten to death for no reason, her whole body trembles, her eyes are blank, and then she turns back to look at herself pitifully. Her expression of seeking comfort is simply unique. This sister-in-law is indeed different. Qingya would not show such a look. On the other side, Qingya was sitting in the conference room with the company's senior executives eating boxed lunches. Of course, in order to speed up the meeting, looking at the entire conference room, there are only 2 middle-aged women among all the senior executives, and the rest are all men. Although it is a meeting, it is also a viewing party. Even when eating, he secretly glanced at the female president sitting in the seat. How can there be such a beautiful woman in the world? I've been to the headquarters for meetings before, and although it was amazing back then, it wasn't as explosive as today. No matter how delicious the food in front of me is, it can't compare to that quick glance. Qingya couldn't eat anymore after a few bites. It wasn't because the food wasn't tasty, but she felt a little nauseous. She thought that she was experiencing symptoms of being pregnant, and she blamed Yi Hua in her heart. If it weren't for him, would she have felt so nauseous, especially today? I don't know what he is doing now. Doesn't he call me to check on me? He doesn't act like a husband at all. When Qingya saw the ring on her ring finger, her negative emotions instantly disappeared. She felt happy and a smile appeared unconsciously on the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, the conference room was filled with the sound of swallowing saliva, and the eyeballs almost popped out. It turned out that this is what President Qing looked like when she smiled. It was really beautiful, beautiful beyond belief, beautiful beyond belief. Qingya took a quick look and everyone immediately lowered their heads to eat. Alas, she was already beautiful enough before, but it was a trouble to be so beautiful now. She would be envied, especially by those noble ladies. They all blamed Yi Hua. It was all his fault. He had to take the blame. I don't know what he is doing now, but he must be ordering takeout, and it must be crayfish, and asking his sister to peel the crayfish for him. This is fine, because when his sister can't stand it anymore, she will naturally go home. The meeting lasted until 4 in the afternoon. Except for a half-hour interruption for lunch, it was still going on. I have to say that Qingya is very powerful and the title of strong woman is not undeserved. Dismiss. Qingya shouted coldly, picked up her bag and walked out of the meeting room, ready to go home to see what Yi Hua was doing. In fact, Qingya was also very nervous. If she opened the bedroom door and found Yi Hua and his sister lying on the bed, what should she do? This guy could definitely do it. The senior executives didn't know why the president was so anxious. It was estimated that only General Manager Liu Hang had some idea, but he didn't dare to say much. Qingya drove back quickly, her beautiful eyes showing murderous intent. This was definitely the attitude of a wife going to catch an adulterer. If Yi Hua really dared to do something to let her down, then she would die together with him. Qingya started to have wild thoughts while driving. The scene of her man and her sister in bed appeared in her mind, and her beautiful eyes turned red. Alas, there is nothing I can do. I have the pregnancy syndrome and I tend to think too much. Parking the car in front of the bar, Xingya took a few deep breaths and walked into the bar. It was no different from when she left. She went upstairs quietly. Xingya's heart was beating faster and faster, especially when she stood at the door of the bedroom. She was nervous to the limit and her slender hand was shaking as she held the door handle. This door is opened. If it is really the same as my fantasy, what should I do? Don't open it? First call Yi Hua and tell him that I am coming back, so that I don't know anything. With very complicated emotions, Xingya finally chose to push open the bedroom door. When she saw the neat big bed, which was empty, she felt like a stone hanging in the air fell down. I asked this guy watching Happy Goat in the office. He is so old, really, I should just take my kids to watch cartoons in the future. I opened the office door and it was empty. Where was the person? Xingya looked silently at the former utility room, which had now become her sister's boudoir. Yi Hua was actually in her sister's room. The fallen stone floated up again. Xingya clenched her slender hands, stood by the door, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open. I saw that the room was filled with smoke and two figures appeared in my sight. On the table next to me were 2 buckets of instant noodles and an empty package of spicy strips. The red soy sauce inside had flowed onto the table. How could these 2 people be so sloppy? Brother-in-law, give me the expanded magazine. Silencer replacement. How can this be? Brother-in-law, your shooting skills are so poor that you can't even hit anyone. Silencer replacement. Shoo, someone is coming, hide quickly, hide quickly. Xingya didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These 2 guys were actually playing games. It seemed that even Xianjiang couldn't satisfy their childish hearts. Walking quietly in, Xingya stuck her head between the 2 and looked curiously, only to see that the 2 of them were lying on the haystack. The younger sister had a nervous look on her face, and Yi Hua looked very strange, as if he had eaten a fly. Xing Yutong originally wanted to laugh at her brother-in-law, but when she saw the black hair, she was so scared that she unconsciously pressed the left button of the mouse. Why? Yi Hua said in a deep voice. Xing Yutong, why did you shoot? Don't you know you will be exposed? Sister, you are so annoying. You walk without making any sound. Xing Yutong's pink fist landed on Xingya's arm, and she immediately controlled her role. The other party already knew her position. Brother-in-law, cover me, I will fight them. Yi Hua shouted in a deep voice, what are you fighting for? Go around to the side. It seems that after countless deaths, Yi Hua also knows how to use tactics. Back then, Yi Hua never used any tactics and pushed forward all the way, firmly believing that all tricks were paper tigers in front of absolutely powerful strength. Ah, brother-in-law, I'm knocked down, come and help me up. Why are you so stupid? Yi Hua couldn't help but say. This game relies on team spirit. If he had played this game hundreds of years earlier, how could he have been wiped out by that group of humans? Brother-in-law, help me, I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. Xing Yutong shook her brother-in-law beside her violently. She had the best performance in this round and made it into the top 20. Winning the chicken was just around the corner. The book has just started, and needs the support of brothers and sisters. If you have tickets, please vote. If you have used up your tickets, you can leave a few comments. Rewards are also welcome. Please, 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 let us rush to the new book list. Chapter 58. I'm leaving today. Xing Yutong was very skilled in using the go tactic, and Yi Hua was led by his sister-in-law to go and lie down when he saw people, which almost made Yi Hua bleed internally. But if he wanted to win, he had to use his brain. With his current marksmanship, Yi Hua felt that it was still far behind. But as long as he was given a few days to practice well, would these trash dare to be arrogant in front of him, throwing a few smoke bombs to block the view? Yi Hua went to save his sister-in-law. If the 7 deadly sins saw this, they would definitely question whether this was still the same lord as before. How could he save someone? The 2 people on the opposite side seemed to be veteran players and did not attack hastily. Yi Hua was also thinking in his mind how to get out of this crisis. Relying on shooting skills would not work. Brother-in-law, how about I go and act cute and beg them to let us go? Xing Yutong, who was helped up, quickly took drugs and decided to sell her body. As the supreme sister-in-law, do you still need to act cute? Need not. Brother-in-law, now is not the time to act rashly. We finally made it to the top 20. We've been dead for a day. Brother-in-law, I have to eat some dick anyway. Just then, the smoke bomb dissipated. Bang, Xing Yutong died again. Why didn't you hide behind the tree? Yi Hua had a headache. How would I know that the smoke bomb was gone? Help me, I want to eat a cock, I don't want to die. Xing Yutong pouted. Bang, it seems that the other party wants to kill him completely without even giving him a chance to help. Xing Yutong was so angry that she poked her hair, and Yi Hua's position was also exposed. He was caught between the two and was already dead. Now the only thing Yi Hua has to do is to break out, but these two men's shooting skills are very accurate, and it is difficult to break out. Looking at the two-person motorcycle not far away, Yi Hua decided to take a gamble. He took out a grenade, without pulling out the pin, and threw it in the direction of the two people, then ran towards the motorcycle. Sure enough, when the grenade exploded, he was safe because they would evade it slightly. But after the thunder exploded, it was time to show his skills. Wow, brother-in-law, you are so flirty, and you move like a snake. Yi Hua said nothing and took a puff of his cigarette silently. He was no longer the rookie he had just played. Although he moved very cunningly, he was still shot several times and his bloodline turned red. Fortunately, he got on the motorcycle and ran away. Yeah, my brother-in-law is awesome, moi. Before he could finish his words, the motorcycle crashed into a tree. The screen went black. Yi Hua was defeated in driving skills. The two people who were double-teaming him were also stunned, their stomachs aching from laughing. They thought he was a king, but turned out to be a bronze. Xing Yutong covered her forehead with her hands, completely impressed by her brother-in-law's driving skills. Yi Hua felt that this was not possible. He had to practice his shooting skills hard. This was the hard truth. Without shooting skills, it was impossible to win the game. I'm back. Xingya reminded lightly. Yi Hua responded and continued to play in pairs with his sister-in-law. Xingya's mouth twitched slightly. In order to come back early, she didn't rest for a moment, and this is your attitude when she returns home. Humph. Xingya snorted coldly and returned to the bedroom. The two people in the duo row were very calm, and nothing could stop their enthusiasm for winning the game. After getting on the plane, Xing Yutong turned on the microphone and said in a sweet voice, "Welcome to the flight XX-188. This flight departs from S City, passing through the air raid shelter, our city, school, wild area, and finally the terminal military base. The plane has taken off. Please turn off all mobile devices. Please fasten your seatbelts, put away the small table, make sure you have brought your parachute, and choose a suitable place to parachute. I wish the passengers will not be able to eat chicken, die on the ground, explode when driving, be hit by the airdrop, die while running away from the poison, and the street tanks who are pressed by the inner fans, and amp. Hashtag UN at %UN and amp at hashtag UN. Welcome to continue to visit this flight next time. Please remember XX-188. When Xing Yutong finished speaking, there were only two people left in the cabin. Brother-in-law done, we dominate building C. But after the two parachuted, Xing Yutong was desperate. Why is there not even a gun in the entire military base? Xingya took a bath and prepared to choose an evening dress. She looked at herself in the mirror and was stunned by her beauty. Yi Hua was so lucky, but she was also very worried. She couldn't steal the limelight from others today, so she had better keep a low profile. Looking at the Xingjing fan on the table, Xingya took it in her hand, gestured for a while, and then fanned it slightly. It was really comfortable, more comfortable than air conditioning. Where on earth did Yi Hua find the fan? It was amazing, but she could match the fan with an outfit, and simply choose a white cheongsam, going for a retro style, so she wouldn't steal the limelight. Xingya chose a white cheongsam without any patterns, which was extremely low-key. She tied up her hair, revealing her white goose neck. She's still too beautiful, Xingya said depressedly. She hasn't put on any makeup yet. It seems like she won't need to put on any makeup in the future. She picked up the Xingjing fan and opened it with a swish. With the diamond ring in her hand, it was too eye-catching. She showed it to Yi Hua and wondered if he would be satisfied. Yi Hua, can you take a look at my clothes? Xingya asked softly after pushing open the door. Yeah. Yi Hua responded softly without even turning his head. Sister, you look good in anything you wear. Xing Yutong showed off her secret weapon of flattery, which made Xingya feel a little better. This bastard took such a big advantage of her, but he didn't know how to cherish it. Yi Hua, go and get ready. We will set off in 2 hours. Xingya looked at the clock. It was already 6 o'clock. Yi Hua took a puff and said calmly, when did I say I was going? And you are not allowed to go. You. Xingya was really angry. This guy was a bastard who only knew how to play games and watch cartoons and didn't care about anything else. Xingya was so angry that she unplugged the power cord, returned to the bedroom, and slammed the door shut. Brother-in-law, go see my sister. Xing Yutong shook Yi Hua and persuaded him. She was so angry that she unplugged the power cord. Yi Hua put out his cigarette and walked towards the bedroom indifferently. Just when he was about to teach those arrogant humans a lesson, the power was unplugged. He thought Xingya had become obedient. Unexpectedly, she was still the same as before. When I opened the bedroom door, I saw Xingya packing her clothes, looking like she was about to run away from home. Yi Hua frowned and shouted, "What are you doing?" "I'm leaving. I've had enough of you." Xingya shouted coldly. Yi Hua walked forward and threw the suitcase aside, making a clanging sound. Xing Yutong, who was hiding outside the door and eavesdropping, felt a sinking feeling in her heart. Are they really going to fight? Say it again. Yi Hua's eyes were cold and his tone suddenly turned cold. He looked down at the woman in front of him. To others, this might be an unattainable woman, but to Yi Hua, she was just an unqualified wife. Xingya was not someone to be trifled with. Do you think I don't dare? I'm telling you, Yi Hua. I'm leaving today. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. I wish all the little brothers and sisters a happy Dragon Boat Festival and a happy family. I beg you again. Chapter 59, Much Thunder, Little Rain. Why? Yi Hua asked coldly. You still ask me why? Have you done what a husband should do? I just asked you to see if the clothes I wore were nice, but you didn't even turn your head. I asked you to accompany me to the party, but you didn't want to. Don't you know that others will bully your wife? Is there any husband like you? I must have been blind to fall in love with you. Xingya cursed and pushed Yi Hua. With an imposing manner, she was simply invincible. Xingya didn't give up until Yi Hua was pushed against the wall. I cooperate with you and hope to become the woman you want, but you only think about yourself. Why are you so selfish? Can't you be nicer to me? Xingya was right to scold him. Yi Hua was selfish. Have you cursed enough? Yi Hua asked in a deep voice. No. Why don't we order some takeout first? Xingya froze, her pretty face flushed red, and she burst into laughter, which was accompanied by tears, and gradually she burst into tears. Why is your life so miserable? You are clearly arguing, breaking up, and getting a divorce, but you are actually thinking about ordering takeout. You really can't live like this. Yi Hua hugged Xingya, who was crying bitterly, in his arms and refused to let go no matter how she struggled. I can go with you, but you have to agree to one condition. Yi Hua said calmly. Just based on the momentum that Xingya had just used to push him, she had the potential to become His Majesty's wife. What? Be obedient in the future. Yi Hua. Tell me clearly, when have I been disobedient? You asked me to peel crayfish, and I peeled them for you. You asked me to buy breakfast, and I went too. I, Xingya, have never listened to a man like this in my life. Xingya shouted in shame and anger. What I mean is, don't run away from home so easily in the future. Yi Hua's tone was much more relaxed. He hoped that this scene would not be seen by others. Otherwise, where would my face as the Supreme Lord be? I was threatened by a woman, and succeeded. Xingya was stunned for a moment, and they both fell silent at the same time. You look very beautiful in this cheongsam. Yi Hua said lightly. Don't think I will forgive you just because you say a few nice words. Gulu, Xingya's stomach growled unexpectedly, which was so embarrassing. Especially in such a showdown of momentum, this one growl meant she had already lost half the battle. Letting go of Xingya, Yi Hua smiled slightly and said, I'll order takeout. Xingye covered her face and ran into the bathroom, looking so embarrassed. Xing Yutong sighed outside the door. They quarreled for 10 minutes and made peace in 20 seconds. If they quarreled in the future, she would just buy some melon seeds and spicy strips, take a small stool, and watch quietly. Yi Hua, wear this suit. The one you're wearing reeks of cigarettes. His temper came and went quickly. Look, the two of them immediately acted as if nothing had happened. Yi Hua took off his suit and put on the one in Xingye's hand. Please take this to the dry cleaners for me. Yeah. Xingye folded the suit and put it aside, intending to send it to the dry cleaners later. Watching Xingye busying around here and there, Yi Hua felt that Xingye had changed a bit. It seemed that his training was still effective. Before long, the crayfish arrived and the three began to enjoy the deliciousness of the crayfish. Needless to say, Xingye would take the initiative to peel them for Yi Hua, eat one herself, and then peel one, in a very regular manner. Even the sister-in-law came to share her sister's task. Yi Hua enjoyed the delicious food like a big boss, and he felt comfortable with a woman. Yutong, I'm going to acquire a live streaming platform, which will be completed in the next few days. Please cooperate with me in the promotion then. Xingye took out the shrimp meat, put it in Yi Hua's bowl, and said lightly, good. Yutong, the bar business isn't doing well recently. You can promote it someday and come and give a shout out. Yi Hua picked up the shrimp meat and thought it tasted more interesting than dragon meat. Xing Yutong dropped the chopsticks in her hand. You two, actually treat me as a money-making machine. You have no conscience. Xingye said calmly, you can still make money before you become outdated. After it's out of fashion, it's hard to say. Yi Hua added. You are a tiger in a low position and you are being bullied by your sister and brother-in-law. I am going to sue you for kidnapping child labor. Xingye smiled and said, Yutong, you are not young anymore. When do you plan to get married? I like my brother-in-law. Sheng Yutong began to fight back. You just talk about this and use your brother-in-law as a gun. Stop it, be serious. Xingye said in a soft voice. Xing Yutong pursed her lips and took a sip of the cocktail. I'm not kidding, I just like my brother-in-law. Forget it, whatever you want. Xingye felt that she couldn't do anything about it, so she just let her fend for herself. If she couldn't get married, she could just see her. In fact, considering Xing Yutong's current appearance, it's easy to find someone. Yi Hua reached out his hand and patted Xing Yutong on the head. Yutong, you can like your brother-in-law, but you have to improve yourself, so that your brother-in-law will like you. Xing Yutong didn't expect her brother-in-law to cooperate so well, and said shyly, since my brother-in-law has said so, I will definitely cooperate and will not let him down. Xingye chose to ignore them, as these two were determined to piss her off. Seeing Xingye's silence, Yi Hua was very satisfied. This was the magnanimity of a wife. Seeing her sister silent, Xing Yutong was secretly happy. It turned out that her sister had agreed. How perverted. I'm full. You guys go on a date. I'll go back to my room to play games. Brother-in-law, remember to come back early so we can join forces and kill everyone. Xing Yutong touched her little mouth and laughed sweetly. Okay. Yi Hua said lightly, but Xingye rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, Yi Hua, you're going to be a father, and you're still playing games with Yutong. Boring. If you're bored, go find a job. More boring. Xingye gave up. This guy was too lazy to the extreme. Coming to the bedroom, Xingye changed into a white cheongsam. Yi Hua leaned aside and watched. No matter from which angle he looked at her, his woman was so perfect. Not bad. Yi Hua, come here and help me zip up. Xingye called softly. Yi Hua walked behind Xingye, zipped up his pants, and put his arms around her slender waist. They both looked at each other in the mirror at the same time. It must be said that their looks were a perfect match, as were the expressions on their brows. They were a match made in heaven. Facing Yi Hua's gaze, Xingye was a little shy and turned her face away slightly. What are you looking at? See if you have any eye boogers. The originally romantic atmosphere disappeared completely in an instant, leaving only Xingye's anger. Go away. I don't want to talk to you. Looking at the beautiful back, Yi Hua chuckled, then followed her out of the bedroom and went downstairs. Yi Hua was disappointed. Wei Chang and other employees were standing there doing nothing. The company was about to collapse. It seemed that he had to let his sister-in-law do the promotion. Qingye didn't make trouble, not because she didn't want to, but because there were no guests around, so who would she be making trouble for? As a new week begins, let this book sprint forward and climb onto the new book list. Chapter 60 Banquet. After Yihua and Qingye left, Tang Wei came to Uncle Wei and asked in a low voice, "Uncle Wei, why do I feel that the boss lady is beautiful again?" "Oh, normal," Wei Chang said calmly. There was no distinction between beautiful women and ugly women in his heart. To Wei Chang, they were all just food. "Uncle Wei, do you like beautiful girls?" Tang Wei asked shyly. After a long time Wei Chang didn't think much about it. "It's okay." Tang Wei was secretly delighted and asked again, "Do you mind if your girlfriend is much younger than you?" "No," Wei Chang answered very decisively. There was no concept of age in his mind at all. "Uncle Wei, do you mind if I become your girlfriend?" Tang Wei made up her mind. At worst, she would be rejected cruelly just like last time. In fact, Tang Wei thought about it later and felt that she was impulsive at the time because her boss was too handsome. But it was different for Wei Chang, because they were in contact every day and she was slowly moved by Wei Chang's care. So, today's confession was not blind, but very serious. If Wei Chang refused, she would probably be even sadder than that day. For someone like Wei Chang, a girlfriend is dispensable. After hearing Tang Wei's confession, Wei Chang frowned, which made Tang Wei's heart sink. Just as he was about to open his mouth to refuse, he suddenly remembered the master's teachings about learning about human nature. Even the master had a wife, and Broken Bone had 3 children at once. So he thought he should also learn about the elements of human emotions. It was a good idea. Looking at Tang Wei in front of him, although she is not at the level of a lady, she is still a leader among human women, and she is just qualified to accompany him. "Xiao Tang, of course you can be my girlfriend," Wei Chang said with a smile. Tang Wei felt a little strange when she heard Wei Chang's answer, but she didn't care anymore. Uncle Wei agreed. That was great. She kissed Uncle Wei on the cheek and ran away to her best friend. Looking shy, Wei Chang touched the place where he had just been kissed, and was experiencing it. It felt soft and comfortable. "No wonder both Your Excellency and Liagu have women, so this is what it feels like." "Wei Wei, you." Tang Wei's best friend is Fang Qian. They live in the same dormitory, but Fang Qian is not as pretty as Tang Wei. She is a very ordinary girl. However, Fang Qian has a good heart, as can be seen from the last time she pleaded for Tang Wei. Tang Wei bit her lips shyly and glanced at Wei Chang secretly. At first glance, she was a little girl who was in love. "Fang Qian, I know what you are thinking, but I am not impulsive this time." Tang Wei knew her best friend's concerns and thought she was just acting rashly again. Fang Qian felt that it was normal for Tang Wei to like her boss, at least the age difference was not that big. But Uncle Wei, he must be 20 years older. "Wei Wei, but your age, what does it matter?" "Uncle Wei is old, but at least I still have the energy to take care of him." Tang Wei smiled faintly, as if she had thought about such issues a long time ago and had made plans to In fact, Tang Wei has lived with her mother since she was a child. Her father died early, and she has never experienced fatherly love. Suddenly, she met a warm-hearted uncle like Wei Chang, and her heart was immediately captured. This is the man she wants. Fang Qian still didn't understand. With Tang Wei's abilities, she would have unlimited development opportunities after graduation. Uncle Wei was indeed kind to people and looked very handsome, but he was ultimately just a security captain. If Fang Qian did not express this thought aloud, after all, this was Tang Wei's own decision. "Wei Wei, it's Jia Jiajia's birthday tomorrow, shall we go?" Fang Qian asked with a frown, seeming to be hesitating. Tang Wei also showed an unhappy expression after hearing this. "Go ahead, after all, we are in the same dormitory." But okay, rich people are like that, let's just ignore her. Alas, this is the only way. Fang Qian said Jia Jiajia is very rich and drives a Ferrari-class supercar to school. The other girls in the dormitory are from ordinary families and are not as rich as Jia Jiajia. Jia Jiajia is very unhappy with Tang Wei, not for any other reason but because Tang Wei is beautiful, so she tries every means to keep Tang Wei around and then makes all kinds of sarcastic remarks about her. Tang Wei initially thought that Jia Jiajia was a different kind of rich second generation, but later she found out that she was just like that. They gradually became estranged, and since Jia Jiajia did not live on campus, their relationship remained like that, but Tang Wei was still optimistic about Jia Jiajia's invitation. hoping that Jia would not be like before. In fact, Tang Wei was overthinking it. It is hard to change one's nature. Wei Chang could not change his bad habit of cannibalism. On the other side, Yi Hua and Qingye drove to the Yipin Club. Yi Hua looked at Qingye carefully, and Qingye, who was driving, of course knew that Yi Hua was looking at her, and she felt angry and shy. Yi Hua, can you move your eyes in another direction? Qingye couldn't stand it. She felt that wherever this guy looked at her, that part of her body would feel itchy. Why Yi Hua didn't seem very satisfied. Qingye, you are dressed too casually. But you didn't tell me anything just now at home. Qingye said angrily. This is just looking for trouble. Oh, I just watched your charm at home. God. Qingye said coquettishly. If this man was more obedient, she would have less worries. Why Yi Hua was displeased. As my wife, Yi Hua, you are above everyone else and below everyone else. You are destined to be the most dazzling woman. A few black lines instantly appeared on Qingye's forehead. She had never seen anyone praise her like this before. Under one man? You are bragging about yourself in a roundabout way, but the last sentence is still acceptable. You are sensible. Okay, stop bragging. You can't do this when we get to the banquet. There should be a lot of important people coming. Qingye speculated that the banquets hosted by the Xiao family were not ordinary. Why Yi Hua sneered, my coming here is the greatest honor in their lives. Qingye rolled down the window on Yi Hua's side and said calmly, you're allowed to smoke a cigarette and calm down. Yi Hua was silent. What kind of banquet is worthy of my going? I dare to ask who in this world can invite me. Even if I go, it will shorten their lifespan. Oh, are you angry? Qingye smiled when she saw Yi Hua was silent and not smoking ignorance. Okay, I'm ignorant, sir. Qingye sometimes felt that Yi Hua was like a child who needed to be coaxed and would be fine once coaxed. It's good that you know. Qingye sighed, thinking that she had a hard life. After coaxing the younger one, she would have to coax the older one after. That Yipin Club is one of the high-end places in Longan City. The consumption is quite high and it is really difficult for ordinary people to afford it. However, the most mysterious thing is the owner of this club, who has never appeared. The club occupies a very large area, at least the size of a football field. The key point is that it is located in the urban area. In this golden land of Longan City, it looks so luxurious. Looking at it from a distance, it actually looks like a manor, similar to where Qingye's grandparents live, but relatively speaking it's less cozy and more filled with the smell of money. Looking at the comments recently, everyone seems to want a single female lead. Let's just do some statistics. Single female lead Q1, multiple female leads Q2, super many female leads Q666. Chapter 61 Banquet. Qingye drove into the club slowly, while Yi Hua propped up his chin, looking very bored. He should not appear in this way, but in the way he had appeared a long time ago. He remembered that he had appeared in such occasions many times, even bigger ones, and started killing without saying a word. The 7 subordinates enjoyed it, and although he did not do anything, he felt comfortable watching, enjoying the weak screams of humans, just like the symphony now, and the insignificant curses, but I haven't had such a happy time for 5 years. I really want to find an opportunity. I wonder which lucky person will have such an honor. What are you laughing at? Qingye parked the car, stretched out her slender hand and punched Yi Hua. Of course, it was the kind of punch on the arm. It seemed like a complaint, but it was more like acting coquettishly. Why Yi Hua came back to his senses, nothing. Humph, if you don't want to say it, then forget it. Qingye said coquettishly. The two opened the door and got out of the car. A car show could be held in this small parking lot. Qingye's car was considered low-end, while the others were all top-of-the-line commercial vehicles. There were no Bentleys, Rolls-Royces, or Autos, but none of this mattered. When Qingye stepped out of the car, she was destined to be the protagonist of the day. No matter how much she lowered her taste, she was wearing a pure white cheongsam that showed off her curves to the fullest. Her delicate skin was like that of a baby, making people want to take a bite. The stunning face is amazing. How can there be such a perfect face in the world? It's as if Nuwa had opened a back door for her. The white feather fan in her hand adds a touch of noble lady's charm, as if to say that she already has a man. The rings on those slender hands are even more dazzling, but many people will only think that they are artificial colored diamonds, or that they are not diamonds at all, because how can a diamond have so many colors? Even rare colored diamonds cannot have so many colors. Of course, they don't know the origin of this diamond ring. It is a real infinity ring. If the theory in the movie is true, then if Qingya snaps her fingers, half of the people will die. If Qingya knew that the ring she was wearing had such a function, I wonder what she would think. Of course, in addition to snapping fingers, it has other abilities. Unfortunately, all these functions were sealed by Yihua, and now it is just a diamond ring that people are suspicious of. Why Yihua was dressed the same as always, in a black suit, nothing special. If one had to add something special, it would be that there was the incredibly beautiful Qingya beside him. The two of them, one black and one white, formed a sharp contrast. The lobby of the Yipin Club is very distinctive. In the center, a huge golden eagle is suspended in the air with its wings spread and its claws holding a snake. But if you look closely, it is not a snake, but more like a dragon. The cross-shaped golden staircase is very stylish and very suitable for big shots to walk down. It will look very imposing and of course very pretentious. So many big shots will choose to hold banquets here and enjoy the moment of coolness. When the two appeared in the front hall of the club, they instantly became the focus. The woman stared at Yihua and the man stared at Qingya. Isn't this Qingya, the cold and beautiful president of Gaohai City? How come she looks more beautiful after not seeing her for half a year? Yes, I saw her in Gaohai City last month. She was also beautiful, but this time she was even more amazing. I don't know why, but I just wanted to lick her. You men are so perverted. Yihua sneered, my woman, you humans are only qualified to lick her heels. No, you are not even qualified to kneel down and lick her. Yihua, let's go for a walk outside first. Qingya said in a low voice. She had seen those lustful eyes before, but today was particularly different. Just like in the company, the gazes of these men seemed to see through her. As my woman, I will be the center of attention of the world. How can I be stage frightened? In the future, I will be worshipped by all living things, so I have to be able to withstand the shock. Why are you leaving? Go sit over there. Yihua said calmly. There were quite a few people in the front hall, all of them were here to attend the banquet. Now the main character had not arrived yet, so they were waiting here for the time being. However, they were all talking while standing, and no one sat on the large and soft sofas. If the protagonist suddenly appears and finds you sitting there, he will definitely have a bad impression of you. After all, everyone here today is asking for cooperation. Yihua, stop it. Qingya said in a low voice. Why is this guy such a headache? You are pregnant and can't stand for a long time. Yihua said softly. This explanation made Qingya feel better, but she still felt it was a bit impolite to sit down like this, seeing that others were standing. Why Yihua just wanted to cultivate Qingya's counter-thinking. Just like now, others are standing and waiting respectfully, but we have to sit down and sit like a boss. Yihua, it's okay, sit down. Yihua. Qingya's tone was pleading, but Yihua didn't care about that. He put his arms around that enviable slender waist, sat directly on the sofa, and sprinkled some dog food by the way. Qingya's pretty face flushed a little. This guy was embarrassing her on purpose. Did he feel that it was a sense of accomplishment and honor to hug a beauty like her? Waiter! Yihua shouted. A beautiful lady in Cheongsam trotted over and asked in a sweet voice, Sir, what do you need? Give me a glass of iced Sprite and a glass of boiled water. Yihua said lightly. Qingya frowned and said, I want to drink ice cola. You're pregnant and you're still drinking ice. Do you want me to beat you up? Yihua said unhappily. He had also done some research on what pregnant women should pay attention to in the past few days. This woman is just stupid. Qingya snorted coldly and turned away from Yihua. Soon, the Cheongsam beauty walked over and said, Sir, your ice Sprite, madam, your boiled water. Yihua took a small sip and found the cool feeling really good. Qingya was in a bad mood and refused to drink it and ignored him, but Yihua let her do as she pleased. However, most people in the hall were looking at this side, some with a gloating look, some shaking their heads, seemingly disagreeing with their actions. Ultimately, Qingya's trump card is not strong enough. Compared with the Longshan group, it is still a newborn baby and can only be regarded as a crawling baby at best. Qingya also knew how important business partners were. Now that Yihua was pulling her like this, it was as if she was drawing a line between them. If she had known earlier, she would not have brought her weapons with her. Suddenly, there were waves of greetings at the door of the club. Yihua took out a cigarette, lit it, and looked towards the door. Is your post-cigarette syndrome about to kick in? Xingya immediately seized the opportunity, but did not stop Yihua from smoking. This guy must be having a hard time holding his cigarette, so she let him have one. Who is that person? Yihua asked curiously. Xingya looked over and saw two women holding hands with a man of excellent temperament, and everyone around them had to compliment him. Please vote, please vote. Chapter 62 Banquet 3. He is a man from the Tang family in Zijin City. His name is Tang Wushuang. I heard that he was cynical in the past and was sent to serve in the army. During this time, the Tang family underwent a huge change. His parents were killed, and he himself disappeared for 5 years to serve in the army. When he came back, he had risen and took back the Tang group from his uncle. He has a very close relationship with Xiaoyi. Xingya explained. In fact, she was quite curious about the big families in Zijin City, and each person had a story. Why Yihua didn't have any thoughts after hearing this, but continued to ask, who are the two women next to him? Quan Anrong and Mu Jia, I heard they are both his women. Xingya said disdainfully. Such men have 2 girlfriends, but the real one only has one. Fortunately, the quality of their girlfriends is better. Xingya, you should be thankful. Yihua said calmly. TSK, go find her if you have the guts. Except for me, who is stupid enough to be fooled by you, who can stand your temper. Xingya rolled her eyes at Yihua. In this world, except for her who can tolerate his shortcomings to some extent, other women would probably collapse. Why Yihua hugged the slender waist tightly and asked calmly, did I lie to you? Don't forget that you came to me voluntarily. If possible, I will never step into your Qing bar. Xingya said coldly. This guy brought up the old things again? What a bastard. Yihua's heart sank after hearing this, and he asked, do you really think so? Xingya turned her head away without saying anything. Yihua also let go of Xingya's slender waist and leaned beside her drinking Sprite. I'm not even angry, so why are you angry? Xingya, who was furious, opened the Xingjing fan in her hand with a swish, and the soft sound immediately floated in the hall. Tang Wushuang, who was greeting someone, looked back and saw a man and a woman sitting on the sofa. The woman was beautiful. Really beautiful. The feather fan in her hand was even more beautiful. If I guessed correctly, the fan was not an ordinary item. I could feel it just by the sound. Who is this woman? Why haven't I heard of her? And Rong, who is she? Tang Wushuang asked with a smile. Quan Anrong has good business talent and is a school beauty. She followed Tang Wushuang when she was in school until he disappeared and came back. Now she is Tang Wushuang's right-hand man and the Tang group is managed by her. Xingya from Qingcheng International. Quan Anrong actually showed a hint of envy in his eyes. How could Xingya be so beautiful? Tang Wushuang was stunned. Qing family? That's right. Mu Jia smiled. Oh my god, there is such a beauty in the Qing family, but I have never heard of her. I feel so ashamed of myself. Who is that man? Tang Wushuang looked at Yihua and asked. Quan Anrong shook his head, I don't know. I heard she has a fiancé, maybe it's him. What a pity, they are all women with fiancés. Tang Wushuang felt very sad. Mu Jia pinched Tang Wushuang in annoyance and said coquettishly, you already have more than 10 concubines in your harem, and you still want to add more, that is. My 2 dear wives, you are too polite. How dare I say that? I was just joking. Tang Wushuang hurriedly coaxed his wives. The harem cannot be in chaos. If it is in chaos, he won't be able to flip the cards at night. Yihua and Xingya hadn't said anything yet, just like angry little kids. At this time, the lights dimmed. 2 white lights shone on the stairs, and Xiaoyi and Nangong Sini appeared at both ends. Nangong Sini looked like a princess, wearing a white crown and a decent white dress inlaid with small diamonds, which was similar to the black dress Xingya had just worn. Xiaoyi was like the prince of the night. The 2 walked down the stairs, met, and faced the guests hand in hand. Brother Xiao is still so romantic. Tang Wushuang sighed. I've never seen you like this before. Quan Anrong also pinched him, making Tang Wushuang helpless. Xingya was actually very envious. She could live without the fuss, but she wished Yihua could love his wife half as much as Xiaoyi did. If Yihua knew what Xingye was thinking, he would definitely say, "That's nothing. If you want, I can give you a bigger scene." And Xingye must think Yihua is bragging. Welcome everyone to Zhao's banquet. Your arrival will make this place more glorious. Mu Jia chuckled, brother Xiao is still so naughty. Tang Wushuang touched his wife's waist and teased her, then why did you choose me in the first place? Mu Jia glared at her husband, you have already made it a done deal. Nangong Sini said in a delicate voice, everyone has been waiting for a long time, please enter. If possible, Yihua wanted to leave now. It was too boring here and there. Yihua. Xingye pulled Yihua, who was sitting still, as if trying to please him. Why? Yihua snorted coldly, don't you want to see me? Let's just go in and take a walk, and then go home. Xingye pleaded, as if it was a tiger's den and she would be swallowed if she went in. Why? Yihua said calmly, don't you regret entering that family? Xingye was shocked. She didn't expect Yihua to be angry about this. He was also drunk. She didn't say that on purpose. She was just angry with you. Okay, sir, I don't regret it. Xingye dragged Yihua up, not knowing whether to laugh or see or why. Why? Yihua put out the cigarette and walked into this dangerous place with Xingye. But for Yihua, it was like a wolf among a flock of sheep. The so-called banquet might as well be called an investment promotion conference hosted by Xiaoyi. Except for Tang Wushuang, the others were basically businessmen from Long'an City. They certainly hoped to cling to Xiaoyi's thigh. Longshan Group was a huge business machine. As long as they cooperated, it would be a profitable business. These people came relatively early, and they were suspected of being flattering and trying to curry favor. In fact, Xingye also had such an idea, otherwise she would not have come so early and kept Yihua in the dark. If Yihua knew that she came early just to wait for others, he would definitely be furious. As the supreme being, he actually had to wait for others. Fortunately, Yihua hasn't discovered this yet, otherwise he would definitely teach this ignorant woman a lesson. Room number 1 of the Yipin Club is the most luxurious banquet venue. It is decorated mainly in gold, showing a sense of luxury. Yihua doesn't like it very much. He prefers black, which is full of depression and fear. Xingye held Yihua's arm with her left hand, held the Xingjing fan in her right hand, and stood at the edge to observe. Don't make me come to such a boring banquet next time, Yihua said in a deep voice. He was still not suitable for human banquets and was only suitable for killing at human banquets, Xingye said faintly, but I have no other choice but to call you. This woman is so annoying. When she gets crazy, she's like a wild cat, but when she wakes up in the morning, she becomes docile. Whatever you want to do it quickly and go back early, Yihua urged. Do you want to go back to play games? That's a serious game. I won't allow it. Yihua chuckled, it's not up to you to say for sure. If this happened at home, I would definitely have to discuss with Yihua whether my wife or the game is more important. Brothers, do you want games or Miss Xingye? Chapter 63 Banquet 4. It's all Yuton's fault. She gave up her role as a movie queen and became a game anchor. She also came to harm her husband. Looking at her current attitude, she is completely addicted. These two people really give me a headache. Boss lady. Jiuyi was looking forward to not seeing the couple today. But sure enough, he saw them as soon as he dared to walk in. He was confused as to whether he should say hello or pretend he didn't see them. However, thinking of Wu Ye's advice before his death, he decided to say hello. He still remembers that sentence to this day. Old 9, you can mess with anyone, but don't mess with the bar owner. Remember. The instructions kept replaying in his mind. Jiuyi sighed and decided to believe in his big brother. He couldn't just ignore this thigh, but held on to it tightly. It's you, Yihua said lightly. Although Xingye didn't know the relationship between the two, she still felt that her husband was very rude. She couldn't help pinching Yihua and smiled softly. Hello. I have not read much, and I really can't find words to describe the beauty of the boss lady. She is even more beautiful than when we met that day. Jiuyi was very amazed. This time he finally understood that the ones he found were really just rouge and powder. Compared with this one, no. There is no comparison, Xingye smiled brightly in response to others' praise, but this smile stunned Jiu Yi. What are you looking at? Yi Hua shouted, expressing his displeasure that he actually showed an obsessed look in front of him. Yi Hua! Xingye called out in a tender voice. Others are just looking at your wife, not going to do anything else. Why are you angry? However, Xingye still felt uncomfortable with Yi Hua's stinginess, which showed that Yi Hua still cared about her. Could this guy be the legendary one with a sharp tongue but a soft heart? Yi Hua does have a sharp tongue, but his heart is even sharper. It's just that he doesn't show it now. After all, he is still cultivating his humanity. Jiu Yi smiled a little awkwardly, mainly because the proprietress was so beautiful, there was no one else like her in the whole venue. Master Jiu. At this time, Tang Wushuan came over with his two beautiful wives and greeted them with a smile. Mr. Tang, long time no see. Jiu Yi responded with a bow, acting neither humble nor arrogant. This made Xingye a little confused. Who exactly was this Jiu Yi? Even the head of the Tang family in Zijin City had to call in Jiu Yi, but he was trembling with fear in front of Yi Hua. Last time it was the Xiao family, and this time it was the Tang family. This Jiu Yi is really a mystery. To be honest, Yi Hua didn't know Jiu Yi's background either. He only remembered that he met Wu Yi at that time and asked Wu Yi to help him get an identity, but these are all trivial matters. In Yi Hua's view, no matter how profound their background is, they are all small fry. Even if they turn over, they are just advanced salted fish. Even his own woman can easily destroy them, but the prerequisite is to lift the seal. Master Jiu is still as charming as ever. Fortunately, I had his help back then, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get through the difficult times so easily. Mr. Tang, you are too polite. They are just trivial matters, not worth mentioning. Jiu Yi was very humble. Although Tang Wushuan was down and out at that time, he is now on the rise. Although others are polite, you cannot take this politeness for granted. Jiu Yi is very smart. Master Jiu, do you want to play a few rounds tonight? Tang Wushuan made an invitation, which made the people around him envious. Master Jiu was indeed Master Jiu, and he could make Tang Wushuan so polite. Of course Jiu Yi would not refuse, it is an honor. At this time, Tang Wushuan looked at Xingye and smiled, thinking he was very handsome. Boss Qing, together? Xingye certainly would not give up such a good opportunity, but before she could say anything, Yi Hua said calmly, she is not free. Xingye tightened Yi Hua's arm and said, don't be so disrespectful. Who is this? Tang Wushuan asked curiously. In fact, he had ignored Yi Hua's existence at the beginning. He asked now as if he had just discovered him. It was just a sarcasm. Xingye originally thought that Tang Wushuan was polite, but after he said this, Xingye changed her impression. My man doesn't need others to point fingers at him. He is my husband. Xingye said coldly, not giving him any face. Jiu Yi on the side was also troubled. As long as they became awkward, they would force him to take sides. On one side were the two major families in Zijin City, and on the other side were the last-minute instructions from Big Brother. It was really difficult to judge. Tang Wushuang's two wives also gradually put away their smiles. These two people really don't know what's good for them. Inviting you is just giving you face. The atmosphere at the scene was filled with tension and people seemed ready to fight if they disagreed. Xingye took Yi Hua's arm and asked him if he wanted to bully her husband. She should first ask herself if she allowed it. Yi Hua laughed. This silly woman, why should she be so nervous? You can do whatever you want, even slap him in the face. I have to say that Yi Hua's humanity is now well trained. In the past, this humble human being in front of him would have turned into a corpse long ago. It was simple and brutal, but after several years of study, I found that being simple and crude is too direct, and it lacks a lot of interesting things. Abuse requires a process, and the process is the most important. In fact, Yi Hua is no longer interested in fighting and killing. He pays more attention to the process in between and pursues a sense of art. There are 100 ways to kill the man in front of me, but without any feeling. It's like stepping on an ant, it doesn't stir any waves in my heart. You are here. We've been looking for you for a long time. Nangong Sini and Xiaoyi walked over slowly. Tang Wushuang smiled, sister-in-law is getting more and more beautiful. No, Wushuang's two wives are extremely beautiful. Nangong Sini smiled softly. Quan Anrong and Mu Jia were a little embarrassed. Mu Jia said shyly, "Sister-in-law is the most beautiful one. We don't deserve her." "Yes, my sister-in-law looks like a princess in this dress. Brother Xiao is so lucky." Quan Anrong praised. "I don't know why, but Zhou Yi wanted to laugh, but he was having a hard time holding it back. Everyone with a discerning eye knows who is the most beautiful here, but these three women keep praising each other and trying to ignore the proprietress. Little do they know that no matter how much the ugly duckling brags, it is still an ugly duckling. The thing is that you shouldn't brag in front of the white swan. It's stupid, don't you know? In terms of clothing and makeup, Xingya is indeed slightly inferior, but this is intentional. It does not mean that Xingya is not good looking now. On the contrary, she is more beautiful than any other woman. The three ladies are indeed gorgeous." Xingya smiled faintly, and suddenly she looked incredibly beautiful. This was a confident smile, and although they were beautiful, they lacked confidence now. But it's my fault for making them lack confidence and relying on bragging to cheer myself up. Yi Hua chuckled. His wife was really good at talking. She was really naughty. Zhou Yi couldn't help but laugh, and the foam stars sprayed all over Quan Anrong's dress. "Sorry, I just thought of something funny." Zhou Yi hurriedly made up a story, while Quan Anrong was furious, and his previous composure was gone. Daily request. Chapter 64 Banquet 5 Appearance is also a kind of confidence. When another beautiful woman appears, people instinctively want to compete with her. Xiao Yi and Tang Wushuang frowned, but their identities told them that they could not lose their temper. They were no longer the children they used to be. They would not start fighting at the slightest disagreement. Adults have their own way of confronting others, and if all else failed, they would have to resort to force, but they were completely unaware that no matter what method they used, they could not shake Yihua in the slightest. Everything was in vain. Yihua only regarded it as a bit of fun during the holiday. What really troubled Yihua was the woman around him. It was really not easy to discipline her. Xiao Yi asked calmly, "Master Jiu, I wonder what joke you can think of. Why don't you tell it and let everyone have a laugh?" Zhou Yi's heart sank. Should he tell them the joke about the ugly duckling and the white swan? "It's nothing, actually. My wife has been asking for a diamond ring. We already have more than a dozen diamond rings at home, so I made one with the glass shards from a wine bottle. She accepted it with a smile, and I decided to do the same in the future." That woman is such a spendthrift. Zhou Yi's ability to make up stories is really impressive. Tang Wushuang finally smiled. "It seems that I can also follow suit. I have to buy more than 10 at a time. I can't afford it." "It's because you are so fickle." Mu Jia said coquettishly. In fact, what really made Yihua angry was the issue of quantity. He actually lost to humans in terms of quantity. "Although I am a bit fickle, I am sincere to you, just like the diamond rings in your hands. They are not glass slag, but 10-carat pink diamonds. And the blue diamond in your hand is 11 carats, which together cost more than $20 million. The two women were also stunned. Of course, they would not look for the price of the gifts given by their husbands, but they were very touched after hearing it today. More than $20 million, it was really thoughtful. "Xiao Yi, where is mine?" Nangong Sini asked in a delicate voice, because judging from the size, the one on Nangong Sini's finger was much bigger. Xiao Yi said calmly, "Your diamond is 24.78 carats, a graph pink diamond, the only one in the world, and costs $46 million. I bought it for you because I thought it looked good." Master Jiu was very ashamed. They were really a bunch of prodigals. There was no need to please women in this way. "Sini, your husband loves you, unlike my Wushuang, who is stingy." "That's right." Tang Wushuang shook his head helplessly. "Women's competitive spirit has never changed. Why don't you go and compare yourself with other women? If there is one who is better than you will be cut into a chicken live." Xingya was a little sad. She looked at other people's husbands, who were willing to give them gifts. Then she looked at her own husband, wondering if he had 5 karaoke. She probably didn't have any. "Miss Chang, what ring are you wearing on your hand? Can we see it?" Quan Anrong asked. It was obvious that the woman wanted to hide her hand. She must be embarrassed. Xingya calmed down and smiled slightly. it's the engagement ring my husband gave me. Wow, red diamond. Green diamond. No, it's purple diamond. Yellow diamond? The people watching looked incredulous. What kind of diamond is this? The colors are different at different angles. The craftsmanship of the ring is so amazing. The metal is like a dragon claw tightly setting the diamond. It is very impressive. This stone is pretty good, Xiaoyi said softly. It was the first time he saw something like this. Diamonds were not like this. At most, they were just weird stones. Tang Wushuang also said, Boss Qing, where did you buy these stones? I'll buy a few pieces to play with. Typical of sour grapes, the three girls couldn't help but stretch out their hands to compare, and found that their own products were not on the same level at all, except that they were bigger and more expensive. But fortunately it is big and expensive, otherwise, apart from its appearance, even the ring would be outdone. Just when the three women were feeling relieved, an incredible scene happened. Crunch, the sound was very crisp, like the sound of glass breaking. The three girls looked at their big diamond rings at the same time, and cracks appeared on all three rings at the same time. Even Xiaoyi and Tang Wushuang were shocked by this phenomenon. What was going on? How could a diamond crack by itself? The light of the stars dares to compete with the sun and the moon, and the infinity stones also have tempers. Although they are sealed, it is simply shameful to compare themselves with such broken things. Xiaoyi and Tang Wushuan looked solemn, and immediately sensed the fluctuations around them, but they didn't sense anything. Why did it crack? If there are just cracks, then it is really simple. The cracks will gradually expand. The crisp sound rang out again, and the diamonds on the three rings turned into fragments and fell to the ground, but the ring in Xingya's hand was safe and sound. Under the light, it emitted a dazzling light, as if warning the world not to lower their status with such garbage. Xingya was actually just as confused as the other three girls. Their rings were broken, but hers was not. Instead, she was showing off her achievements like naughty children. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Xiaoyi and Tang Wushuan didn't know what to say. They had just been talking about how many karaokes this was and how much they had bought it for, but it shattered in the blink of an eye. Wasn't this a slap in their own faces? The three women were also very angry, but they didn't know where to vent their anger. They clearly wanted to mock the woman's ring, but they didn't expect it to be shattered into pieces. Xiaojiu, is the glass shard ring you gave me broken? Yi Hua asked calmly. The confused Jiu Yi didn't think much and answered directly, of course not. But after saying that, I secretly thought it was not good. Isn't this saying that their rings are not even as good as glass shards? The boss dug a very deep pit, and the point is that I jumped into it. A dumb person eating bitter herbs cannot express his pain. Xingya felt very refreshed and could not help but open the Xingjing fan. She fanned it slightly and felt instantly refreshed. In the eyes of others, she looked like a proud white swan, and it was so easy for her to defeat the ugly duckling. But for what happened just now, I still have to apologize to Yi Hua. I shouldn't have that kind of thought and shouldn't blame Yi Hua for not buying me good things. In order to express my apology, I allow him to go play games tonight, but not after 10 o'clock. Young Master Xiao, young Master Tang, please be careful in the future and don't buy fakes. Money is a small matter, but don't hurt the lady's feelings. Xingya comforted them, fanning herself with a feather fan. He was clearly here to curry favor with others, but Yi Hua led the way and he ended up being here to show off. Tang Wushuan was smart and said angrily, don't be angry, you damn liar. Your husband will find a place for you to meet tomorrow. Xiaoyi patted his wife's shoulder. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes flashed with coldness, as if he was ready to make trouble for the profiteer. He actually made him and his wife lose face like this. This was unbearable, but after thinking about it carefully, I feel that things are not that simple. There must be someone playing tricks on me. But who dares to play tricks in front of me, and I didn't even notice it? This person is very capable. He can even hide it from my eyes. Another daily request. Thanks brothers for the reward. Chapter 65 Banquet 6. Could it be the man in front of me? But I couldn't sense any aura fluctuations from him. Who could he be? Yi Hua had to praise Xingya. This sentence gave them a way out and also implied sarcasm. They had no choice unless they broke off relations. If they really broke off relations, it would be their turn to take the stage. However, dealing with such a human being would simply dirty their hands. As my wife, she is smart, beautiful, and has the aura of a little wildcat. She even dared to push me. She is quite brave, her only shortcoming is that she is not obedient enough. If she were obedient, she would be the most powerful woman in the entire universe, no doubt about it. Oh, what a big scene! Young Master Xiao, young Master Tang, why didn't you invite me to get together when you came to the south? I saw a young man walking with his feet turned outward, wearing a casual suit, sunglasses, and a very arrogant look, walking in. Behind him was a woman and two men. Judging from their clothes, they should be bodyguards, but the woman was very good looking, of the same level as Nangong Sini, but she was just a bodyguard. Oh, President Qing is here too. You are so mean. It makes me sad what you are doing. Wang Debao took off his sunglasses and looked surprised. Why did Qingya look different today? It made his heart beat faster. Nangong Sini took a deep breath and said, "It turns out that Master Wang is here. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. Sini, you are so mean. After all, we were classmates before." Wang Debao was careless and looked like a nouveau riche. Xiaoyi's face darkened. How dare this man tease his woman? He really doesn't want to live anymore. Mr. Xiao, you are so lucky. I pursued Sini for a long time back then. Alas, Wang Debao spread his hands, obviously coming to make trouble. Yi Hua was somewhat interested in this Wang Xiao, and asked Xingye beside him, "Who is this person?" Xingye smiled bitterly. His name is Wang Debao, a well-known prodigal son in Gaohai City, but he can make money by spending money on others, just like buying a worthless piece of land today, and the price will increase in a few days. Anyway, he makes money on whatever he buys. Oh, it's quite interesting. Yi Hua said lightly. Yi Hua, let's go back and not get involved in their affairs. Xingye didn't really want to get involved in that circle. It was too complicated and the water was too deep. Yi Hua has changed his mind now, let's play again. Didn't you just clamor to go home and play games? Xingye now wanted to drag Yi Hua away, but Yi Hua didn't want to. These three people were considered the best among humans. She didn't know if there were any who were at a higher level. Perhaps they could arouse waves in her heart, but she was not qualified to take action on her own. Yi Hua gently stroked Xingye's waist. Don't you want to cooperate and make money? It's too early to go back now. This bastard actually touched my waist in front of so many people, and now he is still talking about cooperation. I was just showing off, I just hope others don't cause trouble for me. It's all your fault. Xingye immediately put the blame on Yi Hua. She was influenced by Yi Hua last time, and it was the same this time. If she continued like this, she would offend everyone and would be close to bankruptcy. Xiaoyi said calmly, let's go into the side hall and chat. It's too noisy here. Mr. Xiao, you don't want to kill me in the side hall, do you? I have to be prepared to call the police at any time. Wang Debao said with a fearful smile. Nangong Sini smiled and said, young Master Wang is joking. Tang Wuxuan said calmly, wouldn't it only take a few minutes to kill you? Dare, the female bodyguard behind Wang Debao shouted softly, and her foot stepped on the granite and crushed it, which scared Xingye. Yi Hua gently hugged his wife. It seems that their relationship is not very good. Leaning against her husband, Xingye felt that she was surrounded by safety. She said softly, there are many big families in Zijin City. Xiao and Tang are just one of them. They also have their own competitors. For example, Wang Debao, although his base is in Gaohai City, his wife is from the Bai family in Zijin City. The Bai family happens to be a mortal enemy of Xiao and Tang, so this is it. Oh, what about you? Yi Hua asked curiously. Thanks to you, after today I won't even be qualified to be at the bottom. Xingye rolled her eyes at her husband, the guy who was causing trouble. In fact, Yi Hua didn't say anything at all. It was Xingye who spoke all by herself. From this point, it can be seen that Xingye was indeed impressed by Yi Hua. It is estimated that it will be the same in the future and she will not care about anyone. Do you want to step on their heads? Yi Hua asked. Xingye's heart sank, and she said hurriedly, Yi Hua, don't mess around, I just want to live a peaceful life now. In the past, Xingye wanted to stand on the top of the mountain and enjoy the scenery, but since she became pregnant, she felt that her mood had changed. Everything else became unimportant, and only the baby in her belly was the most important. Looking at Xingye stroking her belly, Yi Hua seemed to understand something. What a silly woman! Several people walked into the side hall, which was actually more like a large living room. It was a place provided for guests to discuss business or brag. As long as they lit a cigarette, the whole world was theirs. Please keep what I am going to say next confidential, otherwise you will bear the consequences, Xiaoyi said calmly. In fact, he was speaking to Yihua, Xingya, and Jiu Yi, because they were all ordinary people. Wang Debao sneered, "You still keep it a secret? Do you think Jiu Yi doesn't know? And Miss Xingya and of course this handsome guy." Xiaoyi sneered, "Wang Debao, it was not my intention to come to the south this time. You northerners should just stay in the north. It is not your turn to interfere in what happens in the south." Wang Debao put away his frivolous smile and said in a deep voice, "Everyone present here is smart and they all understand each other's strength. Fighting is impossible, so it is better to find a way to embarrass the other party." Tang Wushuang sneered, "This is an order from above. Long'an City is restless and many people with special abilities have appeared. They need to be managed." Wang Debao disagreed, "So what? Aren't you the same?" After a pause, Wang Debao continued, "You all know that our world is already in a space chaos incident. Xiaoyi, you died back then, so how did you come back to life?" "I don't need to explain it to you, Tang Wushuang. You served in the army for 2 years and disappeared for 3 years. Where did you go for those 3 years?" Xiaoyi and Tang Wushuang seemed very calm. If they investigated such things, they would surely find out the truth, but they were all assumptions without evidence. It was the first time that Yihua had heard of such a theory. This was actually the point where the space chaos occurred. If this theory was correct, it could also explain why he was here. Quan Anrong said sarcastically, "Young Master Wang, 5 years ago you were just a spendthrift young man. Why did you suddenly become a spendthrift to make money? You should have some idea in your mind. Please collect, recommend, comment, and reward me. I am ready to eat dirt." Chapter 66 Banquet 7 The All-China Federation of Trade Unions is truly a heroine. Wang Debao suddenly laughed, but his eyes shone with coldness. Yihua was thinking in his heart, "Let the fight start soon, then I can use self-defense, and self-defense cannot be considered as dirtying my hands." The atmosphere at the scene was tense. The 3 bodyguards behind Wang Debao were ready to move, while Xiaoyi and Tang Wushuang protected the women behind them. Yihua and others who were watching the show stood by. If Qing Yutong were here, she would definitely buy some spicy noodles and take a small stool to watch the show. Jiu Yi swallowed his saliva. When gods fight, it is the mortals who suffer. I heard that a cultivation world has emerged recently. Is it true? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere seemed to relax. Xiaoyi said calmly, "The cultivation world has always existed, but ordinary people just don't know about it." Jiu Yi pretended to be surprised, "There really is cultivation. Master Jiu, there are all kinds of strange things in this world. Maybe this handsome guy is the most powerful boss." Wang Debao said nonsense. Yihua smiled slightly and said, "You guessed it right." Xingya was a little confused after listening to it. She felt like she had entered another world. All kinds of superpowers and cultivation came out. Is there really nothing wrong with their brains? Xiaoyi said coldly, "Young Master Wang, you'd better take care of the cultivators in the south, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless." "Same here." Wang Debao said disdainfully, listening to them hurling harsh words at each other. Yihua thought back to the past. It seemed that humans loved hurling harsh words the most. Just like now, they were hurling words at each other, and it would be more satisfying to have a game of harsh words. Picking up the TV remote control, Yihua turned on the TV. Xingya thought to herself that something was wrong. Yihua's childishness came back. Misunderstanding, Yihua was just really bored. Although they didn't say much, they also gave a lot of information. The harsh words were just the closing remarks. The few people who were originally swearing at each other were suddenly confused because the sound of the TV suddenly started. "Yihua, others are arguing, can you please give them some face and let them finish their argument?" Xingya said in a low voice. "It's so boring." Yihua said lightly. Just at this moment the channel stopped at CCTV 5, and Xingya happened to grab the remote control and was about to turn off the TV. "Mr. Qing, wait a minute. Wang de Bayo shouted, and Xingyao was a little confused. I saw the World Cup match between Portugal and Spain on TV. The first half was almost over and Portugal was temporarily leading Spain 2-1. Mr. Xiao, are you interested in playing a game? Wang de Bayo said with a smile, pointing at the game. Xiao Yi's face was not very good. This bastard made money on everything he bought. Wouldn't it be a losing business to gamble with him? But if he didn't gamble with him, wouldn't he be a laughingstock? Seeing Xiao Yi's unhappy expression, Wang de Bayo's smile widened. Mr. Xiao, let's bet 100 million. I'd bet on Spain to win. Spain is lagging behind now, and its opponent Portugal is very strong, not to mention Cristiano Ronaldo, so it is still a bit difficult for Spain to win. Xiao Yi didn't believe it. You can win for sure. You can afford to lose 100 million. Okay. Then I'll bet on Portugal to win. The two of them made their bets, but at this moment, a calm voice rang out. How boring. Everyone looked at Yihua, and Wang de Bayo smiled and said, handsome guy, you can also participate. Yihua was not very interested in betting on football, but others had said that as the supreme ruler, it would be very embarrassing if he was cowardly. The stakes are too small. Yihua said calmly, Wang de Bayo likes people like this. It's okay, we can add it. Tang Wushuang seemed to have seen that this man had lost everything. Don't gamble with this Wang de Bayo. This guy always wins for unknown reasons. It's okay with small amounts of money, but you'd better be careful with big amounts. Then let's bet on our belongings. Yihua felt that betting on one's belongings could be called a bet. Thinking back to the past, every time he was betting on his belongings or his life, Xingyao almost fell down. Where did you get these belongings? This bastard didn't even discuss it with me. Wang de Bayo and Xiao Yi were both shocked and looked doubtful. Why Yihua's words about gambling away his belongings shocked both of them. What did he want to do? Xingya, how much money do you have? Yihua asked calmly. Xingya wanted to cry. She felt that bankruptcy didn't have to wait until later. It could happen tonight. I plus the company and other real estate. Yihua added. Xingya felt a little dizzy. How could she have such a husband who liked watching cartoons, playing games, and now he was addicted to gambling? Her life was so gloomy, but I can't lose face for my husband in public. The worst that can happen is that the whole family will have to eat dirt. Anyway, life is already dark, and maybe tomorrow will be even more desperate. Xingqing International's current market value is about 50 billion. Well, let's bet 50 billion. What do you two think? Yihua asked calmly. I just want to ask you if you dare to bet 50 billion for one game. The Xiao family is indeed a big family, but 50 billion is not a small amount. Losing would be devastating. Wang de Bayo was also thinking about it and questioned his luck for the first time. If he lost, half of his property would be given away. Xiaojiu, are you interested? Yihua asked. Zhou Yi shook his head even more like a rattle. The boss really didn't follow the usual routine. He either didn't say anything or scared people to death when he did. But the boss's wife was really willing to bet all her belongings on the boss. The couple was really a perfect match. Boss, forget it. I'll save it to buy a diamond ring for my wife. Yihua looked at the TV. The first half had just ended and Portugal had scored an extra goal. You bet on the win or loss, so I'll bet on 50 billion square meters. Zhou Yi was about to shout 66-66, and Xingya felt her legs go weak. If she hadn't been supported by Yihua, she would have sat on the ground. Her efforts were exposed by Yihua's words. Wang de Bayo had never played such a big bet before, so he made up his mind. Okay. I'll continue to bet on Spain to win, 50 billion. Zhou Yi couldn't help but marvel at Wang de Bayo's courage. Now that Spain is lagging behind, he still insists on betting on Spain to win. Awesome. Several people's eyes were all on Xiao Yi, as if asking, do you dare? If you don't dare, go home and play with women, and don't participate in men's entertainment activities. Brother Xiao, I support you. Tang Wushuang said, willing to invest 25 billion. Portugal is in the lead now and has a great chance of winning. Xiao Yi had never gambled so much before, and it felt a bit ridiculous, but now he had to gamble. Face is more important than money. Okay, 50 billion to buy Portugal to win. Xiaoyi said in a deep voice. 150 billion, only one person wins, two families lose, but the two losers cannot afford such a loss, especially Qingya, who will have to prepare to eat dirt with her whole family if she loses. Chapter 67 Banquet and Yihua seemed very calm. No matter he won or lost, he had to gamble for the dignity of the Supreme Being. At worst, there would be fewer crayfish in the future. It was no big deal. Look how nervous they were. Humans are just like that. I remembered that when they started killing people in the past, there were always some short-sighted people who boasted first, trying to show how powerful they were, and then they would beg for mercy after the fight. Just like them, he was just bragging about how rich he was and how much money he spent on the diamond ring, but now he is only betting 50 billion and his face is as black as coal. I really overestimated them. Look at your woman, how calm she is. Qingya was only stunned for a moment and didn't have time to change her expression. As the second half of the game started on TV, everyone except Yihua was nervous. Although 50 billion was just a number to them, it would take a long time to earn that much money. They would certainly not be willing to lose it in one night. Xiaoyi and Tang Wushuang seemed a little nervous. Although they were in the lead now, they were still worried about it, not to mention the three women following them. They were not in such a state of mind and clenched their fists tightly. The ball goes in. As the commentator on TV shouted excitedly, Xiaoyi's heart sank to the bottom. Spain scored a goal. Wang Debao heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that his luck was still there. He was destined to win tonight. It was 100 billion yuan that was delivered to his door. If he were to squander it, it would take him forever. Yeah! Qingya shouted excitedly. Now it was a draw, which meant she had a greater chance of winning. If we win tonight, we will earn 100 billion for free. How long will it take to earn this amount by ourselves? God bless us. Don't score any more goals. Yihua looked a bit bored, so he pulled the excited Qingya to the small bar nearby and started drinking some wine. Yihua, give me a drink to calm me down. Qingya's hands were shaking with excitement. It was too exciting. Yihua poured a cup of boiled water. If a pregnant woman still wants to drink alcohol, just drink water. Qingya didn't care about so much anymore. She was so excited and thirsty that she tilted her head back and drank a glass of water. When will the Huaxia team play? Yihua asked curiously. Qingya rolled her eyes at Yihua and said, except for the Huaxia team, all the others went. The Chinese team is still so weak even with Yao Ming? Yihua, Yao Ming plays basketball. Yihua took a sip of wine, feeling a little embarrassed. Master Jiao almost wanted to kneel down to worship the couple. They had gambled their family fortune, yet they were still so calm. How did they train themselves to have such a calm state of mind? Looking at them, they seemed to want to stare a hole in the TV. The ball goes in. Spain takes the lead. As the commentator's excited and loud voice rang out on TV again, Xiaoyi and Tang Wushuang became a little restless. Qingya was completely stunned, and Wang Debao showed a matter-of-fact smile. It looks like Spain is going to win. Wang Debao, in a good mood, took the female bodyguard's slender hand and played with it. While the female bodyguard's face flushed, Xiaoyi's face was gloomy. He could earn money by losing, but he could never get his face back if he lost it, especially to this loser. After tonight, the news would spread throughout the circle. Yihua, we will have to eat dirt in the future. Qingya looked at Yihua pitifully and wanted to see her. Yihua touched Qingya's hair and said, I know there is a kind of soil that is also delicious. It's already this time and you're still joking. Qingya didn't know whether to cry or not. She went bankrupt overnight. She should not have come earlier. Xiaoyi looked at the complacent Wang Debao and felt unhappy. It seemed that he needed to cheat. At the same time, in a villa in Lungan City, the Death Mage was also watching the World Cup. However, he only found out about the World Cup today, and what he watched before were just replays. I opened the mobile app, looked at my bet, and then looked at the score. No! This was my first win, I couldn't lose it. If the owner found out that I bet on the ball and lost, how could I put my face down? Reaching out and touching Bisonson's chin, the Death Mage suddenly snapped his fingers, and the Spanish player on TV committed a foul instantly, then looked confused, and Portugal got a free kick in an excellent position. The Death Mage was very satisfied and swore that he would only cheat once and would not cheat again next time. Looking at Ronaldo's determined and murderous gaze on TV, the Death Mage snapped. His fingers again, and the football drew an arc in the air and shot steadily into the goal. Suddenly, the death mage picked up the beer bottle, raised his head and drank it, making a strange sound from his mouth. Olu 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 olu, it seems that the $200 I have is safe. Next time I will definitely not gamble, otherwise I will be tempted to cheat again. I am the club. Wang Debao looked at Ronaldo running with a confused look on his face. Don't you know? You kicked away 50 billion of your own money. 50 billion, Xiaoyi heaved a sigh of relief. It was really ironic that this emperor had fallen to the point of cheating. Xingya was so excited that she screamed and gave Yihua a kiss on the face. Look at you, you just scored a goal. Yihua said with a frown, how disgraceful. Xingya doesn't care about that. Ronaldo's kick made her earn 100 billion. He is simply a golden thigh. However, many people are queuing up to the rooftop because of Ronaldo's kick. Xiaoyi looked at the time and just one more goal would be enough. The current situation among the three of them favors Yihua, who has the greatest chance of winning. Xingya was so nervous that she tightly grasped Yihua's big hand. She had never been so excited in her life. It felt so good. Wang Debao was silent and looked at Xiaoyi. Could it be that this guy was playing dirty tricks? Tang Wushuang smiled faintly. He didn't expect Brother Xiao to cheat. When the 90 minutes were up, the referee added 3 minutes of extra time. These 3 minutes were also the saddest 3 minutes for Xingya. She felt like a century had passed. Xiaoyi frowned tightly. Why was there a problem with his control? It was as if there was another force pulling him. How could this happen? Who was causing the trouble? This damn bastard. The death mage is fighting for the $200 and is competing against Xiaoyi, and of course there is also Wang Debao's luck. Yihua looked at the clock. It was almost 10 o'clock. He had to go back and play duo with his sister-in-law later, so he should finish it quickly. As the referee blew the whistle to end the game, the score was fixed at 3-3, tied, except for Yihua, who had an indifferent expression. Everyone else was stunned. Xingya shook Yihua's hand and pointed at the TV, but she was too excited to speak. After a long time. Mr. Xiao, Mr. Tang, Mr. Wang, it seems that my man is luckier. Thank you, thank you. At this time it was Xingya's turn to come on stage. She was so proud. Yihua was really awesome. These people had gloomy faces and were completely speechless. Yihua took Xingya's hand and said, let's go. I still need to go home and play games. Yeah, play games. Play games. This man is so obsessed with going back to play games. Did he ever care about the gambling game? When Yihua stepped out of the door, he slowly turned back and said, 50 billion per person. Don't try to deny it, otherwise. He. It's time for the daily request again, recommendation votes, collections, comments, anyway, all kinds of requests. Thanks to the brothers who gave rewards. Thank you for your support. Chapter 68. My master is awesome. After saying that, he took Xingya out of the club. Zhou Yi also said goodbye with a smile. There was nothing else to do here. Everyone in the side hall was silent for a while. Nandong Sini regretted asking Xingya to come over. If she hadn't called her, this wouldn't have happened. The Qing family still needs the Xiao family's help, and they wouldn't dare to do anything. Nandong Sini said in a deep voice, obviously preparing to default on her debt. Tang Wushuang smiled and said, that's right. The Qing family is really not a respectable family in Zijin City. Wang Debao breathed a sigh of relief. If he lost, he lost. TSK, this guy just left and he's already refusing to pay. I have plenty of money, I'm not going to default on my debt. Young Master Wang is rich and powerful. If he wants to be a fool, we won't stop him. Quan Anron laughed. Whoever gives in is an idiot. However, Wang Debao's decision might be the wisest one in his life. He was too lucky and avoided a disaster for the Wang family in disguise. However, the Xiao family and the Tang family disagreed. Goodbye everyone. Be prepared to face the challenge when the time comes. Wang Debao waved his hands. As long as he didn't lose to them, it would be fine. However, he began to doubt his luck. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. It was too strange. If Xiaoyi was cheating, he would definitely not let himself lose. Could it be that handsome guy who was cheating? That shouldn't be the case. Then who was it? The death mage happily watched the $200 arrive in his account. He felt so good. Next time I will never bet on football again, let alone bet so big. I hate gambling the most. If they knew that the death mage lost tens of billions of their dollars for $200, they would definitely be furious and go crazy. Sitting in the Audi A8, Xingya was still excited, but after thinking about it carefully, she realized that even though she won, they probably wouldn't give her money, because she had no backing. Let's go home. Yutong is waiting for me to play duo with her. Yi Hua urged. If it weren't for the fact that you won money for me, I wouldn't allow you to play games. Qingya pouted her sexy red lips, started the car and returned. Qingya, why don't you sell the company and stay at home to take care of the children? Yi Hua said calmly. In fact, his real purpose today was to lose, so that Qingya would no longer think about the company and stay at home to take care of the children wholeheartedly. Qingya chuckled twice. Will you support me? You can raise 10. You have quite a bit of ambition. Do you want to learn from Tang Wushuang and flip cards at night? This is a good idea. Yi Hua said lightly, indicating that it can be considered. You dare? Why not? Do you believe me and I'll drive into the river? No you. It's just an everyday quarrel, and we'll be reconciled in minutes. I in the club, Xiaoyi and Tang Wushuang lit up their cigarettes. It had been a long time since they had felt the feeling of losing, and this time it was really hard to recover. Wushuang, if you don't give the money, the Qing family won't dare to say anything. Mu Jiaya laughed softly. In terms of strength, the Qing family is very weak. Tang Wushuang said nothing. It would be embarrassing not to pay after losing. The three women certainly knew that men had to save face, but they were unwilling to accept it. Nangong Sini smiled and said, Okay, don't be so distracted. Leave this matter to me. I guarantee that the Qing family will not dare to say anything. As for Wang Debao, he has a lot of money and is willing to be the fool. Xiaoyi put out his cigarette and stood up. Okay, Wang Debao came here to warn you today, so let's put this matter aside for now. Wushuang, have the people above exert pressure and try to win over people with superpowers. Don't let the people in the south take it all for themselves. No problem. There are indeed many strong men in the south, but my master can kill them with just one finger. Tang Wushuang smiled with his hands behind his back, as if he was not afraid of anyone at all. Xiaoyi laughed and said, You practiced with your master for those 3 years? Of course. If master hadn't saved me, I would have died. It was the first time that Quan Anrong heard her husband mention the master. He had never mentioned him before. She asked curiously, Wushuang, how strong is the master? Tang Wushuang hugged his wife's waist and said with a smile, My current level is not even as good as master's. Master can defeat me with just his little finger. Wushuang, your bragging skills have improved. Nangong Sini smiled faintly, obviously not believing it. Of course Xiaoyi would also have doubts. He knew a lot about Tang Wushuang's strength, but it was still impossible to defeat Tang Wushuang with just his little finger. It seemed that he needed to go into seclusion. His strength had not yet recovered to its peak. Moreover, there had been several accidents today, and he was surrounded by dangers. Brother Xiao, I won't accompany you. The night is long. Tang Wushuang hugged his wives and showed a look of a man who understood. Xiaoyi laughed helplessly. Let's go too, and go back tomorrow. Aren't you planning to stay for a few more days? Nangong Sini had finally caught this opportunity, so of course she was reluctant to give it up. Xiaoyi said softly, I will go into seclusion when I return this time, so that our whole family can be kept safe. You are so powerful, yet you are still in seclusion. Nangong Sini pouted slightly. Do you think everything that happened today was an accident? Diamonds, football betting, they were all caused by a person who was more powerful than me. Xiaoyi's eyes were heavy. He felt a deep threat for the first time. Looking at her husband's serious face, Nangong Sini frowned. Do you need me to do anything? Little fool, just hide behind me. I will protect you from any storm. Xiaoyi held his wife in his arms and kissed her forehead. Nangong Sini rubbed her husband's chest and said softly, Brother Xiao, I love you. I love you too, Sini. In the car, Qingya hummed her favorite music with a happy smile on her face. It was the first time that Yi Hua saw Qingya smiling for so long. It turns out that this woman loves money to this extent. She is so superficial. Yi Hua, whatever you want, your wife will give you a reward. Qingya said happily. Beauty. Go to hell. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening when Yi Hua and Qingye returned to the bar. They walked in together and saw that there was no one inside, except for the waiters and security guards. Qingye felt a little embarrassed, lowered her head and whispered, don't play too late. Then she slipped upstairs. Why Yi Hua really wanted to slap that perky, but it was really giving him a headache. After a quick glance, Yi Hua frowned even more. He saw Wei Chang and Tang Wei standing together. They seemed to be chatting happily. What was this Wei Chang doing? When did he also have feelings for women? With a sigh of relief, Yi Hua walked up to his sister-in-law and opened the door to her bedroom. Brother-in-law, you're finally back. I've been dead for a whole night. It's really useless. Yi Hua said softly. Qing Yutong pursed her lips and said, you are still the same. You have been dead for an entire afternoon. This face must be restored. Today was just a mistake. Chapter 69. I am the king of killers. Brother-in-law, where to jump? School. Yi Hua lit a cigarette and said lightly, forget it. We have never left the school alive. If you want to become stronger, you can't be sneaky. Only through constant confrontation can you learn real skills. Qing Yutong seemed to be shocked and said foolishly, brother-in-law, your post-smoking syndrome is coming back. I need to get some fresh air. Sit tight, jump. Qing Yutong pressed the F key with a look of despair. Without thinking too much, she would be back on the plane a few minutes later, and the cycle would repeat endlessly. Qingye returned to her room and took a shower, then lay on the bed, too excited to sleep. Will they admit it? Probably not. It's not 500 yuan, but to be honest, Yi Hua was really lucky today. He thought he would be starving after tonight. Slowly closing her beautiful eyes, the sound of bells came to her ears. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Qingye tossed and turned on the big bed, but couldn't fall asleep. She was used to sleeping with something in her arms, and now without anything to hold her, it was really difficult to fall asleep. She tried hugging a pillow, but it didn't work. Qingye had no choice but to turn on the bedside lamp, her brows furrowed deeply. It was already 12 o'clock, and Yi Hua hadn't come yet. Putting on her furry slippers, Qingye was about to call Yi Hua, and as soon as she opened the door, she heard their voices. Brother-in-law, grab it for me, I'm going to charge. Who are you going to shoot with that kind of shooting skills? Didn't you just say that the momentum must be in place? Yi Hua couldn't help but knock Qing Yutong on the head. The momentum is not there for you to rush in recklessly. Qing Yutong pouted and rubbed her head pitifully. Yi Hua, do you still want to go to sleep? Qingye couldn't help but shouted in a tender voice. Why Yi Hua was playing the game seriously and said slowly, play this round, and go to sleep first. Qingye, wearing a thin silk pajamas, is particularly attractive. It would be so cool to be able to sleep with a woman like this at night. I don't know how many men wish for this, but some men would rather have games than beauties, like Yi Hua now. Then come and sleep after you finish this game. Qingye reminded helplessly kindness. However, as soon as Qingye closed the door, Yi Hua and Qing Yutong were shot dead. Brother-in-law Qing Yutong pouted and looked at Yi Hua pitifully. Let's play one last time. Okay. Qingye lay on the bed and continued to listen to the bell. After an unknown amount of time, Qingye turned on the bedside lamp again and looked at the time. It was already 1 o'clock. I can't stand it anymore. He rushed into Qing Yutong's room angrily, and saw two people fighting fiercely inside. Brother-in-law, we can finally be the school bullies. Yi Hua sighed deeply. It felt so good to get out of the school alive. However, before he even walked out of the school gate, the screen went black. It wasn't that he was killed, but Qingye unplugged the power cord. Yi Hua, do you want games or a wife? Tell me clearly today. Qingye put her hands on her hips, looking like a middle-aged woman. Seeing her sister go crazy, Qing Yutong planned to quietly leave the crime scene to avoid getting shot. Stop right there. Qing Yutong smiled foolishly. Sister, I'm sleepy. If you have anything to say, go back and argue. Brother-in-law, if you are beaten down by me later, remember to ask me to help you up. After saying that, Qing Yutong jumped onto the bed, covered herself with the quilt, and looked like she didn't care about anything. Yi Hua stood up and said softly, go back to sleep. You still remember to sleep. Qingye said coquettishly, and couldn't help pinching Yi Hua. However, for Yi Hua, this little bit of damage was not noticeable at all. Go take a shower, there's a smell of cigarette smoke. Yi Hua smelled the clothes and found that they were indeed full of cigarette smoke. He took off his clothes and went into the bathroom, but he did not rush to take a shower. Instead, he called out, "Li Gu, come here." 0.5 seconds later, a yawning Splitbone appeared in the bathroom. There's someone outside to deal with it. In fact, Yi Hua had already felt that there was someone around the bar. If it was just an ordinary person, it would be fine, but this person came with a purpose. "Your Majesty, I want a body." Li Gu begged while lying on the ground. Why? Yi Hua asked curiously, "Isn't being a dog good? Why do you suddenly want to change your taste?" Bone Splitting suddenly stood up and stretched out his two front paws. "Your Majesty, look, I can't feel anything." Yi Hua, now I understand why Li Gu wanted to be a human. It turns out that women are too beautiful and he cannot experience the feeling of touching someone. This is a kind of sublimation of realm, at least for Li Gu. "Your Majesty, I want a handsome one, tall, muscular, and big. In short, any kind of big is fine." Yi Hua waved his hand gently and said softly, "You can switch between the dog body and the human body at will. Hide your identity well. If your women find out, kill them." "Your Majesty, of course." Li Gu understands. Li Gu was happily waiting for the changes in his body, but when he looked at the junior high school student in the mirror, he felt sick. "Your Majesty," Li Gu pleaded, "at least a little bigger. Go ahead and find out how many people with superpowers there are in Longan City, as well as those who practice Taoism. No one will suspect you like this." Yi Hua said calmly. It was fine when he had no contact with them before, but now that he has come into contact with them, it's like he knows what's going on. He can't just ignore everything like before. "I will obey the orders of the master," Li Gu said weakly, and changed into the appearance of a dog again, disappearing into the bathroom, and Yi Hua also began to take a shower. "Yi Hua, does it take you half an hour to take a shower? Don't you want to sleep with me?" Several black lines suddenly appeared on Yi Hua's forehead. This woman, was it because he was too nice to her that she dared to yell like that? On a rooftop next to the bar, a man in black tights was observing the situation in Yi Hua's bedroom. After several days of investigation, Caesar found out that Qingya had been to this bar a month ago, and had stayed there for the past few days. This was really strange. After his own investigation, he found that even if Qingya was pregnant, she would not live with this strange man, and this bar gave people a weird feeling. The man's sixth sense told him that the destruction of the organization must be related to that man, but as for how he did it, there was really no evidence. "Originally, I wanted to quit this time because I wanted to return to my hometown, marry a wife, have a child, and live a peaceful life. I didn't expect something like this to happen. It seems that this dream cannot be achieved for the time being." Caesar put down the night vision goggles and looked at the starry sky. After all, he was the king of assassins. It would be too low-key if he didn't marry 7 or 8 wives. But before that, he had to avenge his brothers first. Once he caught this man or woman and tortured him, he would know that no one in the world could withstand the interrogation of the king of assassins. Please, this word contains too much meaning, and both brothers and sisters understand it. Chapter 70. The pain of the Killer King. Brush, brush, brush. Caesar was stunned. What was that sound? He turned his head and saw a giant pit bull scratching its ears. When did it come to him? He didn't even notice it. Caesar couldn't help but take a breath. Fortunately, it was a dog. If it was an enemy, he would definitely be injured. "Go away, go play somewhere else." Caesar pretended to hit the dog a few times, just wanting to drive it away. Woo woo woo. Bone Splitting raised his head and howled. Caesar's face changed. This might have alerted the enemy. This damn dog. "I can only come back another day." At this time, Yi Hua walked out of the bathroom, wiping his hair. The beauty on the bed was still waiting for Yi Hua. She couldn't fall asleep without hugging her. "Where is your dog? I haven't seen it for a few days." Qingya asked curiously when she heard the dog barking outside. Why? Yi Hua took off his shoes and lay on the bed. Qingya leaned over to him and Yi Hua put his arms around Qingya's shoulders very naturally. Everything went so smoothly, as if both of them had forgotten their previous agreement. "There's someone outside." Yihua said lightly and turned off the light. Qingye rolled her eyes at Yihua and asked softly, "What do you want to eat tomorrow morning?" "Let's go to the street and buy a pancake. It's closer," Yihua said softly. "Are you concerned about me?" "I'm overthinking. I'm concerned about my child." "Humph. I don't want to bother with you. I'm going to sleep." Yihua chuckled and looked at the night sky outside the window, hoping that Liagu would not be as naughty as before and not make too much noise. Caesar the Great is well known in the killer world. Once he sets his sights on a target, there is no escape. But today his plan was ruined by a dog. It was really unmannerly. Taking advantage of the darkness, Caesar jumped on the tall buildings in this city. He decided to go back, eat a pack of instant noodles, take a shower and go to bed. He would make a long-term plan tomorrow. Ms. Qing was really beautiful. It would be great if she was still a virgin. It was a pity that she was pregnant with someone else's child. Forget it. It was not like he had never done such a cruel thing before. After being a killer for 7 or 8 years, I have learned a lesson. As long as you pretend to be cool, well, even beautiful women will have to walk against the wall. Woo woo woo. Caesar paused and almost dropped his feet, only to see the dog reappear at the street corner. Oh my God, how did it do that and run ahead of him? Moreover, its eyes revealed a deep contempt. How could a dog have such an expression? And what right did it have to despise itself? No, why should I care about what a dog thinks? Maybe they just look alike. Oh, what happened to me tonight? I feel uneasy. Turning into the alley, Caesar quickened his pace and looked back secretly, only to see a dog's head sticking out in the distance, as if peeping. Caesar was shocked. Are dogs nowadays so smart? But being followed by a dog was really a joke. Caesar snorted coldly, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and no one knew where he was. Instead, Liagu walked over slowly, sniffed the smell, and immediately felt that something was wrong. Why was he sniffing? Caesar sat on a bench in the park, looked around, and after making sure that there was no one around, he took out a pack of cheap cigarettes and lit it. The light from the lighter looked particularly strange in the dark park. Caesar took a deep puff and sighed. It was really weird that he would be scared by a dog. Sizzle. Caesar was stunned and looked back numbly, only to see the dog raising its hind legs and peeing. Why did this dog catch up with me again? What on earth did it transform into? Could it be a monster? Even if it was a monster, it should have run away when it saw me. But it actually peed in front of me, and the smell of urine was so strong that the tree was black. Bone-splitting shook his body and sighed deeply. He had forgotten how he used to pee. It seems that he didn't need to pee before. What did the bone dragon pee? Bone marrow. Bone breaking stopped 10 meters away from Caesar, sat down, and licked its tongue, looking very cute and harmless. Seeing cracked Bone's expression, Caesar breathed a sigh of relief and flicked away his cigarette. Why are you following me? The cracked head tilted, looking very cute. Caesar now seriously suspected that he had encountered 3 identical dogs. As large pit bulls, they looked cute and silly. They seemed to be hybrid breeds. The other one should be a husky. Don't follow me anymore. Caesar issued a final warning, not minding being a dog butcher. Broken Bone blocked Caesar's way, with its 2 front legs digging into the grass, giving the impression that there was treasure buried underground. Actually, that's not the case. Li Gu was thinking about how to fight as a dog. It seems that the only way is to bite. The dogs on TV all bite. Is he going to copy Wei Chang, the glutton? You can give it a try. Every time I see Wei Chang, he seems to be eating happily. You damn dog. If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for killing you and stewing you for dog meat. Caesar shouted in a deep voice. A dog was pretending to be cool in front of him, and he simply didn't want to live. Liagu was now thinking about his lord, who always wanted to stew him. Unconsciously, Liagu was grinning foolishly, but to Caesar, this look was just mocking him for being an idiot. No one has ever dared to laugh at me, let alone a dog. I'm going to eat dog meat today. Although eating dog meat in summer will make me sweat, the worst that can happen is I can just take a bath, Caesar shouted in a low voice, and his body moved without wind. He put his right fist on his waist and suddenly punched out. Suddenly, the leaves on the ground rolled wildly. This was not for stewing dog meat, but for making meat sauce buns. Liagu looked at the punch nonchalantly, raised his right front paw, and stretched out a small piece of his nail. Why did he say a small piece? Because his women said that the nails were too sharp and it hurt when they grabbed them, then let's fix it. You know, bone fracture is very painful for women. Not only did they fix their nails, they also painted them with red nail polish. Sissy dogs, bang! A gust of wind spread out in all directions, the leaves rustled, and some small trees were broken by the gust of wind. Caesar looked solemn. Why did he feel that his fist was against a tiny thing? He looked up and wondered why the dog was still in front of him. Shouldn't he have smashed it with one punch? No. My own fist. Caesar slowly put away his fist and looked at the dog's nails painted with red nail polish. His face suddenly changed drastically. Without thinking twice, he immediately distanced himself. How is it possible? The dog actually blocked his fist with its nails. Although it didn't use its full strength, it was still something a dog couldn't resist. Who sent you? Woo woo royal translation, idiot. Speak up if you dare. Woo 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 royal translation, have you ever seen a talking dog, idiot? Chapter 71. The story ends before it even begins. You. Why do you only whimper and not bark? Caesar questioned. It seemed that only the husky whined, but in fact, it was already this late and he was still obsessed with this issue. Bone Splitting poked his head. What a foolish human being. If I bark, I will become a real dog. But I am a dragon. Your Majesty's mount. Caesar was no longer careless. This dog was very powerful, so he had to be careful. He bent down slightly, pulled out the dagger on his calf, and sneered, no matter what your purpose is today, you will definitely be caught in the pot. Do you know the origin of the dagger in my hand? This dagger is made of meteorites from outer space. It can cut iron like mud. I call it the kiss of death. Anyone who has seen it will go to hell. Ligu simply lay down and listened to Caesar's threats. It was as if he was back in the past, when His Majesty took him to battle and he often encountered such situations. He had to listen to Caesar's opening remarks for an hour. If you integrate my skills, I will become a phantom. Die. Puppy. As a killer, Caesar would certainly not engage in head-on confrontation with the enemy. He could blend into the night very well and become one with it. With the dagger in his hand, he became the king of the darkness. It was a pity that he met Broken Bone today. If he had met Tang Wushuang, there would have been a fight. Splintered Bones lay on the ground and stretched out his claws again, only his nails were a little longer. A flash of white light. With a dazzling golden glow, this was the sound of metal colliding, and it also brought out sparks. Caesar was stunned in the darkness, looking at the big dogs but with an incredible look on his face. Attack again. Bang! The sparks rang out again. Caesar stared at the dagger in his hand. 2 deep grooves appeared on it. How could this be possible? He had fought hard to get the kiss of death. Its power was definitely among the top 3 in the dagger world, but now 2 grooves were cut by the dog's nails. Liegu slowly stood up, thinking that the Lord had assigned him some important task, but the result was still like this. He was no better than those prehistoric beasts. It would be great if he could summon them like the gluttonous monster. He wouldn't have to do it himself. It was still comfortable in the gentle fragrance. These 3 delicate beauties, and they all ate the meat of the golden crane. It was simply unmatched. Impossible. Caesar's eyes were red, the veins on his temples were bulging, and the muscles all over his body suddenly swelled, stretching the black suit. 18 deadly blades. This is Caesar's last trump card. He sacrificed his own speed to increase his strength. The increased strength is not just a little bit, but extremely powerful. Ligu looked at the disappearing Caesar and shook his head. Why should a weak human being struggle? Wouldn't it be enough to just kneel down and wait for death? He opened his bloody mouth and immediately bit into the void. As Broken Bones chewed, blood flowed from the corners of his mouth and dripped onto the grass. A dagger was spat out by the Broken Bones. The meat tasted bland. I really don't know why the gluttonous monster liked to eat it so much. The ultimate killing 18 blades. Caesar stared blankly at his right arm, which was bitten off in half. That was his most powerful skill, but before he even started to strike the first blow, the dog actually bit off his arm. Looking at the blood flowing from the dog's mouth, my hand has now been eaten by it. How hateful! Now Caesar finally understood why the dog looked so disdainful. Where did the dog come from? Could it be that the old enemy had come to visit him? It seems that we can't waste any more time. Of the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. Bone Splitting licked his nose and disappeared in an instant. This guy actually wanted to run away. Did he really think he could escape? Naive human, in an instant, a black shadow fell from the air to the grass like a cannonball. In a large pit with a diameter of 10 meters lay the legendary king of killers, Caesar, but he had lost his former glory and was dying. In that instant, Caesar didn't even know what had hit him. It was hairy and like a whip. His whole body seemed to be falling apart. Now he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Slowly walking into the pit, Split Bone looked at Caesar, as if waiting for him to beg for mercy. After waiting for a long time, the other party did not beg for mercy. This was very unscientific. Perhaps if he bit off one of his arms, he would beg for mercy. Without saying a word, Bonebreaking bit off Caesar's left arm. However, he did not eat it but planned to roast it later. He wondered how it would taste. As a killer, Caesar didn't say a word, even though both of his arms were bitten off. This man is pretty good. He hasn't begged for mercy until now. Considering his courage, we'll give him a quick death. Of course, we'll also let him know who killed him. This time, Split Bone spoke out, and said in a deep voice, "Weak human, it is a blessing from heaven that you can die under the order of your excellency. Repent with this blessing." Caesar, who had lost too much blood, seemed to have a moment of last breath. His eyes widened. This dog was actually a little brother. There was someone above it. How could this be possible? He had never seen such a situation before. "What is your master's name?" Caesar asked weakly. "Weak humans are not worthy of knowing your name, but you should feel honored to be able to enter my belly." "My king. My stomach." Caesar's eyes finally showed fear, because he had no hands and could only use his feet to move backwards. Liegu smiled and said, "Yes, I plan to roast it and eat it. I heard it tastes good. The supermarket is closed at this time, otherwise I would go buy some cumin powder." Caesar collapsed and tried hard to climb out of the pit, but to no avail. When he looked back, it was no longer a dog's head, but a huge dragon head without flesh and blood. As it opened its mouth, Caesar saw black light gathering and then shooting towards him. He felt warm all over and his consciousness gradually disappeared. "I returned to Huadu just to show off, be a bodyguard of the CEO, and then step on the rich second generation." Why did the story end before it even began? Why? Liegu licked his lips and thought, let's just treat it as a midnight snack. I'm a little hungry. I swallowed it in one bite and felt that it was good after being roasted. It would be delicious if it had some seasoning. I went home to sleep. Now that I have a physical body, I can finally experience the feel of it. The claws are really small. This time the three women have nothing to say. 8,231 postures were unlocked in an instant, and the daily transaction amount will reach 1 trillion before I stop. Evil beast. Just as Liegu was savoring the delicious food, a man in a green robe descended from the sky with graceful posture. This opening appearance definitely deserves 60 points, because Liegu had seen more exaggerated openings. However, in the end he was still knocked to his knees. Liegu was in no mood to deal with this man who suddenly appeared, so he had to hurry back to try the effect on his body. Yi Jianyuan is a member of the cultivation world. He just finished watching the World Cup with his colleagues. On the way home, he felt the breath of a monster and rushed over to check it out. Sure enough, this dog must have done something evil just now. Just look at the blood at the corner of its mouth, just one word. Chapter 72. The dog is vomiting blood. Evil beast, watch out for the sword. Jianyuan shouted softly, spread his arms, and the long sword behind him was immediately unsheathed, turning into a silver light and attacking the broken head. I really can't eat anymore. That glutton is such a big eater. Hiccup. Liegu couldn't help but burp, which made Jianyuan frown. How come this dog's demeanor is so human-like? Looking around, it seems that a battle has just taken place. Just when Liegu was about to kill his opponent, instantly, a figure appeared in the air again, and fell down with a bang, making a big hole on the ground. The flying sword was actually stepped on by the person, with one high-heeled shoe. Liegu raised his head slightly. This appearance deserves 90 points, which is very imposing. In addition, his mysterious and seductive back adds another 5 points. The remaining 5 points depend on his face, but why does the smell seem so familiar? It seems like I have smelled it somewhere before. Girl, what are you wearing? Jian Yuan asked in a deep voice. The woman in front of him was dressed, a little ostentatious. She was wearing a golden mask and her long hair was tied into a ponytail. The outfit looked more like a high school uniform. The little blue skirt was quite short, and a pair of red boots gave her a queen-like look. How could you bully a dog and beat it until it bleeds? Broken bone, Jian Yuan, miss, you misunderstood. I didn't. Before Jian Yuan could finish his words, Liegu whimpered and fell to the ground as if he was about to die. When he saw the girl turning back, Liegu was shocked. Isn't this your Majesty's sister-in-law? Even though he was wearing a mask, he still couldn't hide from the dog eyes of broken bones. That's right. The person who came was Qing Yutong. In fact, she had already noticed Caesar's existence a long time ago. She waited until her brother-in-law and sister turned off the lights before going out. She happened to see the shadow sneaking away, so she followed him all the way. Seeing that McDonald's was still open, she went in and bought a McFlurry. When she came out, she realized that she had lost it. It took her a long time to find it. I didn't expect to see someone abusing a dog. It's really despicable. The dog was beaten like this. Blood kept coming out of its mouth. It was so pitiful. Girl, I haven't asked you yet, what's your name? Qing Yutong touched the broken head, and the latter looked relieved. His Majesty's sister-in-law is extraordinary. Her hands are so soft. Qing Yutong snorted softly and said in a deep voice, you can call me Sailor Moon. Punishing evil and promoting good is my specialty. This is a middle school girl who has been poisoned by cartoons. She punishes evil and promotes good. Your evil is right behind her. Jian Yuan was also a little stunned. Sailor Moon? Well, listen to me, you really misunderstood. This dog is not an ordinary dog, it must be a vicious beast. I was just about to deal with it. The dog fell to the ground with broken bones and groaned weakly, as if to say, what killing power does a dog like me have? He is a liar. Seeing the bone fracture so horribly, Qing Yutong snorted, I hate you dog beaters the most, hypocrites, draw your swords. Girl, this dog was full of energy just now, don't be fooled. Besides, my sword is still under your feet. Jian Yuan said embarrassedly. Qing Yutong kicked the long sword back, if you want to save your life, you have to get past me first. Jian Yuan was also having a headache. Why was this girl so persistent? She was protecting a ferocious beast. If he left, what would happen if the girl was attacked? If he revealed the true identity of the dog, the girl would still fall in love with him. It would really be killing two birds with one stone. Girl, what do you want me to do to make you believe what I say? I only believe in the facts in front of me. You are a bad person for bullying a dog. Liegu felt that what the master's sister-in-law said was absolutely right. He was a bad person. Jian Yuan had never seen a girl like this before. Miss, I am a cultivator. Seeing the ferocious beast here, I have no choice but to subdue it. If I have offended you in any way, I hope you will forgive me. Jian Yuan said in a deep voice. This ferocious beast must be captured, so he might as well knock her out. He hoped that the girl would not blame him. Qing Yutong twisted her neck and shrugged her shoulders. Come on. Girl, I'm sorry. Jian Yuan said softly, his body gradually faded. This speed. When Jian Yuan appeared again, he was already behind Qing Yutong. He tried to knock Qing Yutong unconscious with a knife, but when the knife came down, it only cut into the air, or to be more precise, it cut into Qing Yutong's shadow. This made Jian Yuan's eyes fixed, and he prepared to dodge, but it was too late. He felt a pain in the back of his head and fainted. Qing Yutong clapped her hands. Comparing speed with me is like looking for shit in the toilet. Li Gu opened his mouth wide. His Majesty's sister-in-law actually had such strength. It was simply amazing. But wasn't she in the bar? How did she suddenly appear? Little darling, do you want me to take you to the hospital? Qing Yutong found a rope from somewhere, tied Jian Yuan up, and hung him on the tree, then came to Li Gu. But Li Gu didn't want to go to the hospital, so he slowly stood up. Looking like he would rather die than get treatment, Ching Yutong grabbed onto Cracked Bone's tail and said, "You can't leave. You will die if you leave." Dragging the broken bone, Cheng Yutong walked towards the pet hospital. Liagu was in despair. "My lord, please take care of your sister-in-law. She is so cruel. She dragged me all the way and said she is a dog lover." It's all nonsense. When Broken Bone came out of the pet hospital, there was an iron chain around his neck, and it was a super thick one. "Da Huang, I saved your life today. From now on, just follow me and enjoy the good life," Ching Yutong said happily. "If I remember correctly, my sister is most afraid of big dogs." Lai Gu's eyes were full of despair, but he did not dare to disrespect Ching Yutong. "Da Huang, why are your nails painted red? You're such a sissy. Your previous owner was such a pervert." Ching Yutong was walking on the deserted street holding Liagu's hand. It was so incongruous. Liagu was very tired. "They are just my maids. Your Majesty, please help me. Your sister-in-law is strangling me to death. If His Majesty saw me like this, how could I save my face?" "No, absolutely not. I have to run away." With a sudden burst of force, Liagu broke free and ran for his life. Ching Yutong snorted, "Here comes another person who wants to compete with me in speed. Da Huang, you can't escape from my five-finger mountain. Just accept your fate." Liagu felt that the Lord's wife was much better and so gentle, while this sister-in-law was simply too cruel. "Hey, this Da Huang used to be so capable, but he's gone." Ching Yutong stood at the intersection and looked around. "Master, maybe what that person said is true. This dog is a vicious beast." Ching Yutong pursed her lips and said, "If it was really a ferocious beast, why didn't it attack me just now? And it had a very desperate expression on its face, so cute." "Master, you should go home and rest. Your task now is to find a way to overthrow your brother-in-law." Are you surprised? Are you surprised? A chapter comes in the middle of the night. A new week has begun, and I have all kinds of requests. It would be nice to be on the new book list. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Chapter 73, Brother-in-law, please support me. Oh, I know, but this is a protracted battle and it can't be overturned in a short time. Ching Yutong said. So you have to complete the missions to earn mission points, which you can then redeem for useful prizes. Ching Yutong said angrily, "You want me to cling to your thighs, but you don't give me an advance. How can I, a clumsy player, eat PUBG? Master, please be patient. Wasn't your brother-in-law also a weakling at the beginning? He has become very powerful now. Forget it, forget it. I'm going home to sleep. I'm so sleepy. I don't know where the man in black has gone." Ching Yutong yawned and wondered. She never imagined that he had already entered Li Gu's stomach. "Who told you to be greedy, master?" "Humph, who told McDonald's to stay open so late at night? And I suddenly want to eat something sweet. Should I go buy one?" The next morning, Yihua woke up from his sleep. The first thing he did was to look at his chest. Fortunately, there was no saliva. It seemed that Xingya had finally changed this bad habit. However, another bad habit appeared. She hugged him like an octopus, making her look like a female hooligan. "Yihua, what time is it?" The beauty in his arms suddenly asked. 7 o'clock. Yihua glanced at the clock. "Oh, let me sleep a little longer." Xingya rubbed Yihua's chest and pursed her lips. Why? Yihua asked calmly. "Why? You're not going to work today? Didn't you say not to?" "I already told you yesterday not to talk. I'm very sleepy." Xingya fell asleep at around 1 o'clock last night and said she didn't want to get up. Did Xingya treat herself as a pillow? However, there is only this woman in the world who sleeps on the chest of the Supreme Being. Of course, there is another woman who has slept on her chest for a night. An hour passed quickly, and Yihua patted the sexy buttocks. "It's almost time, get up." Oh, Xingya made a heavy nasal sound and was actually acting coquettishly. Why? Yihua didn't care about that. He just picked up Xingya and walked into the bathroom. Xingya, who was half asleep and half awake, hung on Yihua like a koala. "Stand up straight," Yihua said softly. Xingya let go of Yihua unhappily and said coquettishly, "Why are you like this?" Brush your teeth and wash your face, then go buy breakfast. Humph. Get out now. I need to go to the bathroom. Xingya pushed Yihua out of the door and slammed it shut. This woman pushed herself again. Xingya looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't help but touch herself. She was so beautiful after washing up. Xingya returned to her usual demeanor and asked calmly, "How many pancakes do you want to eat?" Yihua walked into the bathroom. "One is enough, oh." Xingya put on ordinary sportswear, walked out of the bedroom and knocked on her sister's door. Yutong. Yutong. Sister, what are you doing so early in the morning? Would you like to eat some pancakes? Xingya asked. No. Xing Yutong had a spicy chicken burger and some fried chicken wings last night and was too full. Xingya shook her head helplessly and walked out of the bar alone. These two bastards kept saying that they would take care of her as a pregnant woman, but in the end, she was the one taking care of them. More than 10 minutes later, Xingya came back with 2 pancakes in her hand and a curious look on her face. What's wrong? Yihua asked as he took the pancake from Xingya's hand. Nothing. I just heard from people who were jogging in the morning that a man in ancient costume was tied up in a park in the west of the city. There was a sign on his chest, saying he was a dog abuser. A bloody dagger was also found at the scene. Xingya said as she took a light bite of the pancake. Why Yihua didn't think too much. Then what? Then he was taken away by the police. It was said that the rope could not be untied. It was very mysterious. Xingya said seriously, looking a little cute. Suddenly, the door was pushed open by Xing Yutong. Xing Yutong, who was wearing a headscarf, looked at the two of them and said, "Brother-in-law, sister, why didn't you call me for breakfast?" Xing Yutong, can you please knock before you enter? Besides, I've asked you before. Xingya criticized harshly. What if she was doing that with Yihua and was caught? Oh my god, what was she thinking? How could she be with him? Sister, can you take your dreams seriously? Go buy it yourself. Xingya said unhappily. Sister, I'm not over yet. Are you going to go out like this? Then you eat mine. I can't eat so much anyway. Xingya handed out her pancake and Xing Yutong happily took it. What are you talking about? Xingya said calmly, it's nothing, just a person was tied up in the park. There is such a thing? What happened later? Xing Yutong asked curiously. He was taken away by the police. Yutong, don't talk about this for now. I have already arranged the live broadcast for you. You can do some promotion when you are free in the next few days. Xing Yutong said weakly, I know. What's wrong? Don't you want to be the role again? Seeing my sister's elegant expression, I knew she was backing out. Xing Yutong had been abused for a whole day and her self-confidence had been completely destroyed. Why Yihua asked at this time, Xingya, have those people transferred the money? What money? Xing Yutong asked without waiting for Xingya to reply. Xingya chuckled, your brother-in-law won 100 billion last night. What? 100 billion? Then I'm still a shitty anchor. Brother-in-law, please support me. Xing Yutong sat next to Yihua in an instant, holding Yihua's arm and said in a coquettish voice. Why Yihua took a look and said, she's not bad looking. Xing Yutong cooperated very well and posed, biting her lower lip gently. Brother-in-law, how is it? Get lost. Xingya slapped him mercilessly. Xing Yutong rubbed her head and said pitifully, sister, why are you taking it so seriously? It's just a joke. Xingya, I have a question for you. Has the money arrived? Yihua asked calmly. Yihua, those people won't give money. Xing Yutong was immediately unhappy, who was so arrogant that he won't pay after losing. Tell me and I will go and step on your account. Not paying? Yihua smiled slightly. Then it would not just be a matter of paying back the money. Just as Xingya was about to continue speaking, her cell phone suddenly rang. She looked at the caller ID and saw that it was her father calling. Xingya exhaled and answered the phone. Xingya, what happened last night? Sheng Huaxian asked on the phone. He received a call from the Xiao family early this morning. His daughter actually gambled her belongings with them. Is she crazy? The most important thing is that she won. Xingya didn't expect her father to ask in this tone, and her mood instantly became bad. It's nothing, just winning 100 billion. Xingya said lightly. Why are you so ignorant? We still need help from others. It's fine if you don't try to curry favor with them, but you're betting so much with them. What are you trying to do? Where's Out Yen? How are you guys? Everyday Ball, thank you brothers and sisters for your tips and support. Chapter 74, A Moment of Thought. If they lose, they lose. It's their business whether to give or not. As for that Long Outyan, who knows where he went? Xing Huaxian was furious. I'm telling you, let's just forget about this matter. Don't even think about the money. You should apologize to Long Outyan right away, and ask your sister to come to the company to work. Don't just sit around doing nothing every day. Apologize? Dad, you go if you want to. Bye. Xingya hung up the phone directly. Her father really changed. He was not like this before. Qin Yutong held her sister's slender hand and comforted her. Sister, don't be afraid. Xingya sighed deeply and looked at Yihua, who was standing aside indifferently. This guy didn't even say a word of comfort. Suddenly, the phone rang again. Xingya thought it was her father calling again, but it turned out to be the director of the company's finance department calling. An excited voice asked on the phone, Boss Qin, there is an extra 50 billion in the company account. What? 50 billion? Whose? Xingya was shocked and didn't come back to her senses for a moment. 50 billion, that's cash. Yes, it's a call from Wang Debao. Xingya really didn't expect that Wang Debao would transfer the money the next day. He paid back the money so quickly. Okay, I understand. Mr. Qing, is this okay? The finance minister was a little nervous, as this amount of money was equivalent to the price of the entire company fine. After hanging up the phone, Xingya still couldn't believe it. With the strength of the Wang family, she could have ignored it. But she didn't expect that Wang Debao was so generous. He was worthy of being a prodigal son. Wang Debao's squandering always brings him benefits. Even this time it is the same. He is clinging to Yihua's thigh in disguise. Xingya, who paid it back? Yihua asked curiously. He was just thinking about how to make the debt more interesting. It's Wang Debao. He's not bad. Yihua said lightly. He had a new respect for Wang Debao. 50 billion is not a small amount of money. He was able to handle it in such a short time. He is capable and keeps his word. He is indeed a good human being. Qing Yutong asked blankly, Sister, has the 50 billion arrived? Kindness. Qing Yutong immediately hugged her sister's thighs. Sister, isn't Yutong very well behaved? You? I have to take a look. Xingya snorted. Sister, Yutong will only rely on you and brother-in-law from now on. She will never leave even if you kill her. This is a stable job. She must hold on to it. In the future, she will never have to worry about food and clothing. She can live a life of eating and waiting to die. How happy it is. Yihua was silent for a while. Xingya, call that Xiaoyi and ask him to pay you back within 3 days, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Yihua, forget it. Xingya was a little worried. Half of the money had already been received, which was already the best result. Logically speaking, the effect would be better if the 50 billion was returned. Yihua just doesn't like Xingya's habit of being afraid of this and that. In this respect, she is even worse than Qin Yutong. Yutong, you come and fight, only give them 3 days. Okay, I'll beat you. Qin Yutong doesn't have so many scruples. If you owe money, you pay it back. If you owe a life, you pay it back. Qin Yutong is a movie queen in the entertainment industry after all, and she has the phone numbers of some big shots, including the Xiao family of course. She remembers that Xiaoyi had some feelings for her back then. The call was made directly to Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi was also very curious about why this movie queen suddenly called him. Could it be that she had thought it through and was ready to devote herself? Yutong, is there anything wrong? Xiaoyi asked, pay back the money. Xiaoyi, Yutong, why did I owe you money? You didn't remember it wrongly. 50 billion, and I'll give you 3 days. Qin Yutong didn't give any face at all and went straight to the point. Speaking of the 50 billion, Xiaoyi knew what was going on. Yutong, is there anything that can't be discussed properly? What's there to say to you? Pay me back quickly. If you don't, I'll come to your house to collect the debt. After saying that, Qing Yutong hung up the phone and raised her eyebrows at Yi Hua, as if to say how she performed. Xingya covered her forehead with her hands. These two people were really fearless. They even dared to step on the Shao family's money. Brother-in-law, take me with you to check the account when the time comes. Qing Yutong was already eager to try. Last night was not enough because the opponent was too weak. In fact, the person who came last night was also very strong and was also a well-known figure in the world of cultivation. She just met Sailor Moon, this middle school girl who was poisoned by cartoons. It's not our turn to do this kind of thing, Yi Hua said in a deep voice. If he had to do everything himself, what was the point of having subordinates? Are those strong men who do it themselves really strong? Maybe they are just looking for a sense of existence. Sister, look at my brother-in-law, he's acting cool even without smoking. Xing Yutong said in a tender voice, feeling that her brother-in-law looked super handsome when he said that. Xingye smiled bitterly and said softly, okay Yi Hua, don't mind it too much. We can't do anything if they don't pay back the money. Yi Hua remained silent. Some things did not need to be explained. There was no need for that. He wanted to see what choice Shaoyi was going to make. The lives of his entire family depended on his decision. At this time, Shaoyi was sitting on the plane returning to Zijin City. He was completely unaware of the seriousness of the matter. Nangong Sini beside him did not take it seriously, so the two of them did not take it seriously. After breakfast, Yi Hua and his sister-in-law started playing games again. Xingya got some fruits and sat aside watching them play. She felt like a servant, so she simply bought a computer and joined in. Sure enough, the famous cold and beautiful female president of Gaohai City was also led astray. If she had a child, she could just play chicken in a 4-person team. The addition of his wife undoubtedly increased the difficulty of the game for Yi Hua. Xingya herself was a woman who refused to admit defeat. She looked so serious as if she was in a meeting and was even giving orders. In the blink of an eye, she turned into a female strategist. Yi Hua was still very pleased that Xingya had this ability, which was good. On the other side, Wei Cheng had his first date in his life and was thinking about how to go out. After all, he was going on a date with Xiao Tang, or maybe attending her classmate's birthday party. These were all secondary. The key point was how he should go out so as not to lose face for his master. I remember the idol drama I watched last night. The male protagonist had to dress up before going out. You can learn from him. Wei Chang took out a facial mask and put it on his face. He then turned on his computer to learn how men should dress up. Moisturizing lotion? Do I have to use this? Foundation? Eyebrow drawing? This is too sissy. I don't want to paint my nails like Ligu. Bone splitting. Damn it, that wasn't painted by me, it was painted by my woman. At this time, Wei Chang's cell phone rang. He knew it was Xiao Tang without thinking. His Majesty would not call him, and no one else would. The cell phone was just a decoration. But recently it was no longer a decoration, because Xiao Tang would call him from time to time to ask about his affairs in a caring manner. No wonder both Zun Shang and Ligu are looking for women, so this is what it feels like. This is the feeling of being cared for, and it seems very good. But forget about Ligu, it is completely out of its nature to look for women. Thank you for the tips from the brothers and sisters, your support is my motivation. Thank you again. Chapter 75. Another party. Uncle Wei, I'm here to pick you up. Tang Wei's soft voice sounded on the phone, and Wei Chang felt very comfortable listening to it. Xiao Tang is here, come up and sit down first. But when Tang Wei saw Wei Chang applying a facial mask, she was stunned, but she was still very touched. Did Uncle Wei want to look younger so that he would look more like a good match for her? In fact, it really doesn't have to be like this. Tang Wei took off her mask and said in a tender voice, Uncle Wei, you are already handsome enough. If you are more handsome, how can others live? Xiao Tang, you look beautiful today too. Wei Chang said with a smile. Wei Chang is very good at talking now. He has taken some love courses recently, and Wei Chang has summarized the simplest one, which is to praise girls. Then girls will be happy. Just look at Xiao Tang and you will know, but I have to say that Xiao Tang looked very beautiful today. Her long black hair was not tied into a ponytail but draped over her shoulders. She wore a blue t-shirt, cropped jeans, and white sneakers, and looked extremely pure. "Uncle Wei, why do you look as if your mouth is covered with honey today?" Tang Wei said shyly, pinching the corner of Wei Chang's mouth. The glutton from the 7 deadly sins was pinched on the corner of his mouth by a human woman. "Oh my god, tch, this is nothing. The supreme being is being pushed by a human woman. As expected, like boss, like subordinates. Character is contagious." Wei Chang was just slightly stunned when his girlfriend pinched the corner of his mouth. Then he reached out and gently stroked Tang Wei's head. The latter squinted her beautiful eyes, like a kitten, and seemed to be enjoying it very much. "Xiao Tang, wait a minute, I'm going to change my clothes." Tang Wei responded obediently. "Is this love? It feels so sweet. Uncle Wei is such a good man." Tang Wei's evaluation was really on point. He was so good that he killed people without blinking an eye. No, he eats people without blinking an eye. 1,000 corpses lying across the miles were a piece of cake for Wei Chang. Just like Liegu said, he was a gluttonous monster. The more he ate, the stronger he became. When he went out on a date with his girlfriend for the first time, Wei Chang took off his daily security uniform and put on a casual black suit. He imitated his lord in this outfit, but he bought it 3 years ago and has never worn it because Wei Chang lives a simple life, going from one place to another. When Wei Chang appeared in front of Tang Wei was dumbfounded. Uncle Wei was simply the best in a suit. The mature aura he exuded made Tang Wei fall into a state of infatuation. "Xiao Tang, let's go." Wei Chang took his silly girlfriend's hand and said with a smile. Tang Wei found that Uncle Wei was particularly different today, especially his smile, which was so charming. Uncle Wei was more handsome than the boss, and his smile was so warm. As the saying goes, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, and Tang Wei is in this state now. "Uncle Wei, I'll drive, you sit back." "Xiao Tang, let me do it." "Uncle Wei, are you sure?" Of course, Uncle Wei's stamina is pretty good. Tang Wei blushed instantly. Uncle Wei was actually good at teasing people. Wei Chang was seen riding on the shared yellow bike, while Tang Wei sat sideways on the back, with her arms around Wei Chang's waist and leaning lightly on his back. For her, a simple bicycle was enough. She would rather laugh on a bicycle than cry in a BMW. With Tang Wei's looks, she can even cry in a Bentley, let alone a BMW. However, the two of them also became a beautiful scenery on the street. Wei Chang was mature and handsome, while Tang Wei behind him was pure and beautiful. They were a perfect match. Coincidentally, the birthday party was held at the Yipin Club this time. After putting Xiao Huang where it belonged, the two walked towards the Yipin Club. Tang Wei hugged Wei Chang's arms with both hands, and a happy smile was on her pretty face, which looked very real. "Wei, here." Fang Qian waved and shouted in the distance. Shanshan. Tang Wei responded happily. She brought her boyfriend out today because she wanted to tell everyone that she has a boyfriend. Although he is not a famous beauty, he has a boyfriend. Fang Qian was also surprised when she saw Tang Wei bringing Uncle Wei with her, but she quickly adjusted herself and called out, "Uncle Wei." "Xiao Fang is here too," Wei Chang said with a smile. Unlike Yi Hua, Wei Chang smiles often and seems to be better integrated into human thinking. "Uncle Wei, you look so handsome today." Fang Qian took a look at him. In the past, Wei Chang often wore a security uniform, but today he was wearing a suit. I wonder if he was some rich boy from some family. Tang Wei is very proud. Of course our Uncle Wei is handsome. "Let's go in," Tang Wei said in a soft voice. Shi Shuwen will be here soon, and Jia Jiajie seems to have invited him as well. Fang Qian shrugged. Tang Wei nodded. "Student Qi is coming too, so let's wait for him." Tang Wei felt that Shi Shuwen, who came to her aid, was a nice guy and sometimes quite humorous. He seemed to have changed a lot recently. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a roar was heard in the distance, and a BMW motorcycle came speeding towards us and stopped steadily on the side of the road. Shi Shuwen took off his helmet and said with a smile, "Sorry, I'm late." "It's okay, we just arrived not long ago." Tang Wei smiled gently, which really warmed people's hearts. Shi Shuwen smiled, and suddenly saw Tang Wei holding the hand of this handsome uncle. Why did this uncle look so familiar? I remembered. He was the one who came to help Tang Wei that day. Looking at Tang Wei's intimate demeanor, she must think that this man must be her uncle, and she should behave herself well today. "Hello, uncle." Shi Shuwen stretched out his hand and smiled. If it was Yihua, he would definitely not lend a hand, but Wei Chang was different. Having been the security captain for 5 years, he had already mastered human communication. Hello. The two shook hands in a friendly manner. Uncle looks like a young man in his 20s, so handsome. Shi Shuwen took the opportunity to flatter him, which of course worked. Tang Wei was also very happy. Of course, my Uncle Wei is the best. Shi Shuwen felt something was wrong. This was not the way a niece should behave towards her uncle. Shi Shuwen didn't ask any more questions. The four of them walked into the Yipin Club together. When they arrived at the lobby, Wei Chang didn't react. He had seen more arrogant people before. It was Qi Shuwen's first time here, so he was a little surprised but then relieved. Tang Wei and Feng Qian had never been to such a high-end place before. They were stunned by the luxurious atmosphere before them and suddenly felt out of place. Last night, Xiaoyi reserved the place, so there weren't many people. But today it was packed. For some people, it was their first time to such a high-end place, and like Tang Wei, they looked around curiously. However, those men and women in suits and brightly colored clothes showed deep contempt and felt that the rules of this club should be changed and not just anyone could come. Which room is Jia Jiajie in? Qi Shuwen asked. Feng Qian opened her phone and checked WeChat. Room 10. In the Yipin Club, room 10 is the last room, and room 1 is of course more prestigious. Yesterday, Yihua went to the VIP room, which is even more upscale. Such VIP rooms are generally not open to the public. They are only open to important people, and even money is not required. All that is needed is status. Thank you all for your support. I will do my best until my death. Chapter 76, Party Show-Off. Jia Jiajie still has some reputation in Longyan City, or to be more precise, the Jia family. They had a lot of trouble to get room 10, and if it gets out, it will be an honor. Their birthday party can be held in the Yipin Club, which is really enviable. The four of them walked through the long corridor and found room 10 at the back of the Yipin Club. Qi Shuwen was still very gentlemanly and took the initiative to push the door open. At a glance, the room is about 120 square meters. Although the decoration is expensive, it is still different from the one Yihua went to yesterday. There is a small bedroom on the side, which is very user-friendly and specially prepared for those men and women who can't control themselves. There were several young people sitting inside, including the protagonist Jia Jiajie. She was pretty, but not as pretty as Tang Wei. Especially the arrogance between Jia Jiajie's eyebrows. I wonder who gave her the confidence. Sitting next to Jia Jiajie were 3 men and 1 woman, dressed in expensive clothes and, like Jia Jiajie, exuding a sense of arrogance. Looking at Wei Chang again, he seemed particularly natural. This was the true integration. Even Yihua, the supreme being, could not reach the level of naturalness of Wei Chang. He even carried a faint aura of a superior. Our beautiful Tang is here. Jia Jiajie stood up with a smile, but there was a malicious look in her eyes. The 3 young men sitting there looked at Tang Wei and nodded. She was indeed a rare beauty, and her pure temperament was hard to find. Tang Wei smiled politely and said, "Happy birthday, Jia Jiajie." Don't be polite. Everyone, come and sit down. Who is this? Jia Jiajie asked curiously. In fact, she already knew the relationship between this handsome uncle and Tang Wei, thanks to Feng Qian. His name is Wei Chang, and he's my boyfriend. Tang Wei introduced with a gentle smile. Wei Chang also appeared polite. Hello, everyone. If the other 6 sins saw Wei Chang like this, they would definitely think that Wei Chang had taken the wrong medicine, as he, who feeds on humans, could be so humble. The 3 young men didn't take it seriously, obviously already knowing Wei Chang's identity. Qi Shuwen was stunned. Isn't this Tang Wei's uncle? How could he become her boyfriend? This is ridiculous. He could be Tang Wei's father. So you are Tang Wei's boyfriend. I wonder where you are working. Jia Jiajie picked up the red wine on the table, shook it, and asked in a teasing tone. Tang Wei frowned slightly. She didn't expect that Jia Jiajie was still the same, without any change at all. Wei Chang disagreed. I work as a security guard in a bar. At this time, a young man laughed and said, Security? That's security? Ha ha. This sentence caused the other 2 men and 1 woman to laugh. Tang Wei's face looked very bad, but Wei Chang seemed particularly normal and even kept smiling. Qi Shuwen said nothing and stood silently aside. Fang Qian quietly stood behind Qi Shuwen, as if she wanted to distance herself from him. Okay, I was just joking, don't mind it. Jia Jiajie changed her expression and tried to smooth things over. The show had just begun and it couldn't end so soon. Tang Wei now hates Jia Jiajie very much and thinks that she should not have brought Uncle Wei here. She guesses Uncle Wei is feeling very upset now and it is all her fault. Uncle Wei, let's go. Wei Chang smiled and said, it's okay, we will seem very rude if we leave like this. Tang Wei, your old boyfriend knows manners, why don't you? Jia Jiajie said teasingly while stroking her hair. Wei Chang smiled but said nothing, wanting to see what tricks these ants could come up with. You. Xiao Tang, calm down. Wei Chang stroked Tang Wei's head gently, a bit like he was touching his pet. Uncle Wei. Please sit down. Wei Chang said lightly. Jia Jiajie looked at her friends. This was the first good show, and there would be another good show to come. After sitting down, Jia Jiajie introduced them to Tang Wei. This is Han Kaijie, the son of the Han family in Long'an City. This is Yu Wenguan, the son of the Yu family in Long'an City. This is Li Ba from the Li family in Long'an City. And this beautiful lady is the daughter of Longhu Real Estate in Long'an City, Xin Miao Miao. She is single now, so student Qi should seize the opportunity. Jia Jiajie smiled softly, as if she wanted to curry favor with Qi Shuwen. The main reason was that Qi Shuwen had done a lot of big things recently, and some bigwigs in Long'an City praised him highly. The reason why Shen Miaomiao and Qi Shuwen were called here today was actually to bring them together. Qi Shuwen laughed dryly and nodded politely to Shen Miaomiao, who also smiled. Tang Wei, if you have a crush on someone, tell me, and I promise you'll have a good life in the future. Jia Jiajie started to attack Tang Wei again. This showed that he didn't take Wei Chang seriously at all, and embarrassed his girlfriend in front of Wei Chang. To put it bluntly, Jia Jiajie is a pimp, the three rich young men are the clients, and Tang Wei is the prostitute. Tang Wei was not someone who could be easily provoked. She slammed the table and shouted, Jia Jiajie. What do you mean? Tang Wei, this uncle is really not suitable for you. I am thinking about you. You will graduate by this time next year. Where are you going to go? Still working in a bar? Look at Fang Qian. She will soon be able to intern at a company under the Han family. I am doing this for your own good. There are 3 such large companies. You can choose whatever you want. Tang Wei immediately looked at Fang Qian, not understanding why her best friend had followed them and joined the Han family's company. You can imagine what the price was. Han Kaijie raised a smile. Although Fang Qian was not as pretty as Tang Wei, she was still a virgin, so it was okay to play with her. A vain woman like her would crawl on her knees and lick you if she was given a little bit of benefit. Looking at Tang Wei, she probably felt more comfortable on her knees and licking. Student Tang, how about this? I'll introduce a job to this uncle too. You can come to my company. Li Ba took the lead. He heard from Jia Jiajie that Tang Wei was still an original and could be invested in. Tang Wei was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. If Uncle Wei hadn't held her down, she would have gone crazy. Tang Wei, don't be so ungrateful. Such an opportunity is rare. Jia Jiajie said sarcastically. She actually sat on Yu Wenguan's lap. Qi Shuwen didn't want to look at it anymore. These rich people were really perverted. I heard that Jia Jiajie was someone else's fiancé. What a woman! Bang! At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a young man in ordinary clothes walked in. His face was calm, but his eyes were fierce. Yu Wenguan patted Jia Jiajie's butt and said with a smile, your fiancé is here. Jia Jiajie didn't take the visitor seriously at all. He's just a poor loser. My parents were blind to get engaged to him back then. Xin Jin looked at his so-called fiancé coldly and said in a deep voice, Jia Jiajie, I'm here today to cancel our engagement, and of course to get revenge. Thank you guys for your support and rewards, thank you, moi. Chapter 77. No, this is a banquet killing. After saying that, he looked at Yu Wenguang and said, as for you wanting to be the receiver, I won't stop you. Xin Jin, do you want to die? Jia Jiajie was immediately irritated and smashed the red wine glass in her hand towards Qin Jin. Qin Jin swayed sideways and sneered, Jia Jiajie, when my family was prosperous, have you forgotten how you knelt down and licked my ass? Looking back, Qin Jin felt that he was blind to fall in love with such a woman, and today was the day of his death. He was beaten to death in this room, and the murderer was Long Wangwang's bodyguard. The others didn't say a word and just watched themselves being beaten to death. The only strange thing was, why were there two more people, the uncle and the young man? It seemed like these two people didn't exist in their previous life. I'm going to beat you, you bastard, to death today. Jia Jiajie, furious, actually raised her embroidered fist. Qin Jin sneered and punched out with his right fist, hitting Jia Jiajie's abdomen hard, and the latter's eyes almost popped out. Qin Jin grabbed his fiance's hair and slapped her, working on both sides at the same time. Papa. After slapping her, she was still not satisfied and threw her aside. Her method was extremely cruel. Even Tang Wei covered her eyes. Although Jia Jiajie was very vicious, it was miserable for her to be beaten like that. Qin Jin didn't even look at the unconscious Jia Jiajie. To put it bluntly, she was just an accomplice. To be more precise, they were all accomplices. Along with the murderer Yu Wenguang, after he died, he went to another world. He practiced for 500 years and reached the stage of transformation. Unexpectedly, he traveled back in time. It was God's will that he could take revenge. He wanted to take back everything he lost, including his beloved. When talking about his beloved, Qin Jin glanced at Tang Wei with a complicated look. He did have a crush on this commoner school beauty back then. Qin Jin sat down and knocked on the table. Everyone, let's settle the account. Long Wenguan looked back at Jia Jiajie and said calmly, Qin Jin, kneel down and kowtow 3 times now. Maybe it's just the pain of a broken hand. Qin Jin exhaled and asked, where is your bodyguard? Qin Jin, kneel down. Li Ba stood up and shouted. Qin Jin slapped him with his backhand. Who are you asking to kneel down? You dare to hit me. Li Ba covered his face in disbelief. Qin Jin had no mercy on these accomplices. He kicked Li Ba on the kneecap, breaking both his legs. Kneel down and confess honestly. Qin Jin said lightly, and Li Ba rolled on the ground in pain. His wailing filled the whole room, and soon he fainted from the pain. Tang Wei was obviously frightened and she fell into Wei Chang's arms. The situation today was even more terrifying than that day. Qi Shuwen frowned. Qin Jin used to be very popular in school, but he changed after his family went bankrupt. He didn't expect him to become so cruel. Fang Chen finally couldn't resist the panic in her heart and ran away, but she couldn't deceive Qin Jin's eyes. He grabbed Fang Qian's arm, raised his hand and slapped her to the ground. Bitch. You stay here too, I've already said, no one can escape. Fang Qian covered her swollen cheeks. Qin Jin, are you crazy? Fang Qian, do you think I don't know what you've done? You say one thing in front of people and another behind their backs. Qin Jin said indifferently, poured himself a glass of red wine, and drank it very coolly. After taking a sip of red wine, Qin Jin said to Han Kaijie, this woman is very sick, be careful not to get infected, she is very good at lying. Han Kaijie's face changed drastically and he looked towards Fang Qian. Suddenly Qin Jin smiled and said, don't you understand yet? This Fang Qian is Jia Jiajie's younger sister, used to cheat for resources. Tang Wei didn't expect Fang Qian to be such a person. Her previous kindness to her was all fake. Her purpose was to harm her. Oh my god, she was so stupid. Han Kaijie looked ferocious, stood up and walked to Fang Qian, and asked, is what he said true? Master Han, don't believe him. Shanxian is sincere to you. Have you forgotten the happy time we had last night? Master Han, you were so happy then. Qin Jin laughed and said, Mr. Han, she is very ill. You must wear a condom. Mr. Han, I'm not sick, he lied to you. Fang Qian hugged Han Kaijie's thighs and cried. Han Kaijie said blankly, why didn't you let me wear a condom last night? Did you want to infect me with the disease? Mr. Han, you misunderstood me. I just wanted to make you feel better. Mr. Han, does it feel good to be sick? Qin Jin laughed. Han Kaijie finally couldn't stand it anymore. His eyes were red. He raised his foot and stepped on the woman on the ground, shouting, bitch. Die. CNM bitch. 100 kicks with all the strength. How could an ordinary woman bear it? Fang Qian opened her eyes and had blood at the corner of her mouth. She had been trampled to death. When Qin Jin saw the scene, he thought of himself. It seemed that he was also trampled to death in this way. Fang Qian had also stepped on him, and today was the day for him to get his retribution. Enough. You stepped on people to death. Yu Wingguang shouted. At this time, Jia Jiajie, who had fainted, slowly opened her eyes, and saw Fang Qian, who died with her eyes open, with blood coming out of the corners of her mouth, and Han Kaijie stepping on her abdomen desperately. Han Kaijie, are you crazy? Jia Jiajie propped herself up and shouted. Han Kaijie's eyes were bloodshot, and he turned to look at Jia Jiajie. This is the woman you introduced to me, the sick woman. When Fang Qian gets sick, you are sick. She said she was not sick, but Qin Jin said she was sick. Han Kaijie pointed at Qin Jin, who was drinking red wine, and shouted. Jia Jiajie slowly stood up. Han Kaijie, has your brain been eaten by a dog? You also believe what Qin Jin said? Qin Jin took out his cell phone and shook it. Han Kaijie just used brutal means to kill a young woman. The means were so brutal that it was outrageous. Han Kaijie woke up as if from a dream, turned around and ran towards Qin Jin, but he was no match for Qin Jin and was kicked away by Qin Jin, landing on Fang Qian. Fiancé, why are you standing here? Come and sit down. Yu Wangguang, why are you still standing there? Call someone. I promise I won't leave. Yu Wingguang took out his cell phone and said to Qin Jin, okay, if you have the guts, don't even think about walking out of this door alive today. Okay, let's see who can walk out of this door alive. Qin Jin chuckled. However, seeing his beloved woman lying in the arms of another man, Qin Jin was very upset. In the last life, she had no boyfriend at all. Why did it change today? This is his woman. No one can take her away. Let's talk about it after we deal with them. How dare they make him cuckold? Jia Jiajie is like this, and so are you. Thank you for your support. Chapter 78. With all due respect, everyone here is garbage. I feel ashamed that I still regard you as my beloved, but you are lying in someone else's arms. All women in this world are the same. Shi Shuwen said nothing and had no intention of intervening. Shin Miao Miao, who was standing by, was actually also very scared, but she didn't know what to do. If she had known it would be like this, she would not have come today. Wei Chang hugged Tang Wei, comforted her in a low voice, and had no intention of leaving. After a while, 5 burly men walked in. Qin Jin looked back. Of course he remembered the faces of these 5 men. It was them who trampled him to death back then, and these men were behind him to help him, and Shin Miao Miao was the one who stepped on it last. Yu Wangguang shouted in a deep voice, kill him for me. Yes. Boss. 5 big men looked at Qin Jin with their fists. How could ordinary humans be their opponents? They were cultivators, and every punch was fatal. Qin Jin certainly knew it, but he was no longer the Qin Jin of the past. He was now a powerful cultivator in the spirit transformation stage and could take your lives in any minute. Bang! 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 Except for Wei Chang, no one saw Qin Jin's movements clearly. The 5 big men flew backwards and turned into 5 corpses. Qi Shuwen's face changed drastically. This man is stronger than him. Jia Jiajie, Yu Wangguang, and Shen Miao Miao were all dumbfounded. They all knew the strength of these 5 bodyguards and that they had never been defeated, but they did not expect to be killed instantly by this piece of trash. Qin Jin suddenly stood up and shouted, excuse me, I'm not targeting anyone, everyone here is garbage. Wei Chang frowned slightly. He was calling him trash? Wasn't this indirectly calling His Majesty trash? How could that be? There was only one outcome for those who insulted His Majesty, death. How should he die? Let me think about it. Jia Jiajie was a smart woman. She immediately knelt on the ground and said in a tender voice, Qin Jin, I was wrong about what happened before. Let's make peace. I will still treat you the same way as before. Kneel down and lick me? Qin Jin asked teasingly. Jia Jiajie was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, yeah. My shoes are a little dirty, can you help me? Qin Jin said with a smile. Jia Jiajie looked at the small black stain and stuck out her tongue, suppressing her nausea. Bang! Jia Jiajie's delicate body flew out again and hit the wall hard. Her eyes were wide open and her limbs were trembling. It was obvious that her vertebrae were broken by the kick and she gradually lost her breath. Bitch, you're not worthy of licking my shoes. Qin Jin patted his white sneakers and said coldly. Yu Wangguang was already showing fear. He even killed his fiancée. How cruel, Qin Jin knocked on the table and said calmly, "Someone should be here by now." Sure enough, just as Qin Jin finished speaking, two people walked in, one old and one young. The man was very elegant. The older one was wearing a Zhongshan suit and looked like an expert. The two walked in, took a quick look, and showed no shock. Qin Jin stood up. "Mr. Bai. Do you know me?" Bai Qi asked curiously. "Of course." Qin Jin smiled. Back then, these two men stood by and watched him being beaten to death. The old man at the side bowed his head and said, "Mr. Bai, this man is extraordinary. I suggest you take a look first." Bai Qi frowned slightly, but still believed in the old man's decision and smiled faintly. "Have fun, everyone." After saying that, he left the room. Qin Jin chuckled. It was the same back then, but he had the upper hand this time. "Mr. Bai, take me out," Yuan Guang shouted while rolling and crawling, but unfortunately the door was closed and could not be opened no matter how hard he tried. "Yuan Guang, stop shouting. No one will respond even if you scream at the top of your lungs." Qin Jin said calmly. Yuan Guang shouted in a deep voice, "Qin Jin, you dare to kill me? My father will never let you go. You have so many brothers. They wouldn't even be able to clap their hands if you died, But I can give you a chance to survive." Qin Jin said teasingly. "What? Only one of you and Han Kaijie can survive. You'd better act quickly while he's still unconscious. He's bigger than you, otherwise you might be the one to die." Yuan Guang looked at Han Kaijie, who had fainted beside him, with a complicated look in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Han Kaijie, who was lying on Fong Qian, moved slightly, which frightened Yuan Guang. Han Kaijie is learning Sanda for no reason. He will probably be trampled to death like Fong Qian. I have no choice but to strike first. "I'm sorry." Yuan Guang picked up the bottle of red wine on the table, walked to Han Kaijie, took a deep breath, and smashed it down. Bang! The expensive red wine hit the back of Han Kaijie's head and burst instantly. The red wine dyed Han Kaijie and the dead Fong Qian red, which looked extremely terrifying. Yuan Guang thought that this would be the end, but Han Kaijie's fingers were still moving slightly. He raised the sharp fragments and inserted them directly into the back of Han Kaijie's head. The red wine and blood mixed together, and it seemed that Han Kaijie and Fong Qian had merged into one. Tang Wei had fainted. She had never seen such a cruel scene in her life. Shen Miaomia wanted to faint, but she couldn't. Qi Shuwen frowned. With his own strength, he was no match for Qin Jin. He had to find a way to escape. "Qin Jin, I have something else to do, can I?" Qi Shuwen asked tentatively. Qin Jin thought about it and didn't have any thoughts about this person who suddenly appeared. He was just curious about why he came. Besides, he was only looking for those who killed him. "Of course you can go," Qin Jin said lightly. Qi Shuwen breathed a sigh of relief instantly, glanced at Tang Wei and shook his head. He couldn't even protect himself and couldn't save her. Shen Miaomia immediately came to ask for help, as if saying, "Please take me out." Qin Jin smiled and said, "Don't let me change my mind." Qi Shuwen was shocked and left immediately without thinking. This man was so terrifying, and he had to continue devouring him to ensure his own safety. Except for Tang Wei, who fainted, there were 4 living people at the scene. The others were dead. The thick smell of blood couldn't even be blown away by the air conditioner. Oh, there was another person who fainted. Li Ba Wei Chang really liked the taste, as if he was back in the past. He quite appreciated the man's vicious methods, but it was a pity that he said the wrong thing. "Qin Jin, I don't know you at all. Can I leave?" Shen Miaomia tried desperately to stay calm, but her voice was still trembling as she spoke. Qin Jin said calmly, "Are you sure we don't know each other?" "Really? I just met you for the first time today." Qin Jin laughed. It was indeed the first time they met, but the scene at that time was still circling in his mind. These rich people played with his dignity and even trampled on his body. And this Shen Miaomia also stepped on him under their instigation. Now he still remembered her expression after she stepped on him, nervous and excited. Qin Jin breathed a sigh of relief. It's still the old rule. Only one of you can survive. Yuan Guang and Shen Miaomia were shocked and looked at each other. Shen Miaomia could see Yuan Guang's desire to survive and quietly picked up a fork on the table. Chapter 79. The end of failed pretending. Yuan Guang seemed to be bloodthirsty, with Han Kaijie's blood splattered on his face. With a crazy look on his face, Yuan Guang walked towards Shin Miaomia. The latter was very scared, but she also knew that being scared was useless now, and she had no choice but to give it a try. Raising her foot, Shin Miaomia kicked towards Yu Wenguang's crotch, and the fork in her right hand quickly stabbed towards Yu Wenguang's neck, and Yu Wenguang's aorta was instantly pierced. When Shin Miaomia pulled out the fork, blood gushed out like a fountain. Yu Wenguang covered his neck in disbelief and reached out to grab Shin Miaomia, but it was no use. He underestimated women too much. When people are dying, they will burst into unimaginable actions. Even a woman who is powerless may become a killing god. Shin Miaomia, I didn't expect that. Qin Jin was very surprised and clapped and laughed. Shin Miaomia took a deep breath, put down the bloody fork and said in a deep voice, "Can I go now? There is another person who has fainted here." Qin Jin stepped on Li Ba's back. Shin Miaomia breathed rapidly, picked up the fork again, glanced at Qin Jin, and inserted it into Li Ba's aorta in the same way. "Is it okay now?" Shin Miaomia actually wanted to cry, but she knew that this man was very cruel and she couldn't cry. If she wanted to cry, she had to step out of the door. Of course. Qin Jin said with a gentle smile. Shin Miaomia breathed a sigh of relief and never wanted to come to this Ipin club again. It didn't even care about things like this. After opening the door, Shin Miaomia took a breath of the outside air and felt like she was alive again. Suddenly, Shin Miaomia opened her eyes wide and looked back at the smiling Qin Jin in disbelief. "I'm sorry, I lied to you again." Qin Jin severed Shin Miaomia's heart meridian with one palm. This might be the most painless way to die. Throwing the body aside, Qin Jin closed the door again. All those who were related to his death were dead. Oh, and that by Xiao and the old man. Let them live for a while and solve the matter at hand first. Wei Chang liked this kind of scene very much, but in Qin Jin's eyes, he looked like a frightened old man, but the woman he was hugging was his own. This was absolutely unforgivable. "She is mine," Qin Jin said in a deep voice. Wei Chang held the unconscious Tang Wei in his arms, stroked her soft hair, and chuckled, "She belongs to me now." "Ha, when you're like them, she'll be mine." "Human, who gives you the confidence?" Wei Chang sometimes admires the mysterious self-confidence of human beings. "Do they really feel great after killing these ants?" Qin Jin suddenly burst into laughter. "Confidence? Because my name is Qin Jin. My return will set off a storm, and the world will tremble for me. My enemies are only worthy of hiding in the corner and trembling. My women will enjoy their pleasure under me, and you will become a corpse like them." "You said my lines." Wei Chang was very annoyed. He had never seen such an arrogant human. Thinking back to the past, he and his master were wiped out by humans and resurrected here. At that time, they were fully capable of fighting back and turning the world upside down, but he did not do any of that. He never used his great strength to conquer these ant-like humans, nor did he say such words to anyone, because that was really low and would lower his own status. Although he keeps saying that he wants revenge, he is simply unable to reach the state of mind of his majesty, and he is destined to never become a strong man. "What? Lines? Uncle, are you scared silly?" Wei Chang chuckled and slowly stretched out his hand, palm facing up, forming a claw shape. "Human, you have been quite pretentious today, but the mistake is that you actually pretended to be pretentious in front of me. You." Qin Jin felt a dangerous aura and wanted to fight back, but he couldn't move his body. He immediately looked at Wei Chang with horror. A black vortex gathered in Wei Chang's palm, as if it was sucking something, while Qin Jin seemed to have something trying to escape from it and looked very uncomfortable. Wei Chang put away his smile, his face became very serious, and he pronounced, "You actually dared to insult the great lord as trash. That determines your future fate. Killing people is not your fault. The fault lies in your outspokenness. There must be a limit to pretending to be cool. If you don't pretend well, you will become an idiot. Repent for your failure in pretending to be cool in the endless darkness." After he stopped talking, Wei Chang clenched his 5 fingers. Qin Jin's soul was actually caught by Wei Chang. This is the real horror. Qin Jin's body became dazed, while his soul was screaming frantically, "Who are you and why are you imprisoning my soul? I am gluttony, one of the 7 deadly sins under the command of the Supreme Lord. You can call me Wei Chang. As for why I imprisoned your Yuanshan, of course it is for refining. Xiaotang is weak, so your Yuanshan is just a snack for her. I was worried about it, and you delivered it to my door. No, no, no. I am Qin Jin. I am a returned immortal, and I am a man who will make the world tremble. Qin Jin screamed wildly, refusing to believe the facts before his eyes, but it seemed so real. I know I was wrong. I don't want this woman anymore. As long as you don't refine my soul, you can ask me to do anything. I'll lick your shoes, okay? Qin Jin knew the consequences of refining his soul. He would disappear forever and all his efforts would be in vain. Why didn't you leave after you just got your revenge? Why? If you left, you wouldn't be like this. Why didn't you leave? You are still greedy for beauty. Master is right. Beauty is poison. Wei Chang smiled and said, lick my shoes? Can you lick coins? It seems that you won't. The black mist in Wei Chang's hand suddenly became thick. At first glance, it was not black mist at all, but the hellfire. No. No. I can learn, please spare my life. I don't want to die. I am the master. The voice begging for mercy disappeared in the nether fire. In just 1 minute, the soul was refined by the nether fire. A black bead was seen floating in Wei Chang's palm. After swallowing it, Tang Wei would gain Qin Jin's cultivation. With a wave of Wei Chang's hand, Tang Wei swallowed the black bead in a coma. Wei Chang picked up Tang Wei, looked at Qin Jin who had no soul and the corpses all over the ground, and took out his cell phone. Hello, is this Yaoling? There's been a murder at the Yipin Club. After hanging up the phone, Wei Chang breathed a sigh of relief. As a legal citizen, if he saw something like this happen, he must not stand idly by and call Yaoling for help immediately. Holding Tang Wei, Wei Chang left the Yipin Club Bai in the boss's office of Yipin Club. Bai Chi was looking at the surveillance camera with a frown on his face. Master Bai, it seems that this person has absorbed something. Bai Chi remained silent and pondered for a while. What did my sister and brother-in-law say? Miss, what you mean is to stay still for now and watch. Bai Chi sighed and said silently, this little bar can actually make my sister afraid and even make my brother-in-law pay a huge sum of money. Who are they? Chapter 80, The Infernal Wisdom of the World. Last night, the young lady ordered me to investigate overnight. The man's name is Wei Chang, and he is the security captain of the bar. The woman in his arms is just a waiter in the bar. The owner of the bar is named Yihua, and he is the man who won 50 billion from the young master's brother-in-law last night. They first appeared 5 years ago. At that time, they had contact with Master Wu, and then they ran a bar. It was not very prosperous until Changya from the Qing family showed up last month. Bai Chi asked in confusion, Qingya? What do you mean? The investigation is still ongoing. The preliminary results show that the two of them had a relationship. In recent days, Qingya has been living directly in Qingbar. Of course, his sister, Qing Yutong, is also there. Qing Yutong? Are you talking about the movie queen? Bai Chi asked curiously. You're right. It seems that Bai Chi is also interested in the famous Qing Yutong. After all, how can a young man resist the temptation of Qing Yutong? Is there any other news? What's the power behind it? Bai Chi asked. In fact, after saying so much, it didn't make much difference. I haven't found out yet, but the bar owner Yihua and Master Jiao are on good terms now. Bai Chi touched his forehead and watched the surveillance footage from last night. Jiao Yi is indeed a character, a cunning and treacherous spokesperson. Even though he is only based in the small city of Longan, his hands have long been all over the country. The old man chuckled and said, no matter how powerful Master Jiao is, he is still not as powerful as Mississippi. Of course. Who is my sister? She is a woman known as the Beauty of the North. Although my brother-in-law is a little lazy, he is generally worthy of my sister. He is not like other men who have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Bai Chi murmured, and the old man chuckled and said nothing. But my brother-in-law doesn't have the courage to find another woman. Bai Chi added silently. Young master is right. The old man said with a smile. Bai Chi patted his pants and said, Lao, let's go to Zijin City. I still want to ask my sister in person. Okay, I'll arrange the flight right away. Bai Qi, who was about to leave, suddenly paused, turned around and asked, Lao, do you think the Xiao family will pay back the money? Xiao Yi can't say for sure, but the woman next to her definitely insists on not returning it. Then do you think the bar owner will go and cheat on the bill? I really don't know. Old annoyed, you're really good at playing tricks. Let's go to Zijin City and wait and see. I feel like there's going to be something good to watch. I've been fed up with this Xiao Yi for a long time. He even pursued my sister back then. They're both married men, but he's always pretending to be cool. People in the circle call him King Xiao. Bai Qi said disdainfully. The old man followed behind silently, listening to the young master's complaints. I really hope that the bar owner can put a stop to this bully and let him know that there are always people better than you. Master, Xiao Yi is very powerful and is on par with the patriarchs of other families. If it weren't for the encirclement and annihilation, it would be difficult to embarrass Xiao Yi. Bai Qi sighed. He knew this very well, otherwise his sister would have overturned the Xiao family's gate long ago. On the other side, Wei Chang carried the unconscious Tang Wei to a cafe, which attracted a lot of people's attention. Some boys were even ready to be a hero and save the beauty and win her heart. Wei Chang ordered a cup of iced coffee and waited quietly for Tang Wei to wake up. Last time he heard that Liu Gu had killed 3 prehistoric beasts, he also secretly took the meat of the golden crane. He would ask Liu Gu to help him steal a piece next time. Uncle Wei, Tang Wei opened her beautiful eyes slightly, but in that instant, her pupils were completely black, like a deep vortex, but it only lasted for a moment. Wei Chang saw it and thought it was pretty good, woke up. Uncle Wei, aren't we attending a banquet? Why are we here? Tang Wei rubbed her forehead, as if she had forgotten what had just happened, selectively forgetting it. Wei Chang smiled and said, Oh, you are drunk, so I took you out first. Is that so? It won't be embarrassing. Wei Chang gently stroked Tang Wei's chin. How could that be? Tang Wei was very embarrassed. Uncle Wei was really good at teasing people. Shy Tang Wei lowered her head and adjusted her hair, not daring to look Wei Chang in the face. However, her feet, trembling with nervousness, had already created cracks in the ground that were still expanding. Bar, 2nd floor, Qing Yutong's boudoir. Yi Hua, give me the AWM. Yutong, give me the M249. Qing Yutong looked disgusted. Who is she? Yi Hua, I don't know him. Qing Yi snorted, give it to me now, you 2 bastards, you're trying to steal my equipment. I haven't come across a single airdrop with any equipment. Yi Hua said calmly, who told you to be slow? Qing Yutong was stunned and rubbed Yi Hua's shoulder. Brother-in-law, your hand speed is pretty good. How did you practice? Your sister. Yi Hua glanced at Qing Yi. Qing Yutong's eyes widened. Your taste is too strong, too perverted. I want to get off. Qing Yi shouted in a deep voice. Yi Hua, don't lead the children astray. Yi Hua raised the corners of his mouth slightly and patted his sister-in-law's head. Little friend, listen to your sister. I'll listen to my brother-in-law. Qing Yutong clenched her fists and placed them under her chin, opened her beautiful eyes, pouted her lips, and looked very cute. Qing Yi couldn't bear it anymore and raised her hand to clap. Sister, what are you doing? Qing Yutong touched her head, feeling very aggrieved, and wanted her brother-in-law to make the decision. Why? Yi Hua shook his head. Qing Yi, Yutong is already stupid enough, stop hitting her. Brother-in-law, you. Qing Yi nodded silently. Indeed. You are in cahoots with each other to bully a helpless little sister. My dear nephew, when will you come out so that we can have some company? Yi Hua, Qing Yi. Just when the 3 were bragging, a grenade appeared from nowhere and broke through the window. However, it exploded with a bang before it hit the ground. Yi Hua, his wife, and sister-in-law were killed, and there was also a water friend hiding in the corner. Yi Hua, it's all your fault. Brother-in-law, it's all your fault. Yi Hua put down the mouse and asked calmly, what are we having for lunch? Yi Hua, you changed the subject again. Brother-in-law, how can you do this? How about Sichuan cuisine? Or Hunan cuisine? Actually, I still want to eat grilled chicken wings. Qing Yi stood up and stretched. Her perfect curves immediately caught people's attention. Yi Hua said that he was used to it, and Qing Yutong said that her curves were better. Let's order takeout. I don't want to go out. It's hot outside. Xingya picked up her mobile phone and prepared to place an order on Meituan. Qing Yutong was quite surprised. Sister, you were not like this before. Did you become lazy after getting pregnant? I learned it from your brother-in-law. Xingya glared at Yi Hua. She felt that the more she was with this guy, the less she wanted to work. She used to be a workaholic. Thank you for the reward, brothers and sisters. Thank you. Chapter 81, Can't last a minute. Yi Hua said calmly, it's none of my business. Xingya was too lazy to argue with Yi Hua and asked, what do you want to eat? Let's have Lansao fried rice, and add an egg. Yi Hua said lightly. He hadn't eaten Lansao fried rice for a long time. Xingya was relieved that she didn't order crayfish. We're having crayfish tonight. Yi Hua added, and Xingya's face instantly darkened. Qing Yutong thought for a moment and said, Sister, please order me a McFlurry with strawberry flavor and 2 pairs of chicken wings. Don't you control your weight anymore? Xingya took a look and asked. Qing Yutong stood up and turned around. Do I still need to control my figure, brother-in-law? What do you think? Not bad. Yi Hua had to give a thumbs up to his sister-in-law. Apart from some flaws in her personality, she was perfect in other aspects. Not bad at all. Yi Hua, where are you looking? Oh, look at my sister-in-law. Yi Hua said lightly. Brother-in-law, don't be like this. I'm still here, then wait until she's gone. Xingya knew that these two were teasing her, but she couldn't help but say, okay, then I'll make room for you. And just like that, the daily quarrel started again. Yi Hua shook his head helplessly. Xingya still needed to practice her state of mind. She was so angry. If she was provoked by the enemy, she would be furious. Sister has such a bad temper. Even Qing Yutong sighed, seeing that her brother-in-law had no intention of chasing after her. Qing Yutong asked in a low voice, Brother-in-law, why don't you chase after her? I can only see you after your sister leaves. Wow, my brother-in-law is so perverted. He likes my sister-in-law real beautiful legs. Want to know more? Qing Yutong showed off her snow-white long legs boldly, and thought silently that she hoped her brother-in-law would touch her quickly, so that she could get a task point. You are also perverted. Yi Hua looked at the long legs and said silently, Qing Yutong. More than half an hour later, the takeaway arrived, but unfortunately Xingya was still angry and refused to come to eat, so Yi Hua had to go and coax her. It was okay for adults to be hungry, but he should not let his own child starve. When I pushed open the bedroom door, I found Xingya sitting on the bed with her forlorn back, like a resentful woman. Xingya, come and have dinner. Yi Hua called out. Actually, this move was very respectful. When did Yi Hua ever invite anyone to dinner? He only told others to go to hell. What do you want me to do? Aren't you having a great time with your sister-in-law? I dare not disturb your mood. Xingya is very jealous. Yi Hua pulled Xingya up and said calmly, okay, don't make me angry. You. Xingya snorted. If it wasn't for the fact that you won 50 billion, I wouldn't have let you off so easily if you didn't beg for mercy today. Qing Yutong watched her brother-in-law pulling her sister in, and said with a click of the tongue, Sister, can you be a little reserved? At least you can hold on for 2 minutes. Every time my brother-in-law takes action, you surrender before a minute has passed. As a woman, I have to despise you. Eat your food and talk less. Xingya's beautiful eyes widened. It was because he was too strong that she could not resist, a little bit. By the way, the company just called and asked you to go to Gaohai City tomorrow to take promotional photos. Xingya said, holding the bowl. Qing Yutong was worried when she heard this. Tomorrow, brother-in-law, please go with me, no time. I have to take your sister out for a walk tomorrow. Okay, you guys. You just want to keep me away on purpose so that it's better to be alone with me, right? Humph, I see through you. Qing Yutong was so angry that she waved her hands around her chest and raised her chin high. Xingya rolled her eyes at Yi Hua. When did she agree to let you go out? You are making your own decisions. Since you want to be a host, do your job well and don't let me down, otherwise go back to being a movie queen. Xingya said. Qing Yutong turned her head and looked out the window. Her mouth was full of anger. This girl will never come back if she gets angry. See if you guys are anxious after the meal. Everyone was not in a hurry to play games. Xingya had the habit of taking a nap, and Yi Hua needed to cultivate his humanity. Xing Yutong, his sister-in-law, also joined in. The two of them sat in the office looking happy. Xing Yutong giggled from time to time, and Yi Hua wished he could sew his sister-in-law's mouth shut. Is it so funny? Xingya overslept. If her cell phone hadn't rang, she would have probably slept until the evening. Mr. Ching. The call was from Lu Hang. Xingya propped herself up and leaned against the head of the bed. Her lazy charm made people feel itchy, and they wanted to press Xingya under them and enjoy her to their heart's content. What's up? Lu Hang said in a deep voice. The thing is, Longhu Real Estate is also a partner. Their boss's daughter was murdered today. Should we express our opinion? The boss's daughter? What's going on? Xingya put on her slippers and stood by the window looking at the sunset. Lu Hang swallowed and said, I'm not sure about the details. My subordinates just reported it to me, and I just watched TV. Okay, I got it. Xingya hung up the phone. If she was not in Longan City, it would be fine, but now that she was here, it was reasonable for her to go over there. After all, they were partners. I opened the door and walked out of the bedroom, and came to Yi Hua's office. As soon as I opened the door, I heard a headache-inducing sound. I will be back. They actually spent the entire afternoon looking at Xianjiang. Xingya really wanted to kick these two people awake. They are so grown-ups. Sister, come on, it's about to start again. Xingya picked up the remote control in annoyance and switched to the Longan City channel. Sure enough, they were reporting on this incident. Dear viewers, I am now at the crime scene. You can clearly see the blood on the ground, which shows how horrible it was. The murderer is even more shocking. His name is Qin Jin, the successor of the Qin Group. Among the dead at the scene is his fiancée. It is understood that Qin Jin has been very silent since the Qin Group went bankrupt. I believe this murder was carefully planned by Qin Jin, and the method was even more cruel. The victims were all children of famous wealthy businessmen in Longan City, which shows how great his revenge is. The following scenes are a bit extreme. If there are children present, please avoid them. The screen changed, and a man was seen stomping on a woman. Although everything was blurred, the sound of begging for mercy coming from the TV was shocking, especially the sound of begging for mercy gradually became smaller and smaller until it disappeared. But the man kept stepping on her, which made people's scalps numb. Sister, I found that you have a really strong taste. My brother-in-law and I are watching Happy Goat, such a warm TV show, but you want us to watch something so cruel. TSK. Xing Yutong looked very scared. She hugged Yi Hua's arm and took advantage of him openly. It felt so exciting, especially in front of her sister. Chapter 82, Husband and Wife Training. Third update, Yi Hua did not react. It was just a few deaths. People died every day in this world. What was the big deal? Xingya was obviously not used to it either. She picked up the remote control, changed the channel, and called Lu Heng again. Who died, Shen Tao's daughter or Shen Shuai's? She is Shen Tao's daughter, Shen Miao Miao. How pitiful. Xingya sighed. After hanging up the phone, Xingya slowly sat down next to Yi Hua, and suddenly reached out and hugged Yi Hua's arm. This man died as if nothing had happened. It was so sudden. Sister, what's wrong? Is your friend here too? Xing Yutong asked with concern. The daughter of a partner is in there. Xingya breathed a sigh of relief. She must discipline her children well in the future. That's so unfortunate. Xing Yutong said regretfully. Why? Yi Hua patted Xingya's head. What's there to be sad about? Is your heart made of stone? You can't even feel a little emotional. Xingya poked Yi Hua's heart and said coquettishly. Why? Yi Hua disagreed. Everyone is destined to die, it just happened earlier. According to legend, he was reincarnated earlier. Wrong logic. Okay, I ordered crayfish. Yi Hua said lightly. Xingya touched her stomach and said, I'm not hungry. Just peel it. Yi Hua. I'm your wife, not your servant. Xing Yutong sighed. Sister, please stop arguing with your brother-in-law. You can't stand it for a minute anyway, so why bother? Yutong does have some insights. Xingya, give up struggling. You too can. I'll remember that. Xingya said angrily, but she was helpless. She couldn't beat him, and acting like a spoiled child was not her style. She was really depressed that she had found a husband like this. How many marriages must have been broken up in her previous life to get such a retribution? When the fried crayfish arrived, the stubborn Xingya still peeled it for Yi Hua, but the resentful smell filled the whole room, as if she was kidnapped by Yi Hua. Yi Hua was also very particular. He mixed another glass of dragon blood wine for his wife and sister-in-law. Xingya's face instantly turned from gloomy to bright. Yi Hua thought silently that the things on Douyin were really not deceptive. This woman just needed to be coaxed. Sheng Yutong drank even more carefully. She was overwhelmed after taking a gulp last time, so today she had to drink slowly, bit by bit. Xingya, let me tell you something. Yi Hua suddenly spoke while eating the shrimp peeled by Xingya. Xingya put down the bar and licked her cherry lips with her tongue, looking particularly cute. Sheng Yutong glanced at him immediately and saw that her brother-in-law was so serious. It seemed that he had started to scold his wife. Her sister felt so miserable. Fortunately, she was not her brother-in-law's concubine. She was scared to death. As a boss, you don't have to do everything yourself. Yi Hua is indeed preparing to start training, and he has to pay attention to this aspect. Xingya snorted coldly, if I don't do it, who will? Will you do it? If subordinates are not used to do things, then what's the point of having them here? As the boss of the group, you only need to issue orders. It's nonsense to do it yourself. It's like the emperor in the past who only sat on the dragon throne and controlled the overall situation. Sheng Yutong nodded silently. Brother-in-law has some truth in what he said. Shut up. Xingya glared at her sister. Which side are you on? Look, even Yutong knows it, but you, as her sister, still don't know it. Yi Hua straightened the chopsticks, leaned slightly in the chair, and drank the dragon's blood wine. Xingya pursed her lips and did not refute for the first time. After a while, she said, after saying so much, you just want me not to go to the memorial service. Of course, think about it, there are so many levels of class between you. Even if you want to go, it will be the driver who went that day. Yi Hua said. Xingya pursed her lips and muttered quietly, Inhuman, what did you say? Yi Hua asked in a deep voice. Sheng Yafeng's heart was shocked. She felt that Yi Hua's tone just now was very heavy. Was it necessary? She just went to comfort her partner and there was no other meaning, but for Yi Hua, there was a huge disparity in status. Why should he let his wife go with a mere human being? It would be so embarrassing if the news got out. Brother-in-law, come here, let me peel shrimp for you. Calm down, be good. Yi Hua glared at his sister-in-law fiercely, and the latter stuck out her tongue. Xingya, just remember one thing, you are the boss, you are the sky. Yi Hua added, completing this lesson in training his wife. Sister, did you hear me? You are the sky, and your brother-in-law is the earth. Xingya slapped him in annoyance, and the latter touched his head pitifully. Yes. I admit that you are right, but do you know how to respect the elderly and love the young? Do you know the Chinese tradition? Abandoning your position, what's wrong with going to mourn when your partner's daughter passes away? Xingya questioned, immediately starting the husband training mode. Yi Hua remained silent. According to Chinese tradition, this was indeed necessary. Seeing that Yi Hua was silent, Xingya snorted, You have your reasons, and I have mine. What's wrong with the boss? Can't the boss care about his subordinates? People are made of flesh and blood, not iron. If you are good to others, others will be good to you. Just like you, when have you ever been good to me? Ask yourself honestly, have you ever cared about me? And what about me? I buy you breakfast in the morning, and you scold me. I also have to peel crayfish for you. Did I ever tell you that my fingers hurt? I tolerate everything, and I have a temper too. Don't think I'm afraid of you. When I get angry, even I'm afraid of myself. Yi Hua was a little surprised, and Sheng Yutong was also shocked by her sister's aura. She was truly a heroine and they had to give her a thumbs up. Xingya became angrier and angrier as she spoke, and began to complain about the grievances she had suffered in the past few days. Also, you just watch cartoons every day, and now you're addicted to games. You don't even go out to find a job. That's right. I can support you for the rest of your life, but you have to be a little more motivated. If the child sees that his father only knows how to watch cartoons and play games, he will be so disappointed. Also, don't think that just because I'm nice to you, you can bully me. I, Xingya, also have dignity, so please respect me. Xingya swallowed her saliva after she finished speaking and looked at Yihua's confused face, wondering if he was going to lose his temper again. After a long time, Yihua said to Qing Yutong, Yutong, how about ordering another 5 pounds? Xing Yutong didn't know how to start the conversation and chose to remain silent. Xingya was so angry that she bit her lip. This man didn't say anything but punished her in disguise. How shameless! I was wrong. Xingya lowered her head and admitted defeat. Even she herself didn't know why she did that. If it were in the past, she would feel very embarrassed, but she didn't feel that way now. The corners of Yihua's mouth rose slightly. You are right, I will accompany you tonight. It's really embarrassing for a supreme leader to be scolded by his wife and unable to refute her. This matter must be kept secret and all those who know about it must be killed. Xingya and King Yutong were both confused. What was going on? Where was the thunderstorm that was promised? How come it turned out to be sunny? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? I will update later. Please collect, please recommend, please comment, please reward, all kinds of requests. Chapter 83. It's that couple again. The most shocked person was Xingya. This man was quite understanding now. He would never forgive you if you disobeyed him even a little bit. But he changed today and even offered to accompany her. Was he trying to show his goodwill to her? He has some conscience and knows how to please his wife. You're overthinking it. Yihua just felt that what Xingya said made sense. If you want to understand human nature, you have to get along with people. Cartoons are only one-sided. Yihua now wants to learn something from Xingya. The current situation became clear in an instant. Yihua taught Xingya dark thinking, but Xingya taught Yihua how to be a good person. It was quite interesting. After dinner, Xingya asked her sister, do you want to go out for a walk? Forget it, lest someone say I'm a light bulb. Besides, I'm still alive, my life has not expired. Xing Yutong snorted, indicating that she was also famous, so she might as well sit at home and play games. Yihua had already changed his clothes and said calmly, let's go. Then I'll go change my clothes. That's it. Yihua pulled Xingya away. Hey, this isn't good. Xingya shouted anxiously. She didn't even put her hair up and was wearing a loose t-shirt. The most important thing was that it was long enough to be worn as a skirt. If you didn't know, you would think she was not wearing any pants. I feel good, like a primary school student. You. Xingya knew that this guy just wanted to embarrass her. Then I'll go get the car keys. Didn't Yihua know what Xingya was thinking? Longan City is not big, nor is it small. You can just walk around. Besides, you need to walk more now. But I'm wearing slippers. Carry you. In an instant, Xingya was speechless and punched Yihua in anger. However, this action was like a girlfriend acting coquettishly, and all the employees on the first floor saw it. I have to admire the boss. At the beginning, this beauty was cold, but after just a few days, she broke the ice and even punched your chest with her little fist. Xingya was startled and switched modes instantly. Her character could not be ruined. Yihua shook his head. This woman just liked it this way. In fact, she was very fragile inside and used coldness and arrogance to disguise her inner weakness. When the two walked out of the bar, they happened to see Wei Chang and Tang Wei coming hand in hand. Yihua was stunned, while Xingya looked at them curiously. Boss, boss. Wei Chang and Tang Wei shouted, and Yihua frowned slightly and asked, you guys? Boss, Xiao Tang is my girlfriend now. Wei Chang was a little nervous, but when he thought about it, there were already 3 broken bones, and he only had one, so he thought no one would stop him. Of course Yihua would not stop him, he was just too curious. Wei Chang had been with him for hundreds of years, and he had never seen him get close to women. In fact, he preferred to eat them. When he saw them today, his 3 views were refreshed. Yihua nodded, yeah, not bad. Wei Chang breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for the compliment, boss. Thank you, boss. Tang Wei also thanked him. Although she didn't understand why, she felt that it was the right thing to do. Go get busy, yes. Xingye looked at him in confusion, followed him, and found that Yihua was frowning, so she asked, "What's that expression on your face? Are you unhappy that they are together?" "No, I'm just curious," Yihua said softly. "What are you curious about?" "I don't think their age is a big deal." Xingya was more open-minded and didn't think there was any problem when it comes to age. There's a difference of several hundred years between us. Why Yihua didn't discuss Wei Chang's matter with Xingya in depth. He held the delicate hands and asked, "Does it really hurt that much?" What do you think?" Although he expressed his dissatisfaction, he felt sweet in his heart. "You'll get used to it." Yihua. "If I peel crayfish for you again, I will take your surname." I thought Yihua had changed, but he is still the same. "I am so furious." Yihua hugged his wife's waist and said calmly, "You said I don't care about you? Did I say something wrong? Some concerns cannot be seen or touched. You have to feel them with your heart. You just can't understand them," Yihua said softly. "This stupid woman only looks at the surface. I really don't know how she can run a big company." "Tisk, you're talking nonsense again." Xingya was obviously lacking in confidence. Thinking back to the past few days, he cared about her a little bit, which was much better than the previous few days. Walking out of the alley and onto the street, the two were bound to attract attention, especially Xingya, who was dressed too much like a little girl and was wearing cute slippers. If she tied her hair into two ponytails, she would almost look like a lowly. Xingya was very embarrassed. It was the first time she dressed like this, pretending to be young. The men's eyes almost popped out of their heads, and some of them even bumped into telephone poles. "Where does that person live?" Xingya held Yihua's hand without knowing when. "I don't know." "I don't know?" Yihua asked in a deep voice. It seemed that she ran out without knowing anything. "I'll call and ask," Xingya said hurriedly, and after a touch, it was over. Why Yihua looked at Xingya, who was shy, and asked, "Did you forget to take your phone too? Who told you to pull me out?" Xingya said coldly and pinched Yihua's arm. He passed on the blame pretty quickly. "It's all your fault anyway. Forget it, just think of it as a walk outside, and don't even think about going to mourn." Xingya sighed deeply. This was the only way now. No, this guy must have brought a cell phone. "Lend me your phone. Do you remember the number?" Yihua asked back, just trying to show off. Xingya was very melancholy. She was completely dominated by Yihua and had no chance to fight back. It would be better if this man was more obedient, although very depressed, but felt that such a life was not too bad. After dinner and Yihua took a walk, walking on this bustling street, there was no false flattery, no commercial deception, and no heavy pressure, as if all these pressures were borne by the man beside him, but he didn't seem to do anything. Zhou Yi was also very upset today. Such a thing actually happened in Long'an City. Although it had nothing to do with him, some people pointed the finger at him. He was really annoyed. Now, we have to give those wealthy businessmen an explanation. What's there to say? If you want to find someone, go to the Bai family. But Bai Qi ran away as soon as something happened. How shameless! Zhou Yi, sitting in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, looked at the pedestrians on the street. He thought that he would not run into the couple he met at the banquet yesterday, so he should not show up. Once they show up, he would be embarrassed. Looking out the window, Zhou Yi's body suddenly stiffened. Why is this happening? Didn't he check the almanac before going out? He could see the couple. Why is this happening? Forget it. He could pretend not to see them, but if they saw his car passing by and didn't get out, would they have any special thoughts? Please, please, please. Chapter 84. Make the decision for us. Oh my God. Why did I have to pass this road just now? Oh my God. I'd better get off the car and ask for help. Ye Hua and Xingye didn't pay any attention to the vehicles on the road at all, they were just walking silently. If they weren't holding hands, one would think they were strangers just from their expressions. A Rolls-Royce Phantom suddenly stopped by the roadside. Zhou Yi quickly came to Yi Hua and Xingye and said with a smile, boss lady, what a coincidence. Yi Hua really didn't like others disturbing his peace. Are you following me? Boss, I don't have the time for that. Yi Hua, it's just a coincidence. Xingya smiled faintly. Others got off the car and greeted you kindly, but you had a gloomy face. It was so disrespectful. The boss lady is really magnanimous. Jiu Yi still has a good impression of Xingya. This woman is not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted, Xingya asked with a smile. Where are you going, Mr. Gong? Boss lady, please don't call me Mr. Gong, just call me Xiaozhou. Ah. Xingya was a little confused. It was the first time she met such a humble person. Yi Hua said calmly, just call me if I tell you to. Jiu Yi laughed dryly. Madam, I was just about to go to Qinghe Garden because of what happened at noon. Murder? Xingya asked. The boss lady also knows that those relatives are making a fuss now. I have to come out and talk to them. It just so happens that I'm planning to go too. Xingya said, and poked Yi Hua in the waist, looking so proud. Yi Hua wanted to slap this Jiu Yi away. You can just drive by. Why do you have to get off the car? Are you bored? Didn't you see that I was taking a walk with my wife after dinner? Boss lady, please get in the car. Jiu Yi exclaimed that he was lucky. It would be much easier if the boss stepped in. But would the boss step in? That was a question. No, that was not right. As long as the boss lady stepped in, wouldn't it mean that the boss would also step in? Yi Hua had no choice but to be led away by Xingya. To be honest, Yi Hua really didn't want to go. He would rather play games at home with his sister-in-law. Qinghe Garden is a cemetery in Longan City. Most of the people who can live in this cemetery are the elders of wealthy people. The price is about the same as buying a house, but the area is not as large as buying a house. However, Qinghe Garden seemed particularly dull today, and even had a murderous atmosphere. Xingya looked at the men in black standing on both sides, with white scarves tied on their sleeves, looking like they were ready for a fight, and could not help but hold Yihua's hand tightly. The entire road leading into the park was filled with people in black. Any vehicles entering without permission were stopped directly. Of course, they did not dare to stop Jiuye's car, as they were basically the reporters. When the reporters saw Jiuye's car approaching, they were all excited, driving all the way up the mountain. The parking lot was filled with all kinds of luxury cars, and the entire park was divided into 5 areas, which were even marked. The Shen family. The Jia family. The Yu family. The Han family. The Li family. These 5 families are probably the most famous families in Longan City. Of course, there is also the Qing family. Unfortunately, all the youngsters were killed in just one noon. Although the murderer was caught, it did not make them feel relieved. This matter cannot just be let go. As the owner of the club, the Bai family has not made any statements so far. When the big shots in front of the morning hall saw Jiuye's car coming, they quickly walked over. Jiuye wanted to cry so much. If the couple were not around, he would have been so respectable. With them around, he was like a little follower. Jiuye, who was originally sitting in the back seat, sat in the front passenger seat. After the car stopped, he got out first, not for anything else, just to open the door. When everyone saw Jiuye getting out of the passenger seat, they were puzzled for a moment, but didn't think much about it. Master Jiu, you are finally here. Master Jiu, you have to make the decision for us. Master Jiu, the Bai family is too bullying. These northerners are bullying us southerners. Master Jiu, please give us some advice. Jiuye raised his hand and asked, why are you in such a hurry? Can't you see that you still have to open the car door? To everyone's surprise, Jiuye opened the passenger door himself. Seeing the woman who got off the car first, everyone was amazed. Although her clothes were not so decent, they could not hide her beauty. The long t-shirt added a different kind of temptation. The younger generations were all staring in amazement, wondering why this woman was so beautiful. She was so perfect. Li Qianni is the patriarch of the Li family. He is very fat and his chin has so many layers that no one knows how many layers it has. Why does this woman look so familiar? Li Qianni felt like he had seen her somewhere before. Han Wei is the patriarch of the Han family, and he is slightly fat. I think so too. Yu Yusi, the head of the Yu family, looked unhappy. How could Master Jiu open the door for a woman? Jia Gaoao, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, said silently, maybe it's some big shot. Shen Tao recognized Qingya at a glance, and knelt down in front of her as if he had seen a savior. Boss Qing, you have to make the decision for me. I only have this one daughter. She is usually very obedient. But now you are sending her off after only a few hours of not seeing her." Everyone was shocked. No wonder she looked so familiar. It was Qingya from the Qing family. How did she become so beautiful? In fact, Shintao is the most miserable. He had a daughter in his old age and spoiled her very much. She is the kind of person who is afraid of her melting if he holds her in his mouth, and afraid of her breaking if he holds her in his hands. Brother, Miao Miao is so miserable. The fat guy Shen Shui knelt beside Shen Tao and cried reluctantly. My brother only has this one child, and now he is dead. I may not be able to have another one, so my son will have to bear the child in the future. It is such a surprise. Qingya didn't expect Shen Tao to react so strongly. She wanted to go forward and help Shen Tao up, but Yihua just came out of the car and stopped Qingya. Yes, this is intentional. It is their honor to kneel to you, and ignoring you is your right. Everyone turned their eyes to Yihua and found that the women of the Qing family seemed to be dominated by this man. It was so magical and so sudden, some people recognized Yihua. After all, they had attended the banquet last night and heard about the gambling game last night. It was really crazy. Gambling with all their belongings. I heard that in the end both the Xiao family and the Tang family left with dark faces. Boss lady, we're here. Zhou Ye's heart was bleeding, and he would take a detour whenever he saw them next time. The dignified Zhou Ye actually called them boss and boss lady. What was going on? Could it be that the man had a special status? Otherwise, why would Zhou Ye be so respectful? Mr. Shen, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Please accept my condolences, Xingye said in a deep voice. A grown man cried so pitifully, which showed how much pain he was in. Why Yihua did not make any speech. As a man, crying was of no use. If it was his subordinate, he would have just slapped him. Boss Qing, Master Zhou, my daughter died in vain, but the murderer we caught is an idiot. It must be the work of the Yipentang Club. Shen Tao pounded the concrete floor, feeling that the Bai family was behind everything that happened today. Li Qianni said to Master Zhou, you are of noble status, you will definitely ask the Bai family to give an explanation. Thank you, brothers, for your rewards, collections, comments, and all kinds of requests. Chapter 85. He is a cultivator. Third update. Zhou Yi glanced at Yihua and found that he didn't intend to say anything, so he put his hand on him and said, "Let's talk inside. This matter is very serious and can be big or small." Zhou Ye's words shocked everyone. What does it mean? Yihua hugged Xingye to prevent her from showing a woman's pity, and had no interest in Zhou Ye's words. "Yihua, let me go," Xingye said in a low voice, a little embarrassed. Why? Yihua said calmly, "You hugged me all night, I'll hug you now, okay, sleep on the sofa tonight." "You. Why are you so stingy? There are so many people here. You can hug me as you like when we get home." "With me? Don't forget what you said before. I'm a weak woman anyway, and I can't do anything if you force me, but I will despise you." Xingya touched her hair indifferently. She was so beautiful and sexy, and it was inevitable that Yihua would get beastly in his arms at night. I can understand him, but I also despise him. Why? Yihua glanced at Xingya calmly. "Just you? That's the best. Remember your disdainful look now. I won't agree to your request even if you beg me in the future." Yihua took a deep breath and said, "Do I still need to ask you for help?" Seeing that Yihua was so angry that he took a deep breath, Xingya didn't continue. Now she learned to stop when necessary. She raised her little hand and slapped Yihua's but. Why? Yihua looked at Xingya in disbelief. After a long while, he said in a deep voice, "Xingya, I'll teach you a lesson tonight. TSK, I won't bow to evil. You will bow your head." Yihua tightened his right hand, Xingya screamed, and her whole body fell into Yihua's arms. "Of this bastard, don't you see where this place is? Everyone else is SAD. Why? Yihua said it's none of his business. "Boss, let's go in and talk," Zhou Yi said in a low voice. If the boss didn't move, how could he dare to leave? When the rich businessman behind saw that Master Zhou didn't move, he didn't move either, and just watched the couple in front of him being affectionate. Xingya wanted to dig a hole in the ground to hide. It was already very awkward to wear this outfit, and she didn't expect that when she turned around, those people were following her. Everyone was silent. The Qing family had a great background in Longan City and were now preparing to take root in Zijin City. Although there was a gap between them and the big families in Zijin City, they had at least squeezed in.as for this man. He is quite mysterious and he doesn't look like a gigolo. A group of people came to a side room in Qinghe Garden. Yihua and Qingye both sat down, and Yihua said lightly, "You guys chat." Everyone sat down, and Jiuyi breathed a sigh of relief. "Everyone, I am very sorry that such a thing happened, but the dead cannot be resurrected. Now that the murderer has been caught, it can also comfort everyone. As for the Bai family, it is actually not good for you and me if it gets out of hand." Li Qianyi disagreed. "Master Jiu, our children were murdered in the first-class club, and his Bai family must be held responsible." "Yes, Mr. Li is right." Jia Gao agreed. "Master Jiu, you are not afraid of the Bai family and that's why you are biased towards them." Yu Yusi asked in a deep voice. Zhou said helplessly, "I understand your feelings. You can hold the Bai family responsible, but you need some time. You don't just want to kill them like this, do you?" "Master Jiu, no matter how powerful the Bai family is or how high their status is, they should give us an explanation for what happened." Han Wei's face turned cold. Yihua finally understood that these people were afraid of the Bai family and wanted to push Xiaojiu out as cannon fodder, but how could these small wealthy businessmen have the courage to challenge the Bai family? Although they were right, it was not unusual. Human beings are like this, full of intrigue and deception. You scheme against me and I scheme against you. It's like that even when playing a game. Yes, we in the south are not afraid of them in the north. Li Qianyi said it so boldly, as if he wanted to go to war with the north. Yihua propped up his chin and asked, "Qingye, what do you think of the Bai family?" "The Bai family is very powerful, especially the women of the Bai family. The Wang Debao who married yesterday was a woman from the Bai family," Qingye said in a low voice. "How many wives does Wang Debao have?" Yihua asked. "Why do you care about this?" "How many?" Qingye said coldly, "Others are very loyal and only have one wife." "This Wang Debao is indeed interesting," Yihua said lightly. "Anyone with a little bit of strength has many wives and concubines, like Xiaoyi and Tang Wushuang," Qingye muttered. "Others love their wives very much." "Do you mean that I don't love you?" Yihua asked back. Qingye said with a straight face, "Have you ever hurt me?" Yihua leaned close to Qingye's ear and whispered, "That night, I loved you very much." "Bastard!" Qingye couldn't help but scream and raised her fist, but unfortunately it was caught by Yihua. Everyone present looked at Yihua and Qingye in unison. "We were discussing important matters, but you were flirting with each other. It's really infuriating. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a couple quarreling?" Yihua said coldly. Everyone was speechless. "It was obviously you who disturbed us, but you were the first to complain." "Yihua, don't be like this," Qingye said unhappily. "This guy has to clean up his own mess after showing off." Qingye smiled lightly. "Everyone, I'm sorry, my husband." Before Qingye finished speaking, Yihua covered Qingye's lips. "Is there any need to explain? Zhou Yi is ashamed, the boss is just so awesome. That's just how I am," Yihua said lightly, letting go of his hand and waiting to see how you would round it off. Qingye was very angry. "Can't you just speak nicely? It's enough that you speak to me in that tone. If you continue like this when going out, you will make enemies." Everyone still didn't know Yihua's background, so they kept their moves. After all, even Master Jiu had to call him boss. "Everyone, we are late." A man in a green robe was seen walking slowly towards them, followed by a young man, also in a green robe and carrying a long sword. If Qing Yutong were here, she would definitely recognize the man in green robe, the moralist who beat the dog until it vomited blood. "Deacon Jian, you are finally here." Everyone hurriedly stood up to welcome him. "This Deacon Jian is quite extraordinary. I heard that he is the deacon of a certain sect in the cultivation world and is also the contact person in Longan City." "Deacon Jian, why were you tied up in the park this morning?" Jia Gao really brought up something that was off the topic. Jian Yuan's face darkened, then he smiled and said, "I experienced something abnormal during my training yesterday. My power was greatly damaged, and I also encountered a ferocious beast." "Are you the dog abuser who was tied to a tree this morning?" Qingye asked curiously, but regretted it right after asking, because it was very rude. The air froze in an instant. Jian Yuan's face turned pale and red. and even the little cultivator following behind him felt embarrassed. Qingya, how can you talk like that? He is a cultivator. Yi Hua said calmly. Qingya was shocked. Ah, he's a cultivator. Yi Hua smiled. Genuan is going to have internal bleeding. Everyone was frightened out of their wits. Zhou Yi was convinced that this couple was good at being evil. Qingya felt very aggrieved. It was all Yi Hua's fault, had more to meet various requests.